The young protagonist, due to an unfortunate accident, has become a vegetative state patient. Although he is physiologically deceased, his spirit remains unextinguished. In his hospital room, he witnesses his girlfriend's betrayal, and in a fit of rage, he consumes the souls of other patients who have mocked him, significantly enhancing his spiritual power. Subsequently, through a certain game, not only does his body recover, but he also acquires the ability to bring characters from the game into reality. From that moment on, he excels in both the real world and the gaming realm, amassing wealth and beauty, while delegating his adversaries to the minions he summons. Chapter 1. The Starry Sky Game. In a parallel universe, on the Blue Star, lies the Nanshan Hospital's vegetative care unit. The patients in this department are all immobile individuals in a vegetative state, a specialized section established for the convenience of management. Zhang Xiaofan has been here for 5 years. Once a dashing young man in his 20s, he had become a hero by rescuing a child from human traffickers, only to be struck on the head by a traffickers club, resulting in his current state, sustained only by nutritional fluids. Before Zhang Xiaofan's bed, a beautiful woman with an alluring figure picks up a large durian from the bedside cabinet. With a crisp sound, she splits it open, shoving its flesh into her mouth with one hand while using the other to grab the television remote and turn on the wall-mounted TV. The television set in the vegetative patient's room is not intended for the patients, but rather for their families. The screen displays news from the central television of Longhua, focusing on the highly controversial Starry Sky game. National-level sprinter Lu Neng has successfully reached level 10 in the Starry Sky game, experiencing a significant enhancement in his physique, breaking the 8-second barrier in the 100 meters, easily securing a gold medal for our country in the Olympics. In an interview, Lu Neng stated that he did not exert his full strength. National featherweight boxing champion Zhao Xi has also reached level 10 in the Starry Sky game, effortlessly defeating heavyweight American champion David in a higher level. Challenged in an interview, Zhao Xi remarked that the American champion was no match for him and expressed gratitude to the Starry Sky game for his improvements. Citizen Hu Hansan from H City tragically fell into the hands of bandits while participating in a mission to eliminate them in the Starry Sky game. After being beheaded by the bandits, the real Hu Hansan suffered brain death. Upon being brought to the hospital, doctors declared resuscitation efforts futile, marking the 1,000th individual to die due to the game since its development nearly a year. In the ward, aside from the sound of the beautiful woman devouring durian, only the host's captivating voice remains. The enchanting woman, disregarding her image, lounges on a chair with her feet resting on Zhang Xiaofan's abdomen, watching the news on television. She scoffs disdainfully and murmurs to herself, "Those who enter the Starry Sky game are fools." Although the government encourages exploration and offers rewards, the cost and the return are evidently disproportionate. I truly cannot fathom what those entering the game are thinking at that moment. Footsteps echo from outside the ward. Having cared for Zhang Xiaofan for 5 years, the beautiful woman recognizes the sound as that of his parents arriving, her eyes flashing with surprise as she swiftly conceals the durian peel in a plastic bag. Seeing the remaining piece of durian in her hand and the lingering odor in the air, she swiftly lifts Zhang Xiaofan's blanket. Then, she crushes the durian in her hand and blows it onto Zhang Xiaofan's backside. The door to the ward swings open, revealing a man and a woman, Zhang Xiaofan's parents, both in their late 40s, their hair streaked with gray and brows furrowed with worry. They approach the bedside, carrying an assortment of fruits. Upon detecting the foul odor in the room, Zhang Xiaofan's father, Zhang Jianzhong, furrows his brow. The beautiful woman looks up, feigning a sheen of sweat, and smiles brightly at them, saying, "Uncle and Auntie, Zhang Xiaofan has soiled his pants, and I am in the process of cleaning up." Zhang Xiaofan's mother, Qin Suying, quickly sets down the fruits and hurries to the bedside, addressing the beautiful woman, "You have worked hard, Manni. Let me handle it." Manni pretends to be annoyed, saying, "Auntie, a grown son should avoid his mother in such matters. Allow me, as his girlfriend, to take care of this. You have already sacrificed enough, please take a rest." After saying this, Manni retrieves a towel and deftly wipes away the durian remnants from Zhang Xiaofan, discarding the mess into the trash bin, tucking him in snugly before taking the refuse outside. My poor son, when will you awaken? Qin Suying clutches Zhang Xiaofan's hand, tears brimming in her eyes. "Why cry? Our son became this way to save others. I believe that good deeds will be rewarded, and he will surely awaken," Zhang Jianzhong reassures his wife. "While that may be true, it has already been 5 years, and I fear." Qin Suying's tears flow uncontrollably. Returning from disposing of the trash, Manni approaches the tearful Qin Suying, grasping her hand and saying, "Auntie, those with good fortune will be blessed. I believe Xiaofan will recover. I will wait for the day he awakens." Qin Suying wipes her tears and responds, "You are such a good child. You have endured much over the years. You need not stay by Xiaofan's side constantly. You are still young and should not sacrifice your prime years." Manni, with a serious demeanor, replies, My bond with Xiaofan is unbreakable. I once vowed to grow old together with him. Even if he remains bedridden, I will support you both in your old age. If Auntie continues to say such things, Manni might become upset. Zhang Jinzhong and Qin Suing exchange glances filled with gratitude. Zhang Jinzhong produces a wad of cash from his pocket, saying to Wu Manni, "Our family must have been blessed in our past lives to have found such a wonderful daughter-in-law. This is this month's hospital and living expenses. Please accept it. If it is insufficient, your mother and I will find a way." Wu Manni accepts the money, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing her eyes as she notes the dwindling amount. She says, "Uncle, the hospital recently announced the introduction of a foreign electric therapy device that can enhance the chances of awakening for vegetative patients. I would like to request it for Xiaofan to try, but each session costs 10,000 yuan. I wonder what your thoughts are?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinzhong grits his teeth and replies, "Then let us give it a try. You need not worry about the money. Your mother has some jewelry from her dowry that we can sell to raise the funds." Qin Suing quickly nods in agreement, stating that as long as it increases the chances of their son awakening, they will go to great lengths. As they watch Zhang Jinzhong and Qin Suing leave the ward, Wu Manni beams with joy as she plops down on the chair, counting the money while dialing a phone number. "Long Xiao, I have my eyes set on a handbag that costs over 30,000. Would you buy it for me?" "What? You want me to wear that? How annoying. Add an extra 10,000? Really? Okay, I'll wear it. As long as Long Xiao is happy." After hanging up, Wu Manni stashes the counted money into her handbag and sachets out of the ward, already having arranged to meet several close friends for afternoon tea at the Bulgari Hotel, ready to indulge in some fun and photo opportunities. Chapter 2. The departure of the soul. In the ward, silence envelopes the room, with rows of vegetative patients lying motionless, resembling a morgue. "Zhang Xiaofan, come out and chat." "Xiao Zhang, we are all eagerly anticipating the scene of Wu Manni on a date with that Long Xiao tonight, that I wonder what thoughts you have at this moment." Indeed, for us who are on the brink of death, witnessing such a scene is a fulfillment of our desires. The elderly man, on the verge of losing his soul, found a fleeting breath of life as he witnessed the chaotic scene between Long Xiao and Wu Manni. Perhaps he should express gratitude to them if they were to visit more frequently. The shock might just rouse his physical form from its slumber. In the quiet confines of the hospital room, the comatose patients began to chatter amongst themselves. Of course, only Zhang Xiaofan and a few other near-death patients could hear these discussions, and Zhang Xiaofan had only recently discovered this method of soulful communication. However, Zhang Xiaofan felt anything but joy. Setting aside the fact that his girlfriend had deceived her parents into parting with their hard-earned money under the guise of caring for him, or the betrayal he felt from her, the mere realization that his soul could leave his body signified his impending demise left him in despair. The few patients capable of communication were also on the brink of death. The clandestine rendezvous between Wu Manni and Long Xiao was the only sentiment these souls clung to before their departure. With his spiritual essence protruding from his head, Zhang Xiaofan bellowed at the conversing patients, "Silence, you despicable, shameless old fools. You can hardly count your days yet you still indulge in such vile chatter. Calm down, young Zhang. We are all nearing the end. Why bother with such trivialities? Let us find amusement in our final moments," responded an elderly patient from the bed adjacent to Zhang Xiaofan. "Indeed, I sometimes envy those oblivious souls, unable to have their spirits depart. At least they harbor a chance of recovery," remarked another patient on Zhang Xiaofan's right. "Oldly, stop envying others. I envy you," said a spirit resting by the window to the one who had just spoken. "What is there to envy?" "I am nearly lost," Oldly replied, puzzled. "I envy your proximity to Zhang Xiaofan. You get to witness the spectacle up close," the spirit by the window said with a smirk. Zhang Xiaofan's essence recoiled back into his head. The crude remarks of these individuals ignited a fury within him, and he longed to confront them, but alas, his spirit was still tethered to his physical form. Once the spirit could fully detach from the body, it would signify his true departure. Zhang Xiaofan had witnessed such a fate in the ward before, that he silently vowed that when his time came, he would pounce and take a bite out of these patients' spirits in retaliation. Night soon descended, and the dying patients' spirits once again emerged, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Wu Manni, who arrived punctually in the room. "Wu Manni is here. Everyone, don't sleep, bring your stools, and gather to watch the show," they chirped excitedly. "Zhang Xiaofan, come out. Without you, the show won't be entertaining," they clamored, their incessant chatter causing Zhang Xiaofan's head to throb. Yet, Wu Manni remained oblivious to it all, as she was busy dialing Long Xiao's number. "Long Xiao, I have arrived. Of course, I am dressed as per your request. This one pair of stockings cost me thousands. You must reimburse me," she said, giggling. "Don't worry, I will do as you wish." After ending the call, she pulled out the fruits purchased by Zhang Xiaofan's parents and began to eat while watching television. The screen continued to display reports on the Shinkong game, which she found unappealing, so she switched to a drama, engrossed in the storyline. As the anticipation among the patients grew, the door to the ward swung open once more, admitting a tall, handsome young man clad in a suit, sporting slicked-back hair and gold-rimmed glasses. Long Xiao, you've come, Wu Manni exclaimed, rising from her seat and rushing towards him. Long Xiao's demeanor remained cold, his gaze betraying a hint of ruthlessness. With a forceful shove, he pushed Wu Manni away, and with a thud, she fell heavily onto the hospital bed. He then casually turned and locked the door behind him. Having completed this, Long Xiao leisurely unbuttoned his shirt. His movements were languid yet exuded an inscrutable confidence. That moment, his eyes were fixed solely on Wu Manni, as if she were his prey. It begins. Why the hesitation, my dear subjects? Old Li's spirit shouted in excitement. Old Li, stop your shouting, do not frighten Long Xiao. Let us hope he can last a while longer this time, another spirit urged. Old Zhang, are you foolish? They cannot hear us, Old Li scoffed. I refuse to take the blame if Long Xiao's performance is brief. Zhang Xiaofan's essence emerged again, looking at Wu Manni before him, filled with an overwhelming desire to tear her apart. This gold-digging vixen had deceived his parents, squandering their hard-earned money, all while putting on this repulsive act in front of him. Go. Long Xiao commanded Wu Manni, pointing at Zhang Xiaofan's head. Isn't that inappropriate? Wu Manni hesitated, not out of guilt, but because the action seemed challenging. I'll give you an extra 10,000, Long Xiao replied coldly. All right then, Wu Manni beamed. Seeing this, Long Xiao followed suit and slapped Zhang Xiaofan across the face. He then turned and dealt Wu Manni a similar blow. The surrounding patients erupted in chaos. The scene was exhilarating. Old Li exclaimed, the youth of today truly know how to entertain. I am thoroughly impressed. Long Xiao certainly knows how to have fun indeed. The fastest planes are in the sky, and the worst men wear glasses, remarked old Zhang's spirit. Laughter erupted among the other patients, their crude banter unceasing, though Long Xiao and Wu Manni remained oblivious. Zhang Xiaofan felt humiliated and enraged as Long Xiao continued to slap him, and suddenly, he sensed his spirit detaching from his head, drifting into the air. Chapter 3 devoured entirely. The soul of Zhang Xiaofan had completely departed from his own head, filled with rage as it lunged towards Long Xiao and Wu Manni. Despite his fury, he was merely a spectral entity now and could inflict no harm upon them. In fact, the two were entirely oblivious to Zhang Xiaofan's presence. However, the other patients, whose spiritual forms were still intact, could perceive Zhang Xiaofan's spirit. Old Zhang exclaimed, oh no, Zhang Xiaofan has been killed by Long Xiao. His soul is about to dissipate. Old Li laughed heartily. Youth these days cannot withstand such shocks. He has allowed his spirit to leave his body in anger. What a pity. If Zhang Xiaofan were to perish completely, Wu Manni would likely never return here, and we would miss out on much entertainment. Old Wu, a patient in a vegetative state, sighed. Who cares? Any moment we can watch is a moment worth having. We don't have long left anyway, Old Zhang replied, regaining his composure. Seeing that he could not harm the vile couple before him, Zhang Xiaofan's spirit turned its fury towards the onlooking patients, shouting, if I cannot live, I shall drag you old bastards down with me. With that, Zhang Xiaofan's spirit lunged at Old Zhang. Old Zhang's spectral form, engrossed in the unfolding drama, was suddenly struck by a chilling wind as he saw Zhang Xiaofan's spirit rushing towards him. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Typically, when a patient's spirit left their body, it would soon dissipate into the air. How could Zhang Xiaofan's spirit still be advancing? Was this what they called deep resentment? Before Old Zhang could react, Zhang Xiaofan's spirit had already seized him, sinking its teeth into him. A scream escaped Old Zhang as half of his spectral head was bitten off, rendering him extremely weak. His physical body could no longer contain his spirit, and with half of his head gone, his soul began to drift away, on the verge of disintegration. As Zhang Xiaofan devoured half of Old Zhang's spectral head, he felt a surge of vitality, as if he had consumed a restorative potion, alleviating his weakness. Additionally, he acquired numerous memories of Old Zhang. Elated, Zhang Xiaofan realized his spirit could linger in this realm a while longer. The other patients, who had been eagerly watching the chaos, were about to be met with their fate. With renewed determination, Zhang Xiaofan's spectral form opened its mouth once more, this time completely consuming Old Zhang's spectral head. Feeling invigorated again, he wasted no time and swiftly devoured Old Zhang's entire spiritual essence. As Old Zhang's spirit was entirely consumed, the life sign monitor at his bedside fell silent, indicating his complete demise. The other patients were stunned into silence, their previous comments about Long Xiao and Wu Manni vanishing as they turned their gaze towards Zhang Xiaofan, now resembling a demon. With Old Zhang's death, the life monitor emitted a piercing alarm, its shrill sound echoing through the quiet hospital corridor, sending chills down spines. The staff at the nurse's station, upon hearing the alarm, became instantly grave, knowing it signified a medical emergency. A young nurse sprang to her feet, hastily heading towards Zhang Xiaofan's room, clutching a set of keys tightly, silently praying that she was not too late. However, upon reaching the door, she was taken aback to find it locked from the inside. She pushed against the door with all her might, but it would not budge. Anxiously, she knocked and called out, "Is anyone there? What is happening inside? Please open the door." Long Xiao donned a coat and opened the door. His expression icy as he addressed the nurse. "What is it?" The nurse, recognizing Long Xiao, noted the presence of both him and Wu Manni inside the room. And confusion washed over her. She quickly replied, "Long Xiao, your father is in the upscale room next door. What brings you to this ordinary ward?" Wu Manni, visibly irked, showed no embarrassment upon seeing the nurse and snapped at her. "Long Xiao asked you what you want. It is none of your concern why he is here." The nurse, aware of Long Xiao's influential status, hastily replied, "There is a patient who may have encountered a problem. We detected a loss of vital signs and came to investigate." Both Long Xiao and Wu Manni felt a jolt of unease. Could it be that Zhang Xiaofan had been killed by a slap? If this were discovered, it would pose significant trouble. The nurse bypassed Long Xiao, heading straight for old Zhang's bed, allowing them a moment of relief. After checking, she confirmed old Zhang's complete death. Exhibiting no surprise, for such occurrences were commonplace in a hospital. Having entirely consumed old Zhang's spirit, Zhang Xiaofan found himself unscathed despite his prolonged absence from his body. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he turned towards old Li. "Brother Xiaofan, spare me. Considering I have little time left, please let me live a bit longer. I do not wish to die." Old Li's spirit pleaded desperately. Zhang Xiaofan smirked coldly, his anger boiling over as he retorted, "Just a moment ago, you were mocking me. Now you beg for mercy? During this time, you and your companions have scorned me. If I grant you even a second more, I would betray my own conscience." Without heeding old Li's pleas, Zhang Xiaofan opened his mouth and bit down. Having absorbed old Zhang's spirit, Zhang Xiaofan's spectral form appeared even more potent, effortlessly extracting old Li's spirit from his head and consuming it in a matter of moments. Next was Lao Wu, Lao Kai, and the others. All the patients in the ward, lying like mere shells, had their souls extracted and consumed entirely by Zhang Xiaofan. As a nurse prepared to summon her colleagues for assistance, she was suddenly alerted by the life signs monitor at Lao Li's bedside, which began to sound an alarm, soon followed by those at Lao Wu's, Lao Kai's, and the others. In the room, the only monitor that remained silent was Zhang Xiaofan's. All others were in a state of alarm. The nurse had never witnessed such an occurrence and initially suspected a malfunction in the machines. She hurriedly approached each monitor for inspection, only to discover that these patients had completely lost their vital signs. She quickly called for backup from the nurse station, exclaiming, "Help! There is only one patient left alive in Ward 302. Chapter 4. Fusion of Memories. The massive mortality of patients in the ward swiftly attracted the attention of other staff members at the nurse station. Within moments, over a dozen nurses, along with several doctors, rushed to room 302, transforming the previously calm atmosphere into a bustling scene. After consuming the souls of his fellow patients, Zhang Xiaofan's spiritual form became increasingly solidified. Observing the commotion in the ward, he felt momentarily at a loss. Logically, having been out of his body for such an extended period, his spirit should have dissipated, vanishing into the ether. Yet, he felt no hint of disintegration. Meanwhile, Long Xiao had already slipped away, aware that if anyone were to reveal his presence here, it would tarnish his grand image. A doctor approached Wu Manni, inquiring, "Miss, you were the first to appear here. Do you know what transpired? Why have so many patients died?" Wu Manni's face turned pale, gripped by fear. Anyone in the presence of so many deceased would undoubtedly bear psychological scars. Although the vegetative patients were motionless, they were still distinguishable from the dead. "How would I know?" Wu Manni exclaimed. "What kind of dreadful hospital is this? What medical conditions allow for so many patients to die simultaneously?" As a family member of one of the patients, I demand compensation for my mental distress. The doctor glanced at Wu Manni's torn stockings and disheveled attire, inwardly thinking what a wretched manipulator she was. He abandoned his inquiry and approached the only patient in the ward still exhibiting vital signs, Zhang Xiaofan. After checking the nearby instruments, he turned to another doctor, puzzled, and asked, "What is going on with this patient's face?" The other doctor inspected Zhang Xiaofan's face and responded gravely, "He is sweating. Can't you see that? Really? It doesn't seem like it." The attending physician scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Zhang Xiaofan's spiritual form observed everything, and seeing Wu Manni acting as though nothing were amiss, he attempted to lunge at her, intent on extracting her soul as well. However, he found it impossible to do so. Zhang Xiaofan realized that the human body serves as a natural shield for the soul. As long as the body remains unharmed, the soul is firmly ensconced within, impervious to outside forces. Only those on the brink of death could liberate their souls from the body's confines. What should I do now? How to proceed? Zhang Xiaofan pondered, glancing at his own body lying on the hospital bed. In an instant, his spirit dove back into his physical form. A wave of relief washed over him, dispelling the fleeting sensation of drifting away. It seemed he could still survive for a while longer, the only source of joy he had experienced in recent times. The deceased vegetative patients were soon cleared from the ward, and the hospital would handle subsequent matters. Manni could no longer bear to stay. Witnessing the empty ward with Zhang Xiaofan as the sole patient sent shivers down her spine. She grabbed her bag and headed toward the adjacent luxury ward. Zhang Xiaofan discovered that after consuming the souls of several fellow patients, he could leave his body at will and return whenever he pleased, while also gaining a plethora of their memories. He was surprised to learn that the loquacious Lao Zhang was a national-level chef, and the lecherous Lao Li had once been a professional race car driver. With the integration of these memories, Zhang Xiaofan felt an instant mastery of their skills, as if they had always been a part of him. Yet, what did it matter? He remained a vegetative patient, unable to awaken, leaving him with a sense of profound disillusionment. Since his soul could depart, Zhang Xiaofan had no intention of remaining coiled in this room he had inhabited for 5 years. It was time to breathe fresh air. His spirit floated out of room 302, only to overhear Manni's sycophantic voice from the adjacent luxury ward. Long Xiao. What about the bag you promised me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan drifted into the luxurious room next door. The luxury ward was a stark contrast to the ordinary one, featuring only a lavish hospital bed, with a comfortable temperature and fresh air. Lying on the bed was an elderly man with graying hair, whose half-extracted soul was watching Manni and Long Xiao, completely unaware of Zhang Xiaofan's presence. No bag. Take this money and disappear immediately. Long Xiao tossed a stack of cash into Manni's arms. Long Xiao, if you haven't had your fill yet, I can serve you here as well. Manni said cheerfully, stuffing the money into her bag while leaning toward Long Xiao, playfully lifting her short skirt. Get lost. Long Xiao replied, visibly displeased. He had intended to recreate the thrill of their past encounters, but today had nearly terrified him beyond measure, leaving him in no mood for such antics. Manni, feeling snubbed, swayed her hips as she exited the ward. The elderly man's soul, witnessing Manni leave the room, felt a sudden disinterest and was about to retract into a state of repose when he suddenly heard a faint call. Old man, wait. The elderly man's soul turned toward the source of the voice and saw Zhang Xiaofan's spirit drifting toward him, instantly intrigued. You can actually see me. Who are you? What do you want? The old man had resided in a single room for an extended period, and in matters concerning the soul, he naturally lacked the experience of Zhang Xiaofan, remaining unaware that his condition signified he would not have much longer to live. Who I am is of no concern to you. That woman earlier was my girlfriend. Your son has toyed with her and even struck me. I wish to discuss this matter with you, Zhang Xiaofan's soul coldly declared. The old man's spirit had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation and laughed heartily. This merely indicates my son's prowess. It was a futile endeavor for you, and it also showcases your incompetence for failing to safeguard your own girlfriend. Who can you blame? Indeed, it was a case of the apple not falling far from the tree. Producing such a scoundrel reflects poorly on you as well. Given this, do not expect me to be courteous. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Xiaofan lunged at the old man's spirit and bit down. The old man screamed in pain, urgently calling to his son, Long Xiao, who stood by the bedside. Son, save me. Zhang Xiaofan sneered, your cries are in vain. Your son cannot hear your words nor perceive your spirit. The notion of a child bearing the debts of a parent is quite fair, is it not? Without further ado, he forcefully extracted the old man's soul from his head, swiftly consuming it whole. Chapter 5. The gaming helmet. As Zhang Xiaofan devoured the entirety of the old man's spirit, a significant portion of his memories instantly fused with Zhang Xiaofan's essence. The old man's name was Long Jiayin, the head of a diversified conglomerate involved in real estate development, property management, and cultural tourism, with a net worth exceeding billions. Long Jiayin, with his audacious strategies, had engaged in high-stakes schemes, accruing debts amounting to trillions owed to banks, suppliers, investors, employees, and the government. As the gaping hole in his finances widened, Long Jiayin began transferring liquidated assets abroad. However, he encountered an unforeseen complication. A citizen, who had invested in one of his unfinished projects, meticulously tracked him down, having exhausted all personal savings and even borrowed extensively to purchase properties developed by De Hong. Frustrated by the failed investments and the loss of his funds, he armed himself with a hammer and lay in wait for Long Jiayin. In a stroke of fortune, the citizen managed to approach the unsuspecting Long Jiayin as he prepared to enter his vehicle, delivering a blow that rendered him a vegetable. Upon absorbing Long Jiayin's memories, Zhang Xiaofan could not help but exclaim that he got what he deserved, benefiting a scoundrel. As Long Jiayin's soul was absorbed, his vital signs rapidly diminished. Observing this, Long Xiao hurriedly called for a doctor. Unperturbed, Zhang Xiaofan felt a disorienting sensation after his spirit had been detached for some time, and hastily returned to his room to rejuvenate his spirit within his corporeal form. Upon returning to his body, Zhang Xiaofan overheard Long Xiao's anguished cries from the adjacent high-grade ward. Father, you cannot die. You haven't revealed where the money is hidden. How are we to fill such a vast chasm? Zhang Xiaofan scoffed at the display of filial piety, realizing that the son was merely concerned about his father's wealth. Alas, he knew the truth but had no intention of disclosing it. The following day, Manni reappeared in the hospital room. The space had filled with other patients. Yet Zhang Xiaofan could not discern any comatose individuals capable of having their souls exit, suggesting that these individuals had a likelihood of awakening and were not on the brink of death. As Manni removed her coat, she answered a phone call, saying, "Uncle, I am still at the hospital. Have you gathered the funds? Please bring them quickly. I am waiting for you. You won't believe it, but last night, in this very ward, several comatose patients passed away. I wish to arrange for the electrotherapy equipment for Xiaofan as soon as possible. Yes, I am concerned that something might happen to Xiaofan too. I await your arrival." After hanging up, Manni familiarized herself by retrieving fruit from Zhang Xiaofan's bedside table, switching on the television, and indulging in a leisurely snack. The screen was still broadcasting news about the Shinkong game. The Shinkong game is based on mysterious meteorites from beyond, containing undisclosed secrets. The government encourages individuals to embark on adventures within the game, distributing gaming equipment for free. Simply log into the game, and you will receive a cash reward of 20,000. Manni, disinterested, changed the channel only to find yet another segment about the Shinkong game. The game entails risks. Proceed with caution. Do not sacrifice your life for a mere temptation. Pondering the incessant discussions surrounding this game, she murmured, "What is so entertaining about a mere game?" Setting aside the potential for danger, the game has been in development for a year, and the highest level attained by players is merely in the teens, hardly stimulating interest. Taking a bite of fruit, she turned off the television, only to suddenly hear footsteps outside the ward. Hastily placing the fruit down, she approached Zhang Xiaofan's bedside and began to massage his legs. Before long, the door swung open, and Zhang Jianzhong and Qin Suing entered, their faces etched with guilt as they observed Manni tending to their son. "Manni, you should rest. I will take over," Qin Suing quickly suggested. "All right, Auntie. I have been massaging Xiaofan for 2 hours, and my arms are feeling quite sore," Manni replied, wiping non-existent beads of sweat from her forehead. "The doctor advised that I should frequently assist Xiaofan in moving his body to prevent muscle atrophy from prolonged inactivity. I will continue to massage him every day. You have worked hard, dear girl. Our Zhang family owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude," Zhang Jianzhong said as he approached, filled with remorse. "Not at all, uncle. It is my duty," Manni replied with a gentle smile, then inquired, "By the way, uncle, where is the money? Please hand it over so I can arrange for the electrotherapy equipment. Perhaps it can truly help Xiaofan recover." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianzhong quickly retrieved the money from his embrace, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he explained, "Manni, we sold your aunt's jewelry, but we only managed to gather a little over 9,000. We are still short a few hundred." Manni frowned slightly, taking the money and responding, "I will cover the remaining amount for now. I can afford to skip a meal for a day. It's no trouble. That simply will not do. One must not skimp on meals." Qin Suing, while massaging her son, turned to Manni and said, "Your uncle and I will soon receive our salaries this month. Once we are paid, we will promptly send you money. You have already endured enough in taking care of Xiaofan. It is unacceptable for you to go hungry." Zhang Jianzhong quickly added, "Your aunt is correct. We certainly will not spend your money. Once we receive our salaries, we will deliver the funds to you." "There's no need for that, uncle," Manni replied with a smile. "We are all family. There is no need for such formalities." The elderly couple, upon hearing this, felt an even greater sense of satisfaction with Manni, accompanied by a growing sense of guilt. "Manni, now that we have gathered enough funds, hasten to arrange for that electric therapy device to be brought to the hospital for Xiaofan. Perhaps it will help him awaken," Qin Suing urged. Manni found herself in a predicament, as she had not anticipated the elderly couple would expect her to fabricate the details of the electric therapy device. What was she to do? Suddenly, an idea struck her. She recalled a television advertisement stating that the Shinkong gaming equipment was being delivered free of charge, along with a reward of 20,000 yuan, if she were to call the gaming company and request a set of gaming equipment. The elderly couple would be none the wiser. This way, not only would she maintain her ruse, but she could also earn 20,000 yuan, truly a win-win situation. Feeling rather clever, Manni dialed the gaming company's number. Upon receiving the address, the staff promptly arranged for the delivery. Given that this was a state-supported gaming initiative, there were distribution points across the country. Before long, the gaming company staff arrived with the equipment. Under the watchful eyes of Manni and the elderly couple, the staff opened the package and revealed a brand new Shinkong gaming helmet. Chapter 6. Entering the game. The staff, upon confirming that the individual entering the game was Zhang Xiaofan, who lay in the hospital bed, exhibited no particular surprise, as they had encountered such situations frequently. Many gravely ill individuals opted to enter the game in search of hope. believing that reaching level 10 might enhance their physical condition and possibly aid in their recovery. The staff placed the gaming helmet on Zhang Xiaofan's head and connected the power supply. Turning to Wu Manni, they stated, the daily playtime is set for 8 hours. After 8 hours, a mandatory logout will occur. Additionally, should any unforeseen incidents arise, our company accepts no responsibility as outlined in the contract. Is that agreeable? Zhang Jinzhong, feeling a twinge of concern, inquired, could there really be accidents while using such machinery? Fearing that their deception might be exposed, Wu Manni hastily reassured Zhang Jinzhong, uncle. Given Xiaofan's current condition, even if something were to happen, it couldn't possibly get worse. You needn't worry. Indeed, dear, let Manni handle this, Qin Suing interjected. She would never put our son in harm's way. Only then did Zhang Jinzhong relax. The staff then produced the contract and asked, who will sign? I shall. Wu Manni quickly took the contract, anxious that Zhang Jinzhong and his wife might scrutinize its contents and jeopardize their scheme. She swiftly signed her name and handed the contract back to the staff, stating, I still have some questions regarding this equipment. Let us find a quiet place for further clarification. After saying this, she pulled the staff member out of the room. Zhang Jinzhong looked at his wife, puzzled. What is this electric therapy device that requires us to pay and sign a waiver? Are we not effectively paying to take on a risk? Sighing, Qin Suing comforted him. Perhaps it is a newly imported machine with certain risks. Let us hope that Xiaofan can recover with this electric therapy device. As Wu Manni exited the hospital room, she glanced back to ensure the elderly couple had not followed her, then quickly asked the staff, what about the government reward money? As the staff member handed her 20,000 yuan, they inquired, do you have any further questions about the gaming helmet? I can explain it to you. Of course I understand. It has been discussed on television daily. How could I not? Wu Manni replied, impatiently taking the money. You all may depart. I shall not see you out. She placed the money into her bag and returned to the hospital room. Zhang Xiaofan, observing the unfolding events from his spiritual form, felt a strong urge to tear apart Wu Manni for deceiving his parents. However, despite being able to project his soul, he was powerless to act. During this time, he had seen numerous television segments about the Shinkong game and harbored little fear regarding the potential for brain death associated with it. After lying in the hospital for 5 years, his consciousness had been shrouded in darkness for just as long. At times, he even welcomed the prospect of death, considering it preferable to enduring such profound loneliness. Now that he had the opportunity to enter the game, Zhang Xiaofan was determined not to let it pass him by. It might just be the chance he needed to rise again. With that thought, he immediately immersed his soul back into his mind and established a connection with the gaming helmet. Once connected, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears, detecting users' bodily metrics. Please hold. After the assessment was complete, the voice inquired, do you wish to enter the game? Zhang Xiaofan, of course, chose to proceed. He soon found himself in a resplendent hall adorned with grand statues. Among them stood imposing figures, a warrior grasping a long sword, a mage clad in a robe adorned with mysterious runes holding a staff, an assassin masked and brandishing daggers, an archer with unwavering determination wielding a longbow, and a summoner shrouded in darkness with a dragon floating behind. Welcome to the Shinkong game. Players may select a profession that aligns with their physical attributes. A sweet mechanical voice resonated in Zhang Xiaofan's ears, introducing the enchanting elven assistant designed to aid players in swiftly mastering the intricacies of the game. In the news, the overwhelming promotion of games left Zhang Xiaofan feeling surprisingly familiar with the game, despite it being his first encounter. With a thought, he summoned his attributes panel. Strength, 1, affects physical attack. Constitution, 1, affects defense and health. Agility, 1, affects speed, accuracy, and evasion. Spirit, 100, affects magical attack and mana. Luck, 10, affects item drop rate. Observing his attributes panel, Zhang Xiaofan found it perplexing. His strength, constitution, and agility were all at 1 point, which was understandable given that he had lain in a hospital bed for 5 years, resulting in a severely diminished physical condition. However, the luck value of 10 was baffling. If he truly possessed such high luck, how could he have fallen to the state of a vegetative person? Most bewildering was his spirit value of 100. Had the news not stated that everyone's initial attributes peaked at 10? What could possibly account for his 100 spirit points? Could it be that consuming the souls of many had significantly amplified his spiritual strength, allowing him to surpass the maximum initial attribute limit and reach tenfold its peak? This must be the reason. An idea suddenly sparked in Zhang Xiaofan's mind. If he continued to consume souls in reality, would that not enhance his spirit value in the game? According to your constitution analysis, it is advised that you choose the mage profession, the game's elven assistant. Noticing Zhang Xiaofan's momentary daze prompted him, simply approach the mage statue and place your palm upon it to finalize your choice. Of course, I will choose the mage profession. With my spirit power, it is evidently tailored for a mage. Zhang Xiaofan thought excitedly as he walked towards the mage statue. Wait, At that moment, the summoner statue suddenly spoke to Zhang Xiaofan. The summoner is also a commendable choice. Your spirit power will surely enable you to summon a multitude of battle companions to assist you in combat. Do not hesitate, young man, with your spirit power. Selecting the mage is undoubtedly the wisest decision. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan being addressed by the summoner statue, the mage statue interjected. Though the summoner's summoned beasts can assist in battle, they are easily vanquished, and summoned pets cannot exceed the level of their summoner, rendering them rather useless. Chapter 7. Hidden Profession. Zhang Xiaofan wholeheartedly agreed with the mage statue's words. It is well known that leveling up in this game is exceedingly arduous. If the summoned beasts cannot surpass their Master S level, what is their utility? Do not heed his nonsense. The summoner statue, agitated, retorted. That old fool speaks only of the early game. However, once you reach the later stages, summoning countless allies of the same level will render even the mightiest mage no match for you. Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. The argument held some merit. You are the one spouting nonsense. The mage statue countered. To possess such spirit power and not choose the mage profession would be an utter waste. Just as the two statues continued their heated dispute, a new statue emerged from the shadows of the hall. Unlike the other statues, this one was smaller and depicted a slightly hunched old man, yet it appeared more lifelike, shrouded in a layer of dark clouds that created an air of mystery. The suddenly appearing statue addressed Zhang Xiaofan. Young man, the profession you should choose is the contract master. Contract master? Zhang Xiaofan inquired with curiosity. I have never heard of such a profession. Of course, you have not heard of it. The contract master is the only hidden profession within the summoning category, the newly appeared statue explained. Only someone with your extraordinary spirit power is worthy of my attention as a disciple. A hidden profession? Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of excitement. Hidden professions must surely be more powerful than ordinary ones. From the old man's words, it seemed the contract master belonged to the same lineage as the summoner. But what distinguished the two? The old man, perceiving Zhang Xiaofan's thoughts, elaborated. Unlike the summoner, a contract master can tame pets that are higher in level than themselves. As long as your spirit power is sufficient, theoretically, even divine beasts could be forced into a contract. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes began to glimmer. The pets bound by a contract will persist as long as they do not perish, unlike the temporary summoned creatures of a summoner. The old man continued his analysis. Your spirit power indeed suits the mage class, yet your constitution is too weak, despite possessing high attack potential. Your self-preservation capabilities are nearly non-existent. In this perilous game of the cosmos, lacking self-defense renders even immense attacking strength futile. The old man's final words extinguished Zhang Xiaofan's inclination to choose the mage profession. I shall select the contract master, Zhang Xiaofan declared earnestly, stepping forward to place his hand upon the old man's statue. A radiant light enveloped him, imparting a wealth of knowledge about the contract master into his mind. Subsequently, the scene before him began to transform. New summoner, please follow me to register your information with the village chief. Zhang Xiaofan opened his eyes to find himself in the novice village of the game, where a village guard clad in armor was calling out to him. Although opinions on this game varied widely, there were still many players within it. It seemed our nation never lacked fearless warriors. Look, another fool who has chosen the summoner class. This guy, doesn't he follow the news? Does he not know the summoner has no future? Perhaps he merely seeks to enjoy the game. As long as he remains in the novice village, there is little danger, and the choice of profession is inconsequential. Zhang Xiaofan's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the novice village players. After all, the summoner class was widely regarded as the least promising and the most perilous profession. Among the professions that perished in the Cosmos game, the summoner held a firm position at the top. In the early stages, the summoner can only conjure a level 1 long-eared rabbit, which, aside from its adorable appearance, possesses virtually no attack power. The summoner's solitary offensive skill at this point is a curse spell, capable of marginally diminishing a monster's attributes. This hardly seems like a viable profession. Unfazed by the ridicule of those around him, Zhang Xiaofan remains indifferent, aware that he is a distinguished hidden class, the contract master. Yet he is mistaken for a mere summoner by these unsophisticated folk. Following the guard through winding paths, Zhang Xiaofan eventually arrives at the novice village's elder, a kind-faced old man with graying hair. Young man, choose a name for yourself. If you cannot think of one, I shall designate you by this novice village birth number. The elder remarks with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiaofan declares, let it be Wind Chaser. I'm afraid that name is already taken. Please choose another. The elder replies, still smiling. How about Wind Chaser Youth? Zhang Xiaofan suggests. That too is unavailable, comes the elder's response. Wind Chaser Middle-aged? Also taken. Wind Chaser Old Man. Zhang Xiaofan exclaims, refusing to accept defeat. Are you intent on chasing the wind from youth to old age? That name is taken as well, the elder states. displaying a hint of impatience. Zhang Xiaofan scratches his head, realizing that even this name is claimed. Suddenly, he recalls the memories absorbed from the soul of old Zhang, a first-class chef in his former life, who had a signature dish. How about sauteed Edward ear mushrooms with abalone? He blurts out. That name is creative. The elder remarks, but it is also taken. What? This name too? Is there no decency left? Frustrated, Zhang Xiaofan implores, please help me choose a name. Reluctantly, he entrusts this task to the elder. You are the 9,527th player to arrive in this village. Thus, your name shall be 9,527. Zhang Xiaofan instinctively shouts, no, please change it. However, the elder firmly states, it is too late. It has been registered and cannot be altered. Go seek the village blacksmith. He has a task for you. The elder instructs without sympathy. With no choice, Zhang Xiaofan leaves the elder's residence with a dejected demeanor and makes his way to the blacksmith's home. 9527. You have finally arrived. I need to forge a weapon but lack a specific material. If you can gather it for me, I will reward you handsomely. The blacksmith mechanically repeats the task he offers to everyone. Zhang Xiaofan, with a drooping head, accepts the quest. Collect 10 iron mouse teeth. Reward, 10 experience points. 10 copper coins. Task description. The iron mice reside in the rice fields 1 kilometer south of the village. Defeating them may yield iron mouse teeth. Upon reading this, Zhang Xiaofan scoffs. How can the blacksmith dare utter the words handsome reward? Leveling from 1 to 2 requires a staggering 1,000 experience points. Chapter 8. The contract rooster. Zhang Xiaofan first checks his character attributes. Name, 9527 class. Contract master, hidden class, strength, 1, attack power, 10, constitution, 1 health. Defense, 10, agility, 1, affects hit rate, evasion, speed, 10, spirit, 100, magic attack, 10. As a contract master, every 20 spirit points can contract 1 servant. Success rate is influenced by spirit points. Luck, 10, affects item drop rates, success rates for contracting servants, etc. Skills, contracting technique, special skill. Non-upgradable, curse level 1, cast curse on enemies to reduce their attributes by 1. Inventory, 10 slots. Each slot can stack similar items. Weapon, damaged wooden staff. White grade, attack power, 1, can be used as a cane. Attire, damaged robe, white grade, defense, 1, somewhat drafty, grass sandals, white grade, movement speed, 1. Somewhat uncomfortable. Currency, 10 copper coins. Zhang Xiaofan finds himself at a loss. He is indeed destitute, and along with his equipment, his total attack, defense, health, and speed barely amount to 11 points, reflecting a rather balanced build. Fortunately, he can contract servants to assist in combat. Glancing at his contracting technique, he realizes that with 20 spirit points, he can contract 1 servant, allowing him to summon up to 5 to fight alongside him, an extraordinary advantage in the early game. Determined, he resolves to reach level 10 swiftly, hoping to improve his constitution and awaken his comatose body in reality. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaofan strides purposefully toward the rice fields to the south of the village. Upon reaching the outskirts, he notices numerous players battling nearby, engaging with level 1 flocks of chickens. Although these chickens are weak monsters, their attack power ranges from 15 to 20, easily breaching Zhang Xiaofan's defense. However, players with a constitution of 1 like him are rare. Most can contend with these chickens. To reach the territory of the iron mice, he must traverse through these flocks. Yet fortunately, the chickens are not aggressive. They will not attack unless provoked. The game has been operational for a year, and the highest level players barely exceed a dozen levels. Most of those hunting chickens outside the village are around level 5, gaining merely 1 point of mandatory experience per kill. Yet, players flock to these chickens, for they do not initiate attacks, making them a safer option despite the meager experience. My strength is 8. Defeating these chickens will be a breeze. A warrior boasting a white steel sword declares to a female priest companion nearby. If you're so capable, why not venture into the wild? The experience from these chickens is pitiful, the female companion retorts, dissatisfied. I have indeed ventured into the wild, only to discover how perilous it truly is. The warrior, still haunted by the experience, recounted to his companion. One of our fellow adventurers was bitten by a mutated giant spider, instantly depleting his health, leading to his demise even in reality. The beautiful companion recoiled slightly, realizing this was not the familiar realm of online games where one could resurrect upon death. This was the expanse of Coma, where death meant a permanent farewell to this world. In the face of mortality, the warrior's trepidation transformed into a newfound composure. Zhang Xiaofan observed the bustling army of chicken slayers and, feeling a surge of impulsiveness, struck a nearby rooster with his damaged staff. The number 1 floated above the rooster's head, while its health bar stood robust at 100 points. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. He could not even breach the rooster's defenses. How would he manage to progress? Just then, the aggrieved rooster, having sustained an attack, flapped its wings and lunged at Zhang Xiaofan. The gust from its wings knocked him to the ground. Goodness, will that person be killed by a chicken? The beautiful priestess gasped at the sight. That won't happen. I have never heard of anyone being pecked to death by a chicken, the warrior replied nonchalantly as he swung his sword, swiftly dispatching the rooster before him. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Xiaofan hastily invoked a contract spell on the approaching rooster. You foul creature, submit to me. Ding. The contract was successful, and an instant connection was established between Zhang Xiaofan and the rooster. The fierce glint in the rooster's eyes faded, and it gently landed beside him, clucking amiably. Zhang Xiaofan rose from the ground, drenched in cold sweat, thinking to himself that he had nearly been bested by a mere chicken. Given his frail constitution, it would be prudent to act less impulsively in the future. The successful contract, however, did not yield him any experience. It seemed that only by personally defeating monsters could he earn experience points. Undeterred, Zhang Xiaofan proceeded to cast the contract spell on several more roosters, achieving an astonishingly high success rate without a single failure, and soon amassed 4 more roosters as his subservients. He understood that his exceptional mental prowess and maximum luck points played a crucial role, as these roosters were merely level 1. Let us dispatch that one. Zhang Xiaofan commanded the 5 roosters, pointing at a nearby hen. They charged forth, pecking the hen mercilessly until it collapsed, overwhelmed by the assault. You have slain 1 hen. You are awarded 5 experience points, echoed the system's voice in Zhang Xiaofan's mind. Look, those chickens are fighting, the beautiful priestess noted with relief upon seeing Zhang Xiaofan unharmed. But she was soon captivated by the sight of the 5 roosters attacking the hen. It's the mating season, I can understand, the warrior smirked, glancing knowingly at the priestess. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, those chickens are truly wretched. You should go and slay them. To rescue the hen is the noble duty of a man. Leave it to me, the warrior declared, striding towards Zhang Xiaofan and his 5 roosters. To avoid unnecessary complications, Zhang Xiaofan promptly led his newly acquired roosters away from the chaotic scene, heading towards the direction of the iron-armored rats. Consider yourselves fortunate to escape, otherwise you would all meet your end, he muttered. As the warrior approached, the 5 roosters had already fled the vicinity, vanishing into the distance. That summoner, 9527, has ventured into the wild. Does he not comprehend the dangers? The beautiful priestess remarked anxiously to her warrior companion as she observed Zhang Xiaofan departing. Life and death are fated. We are all adults responsible for our actions. We cannot intervene. Let us focus on our task of slaying chickens, the warrior grumbled, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhang Xiaofan's retreating figure. Chapter 9. The iron-armored rat horde. Zhang Xiaofan, accompanied by his 5 roosters, made his way towards the southern rice fields. With a speed of only 11 points, his progress was alarmingly sluggish, even slower than a chicken. If only I could contract a mount, he pondered as he trudged along. The game's landscape was breathtaking. Having spent 5 years confined to a hospital bed, enveloped in darkness, he found himself enchanted by the beauty surrounding him. He delayed completing the blacksmith's task to relish the scenery. Ding! You have arrived at the territory of the iron-armored rats. A notification chimed in his ears. Turning back from his reverie, Zhang Xiaofan beheld an endless expanse of rice fields bustling with numerous large rats busily transporting grain to their burrows. He employed his innate identification skill on an iron-armored rat. Iron-armored rat, level 5 wild monster, a social creature with remarkable agility and formidable defense. Skill: bite. The iron-armored rat's sturdy teeth can even tear through steel plates. Zhang Xiaofan felt a twinge of exasperation. This game was no trivial challenge. As a level 1 player, his very first task entailed confronting level 5 wild monsters. What am I to do? He mused, troubled. If he attacked these iron-armored rats, they would undoubtedly retaliate en masse, and his fragile physique would not withstand their bites. He needed to devise a plan to lure one out and let his 5 roosters gang up on it. But first, he had to ensure his own safety. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed a crooked tree nearby and stealthily approached it, attempting to climb. With only 1 point of strength, even ascending a bed was a struggle, let alone a tree. The tree's sturdy trunk proved difficult to grasp, and after several attempts, he sat down in defeat, gasping for breath. His frail body was truly no match for such endeavors. However, a moment of inspiration struck him as he noticed the long vines at the edge of the rice field, and a cunning plan began to form in his mind. Zhang Xiaofan commanded 5 magnificent roosters to peck through a vine. Afterward, he instructed 1 rooster to grasp one end of the vine and ascend the crooked tree. Once the vine was secured, Zhang Xiaofan climbed up the crooked tree, holding onto the vine. You, go entice a mouse over, he ordered one of the roosters encircling him. The rooster leaped from the tree and strode confidently towards the cluster of mice busy transporting grain. The mice, preoccupied with their task, paid no heed to the rooster's arrival. The rooster aimed for a mouse at the rear of the grain-carrying group and pecked fiercely. With a sharp squeak, the attacked armored mouse retaliated, and the entire group of grain-carrying mice swarmed around. Realizing the peril, the rooster turned and fled. The mice pursued relentlessly. The level 5 armored mice were significantly faster than the rooster. Fortunately, the rooster could fly, flapping its wings to ascend towards the crooked tree where Zhang Xiaofan was situated. The mice gathered around the base of the crooked tree, chattering in frustration, yet they were powerless to act. Zhang Xiaofan broke into a cold sweat. If the mice surrounded him, he would likely be overwhelmed in an instant. After a while, the mice dispersed, their animosity dissipating as they returned to their task in the fields. The attacked armored mouse, however, lingered behind, its small eyes glinting with malice, fixated on the rooster that had pecked it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan urgently commanded the 5 roosters to launch an attack. In an instant, the 5 roosters, as if divine soldiers descending from the heavens, swooped down from the tree, aiming their pecks at the armored mouse below. The armored mouse, undeterred, retaliated against one of the roosters with its biting skill. The rooster, despite suffering a wound to its wing, pressed on, pecking fiercely at the armored mouse without waiting for Zhang Xiaofan's command. The attack from the armored mouse caused the rooster to lose a third of its health, while the rooster's assault only took away a mere 20 points from the armored mouse's health. Collectively, the 5 roosters managed to diminish the armored mouse's health by 100 points, with the armored mouse possessing a total of 500 health points. It became evident that the 5 roosters would need to execute 5 rounds of attacks without any casualties to defeat one armored mouse. In haste, Zhang Xiaofan cast a curse on the armored mouse. Although the reduction in its attack and defense was minimal, it was better than nothing. In a blink, 2 of Zhang Xiaofan's roosters fell to the armored mouse's onslaught, leaving the armored mouse with 2/3 of its health intact. If this continued, it was likely that his roosters would be vanquished before the armored mouse was defeated. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly attempted a contract spell on the armored mouse. Ding! Contract failed. The system's notification surprised Zhang Xiaofan. Despite his full luck and peak mental power, he had been unsuccessful. However, upon reflection, he realized that attempting to contract a creature of higher level was inherently challenging. He tried the contract spell again, but still faced failure. In a short time, only 1 rooster remained, while the armored mouse's health was nearly depleted. Undeterred, Zhang Xiaofan persistently cast the contract spell once more. Ding! Contract successful. The system's voice rang melodiously. It appeared that the success rate of the contract was indeed correlated with the creature's health. Wounded creatures were more susceptible to being contracted, Zhang Xiaofan deduced. With the success of the contract, the remaining rooster ceased its battle with the armored mouse. The ferocity faded from the armored mouse's eyes, forging a peculiar connection between it and Zhang Xiaofan. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xiaofan waited for the armored mouse and the rooster's health to replenish before commanding the rooster to lure another grain-carrying armored mouse. The contracted armored mouse remained hidden behind the tree. Before long, the rooster returned, followed by a swarm of armored mice, fluttering its wings as it ascended to the treetop. Once the armored mice's animosity faded, only the previously pecked armored mouse remained isolated. Zhang Xiaofan commanded his contracted minions to attack. The concealed armored mouse and the rooster at the treetop charged simultaneously, while Zhang Xiaofan cast a curse on the lone armored mouse. Despite losing 4 roosters, the addition of the armored mouse meant that the isolated creature stood no chance, quickly succumbing to the onslaught of Zhang Xiaofan's contracted beasts. Capitalizing on the moment, Zhang Xiaofan initiated the contract spell on the isolated armored mouse. Ding! Contract successful. Indeed, the wounded wild creature was more easily contracted, this time. The spell succeeded on the first attempt, delighting Zhang Xiaofan immensely. Chapter 10. The Armored Mouse King with 2 contracted armored mice at his disposal. The subsequent battles became significantly easier. The same rooster continued to lure enemies, while the 2 contracted armored mice lay in ambush behind the crooked tree. Once the lured armored mouse became isolated, the 2 contracted armored mice and the rooster would swarm and attack, reducing the opponent to critical health. Zhang Xiaofan merely needed to wait for the armored mouse to be weakened before casting the contract spell. After half an hour, Zhang Xiaofan successfully developed 4 contracted armored mice. While the rooster that had been luring enemies, due to fatigue, was ultimately surrounded by the swarm of armored mice and met a heroic demise. With no other choice, Zhang Xiaofan commanded one of the contracted armored mice to take on the role of decoy. The contracted armored mouse boldly approached the grain-carrying mice, launching a biting attack on one mouse at the rear of the group. The attacked armored mouse immediately retaliated, but to Zhang Xiaofan's surprise, none of the other mice intervened to assist their comrade. As the 2 armored mice engaged in a fierce battle, the grain-carrying mice remained indifferent. Could it be that they chose to stand by due to their kinship? Contemplating this, Zhang Xiaofan ordered another contracted armored mouse to assist. 2 contracted armored mice assailed the final armored mouse of a foraging rodent group, yet the horde remained indifferent, preoccupied with transporting food into their burrow. Observing this, Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of joy. The beleaguered armored mouse, facing a 2-on-1 assault, stood no chance and was swiftly reduced to a mere sliver of health. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan employed his contracting technique. A notification chimed. Contract successful. The number of contracted beasts had reached its limit. No further contracts could be initiated. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Xiaofan's ears, indicating that with his 100 points of mental energy, he could only contract 5 beasts. However, this sufficed. Noticing that the rodent horde did not retaliate against his contracted beasts, he commanded all 5 armored mice to jointly attack the last armored mouse at the rear of the group. The odds were 5 to 1. The targeted armored mouse had no hope of survival and was promptly slain within 10 seconds. Another notification chimed. By defeating a higher-level monster, you have gained 50 experience points, 10 copper coins, and 1 armored mouse tooth. The system's voice resounded again, leaving Zhang Xiaofan grinning with delight. The experience gained from defeating the armored mouse surpassed that of slaying the village's rooster by 10-fold. Thus, he realized that by eliminating 20 armored mice, he could achieve a level up. Zhang Xiaofan cheerfully mused that this ascent in levels was not overly arduous. Killing 1 armored mouse in 10 seconds meant that 20 could be dispatched in just over 3 minutes. Another notification chimed. By defeating a higher-level monster, you have gained 50 experience points, 10 copper coins, and 1 armored mouse tooth. The system's voice announced yet again, and in no time, his 5 contracted beasts had slain another armored mouse, causing Zhang Xiaofan's experience bar to rise visibly. He sat contentedly atop a crooked tree, watching his 5 contracted beasts display their prowess as they relentlessly overwhelmed the isolated armored mice, his experience bar ascending at an observable rate. A notification chimed. You have reached level 2. The system's voice echoed once more, prompting Zhang Xiaofan to open his attribute panel, only to discover that aside from the lengthened experience bar required for the next level, all other attributes had remained unchanged. Even the distribution of attribute points, common in other games upon leveling up, was absent. This stark reality underscored the primary reason for the difficulty of leveling in the Coma game. A level 9 player bore the same attributes as a level 1 player, yet the experience gained from defeating the same monsters diminished. The only discernible difference lay in the ability to equip higher-level gear to enhance one's attributes. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaofan was not particularly surprised. News reports over the past year had consistently relayed information about the game, revealing that only upon reaching level 10 would players receive attribute points. Moreover, it was only after gaining these points that one's physical condition in reality could see substantial improvement. This explained why reports indicated that individuals who achieved level 10 could break the 8-second mark in the 100-meter dash or become heavyweight boxing champions. Those who had received attribute points exhibited marked improvements in reality, even if not entirely transformative. However, this reality bore little significance for Zhang Xiaofan, as he could contract higher-level monsters, allowing them to assist him in combat. Thus, his monster-slaying speed remained swift, and he could garner greater experience from defeating higher-level foes. What was there to wait for? Zhang Xiaofan eagerly anticipated reaching level 10, wondering if the allocation of attribute points would enable his comatose body to regain vitality. As Zhang Xiaofan ascended to level 2, the experience gained from slaying armored mice began to dwindle. Nonetheless, it remained substantial compared to that from killing roosters. A notification chimed. By defeating a higher-level monster, you have gained 40 experience points, 10 copper coins, and 1 armored mouse tooth. Now, each armored mouse defeated granted only 40 experience points, while the requirement for leveling from 2 to 3 had surged to a staggering 2,000 points. This meant he would need to vanquish 50 armored mice to achieve the next level. Acceptable enough, the pace of leveling had not slowed significantly. In under 10 minutes, he could ascend once more. Zhang Xiaofan settled in, perched on the crooked tree, observing his contracted beasts vanquish foes, reflecting on his remarkable luck, as he had not yet obtained any equipment after such prolonged slaying of armored mice. This underscored the appallingly low drop rates in the Coma game. An hour later, Zhang Xiaofan successfully reached level 4, during which he had continuously employed the curse technique, inadvertently elevating it by 1 level. Curse technique, level 2, capable of reducing an opponent's attributes by 2. Zhang Xiaofan pondered how high this curse technique could potentially escalate. If it could reach level 100, it would allow for a reduction of 100 in all enemy attributes, rendering it a formidable skill. After attaining level 4, the experience gained from slaying armored mice dwindled to a mere 5 points, whereas the requirement to progress from level 4 to 5 had ominously climbed to 5,000 points. If he were to continue battling armored mice for experience, it would necessitate nearly 3 continuous hours of combat, and his contracted beasts, too, would require rest, extending the time needed. Just as Zhang Xiaofan prepared to return to the village to complete his quest and receive a new one, a resounding shriek erupted from the paddy fields. Zhang Xiaofan glanced up to see a larger armored mouse emerging from its burrow, glaring furiously at the corpses of its fallen kin and the 5 contracted beasts. Hastily, Zhang Xiaofan utilized his identification technique, Armored Mouse King. Level 6 monster. Health, 1000. Skills, Bite, Powerful Strike. The king of the armored mice, drawn by the death of numerous subjects, had come to assess the situation. Chapter 11. The Endurance of the Mouse King. The Armored Mouse King, witnessing the ongoing slaughter of its subordinates at the hands of the 5 contracted beasts, charged forward and unleashed its bite skill upon one of them. Despite the fact that the Iron Armored Mouse King is merely 1 level higher than the ordinary Iron Armored Mouse, it is, after all, a creature of the lordly tier. With a single bite, it instantly dispatched one of Zhang Xiaofan's contract beasts. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback by the ferocity of the Iron Armored Mouse King. The remaining 4 Iron Armored Mice, bound to Zhang Xiaofan, showed no fear as they charged towards the Mouse King, launching a simultaneous assault. The damage inflicted was displayed as the Mouse King sustained a loss of health. However, the combined attacks of the 4 Iron Armored Mice only caused the Mouse King to lose 80 health points, a mere fraction of its colossal 1,000 health points. Enraged, the Mouse King could not believe that its own subjects dared to challenge it. In a fit of fury, it swung its sharp claws and unleashed another skill, Mighty Strike. With a single swipe, it sent 2 of the contracted Iron Armored Mice flying, reducing their health to 0. What infuriated the Mouse King further was that, despite its overwhelming display of power, the remaining 2 still dared to attack, costing it an additional 40 health points. With the cooldown for Mighty Strike still in effect, it resorted to its bite skill, swiftly eliminating one of the Iron Armored Mice. Seeing the dire situation, Zhang Xiaofan immediately summoned his last remaining contracted Iron Armored Mouse back. However, the Mouse King was remarkably swift, catching up to the fleeing creature in an instant, delivering a fatal blow. The Iron Armored Mouse King seemed to sense the presence of someone atop the nearby crooked tree, charging towards Zhang Xiaofan with great haste. Upon reaching the base of the tree, its sharp claws dug into the trunk as it began to ascend. Zhang Xiaofan gasped in alarm. If the Mouse King were to reach him, given his frail constitution, he would surely meet a grim fate. In a moment of desperation, he first cast a curse upon the Iron Armored Mouse King, followed by summoning his contracted beast. The system notifications echoed, curse successful. All attributes of the Mouse King decreased by 2, followed by failure in July. These messages plunged Zhang Xiaofan's heart into despair. Observing the approaching swarm of Iron Armored Mice trailing behind the Mouse King, an idea struck him. He used the contract skill on one of the nearby Iron Armored Mice. Contract successful. As Zhang Xiaofan had leveled up to 4, the success rate for contracting a level 5 ordinary Iron Armored Mouse was exceedingly high. He hastily commanded the newly contracted Iron Armored Mouse to attack the slowly climbing Mouse King. The contracted Iron Armored Mouse leaped and latched onto the Mouse King's tail, which had not yet ascended too high. Furious, the Mouse King turned back, its eyes ablaze with rage. Why were its subjects continuously provoking it? It was utterly intolerable. The Mouse King, disregarding its climb, lunged at the Iron Armored Mouse, biting its tail, falling from the tree in the process. Zhang Xiaofan seized the moment to temporarily evade danger and attempted to use the contract skill on the Mouse King again. Contract failed. Once more, he was unsuccessful, as the Mouse King had already dispatched the newly contracted Iron Armored Mouse and was preparing to resume its ascent. Recognizing the futility of attempting to contract the Mouse King, Zhang Xiaofan pivoted to contract the swarm below. Contract successful. Contract successful. With his level increased to 4, Zhang Xiaofan's success rate in contracting Iron Armored Mice, which were 1 level above him, was astonishingly high, with not a single failure. In a flash, he had successfully contracted 5 Iron Armored Mice once more. Attack it, Zhang Xiaofan commanded, pointing towards the Mouse King. The 5 Iron Armored Mice charged fearlessly, launching an assault upon the Mouse King. Enraged, the Mouse King unleashed its Mighty Strike skill, which had finally cooled down, and with a single swipe, it dispatched 2 of the contracted beasts. With a cold smirk, Zhang Xiaofan used the contract skill again, replenishing his count of contracted beasts to 5. Although the Iron Armored Mice were not a match for the Mouse King, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. As long as Zhang Xiaofan continuously employed the contract skill, there would always be 5 Iron Armored Mice attacking the Mouse King. An hour later, astonishingly, the Mouse King was worn down by the relentless assaults of Zhang Xiaofan's continuously contracted Iron Armored Mice, ultimately collapsing in defeat. Congratulations on defeating a Lord-tier monster beyond your level. Experience gained, 1,000 points. Reward, 1 gold coin. Obtained, 1 iron-armored Mouse King's tooth. The system notifications filled Zhang Xiaofan with elation. To have slain a level 6 Mouse King and received such bountiful rewards was beyond his expectations. He knew that in the game of Coma, acquiring wealth was notoriously difficult. It took 100 copper coins to exchange for a silver coin, and 100 silver coins for a gold coin. Still riding the wave of exhilaration, Zhang Xiaofan thought to himself. Once the swarm of mice dispersed, he slid down from the tree, discovering that the corpse of the Mouse King had also yielded equipment. Approaching the fallen creature, he gathered the dropped items into his backpack and examined them one by one. 10 little recovery pills, instantly restores 100 health points. 10 Gu Yuan pills, instantly restores 100 mana points. Warrior skill book, Mighty Strike, consumes 100 mana points, increases the next attack by 30 attack power, cooldown time, 30 minutes. Agile boots, white, equipment level 5, increases movement speed by 20 points. Mouse King's dagger, green, assassin weapon, equipment level 5, attack power, 50 to 70. Zhang Xiaofan sighed in resignation. Of the items dropped, aside from the pills, only a pair of boots were usable for him, but he still needed to reach level 5. Most frustratingly, these boots were of white quality. In the game of Coma, equipment was categorized by colors from lowest to highest: white, green, blue, orange, purple, divine, super divine. And special equipment, the ghostly artifact. Back to the village, Zhang Xiaofan commanded, as the 5 contracted iron-armored mice encircled him, making their way back to the novice village. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan has reached level 4, with experience points nearing level 5. He believes that upon completing his task, he might just ascend to level 5. Although the task issued by Zhang the blacksmith rewards minimal experience, it is a repeatable quest. As long as he possesses enough iron-armored rat teeth, he can continuously accept and complete the task. Upon returning to the territory of the chicken flock outside the village, Zhang Xiaofan discreetly stored the 5 iron-armored rats in the specialized space for contract beasts, then swaggered back toward the village. Hey, that summoner named 9527. After wandering around the wilderness, remarkably managed to survive. Look at him, still struggling to slay chickens. A warrior remarked to his beautiful priest companion as they observed Zhang Xiaofan striding into the village. Chapter 12. Hidden task. Not only did he survive, but he also leveled up to 4. How short a time has it been? The beautiful priest exclaimed in astonishment. If he could help me level up, I would swiftly reach level 10, gain attribute points, and head to the main city to be with my sister and the others. The male warrior felt a pang of bitterness. He had worked hard to secure a chance to level up with the goddess, only to see her captivated by a lowly player of a mediocre profession. Fortunately, the summoner named 9527 entered the village, vanishing from their sight and causing the young lady to lose her target. Zhang Xiaofan entered the novice village and headed straight for the blacksmith shop. Old blacksmith, I bring you the iron-armored rat teeth you require, he announced to the blacksmith who was busy forging metal, presenting 10 teeth from his backpack. Excellent. With these iron-armored rat teeth, I can surely forge a fine weapon, the blacksmith exclaimed excitedly upon receiving the teeth. Ding. Task from Zhang the blacksmith completed. Experience points, 10, copper coins, 10. The system's voice echoed in his ears. Zhang Xiaofan grimaced. The reward was lamentably low. He promptly accepted the task of collecting iron-armored rat teeth again and handed over another 10 teeth from his backpack. Ding. Task from Zhang the blacksmith completed. Experience points, 10, copper coins, 10. Thus, he continued this repetitive task hundreds of times, accumulating a small fortune in copper coins until he had exhausted all the iron-armored rat teeth in his possession. Ding. You have leveled up to 5. Indeed. After depleting all the iron-armored rat teeth, the experience reward propelled Zhang Xiaofan to level 5. Elated, he equipped the basic agility boots that had dropped, instantly feeling a significant boost in speed, no longer the sluggish figure he had once been. After turning in all his task items, Zhang Xiaofan was about to leave when Zhang the blacksmith called out to him. Young hero, your remarkable talent and strength in hunting so many iron-armored rats impress me. I have a special task I would like you to assist with, should you dare to accept. What task? Zhang Xiaofan inquired, puzzled by the blacksmith's initiative in proposing a task. Could it be the legendary hidden task? Young hero, with these iron-armored rat teeth, I can forge a commendable weapon, but it will not satisfy me entirely. If you could help me procure the teeth of the Rat King, it would be splendid, Zhang the blacksmith expressed with enthusiasm. Ding. Zhang the blacksmith has issued you a unique hidden task, the teeth of the iron-armored Rat King. The system's voice confirmed Zhang Xiaofan's suspicions. Task description: slay the iron-armored Rat King and deliver its teeth to Zhang the blacksmith. Task rewards: 10 gold coins, 1,000 experience points, and a weapon of your class. Will you accept? Zhang Xiaofan was overjoyed. Without a doubt, he accepted. The Rat King's teeth were already in his backpack, and he had not anticipated such fortune. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan accept the task, Zhang the blacksmith nodded with satisfaction and said, "You truly possess a generous heart, young hero. I wish you success in completing this task. No need for well wishes. I have already slain the iron-armored Rat King. Is this what you were looking for?" Zhang Xiaofan grinned as he produced the Rat King's teeth from his backpack. Zhang the blacksmith's face lit up with surprise as he took the teeth, exclaiming, "You are indeed remarkable, young hero. At such a tender age, you have managed to slay the scourge of the fields. I am greatly impressed. Here is your reward. Take it." Ding. Unique hidden task completed. Rewards: 10 gold coins, 1,000 experience points, an orange weapon, no equipment level requirement, bloodthirsty staff, magic attack, 100 to 150. Converts 20 spell damage into health, skill, vitality bomb. Vitality bomb consumes 10 mana points to conjure a magical bomb that attacks the enemy. Holding the bloodthirsty staff, Zhang Xiaofan was exhilarated. He finally had a skill to wield. Although it was a skill innate to the staff itself, it was certainly preferable to merely wielding it to strike at wild creatures. Other professions had their exclusive skills, while Zhang Xiaofan possessed the contract art as a unique skill. It was not an active attack skill, leaving him feeling somewhat lacking. Now that issue was resolved. With his 100 points of mental strength, the spells he could unleash would undoubtedly astonish the heavens and move the spirits. Zhang Xiaofan could hardly contain his excitement to find a wild creature to test his spell attack. Just as he was about to step out of the village to experiment with his vitality bomb skill, Zhang the blacksmith interjected, "Young hero, your strength has reached a considerable stage. The village chief is recruiting warriors to combat bandits. You might consider giving it a try." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan recalled a news story he had seen on television about a citizen named Hu Hansan who had participated in a bandit suppression task and was beheaded by bandits, resulting in his brain death in real life. Uncertain if this was the same task, Zhang Xiaofan murmured to himself as he made his way to the village chief's residence. Upon arriving at the village chief's residence, Zhang Xiaofan discovered a throng of players, all above level 5, encircling the chief and expressing their grievances. "Isn't the bandit extermination quest excessively challenging? It seems utterly impossible to complete," remarked an archer player. "Indeed, the lowest level bandits are humanoid monsters of level 10, which are simply beyond the capabilities of our novice village," echoed a warrior player. "Village chief, we propose that you lower the difficulty of this quest and replace the required items with drops from lesser level monsters. Otherwise, we will be unable to acquire the necessary items," a mage stated assertively to the chief. The mage's words garnered widespread agreement among the players. "Get lost," the village chief suddenly bellowed at the crowd. "You cowardly lot, lacking the courage to face bandits, yet daring to negotiate with me. If anyone makes another sound, do not blame me for having the guards sever your heads." No sooner had the chief spoken than a squad of village guards armed with spears burst in, exuding an intimidating aura that suggested they would strike at the slightest provocation. The players hastily dispersed. An archer player named Chao Shangfei, while pushing his way towards the exit, remarked to his companions, "I told you it was futile. The chief is merely a figurehead and would never alter the quest rules for us players." His companion, however, responded dismissively, "That may not be the case. It is rumored that the intelligence within Shinkong Yoshi is exceedingly high. How could we know without attempting?" Chapter 13. Out of the game, observing the players scattering from the chief's courtyard, Zhang Xiaofan approached calmly. "Village chief, Zhang Tiexin mentioned that you are recruiting brave souls for the bandit extermination mission. I would like to give it a try," he addressed the chief. The fierce demeanor that had characterized the chief's face moments earlier vanished instantly as he praised Zhang Xiaofan. "Excellent, excellent. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Young hero, your willingness to aid the villagers in eliminating bandits is commendable. I wish you success in your endeavor." Ding. The village chief has assigned you the bandit extermination quest. Eliminate 10 bandits stationed at Huangfenggang to gain the chief's approval and unlock subsequent quests. Quest rewards: 1 gold coin, 2,000 experience points. Zhang Xiaofan accepted the quest, although he was somewhat perplexed. The reward seemed rather meager, considering that the monsters involved were bandits of at least level 10. The difficulty was apparent. Yet, why were the players so insistent on undertaking this quest, even gathering en masse to persuade the chief to amend the game rules? As he exited the chief's courtyard, Zhang Xiaofan noticed the archer still dejectedly conversing with his companions. He approached and inquired, "My friend, I just accepted the bandit extermination task, but the rewards are not substantial. Why does everyone insist on taking this quest? Surely, we could gain experience by slaying other monsters." The archer, noticing Zhang Xiaofan's choice of the seemingly inconsequential summoner class, regarded him with a hint of disdain and replied, "What do you know? We are not undertaking this quest for the paltry rewards. It is about earning the chief's recognition." Observing Zhang Xiaofan's continued confusion, the archer, unwilling to waste further breath, gestured for him to leave. Zhang Xiaofan, undeterred, produced a silver coin from his pocket and offered it, saying, "My friend, I genuinely do not understand. If you can clarify this for me, consider this silver coin as payment." The archer, seizing the coin, grinned and replied, "I did not expect you to be quite generous. I misjudged you, my friend." The acquisition of currency in Shinkong Yoshi was notoriously challenging, and a single silver coin could purchase numerous health-restoring potions at the shop, making it hard for the archer to refuse. Indeed, the rewards for the bandit quest were modest, but to access subsequent quests, it was essential to complete it and gain the chief's approval. The archer elaborated. Only by earning the chief's recognition and completing subsequent quests can one obtain the certificate to leave the village upon reaching level 10, allowing entry to the main city. Otherwise, even if you attain level 10, if you have not reached the main city, you will not receive any attribute points, and your real-life capabilities will remain unaffected. Another companion of the archer chimed in. This information has been disclosed by those who have reached level 10 and arrived at the main city. It is well known. Zhang Xiaofan, enlightened, responded, "I do not closely follow the news, so I am not well informed. May I ask what the subsequent quests entail?" Just as the archer was about to answer, his companion quickly interjected, "That's another piece of information. If you wish to know, you must pay." Zhang Xiaofan turned to leave, thinking it absurd to pay for information he would uncover upon completing the bandit quest. Besides, since it had already been revealed in the news, it was hardly a secret. Asking for payment was preposterous. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan walk away, the archer felt somewhat embarrassed. He had earned a silver coin with just a few words, but had yet to fully address the man's questions. He was about to call out to Zhang Xiaofan, but his companion, envious, firmly held him back, insisting that without payment, they would not divulge anything. He is so wealthy. Why not ask for another silver coin? Unfazed by the two, Zhang Xiaofan prepared to leave the village for Huangfenggang when he noticed a beautiful priestess approaching eagerly. It was the same priestess he had encountered when first leaving the village, accompanied by a male warrior. The priestess, with the nickname Yanyu Jiangnan, rushed towards him, while the male warrior bore the nickname Zui Hongchun. 9527, "I finally found you," Yanyu Jiangnan shouted as she ran towards Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan, bewildered, thought, "Who is this? Do I know her?" Just then, the system's prompt echoed. "Game time has reached 8 hours. You will automatically log off in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zhang Xiaofan's vision darkened as his consciousness exited the game. In the game, Yanyu Jiangnan had just reached Zhang Xiaofan when she witnessed him vanish before her eyes. How infuriating, to log off just like that, Yanyu Jiangnan exclaimed. "Miss, perhaps this 9527 is intentionally avoiding you, reluctant to assist with your upgrades," Zui Hongchun suggested as she approached Yanyu Jiangnan. A glimmer of delight in her eyes, for such remarks meant she could spend more time with the young lady, albeit only within the confines of the game. "Nonsense. He has no idea what I intend to do. Perhaps he was forced offline due to time restrictions," Yanyu Jiangnan retorted. "I shall wait here for him to log back in, and I will implore him to assist with my upgrades, if necessary. I can offer him some monetary compensation in reality." Zui Hongchun, feeling helpless, decided to stay by Yanyu Jiangnan's side, fretting in silence. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofan found himself in a hospital room after logging off. The room was sparsely populated with several patients in comas, devoid of family members. Wu Man and I was also absent. Zhang Xiaofan had grown accustomed to her fleeting appearances, as the scheming woman only graced the room when her parents brought money. Otherwise, she never lingered. Bored out of his mind, Zhang Xiaofan longed to return to the game, where the enchanting world and exhilarating monster hunting adventures awaited him, but alas, the game permitted only 8 hours of play each day. Feeling utterly bored, his soul began to drift, having lain in the hospital for 5 years. Growing weary of the monotony, just as he was preparing to explore the hospital in his astral form, he was suddenly struck by a startling realization. He could still sense the Beastmaster's domain from the game. How could this be possible? Zhang Xiaofan, filled with disbelief, felt the presence of the 5 iron-armored mice within the space. Unfazed by the reality of the situation, he decided to test his newfound discovery. With a flick of his mind, a black rift appeared in the air, and one of the iron-armored mice leapt through it, landing within the hospital room. A mysterious connection still bound Zhang Xiaofan to the mouse, granting him a sense of total control. Elated, he commanded the iron-armored mouse to leap about the room, joyfully bouncing from one bed to another. Chapter 14. The rampaging mouse. It seemed he could indeed bring creatures from the game into reality. Zhang Xiaofan settled his thoughts. Pondering a pressing question, the game had been in development for a year, yet he had never heard of anyone managing to extract items from it. Though the game was shrouded in mystery and capable of altering human physical conditions in reality, his situation felt excessively far-fetched. The iron-armored mouse had only grown larger since entering the real world, resembling an oversized rat. With another flick of his consciousness, multiple rifts opened in the air, and the iron-armored mouse swiftly darted into one, vanishing from the room. At that moment, the The door swung open, and his father, Zhang Xiaofan, entered. His expression steeped in profound sorrow. He approached Zhang Xiaofan's bed, gazing down at his son with a face full of longing. In this state of astral projection, Zhang Xiaofan could see his father, yet his father remained oblivious to his presence. "My son, when will you awaken?" Zhang Xiaofan murmured. "This family can no longer endure." Zhang Xiaofan felt a pang of anguish. His 5-year slumber had burdened his already struggling family further, compounded by Wu Man and I, the leech who drained his parents' resources. The dire state of their household was evident. Regrettably, while he could wander in spirit, his physical form remained a mere vegetable, unable to offer any assistance. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door was kicked open. A burly man, his face adorned with a scar and brimming with anger, strode in, flanked by 2 lackeys. "So, you old fool, hiding out here, causing me no end of trouble." The scarred man berated Zhang Xiaofan. "When will you repay the money you owe me?" To Zhang Xiaofan's calm demeanor, he replied, "Apologies, brother Hu, but I cannot repay you." "Cannot repay? So, my 50,000 is just gone then?" Brother Hu sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. "Do you think I can't do anything about you, playing dead like this?" A flicker of anger crossed Zhang Xiaofan's face as he retorted, "You are not even a legitimate loan shark. I borrowed 10,000 from you, and in 2 years, it has ballooned to 50,000. This is usury." "Of course," Brother Hu shouted. "With your pitiful situation, what legitimate company would dare lend you money?" Zhang Xiaofan deflated. "Admitting, you know my family's circumstances, I cannot repay. I have only this life left. If you force me further, I will leap from this window and end it all." Brother Hu paused, letting out a weary sigh. "Listen, old Zhang, running a business isn't easy for me either. I have many brothers to support. You're making this quite difficult." Zhang Xiaofan stood silently by the window, refusing to respond. "Do not think you can intimidate me like this." Brother Hu, equally furious, declared, "Your death does not matter. Debts must be repaid. If you cannot repay, then your wife and son must. If they cannot, I have my methods. I will ensure your comatose son meets his end. After all, he is merely wasting air." A passing nurse overheard the commotion and entered, scolding Brother Hu and his companions. "What are you yelling about? This is a hospital, not a marketplace. Take your quarrel outside. You are disturbing the patients." One of Brother Hu's lackeys smirked. "Miss, are you joking? These comatose patients would welcome a disturbance if it meant waking up." The nurse's face flushed with anger, but she found herself at a loss for words, her gaze fixed on Brother Hu. Unfazed by her fury, Brother Hu observed Zhang Xiaofan, who had seemingly abandoned any thoughts of despair, and said, "Old Zhang, you still have not reached the end of your rope. You still own a property, do you not?" Zhang Xiaofan suddenly realized that Hu Gu's willingness to lend him money was merely a ploy to seize his house. There was no way he could allow this. He bellowed in anger, "If I sell the house, my wife will end up on the streets, and if my son wakes up, he will have nowhere to stay. How can you expect them to survive? Don't blame me for being ruthless." With a mere glance from Hu Gu, a henchman approached Zhang Xiaofan's hospital bed, feigning an intent to disconnect his life support monitor. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. Everything he had done was for his son. If anything were to happen to his boy, what use would the house be? "Stop." He rushed forward to prevent the henchman, exclaiming, "I agree." A smirk of triumph crossed Hu Ji's face. He certainly wouldn't dare to actually harm Zhang Xiaofan, for even killing a vegetative person carried legal consequences. However, using Zhang Xiaofan to intimidate his father was an effective tactic. In a state of spiritual unrest, Zhang Xiaofan could no longer contain his fury. Consuming the memories of countless individuals, he was no longer the naive youth he once was. He had traversed the experiences of others and understood that mercy toward one's enemies is cruelty to oneself. With this thought, he summoned his will, and a spatial rift appeared in the corner of the room, from which 5 armored rats sprang forth silently, landing on the ground without disturbing anyone present. "Exactly," Hu Gu said smugly to Zhang Xiaofan. "Selling the house will not only clear your debt of 500,000, but might even leave you with 100 or 80 to enjoy a decent meal." Zhang Xiaofan's face turned ashen, speechless, and at a loss. "Kill him," Zhang Xiaofan commanded the armored rats telepathically. Proudly, Hu Gu pulled out a contract he had prepared in advance and said to Zhang Xiaofan, "Old Zhang, sign here and put your thumbprint. Your debt will be erased." No sooner had Hu Gu finished speaking than the 5 shadows lunged forward, attacking Hu Ji's massive head with a flurry of bites. "It hurts. What the hell is this? Help!" Hu Gu cried out in distress. The 2 henchmen, upon witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "What a huge rat." The 5 enormous rats had already left Hu Gu's face drenched in blood, with some even burrowing into his clothes. In no time, his pristine white shirt was stained with large patches resembling plum blossoms. The nurse, terrified, let out a shriek, instinctively covering her eyes and daring not to look further. The 2 henchmen rushed over, grabbing a chair from the floor and swinging it at the gigantic rat on Hu Gu's head. With a crack, the chair shattered, and the man fell. Chapter 15. Synchronistic growth. The henchman, holding the chair, stood frozen, quickly explaining to his companion, Mao. You must testify that I was aiming for the rat. I had no intention of harming Hugo. Mao was equally bewildered. But seeing the rat still gnawing at the unconscious Hugo, he had no time to ponder, urging his companion, let's deal with these rats first. They approached, attempting to remove Hu Ji's clothing to drive out the rodents that had infiltrated. However, they were horrified to see that the rats had gnawed a gaping hole in Hu Ji's chest, and his still beating heart was being consumed. Stunned, they could hardly believe that the once lively Hugo had been killed in an instant by a mere group of rats. The nurse behind them, witnessing the gruesome scene, collapsed to the ground in shock. Call the police. The usually arrogant henchman now shared the same thought. Hello, 110? I want to report a huge rat at Nanshan Hospital. Mao frantically dialed the emergency number. This is not a police matter. Please contact the health department for your report, came the voice from the 110 command center. Mao paused, realizing his explanation may have lacked clarity, and replied urgently, No, officer, the rats are attacking people. Please call the fire department for assistance. The operator's voice began to grow cold, suspecting a prank. They have already killed someone. If you don't come, the rats will escape. Mao added hastily. Comrade, you are interfering with normal emergency reporting and occupying urgent rescue resources. We warn you that further offenses may lead to detention for 5 to 10 days. Along with a fine of up to 500 yuan, the operator concluded before abruptly hanging up. Mao stood there, bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. His companion, witnessing this, made another attempt to call for help, while the nurse, having recovered somewhat, turned to summon her colleagues. Zhang Xiaofan, however, could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at the lifeless Hugo, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. Was this what they referred to as poetic justice? With a flick of his thought, the 5 armored rats swiftly scurried under the bed, the Beastmaster space already opened. Once they entered, the dark rift vanished instantly. Zhang Xiaofan, in his ethereal form, suddenly spotted a shadowy figure emerging from Hugo's lifeless head. His soul, the spirit of Hugo, floated aimlessly, on the verge of dissipating. Zhang Xiaofan smirked and, in an instant, lunged forward, seizing Hu Ji's soul and swallowing it whole. An indescribable sense of fulfillment washed over him, bringing joy to his spirit. Simultaneously, fragments of Hugo's memories merged into Zhang Xiaofan, revealing the depths of Hu Ji's depravity. Truly, he had met a fitting end. After numerous calls to the authorities, the police finally believed this absurdity and dispatched officers to Nanshan Hospital's plant department, room 302. Upon entering, the policemen were profoundly shaken by the horrific scene that lay before them. On the ground lay Hugo, his visage utterly transformed, with a gaping wound in his chest resembling the ravages of a colossal beast. Blood flowed like a river, and remnants of flesh were scattered all around. Could this have been the work of mice? The police could not help but inquire with the individuals present in the room. The 4 eyewitnesses nodded affirmatively, leaving the officers utterly dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? Although a homicide had occurred, the assailants were merely a few mice, which had vanished without a trace, rendering the unfortunate demise a stroke of bad luck for the deceased. Zhang Xiaofan observed his father, who seemed to exhale a long-held breath of relief, his heart heavy with concern. He silently resolved to level up to level 10 in the game as swiftly as possible, to gain attribute points that would awaken his physical form in reality, thereby allowing his parents to live a better life, ensuring they would no longer endure such exhausting circumstances. The incident surrounding Hu Ji's demise was soon laid to rest. Numerous eyewitnesses confirmed that he had been killed by mice, and among them were Hu Ji's own subordinates, solidifying the incident's classification as an unfortunate accident. Zhang Xiaofan's spirit drifted aimlessly within the confines of the hospital. His current level of spiritual energy permitted him to roam only within a limited area of the hospital. Exceeding this boundary would leave him feeling powerless, as if his very essence might dissipate. However, he noticed one intriguing detail. Since devouring Hu Ji's soul, his range of activity had somewhat expanded, though he remained uncertain if his character's spiritual points had increased within the game. Soon, it was time to log into the game. Anxious to escape his boredom, Zhang Xiaofan eagerly entered the game, and in a flash of white light, his consciousness materialized within the novice village. Upon logging in, he witnessed another player gradually fading before him, a sign of exiting the game. It was the enchanting priestess known as Yan Yu Jiangnan. The beautiful priestess, upon spotting Zhang Xiaofan, hurriedly called out, "Wait for me," before disappearing entirely and logging off. Puzzled, Zhang Xiaofan scratched his head, pondering whether they were acquainted enough for her to ask him to wait. With that thought, he set off towards the village outskirts, armed with the bloodthirsty staff, which granted him attack skills. Along with his exceptional spiritual prowess, he was eager to test his capabilities against monsters. As he walked, he accessed his attribute panel for review. Name, 9527 class. Contract Master, hidden class. Strength, 1. Attack power 10. Constitution, 1. Health 10. Agility, 1. Effects hit rate, evasion, speed 10. Spirit, 120. Magical attack 10. Contract Masters can contract one servant for every 20 points of spirit. Success rate influenced by spirit. Luck, 10. Effects item drop rates. Success rates of contracting servants. Skills, contract art, special skill, non-upgradable. Curse level 2, casts a curse on enemies, reducing 2 of their attributes. Vital energy ball, consumes 10 mana. Conjures a magical energy ball to attack enemies. Weapon S inherent skill. Inventory, 10 slots. Each slot can stack similar items. Weapon, bloodthirsty staff, orange weapon. No level requirement. Magical attack 100 to 150. Converts 20 magical damage into health. Includes skill vital energy ball. Apparel, tattered robe. White gear, defense 1, somewhat drafty. Agility boots. White gear, increases movement speed by 11. Money, 17 copper coins, 56 silver, 45 copper coins. Zhang Xiaofan was delighted to discover that after consuming Hu Ji's soul, in reality, his spirit points in the game had also increased in tandem. Originally at 100 points, they had risen to 120. Chapter 16, A Web of Doubts. This astonishing revelation filled Zhang Xiaofan with joy. Although game characters do not grant attribute points until level 10, he could consume souls in reality to augment his attributes in the game. Compared to other players, this was akin to cheating. An increase of 20 points in spirit meant he could now contract an additional beast. If he continued to devour souls in reality, he could assemble an army of contracted beasts. Zhang Xiaofan reveled in this newfound potential, thinking to himself that with such changes, he needed no other means of advancement. Exiting the village, he beheld a vast flock of chickens. With the bloodthirsty staff in hand, he unleashed a vital energy ball at a rooster pecking at the ground. With a resounding boom, the rooster fell instantly. Under Zhang Xiaofan's extraordinary spiritual influence, the spell's power reached terrifying heights, dispatching a level 1 rooster in an instant. Ding! Gained 1 experience point. Now at level 5, Zhang Xiaofan could only forcibly obtain 1 point of experience from the chicken, without any copper coins to show for it. He was quite pleased as he strode towards Huang Feng Gang in the north of the village, where the village elder's task of eradicating bandits awaited him. With the agility boots enhancing his speed, Zhang Xiaofan moved swiftly. After leaving the vicinity of the village, he summoned 5 iron-armored mice from his beast control space. Though his attack power was impressive, his defense was nearly non-existent. A careless encounter with other wild creatures could lead to his untimely demise. The presence of the iron-armored mice would at least provide some measure of safety. Traversing through a bamboo grove, Zhang Xiaofan encountered a magnificent river blocking his path. Approaching the riverbank, he noticed a marker that read, Lusha River. I wonder if Sha Hashang is in this river, Zhang Xiaofan mused inwardly. Looking around, he spotted a small boat moored nearby, where an elderly man clad in a straw raincoat was fishing with a rod. Zhang Xiaofan approached, employing his identification technique to scrutinize the old man. The ferryman. For a certain sum of gold, players may traverse the river by boat. Observing this, Zhang Xiaofan addressed the elder. Old sir, could you ferry me across? The ferryman, without turning, responded, 17 gold coins, and I shall take you. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. Did this old man possess some kind of clairvoyance? He only had 17 gold coins in his backpack, just enough to cover a single fare, which he found exceedingly pricey. Sensing Zhang Xiaofan's hesitation, the ferryman continued, Young man, this river of quicksand is teeming with monsters. Without my small boat, you shall not cross. With no alternative, Zhang Xiaofan reluctantly handed over the 17 gold coins to the ferryman. After receiving the payment, the ferryman stowed his fishing rod and allowed Zhang Xiaofan to board the boat. He then proceeded to the stern, rowing towards the opposite bank. As Zhang Xiaofan gazed into the river, he observed numerous grotesque fish swimming, yet none approached the small vessel. He activated his identification technique on the monstrous fish. Piranha, level 7, a gregarious captive creature, attack power 100 to 120. Should one fall into the water, they will undoubtedly suffer a frenzied assault from the piranhas. Captive creatures? Zhang Xiaofan pondered, bewildered as to who might be rearing such a multitude of piranhas. He raised his hand, unleashing a spirit bomb at the fish. With a resounding crash, the attack struck a piranha that was relatively close to the boat, and the words 1000 appeared above its head before it flipped over, lifeless. The level 7 piranha was instantaneously annihilated by Zhang Xiaofan's spirit bomb. With his mental strength at 120 points, his magical attack amounted to 1200 points, supplemented by the bloodthirsty staff's additional damage, sufficient to obliterate a piranha with 1000 hit points. Even with level suppression, the piranha could not escape its fate. A notification chimed. You have slain a piranha beyond your level. earning 100 experience points and 20 copper coins. The system's voice prompted Zhang Xiaofan to raise his hand once more, ready to attack the piranhas again. While on the boat, the piranhas would not attack, and he could easily dispatch them for considerable experience points. This was indeed an ideal location for leveling up. Zhang Xiaofan marveled at the value of the 17 gold coins spent. Stop! Just as Zhang Xiaofan prepared to assault the piranhas again, he was abruptly interrupted by the ferryman. What do you think you are doing? Who gave you permission to attack the creatures of the river? Do you not realize how perilous this is? The ferryman sternly chastised Zhang Xiaofan. I do not sense any danger. Why can I not attack? Zhang Xiaofan queried, perplexed. If you strike at the creatures of the river again, I shall toss you overboard. I have no desire to offend the river god, the ferryman warned harshly. A flicker of doubt crossed Zhang Xiaofan's eyes, yet he ceased his attacks. The piranhas in the river were classified as captive creatures, and the ferryman had strictly forbidden players from attacking them. Was there a correlation? Zhang Xiaofan pondered. His gaze towards the ferryman filled with suspicion. Noticing that Zhang Xiaofan had halted his assault, the ferryman snorted disdainfully and resumed rowing, swiftly delivering Zhang Xiaofan to the opposite bank. If you manage to return alive, simply call for me here, and I will come to fetch you. Take care, the ferryman coldly stated before preparing to depart. Zhang Xiaofan, puzzled, inquired, do you know why I have come here? Is it not obvious? What else could you possibly be doing here but to eliminate bandits? The ferryman scoffed. You do not even possess suitable attire, yet you dare confront bandits. You are a foolhardy young lad. The ferryman regarded Zhang Xiaofan as if he were a lost soul, and without further ado, he paddled back across the river. Zhang Xiaofan's confusion deepened. He had absorbed multiple souls, inheriting much of their memories, and his temperament was far from that of a mere 20-something. His mind was sharp and cunning, and through a series of doubts, he had begun to suspect there was a plot at play. On second thought, it was merely a game, why dwell on it? His priority was to level up to 10, acquire attribute points, and restore his comatose physical body in reality. Resolving this, Zhang Xiaofan hurried towards Huangfeng Gang, accompanied by 5 iron-armored mice. Upon arrival, Zhang Xiaofan noted the absence of formidable wild monsters surrounding Huangfeng Gang, which left him somewhat perplexed. Shortly thereafter, the system announced, Ding, you have entered the territory of the Huangfeng Gang bandits. Zhang Xiaofan surveyed the area, spotting a cluster of stone houses not far off, enclosed by a fence, with 2 patrolling bandits stealthily peering through a window of one of the stone houses. Chapter 17. Bandit Sentinel. Zhang Xiaofan was unaware of what the 2 bandits were observing, nor did he care much. He sought a concealed spot to hide, and commanded 1 iron-armored mouse to lure the enemies. The iron-armored mouse, advancing through the fence, sank its teeth into one of the bandits' rear. Such humanoid wild monsters typically possessed higher intelligence and formidable attack power. Startled by the sudden bite, the bandit turned around, cursing, where did this filthy rat come from? It dares to bite me. It seeks death. The bandit drew a long machete from behind and swung it at the iron-armored mouse. With a crack, the iron-armored mouse was cleaved in 2, meeting its demise. Zhang Xiaofan, watching from a distance, thought to himself how ferocious. The level 5 iron-armored mouse was no match for the bandit. This was to be expected, for the attacking bandit was a level 10 wild monster, 5 levels above the iron-armored mouse, rendering it incapable of even breaking through the mouse's defenses due to level suppression. Zhang Xiaofan felt a pang of regret. He had underestimated the situation and should have contracted higher-level wild monsters for the bandit elimination. This iron-armored mouse seemed incapable of even serving as bait. Just as Zhang Xiaofan was at a loss, a loud shout emanated from within the stone house where the 2 bandits were spying. Who is outside? 2 peeping bandits hurriedly turned to leave the fence, yet they were a step too late and were caught by a robust bandit emerging from the stone house. You audacious little rascals dare to spy on your sister-in-law while she bathes? Today, I shall break your legs. The muscular bandit bellowed, lunging forward in a swift motion, swinging his iron fist at the 2 voyeurs. With a resounding thud, one of the peeping bandits was sent flying. Captain, spare us. We did not mean to intrude. One bandit cried out, witnessing his companion being struck down. Did you not mean to peep? Was someone holding a knife to your throat? The bandit captain roared, advancing towards the frightened bandit. Sensing danger, the bandit turned to flee, shouting, Captain, please let me go. I promise I won't do it again. Our brothers haven't seen a woman in ages, and when sister-in-law unexpectedly visited, we merely wanted to catch a glimpse. Who would have thought she would be bathing? Silence. The bandit captain, noticing the gathering crowd of onlookers, seethed with rage. He chased after the fleeing bandit, delivering a vengeful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Infuriated by his comrade's indiscretion that brought him shame, the captain struck with such force that the bandit's skin was left bloodied. Had he been slightly more ruthless, he might have killed the bandit on the spot. The vanquished bandit collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Coincidentally, he landed near the hiding place of Zhang Xiaofan. What are you staring at? Get the hell out of here. The bandit captain shouted before retreating into his stone house to tend to his wife. Zhang Xiaofan was left in disbelief. Were these truly wild monsters? Were they characters from a game? They exhibited such vivid humanity, even resorting to spying on another's wife while bathing. Zhang Xiaofan cast an appraisal spell on the unconscious bandit. Bandit Sentinel Notorious, level 10 humanoid wild monster. Possessing a high intellect. Attack, 200 to 220 defense, 100 to 150 status, severely injured and unconscious. Observing the Sentinel's attributes, Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying stats. He wondered how players had completed quests at level 10, knowing that prior to that, they had received no attribute points. This meant that before reaching level 10, a level 9 player possessed the same attributes as a level 1 player, with the only distinction being the ability to equip higher level gear. Looking at the unconscious Sentinel before him, Zhang Xiaofan felt fortunate. Was this not a contract beast delivered right to his door? With this thought, he immediately used the contract spell on the Sentinel. Ding! Contract successful, echoed the system's voice. Despite the Sentinel being 5 levels higher than Zhang Xiaofan and thus subject to level suppression, the Sentinel was both gravely injured and unconscious, allowing Zhang Xiaofan to succeed effortlessly. He retrieved a small healing elixir from his storage bag and placed it in the Sentinel's mouth, instantly restoring 100 hit points and waking the Sentinel from his stupor. Zhang Xiaofan instructed the Sentinel to recover, but just then, the bandit who had been injured by the captain staggered over. "Notorious, are you alright?" The approaching bandit asked with concern. "The captain is being petty. It's not as if we assaulted his wife, just a mere glimpse while she bathed. Is it necessary to beat us like this?" Zhang Xiaofan, hidden nearby, could not contain his laughter at such brazen words from the game's bandits. "Who is there?" The approaching bandit, alerted by the laughter, called out loudly towards Zhang Xiaofan's hiding spot. "Get him! Attack!" Without responding, Zhang Xiaofan remained hidden behind a tree, issuing an attack command to his remaining 4 iron-armored mice. The 4 mice surged forward, launching their biting skills at the approaching bandit. Although the bandit was severely injured, he was still not to be trifled with by these level 5 mice. He swiftly drew his large cleaver and engaged the mice in combat. Far from the bandit's main camp, Zhang Xiaofan felt no fear of attracting attention from other bandits. He stepped out from behind the tree to observe the battle between the iron-armored mice and the bandit. The bandit's attack power was significantly diminished due to his injuries, yet he still managed to dispatch the mice with a few swift strokes of his blade. Zhang Xiaofan quickly launched a chi blast, striking the already wounded bandit and causing him to stagger back as damage numbers floated above his head. Level suppression, Zhang Xiaofan realized, attributing the minimal damage to his own mental power enhancement. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the bandit turned to flee, as he had little health remaining. If Zhang Xiaofan unleashed another chi blast, it would certainly spell his demise. Zhang Xiaofan, witnessing the bandit's retreat, hastily initiated the contract spell. Ding! Contract successful. The system chimed as the fleeing bandit turned and approached Zhang Xiaofan, respectfully stating, "I am willing to serve you, my master." Zhang Xiaofan checked the attributes of the newly contracted bandit, finding them identical to those of Notorious. Thus, although the 5 iron-armored mice had perished, he had successfully captured 2 bandit sentinels. Once the 2 sentinels fully recovered, he planned to train them to serve him. With his current mental power, he could still contract for more bandits. He eagerly anticipated seeing what the bandit captain's wife looked like. Chapter 18. Contracting bandits. As soon as the 2 contracted bandit sentinels fully recovered, Zhang Xiaofan commanded them to lure another bandit over. The bandit Notorious and Demao immediately accepted their orders and swaggered towards the bandit camp. Their arrival was met with derision from a group of bandits. One bandit guard jeered at Notorious, saying, "Notorious, you have quite the audacity. The captain's anger hasn't subsided yet, and you dare return? Aren't you afraid he'll come out and beat you again?" Notorious chuckled mischievously and approached the bandit guard, saying, "Go Shang, although we were beaten by the captain, we had the fortune of witnessing your sister-in-law bathing. A worthwhile trade-off, wouldn't you agree?" The bandit guard, Go Shang, perked up and whispered, "Notorious, do tell me. Is your sister-in-law ample in her proportions?" Notorious glanced around and replied quietly, "There are too many years here. Let us find a more secluded spot so I can elaborate. Just don't let it slip to the captain or I will be in trouble." Go Shang eagerly agreed, and the 3 bandits linked arms as they made their way toward Zhang Xiaofan's hiding place. Observing the approaching bandit guard, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly cast an identification spell. The result revealed, bandit guard, level 11 wild monster. Attack, 220 to 250 defense, 120 to 170. This entity was a higher level than the bandit sentries, with both attack and defense surpassing them. Just as the bandit guard was about to urge Notorious for more details about his sister-in-law's physique, he caught sight of a figure emerging from behind a nearby tree, Zhang Xiaofan. The bandit guard immediately drew his long knife and shouted angrily, "Who dares to trespass in our Huangfeng gang?" You shall pay the price. Zhang Xiaofan understood that this was an aggressive wild monster. Without hesitation, he cast a contract spell. The notification chimed. Contract failed. Zhang Xiaofan was not surprised. After all, there existed a level disparity, making failure quite normal. The bandit guard sensed Zhang Xiaofan's attempt at a contract, perceiving it as a grave affront. Enraged, he swung his long knife at Zhang Xiaofan. In response, Zhang Xiaofan quickly activated the attack skill from his bloodthirsty staff, launching a vital energy ball at the bandit guard. A bright red damage number of 300 appeared above the bandit guard's head. The attack had caused nearly 1/6 of the bandit guard's health to deplete. This was an acceptable outcome, given the level disparity and the fact that he was facing a humanoid wild monster. Inflicting 300 points of damage exceeded Zhang Xiaofan's expectations. He recalled a news segment he had seen on the hospital television about an exceptionally powerful level 8 warrior who, during a bandit extermination mission, could only inflict a few dozen points of damage on the bandits. The bandit guard, shocked by Zhang Xiaofan's formidable power, quickly called out to Niu Air and Demao. This is getting serious. Let's attack together. Niu Air and Demao exchanged glances and grinned sinisterly, replying, You shall perish. With that, they lunged at the bandit guard from behind, raising their blades to strike. The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed as both bandit sentries landed their attacks on the bandit guard's back, nearly halving his health. In disbelief, the bandit guard turned and exclaimed, What are you two doing? Improperly. Why are you hitting me? Demao coldly retorted, That is precisely our intention. With that, he and Niu Air struck again. The bandit guard desperately attempted to parry their blows, but his body was already severely injured, making it difficult to maintain his stance. One of Demao's strikes knocked the weapon from his hands, and Niu Air's blade soon followed, leaving a deep gash on the bandit guard's chest. Why? The bandit guard asked incredulously. Because he is our master. Anyone who seeks to harm our master shall be cut down, Niu Air declared solemnly. At this point, the bandit guard's health was low, prompting Zhang Xiaofan to launch another vital energy ball, causing an additional 300 points of damage. In a flash, the bandit's health was nearly depleted. Zhang Xiaofan promptly initiated the contract spell. The notification chimed. Contract successful. Niu Air and Demao ceased their assault on the bandit guard, who, now bound by the contract, knelt before Zhang Xiaofan in submission. Zhang Xiaofan casually produced a small healing pill and handed it to the guard to aid in his recovery. Once the bandit guard had fully healed, Zhang Xiaofan commanded Niu Air and Demao to lure in more foes. Their methods were remarkably straightforward yet effective, using the allure of the bandit leader's wife as bait to draw in eager, solitary bandits. Following the same strategy, they would collectively assault the entrapped bandits, reducing them to critical health before Zhang Xiaofan activated the contract spell. In no time, he successfully contracted 6 bandits, 2 bandit sentries, 3 bandit guards, and 1 bandit leader. Bandit leader, level 12 humanoid wild monster. Attack, 250 to 280 defense, 140 to 190. The bandit leader was a more formidable presence than the bandit guards, yet he could not withstand the onslaught led by Zhang Xiaofan and his 5 contracted bandits, ultimately becoming Zhang Xiaofan's contracted beast. After securing 6 bandits, Zhang Xiaofan prepared to engage further, but was suddenly interrupted by a cacophony from outside Huangfeng Gang. Turning to look, he saw hundreds of players approaching in a boisterous throng, openly making their way toward Huangfeng Gang. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, Zhang Xiaofan concentrated and withdrew the 6 contracted bandits into a dedicated spiritual space. Hey, you must be another player here for the bandit extermination mission, right? A warrior clad in golden armor, seemingly the leader of the group, inquired of Zhang Xiaofan, who stood beside a giant tree. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaofan nod, the warrior addressed him once more, suggesting, Why not join us? The Shinkong game is unlike any other. In this realm, death signifies the end of life in reality. Therefore, we players must unite and assist one another to minimize danger. Zhang Xiaofan wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the truth in the words of the warrior known as Batian Quangzhan. This was precisely why few ventured into the Shinkong game. No one wished to jeopardize their lives for the sake of a game. Just as Zhang Xiaofan was about to accept the offer, a male assassin named Batian Jinka, standing beside Batian Quangzhan, interjected, Boss, we are here to complete the bandit extermination mission, not to show compassion. The opponent is merely a level 5 summoner, a worthless class that will only hinder our progress. Batian Jinka's remarks caused Batian Quangzhan to hesitate. In the Shinkong game, the summoner class was notoriously weak, particularly in the initial stages, lacking any combat prowess. Observing this, Zhang Xiaofan smirked. He had no intention of ingratiating himself with this group and replied, I appreciate your kindness, but I would prefer not to burden you. Let us each pursue our own paths. At least you are perceptive, Batian Jinka retorted disdainfully. Batian Quangzhan made no further attempts to persuade him. Understanding that anyone who could independently participate in a bandit extermination mission must possess exceptional skills, yet he would not let an outsider sway his comrades' opinions. With this thought, Batian Quanzhan led a substantial contingent of players directly toward the bandit encampment not far away. He had prepared meticulously for this mission, having amassed over 100 sets of blue defensive gear solely to withstand the bandits' assaults. Zhang Xiaofan, however, remained patient, choosing to observe how these players engaged in battle. With a gesture, Batian Quanzhan summoned 100 warriors clad in rhinoceros armor, obtained from level 8 swamp rhinos. This armor granted the warriors exceptional defensive capabilities and activated a damage reduction attribute, mitigating 10 points of physical damage. To lead his subordinates in successfully completing the bandit extermination task, Batian Quanzhan had tirelessly farmed the swamp rhinos for over 6 months to gather these sets. He was determined to succeed. The warriors adorned in rhinoceros armor formed an impregnable wall, tasked with blocking the bandit assault and preventing any from breaching their ranks and disrupting their attack rhythm. Batian Quanzhan then signaled again, and hundreds of archers behind him knocked their arrows, aiming at the bandit encampment ahead. Meanwhile, a portion of the mage players began chanting incantations to cast their initial spell. Fireball! Attack! Batian Quanzhan commanded. In an instant, hundreds of fireballs soared toward the bandit camp, resembling a meteor shower of forbidden magic. The camp was immediately thrown into disarray by the onslaught of fireballs. The bandit captain, upon witnessing the chaos, bellowed for his men to assemble and charge toward Batian Quanzhan's forces, braving the fireballs raining down upon them. Zhang Xiaofan climbed a tree to observe the battle from above. Faced with the advancing bandits, the warriors in blue rhinoceros armor remained unfazed, adhering to their battle strategy. As the two sides clashed, the bandits' blades struck the armored players. Damage numbers floated above their heads: 200, 220, 210. Although they sustained injuries, the warriors' health was sufficient to withstand the blows. The archers within Batian Quanzhan's team began to unleash a torrent of arrows, raining down upon the charging bandits. Damage numbers appeared: 50, 55, 10. The attacks from the archers and mages were akin to mere tickles to the bandits, far inferior to the damage inflicted by level 5 Zhang Xiaofan. Despite most players being level 8 or 9, without reaching level 10, they could not allocate attribute points, rendering their combat capability comparable to that of level 1 players, with the only distinction being their equipped higher-level weapons, which boosted their attack power. Although the players inflicted minimal damage on the bandits, their sheer numbers ensured that the damage numbers continued to rise above the bandits' heads. The warriors, serving as the primary defensive force, held the front line, absorbing all damage. Seeing that his warriors withstood the bandit attacks, Batian Quanzhan breathed a sigh of relief and promptly commanded the priests in his team to replenish the warriors' health. He instructed them to pull back any warrior whose health dipped too low and replace them with reserves. Adhering to one principle, they must not allow the bandits to breach their lines. Under Batian Quanzhan's leadership, the tide of battle began to turn. One bandit guard succumbed to the overwhelming assault, prompting cheers from the players. Soon after, a second, third, and fourth bandit guard fell. Batian Quanzhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this continued, they might easily complete the bandit extermination mission, earning recognition from the village chief for each of his brothers. Observing his men fall one after another while the enemy remained unscathed, the bandit captain erupted in fury, shouting, "Clear the way for me." The attacking bandits hastily made way, and the captain bellowed, "Charge recklessly." Like a cannonball, he propelled himself forward, enduring the barrage of fireballs and arrows, and charged ahead. With a tremendous crash, 3 warrior players blocking his path were sent flying, crashing to the ground. Damage numbers erupted above their heads: 500, 600, 550, as their health plummeted drastically. Despite having reached level 9, these players found their health points scarcely distinguishable from those at level 1 due to the absence of attribute point distribution. Batian Quanzhan was taken aback. These warrior players were clad in the blue rhinoceros set of level 8. Yet they could not withstand the onslaught of the bandit captain. The bandit captain tore a gaping hole in the player formation, allowing a multitude of bandit guards to surge through the breach, brandishing their hefty cleavers, striking mercilessly at the mages and archers among the players. With 2 anguished cries, 2 mages, caught off guard, were swiftly felled by the bandits, their lifeless bodies gradually dissipating into phantoms. This scene sent chills through the hearts of the remaining players. Those 2, in reality, were likely facing a grim fate as well. At this moment, it was too late to seal the gap created by the bandit captain, and as more bandits poured forth from their encampment, Batian Quanzhan could only let out a resigned sigh and order the retreat. The panicked player group collapsed as if under an avalanche, primarily because death in the game signified real-life demise. Who would dare take such a risk? It was perplexing to ponder how the players who had ascended to level 10 and reached the main city managed to complete their quests. The fleeing players were still ensnared in peril as the bandits relentlessly pursued them. Observing this, Batian Quangzhan hastily commanded the warriors donning the rhinoceros set to do their utmost to hinder the pursuers. Yet, it proved somewhat futile, after all. Fear of death dispersed courage, and few were truly heroic in such dire circumstances. The assassin Batian Jingku, seeing the situation, addressed Batian Quangzhan, "Boss, you take the team and go ahead. I will divert these pursuers." Noticing the concern etched on Batian Quangzhan's face, Batian Jingku offered a reassuring smile and pointed toward Zhang Xiaofan in the distance, saying, "Boss, do not worry. Allow me to execute a little trick to redirect the disaster." Chapter 20. Consequences of one's own actions not far off, Zhang Xiaofan observed with keen interest. Batian Quangzhan's prowess in leading combat was indeed commendable. At the very least, under his command, they had dispatched numerous bandit guards without significant blunders, their sole miscalculation being an underestimation of the bandit captain's might. Zhang Xiaofan cast an identification spell upon the pursuing bandit captain. Bandit captain, level 15 wild monster. Attack power, 250 to 300. Defense power, 170 to 200. Skills, barbaric charge, inflicting substantial damage on foes with a knockback effect, whirlwind slash, transforming the air around into a vortex that deals area damage, power split, sacrificing 50 of health to boost attack power by 200. Zhang Xiaofan inwardly gasped. Such ferocity from a level 15 bandit captain was astonishing, and it seemed his plans to enjoy the view of the battlefield might come to naught. Under Batian Quangzhan's guidance, the players began a rapid retreat, but the bandits, led by their captain, pursued relentlessly. If they were driven to the edge of the quicksand river, it would spell certain doom. At that moment, Batian Jingku activated the assassin's stealth skill, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind the bandit captain. With a swift motion, Batian Jingku thrust his dagger fiercely into the back of the bandit captain's skull. The bandit captain lost 86 health points from Batian Jingku's strike, instantly erupting in rage and raising his cleaver to retaliate against the assailant. Having struck successfully, Batian Jingku wasted no time, turning and fleeing with remarkable speed, even outpacing the bandit guards. Satisfied, Batian Quangzhan nodded approvingly. Indeed, the agile assassin's speed was extraordinary, able to injure a level 15 bandit captain and escape unscathed. Batian Jingku's initial agility was rated at 10 points, granting him remarkable swiftness, and he quickly dashed toward Zhang Xiaofan. The bandit captain, seething with fury, was determined not to let the one who had ambushed him escape. Yet, the assassin was quicker than a rabbit, and for the moment, he was obstructed by his own subordinates, failing to close the gap. "Seize that little rascal!" the bandit captain bellowed, directing his ire at the fleeing Batian Jingku. Instantly, the bandits abandoned their pursuit of the others and directed their efforts solely toward Batian Jingku. Witnessing this, Batian Quangzhan hurriedly instructed everyone to accelerate their escape, striving to distance themselves from the bandits' wrath. Zhang Xiaofan, observing Batian Jingku approaching, quickly discerned the latter's intentions. True to form, as Batian Jingku neared, he activated his stealth skill once more, vanishing from sight. The bandits, now bereft of their target, turned their vengeful gazes upon Zhang Xiaofan, howling as they charged toward him. Zhang Xiaofan harbored a deep resentment. What a clever maneuver to use him as a shield. Since you show no mercy, do not expect my kindness in return. With this thought, Zhang Xiaofan raised his hand and unleashed a spirit bomb toward the spot where Batian Jingku had vanished. Although Batian Jingku had activated his stealth skill, rendering him invisible, he could not deceive Zhang Xiaofan, as the latter noticed a trail of intangible footprints in the grass, revealing the assassin's location. With a resounding boom, the spirit bomb struck true, forcing Batian Jingku to materialize, while simultaneously depleting his health entirely, sending him crashing to the ground. "Second brother," Batian Quangzhan cried out, his eyes filled with rage at the sight. The bandits swiftly encircled the now motionless Batian Jingku, raising their cleavers to unleash a flurry of strikes upon the lifeless body. Zhang Xiaofan, witnessing the fury in Batian Quangzhan's gaze, merely smiled and said, "You had it coming." He then turned and vanished behind the shelter of a massive tree. The leader of the bandit group, upon witnessing the execution of the assassin who had ambushed him, and seeing that the players who had besieged his camp had fled, shouted angrily to his subordinates, "Withdraw and return to camp." Once all the bandits had disappeared, Batian Quangzhan pushed aside a patch of grass he had used for concealment and turned to a nearby priest, saying, "Did you see the name of the player who killed my second brother? 9527. His name is 9527. The priest, noticing Batian Quangzhan's grim expression, quickly responded. Batian Quangzhan then rose and addressed the surviving players before him. "Your survival is thanks to my brother sacrificing his life for yours. You all owe him a life. Do you understand?" The faces of the crowd reflected a sense of fortunate survival, and they exclaimed in unison, Boss Quangzhan. We must avenge Ba Tianjingke. Ba Tianquangzhan was taken aback by the astonishing power of Zhang Xiaofan's attack, which had effortlessly dispatched Ba Tianjingke, a player whose agility was maximized. Was this truly the most useless class? It was worth noting that although Zhang Xiaofan was only level 5, his magical attack had already surpassed 1,000, easily annihilating a level 9 assassin when combined with his weapon's attack and skill enhancements. Boss Quangzhan, you should log off quickly. Perhaps Jingku can be saved in reality, suggested a mage player. Without hesitation, Ba Tianquangzhan logged off. After a while, he returned online, and the crowd gathered around him, eager to know the outcome. With a heavy sigh, Ba Tianquangzhan announced, he has died. My brother no longer has a breath of life. The crowd, upon hearing this, expressed their sorrow, feeling an increased sense of reverence for the game, Xingkong. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan released 6 contracted bandits from his Beastmaster space, under the guidance of the bandit sentinels. They stealthily approached the heart of the bandit territory, circumventing the front camp. While moving, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly received a system notification. Player Ba Tianquangzhan requests to add you as a friend. Player Yin Yujiang Nan requests to add you as a friend. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. Ba Tianquangzhan wanting to befriend him surely harbored ill intentions. But he recognized Yin Yujiang Nan as the beautiful priest he had encountered in the novice village. Curious about her reason for adding him, he casually clicked to accept. As soon as he did, Ba Tianquangzhan messaged him, 9527, you are ruthless. Do you not know that dying in the game means losing your life in reality? Why did you kill my second brother? Zhang Xiaofan scoffed coldly and replied, you'd better not provoke me, or I shall take you down as well. Chapter 21. The bandit recruits. After sending his message to Ba Tianquangzhan, Zhang Xiaofan received another from Yin Yujiang Nan, 9527. Weren't you supposed to wait for me? Why did you run off alone after logging in? Where are you now? Is there something you need? Zhang Xiaofan's response was succinct and dismissive. 9527. You will pay for your arrogance. If you have the guts, tell me your real address so we can meet offline. Came another message from Ba Tianquangzhan. Get lost. Zhang Xiaofan replied casually, then promptly blocked him. Upon reaching the banks of Lu Shahi, Ba Tianquangzhan, seeing Zhang Xiaofan's message, exploded in fury, unleashing a torrent of expletives in response. Only to be met with a system notification. You are not friends. You cannot send messages. Realizing he had been blocked, Ba Tianquangzhan felt a surge of rage. Shouting impotently at Lu Shahi. Unexpectedly, the ferryman who had come to their aid remarked, stop howling. If you scare away my cultivated aquatic products, I'll toss you into the river to feed the turtles. Ba Tianquangzhan, with nowhere to vent his fury, retorted angrily at the ferryman. You bastard, a swindler. A shameless scoundrel. Why is there a disparity in ferry fees? I will report you to the game company for discrimination. Idiot. Go ahead and make your complaint. I'm just following the village chief's orders, the ferryman replied, abruptly halting his sentence. To punish you, I won't take you today. If you wish to return to the village, you must pay an additional 10 gold coins for the fare. Ba Tianquangzhan was left dumbfounded. He had given all his remaining 10 gold coins when he boarded the ferry. Where could he possibly find that much gold now? Meanwhile, Yin Yujiang Nan, still in the novice village, stomped her feet in frustration upon reading Zhang Xiaofan's reply. Could he truly be such a dense individual? Was this how he spoke to a lady? I have something to discuss with you. I would like you to help me level up, and I will offer you compensation. She finally stated directly out of desperation. I'm busy, was Zhang Xiaofan's icy 2-word reply, leaving Yin Yujiang Nan wishing she could immediately ride on the head of this 9527 and beat him senseless for some relief. Zhang Xiaofan set his messages to do not disturb mode and continued deeper into the mountains with his contracted bandit team. According to the contracted bandit leader, the bandit forces at Huang Fenggang were vast. This was merely an outpost, yet several bandit captains were stationed here. It was not a wise choice to grind for levels in such a place. Master, we have arrived, said the small bandit leader after traversing a stretch of mountain path. That low-lying area is the bandit recruit camp, serving as the reserve troops of the bandit army, the weakest among them. Zhang Xiaofan's target was precisely these bandit recruits, for the task assigned to him by the village chief was merely to eliminate 10 bandits. Whether they were bandit captains or recruits, both could fulfill the task count, and he intended to pick the softest targets first. As he gazed ahead, he observed countless bandit recruits engaged in physical training in that low-lying area. Through identification, he learned that all these recruits were level 9 bandits, with both their attack and defense significantly lower than those of the sentinels. The only aspect worthy of attention here is the bandit leader responsible for training the new recruits, whose rank is equivalent to that of Zhang Xiaofan's contracted bandit leader. Aside from this particular bandit leader, there are no higher-ranked bandits present. As this area lies deep within the bandit territory, with numerous bandit captains stationed on the front line, ensuring a substantial level of safety. Had it not been for Zhang Xiaofan's contract with the bandits, one would find it nearly impossible to locate the winding mountain paths leading directly here. Once the bandit leader is dealt with, the remaining new bandits are of little consequence. Zhang Xiaofan addressed the contracted bandits beside him. "Leave it to me, master," declared the contracted bandit leader, Go Sheng, with fervor. "This fine job was rightfully mine, yet that shameless Huang Dashan bribed the officials and usurped my position. This time, I shall make him understand the cost of taking shortcuts." Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but smile. These in-game bandits were surprisingly humanized, even resorting to bribery to secure favorable positions. Go Sheng swaggered towards the low-lying area, shouting at Huang Dashan, who was training the new recruits. "Hey Huang, get over here." Zhang Xiaofan felt a wave of concern. If Go Sheng's brazen behavior incited a brawl among the numerous new bandits, it would spell trouble. However, his worries proved unfounded, as the new bandits showed no concern for Go Sheng's provocation of their instructor. In their eyes, Go Sheng was also an officer, and such matters were beyond their purview. Huang Dashan turned and mocked. "I thought it was someone significant. It's just the rejected candidate for the new recruit instructor, Go Sheng. What brings you to my territory? You shameless cretin who relies on backdoor tactics. I challenge you to a duel to see whose skills are superior." Go Sheng, filled with rage, charged at Huang Dashan. "You dare to lay a hand on me? You are flouting the law. Do you believe I won to inform Lord Zhou from the Ministry of Officials and have you punished?" Huang Dashan, sensing danger as Go Sheng approached, attempted to intimidate him. "I'll twist your mouth so you can't complain," Go Sheng roared, swinging his fist. Huang Dashan, unwilling to appear weak, assumed a defensive stance. But Go Sheng had a trick up his sleeve. His apparent punch was merely a feint, while his true lethal weapon lay concealed behind him. Suddenly withdrawing his attacking fist, Go Sheng unsheathed a machete from behind, striking at Huang Dashan with deadly intent. Caught off guard by Go Sheng's lethal maneuver, Huang Dashan found himself disarmed of both arms in an instant. "Ah!" Huang Dashan screamed in agony, but the sound quickly ceased as Go Sheng swung the machete again, severing Huang Dashan's head. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Xiaofan's ears. Bandit leader slain, gained 1,200 experience points, and obtained 1 silver coin. Upon checking his mission progress, Zhang Xiaofan noted that the count of defeated bandits had increased from 0 to 1. Given the level difference, the 12th level bandit leader provided Zhang Xiaofan with substantial experience. Observing the remaining bandit recruits, a gleam appeared in Zhang Xiaofan's eyes. These were living sources of experience. Chapter 22. Rapid level up having slain Huang Dashan. Go Sheng shouted to the dazed bandit recruits, "Continue training. From now on, I am your new instructor." The bandit recruits, lacking any critical thought, saw Go Sheng, now at level 12, as someone to be revered. Under Go Sheng's guidance, Zhang Xiaofan and the contracted bandits entered the indoor training facility of the bandit recruits. At Zhang Xiaofan's signal, Go Sheng stepped outside and called to the bandit recruits, "10 of you come in. I will conduct a physical fitness test. The rest remain at ease." 10 unsuspecting bandit recruits followed Go Sheng into the training area. With a resounding clang, the heavy door was shut by air Mao. Zhang Xiaofan smirked, then unleashed a key blast at one of the bandit recruits. With a thunderous explosion, the targeted recruit was sent flying. A bright red 800 indicating health loss appearing above his head. The recruit's health was halved, and as he struggled to rise, Zhang Xiaofan fired another key blast, depleting his health entirely and causing him to collapse. Ding! Killed bandit recruit, gained 1,000 experience points, and obtained 50 copper coins. Defeating enemies of higher levels yielded significant experience and was not difficult, making it an excellent training ground. Upon witnessing a comrade's demise, the remaining bandit recruits became enraged and charged at Zhang Xiaofan. "Halt!" Go Sheng bellowed at the advancing recruits. "Without my command, remain where you are." The bandit recruits were momentarily stunned, unsure of their instructor's intent, yet they obediently halted. Zhang Xiaofan was delighted. These recruits not only offered high experience, but also posed no threat, practically presenting themselves as free experience points. With this in mind, Zhang Xiaofan withheld no mercy, issuing a kill on-site order to his contracted bandits, joining the fray himself. With 6 contracted bandits and Zhang Xiaofan's formidable attack power, the slaughter of the new recruits was as swift as the slaughter of livestock. Within a minute, all 10 bandit recruits were eliminated, yielding a windfall of experience points that propelled Zhang Xiaofan to level 6. Leveling up at such a rapid pace was a dream unattainable for other players. Yet it was now a reality for Zhang Xiaofan, leaving him grinning from ear to ear. "Let us continue in this manner," Zhang Xiaofan commanded his contracted bandits. Go Sheng, understanding the cue, let in another 10 bandit recruits, closed the door, and the massacre resumed. Upon reaching level 6, these bandits could only yield Zhang Xiaofan a mere 800 experience points, which remained quite substantial. The most significant aspect was that this method of acquiring experience was remarkably effortless and expeditious. Zhang Xiaofan glanced at the task assigned to him by the village chief and noted that the number of bandits he had eliminated had reached 1,010, indicating completion. However, Zhang Xiaofan had no intention of departing just yet. Leaving now would be a squander of this prime leveling opportunity. He resolved to elevate his level first. Just then, a notification chimed, alerting him that his gaming session was nearing 8 hours, prompting him to prepare for a logout. This announcement irked Zhang Xiaofan, and as the system began its countdown, an idea struck him. He decided to capture one of the bandit guards into his beast mastery space. If the armored mouse could be brought into reality through this space, perhaps these bandits could as well. Zhang Xiaofan was eager to experiment. In a flash of white light, his consciousness withdrew from the game, returning him to the familiar confines of room 302, where his immobile, comatose body lay. This sight intensified his yearning to reach level 10, to acquire attribute points, and restore his physical form to its former vitality. With a mere thought, a dark fissure appeared in the empty hospital room, from which the bandit guard leaped forth, materializing at Zhang Xiaofan's bedside. The bandit, now in reality, wore a perplexed expression, seemingly bewildered by his sudden appearance in such an unfamiliar environment. Mao, Zhang Xiaofan's spirit sent a thought, calling out the name of the bandit guard. The bandit looked around, hearing only the voice of his master, unable to discern his whereabouts. Yet, this was sufficient. The ability to issue commands to the bandit guard through his soul filled Zhang Xiaofan with satisfaction. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from outside the room, a sound Zhang Xiaofan recognized all too well. It was his girlfriend, Manni, arriving. A wave of resentment surged within him. This wretched woman visited monthly, waiting for his parents to send money. How fortuitous it would be to command the bandit guard to slay this vile creature, thus alleviating his pent-up animosity. Zhang Xiaofan mused. Yet, was that not too lenient? He quickly reconsidered, and with a thought, the dark fissure reappeared, swallowing the bandit guard back into his beast mastery space, erasing him from sight. The door swung open, and Manni entered, humming a tune as she prepared to turn on the television and indulge in her favorite show. Suddenly, her phone rang. "Sis, could you spare some cash?" came the voice of her younger brother, Wu Di, from the other end. Manni's brow furrowed in annoyance as she scolded. "Didn't I just give you 5,000 yuan? Why do you need more? Am I your personal ATM?" Wu Di's cheeky voice replied, "Sister, 5,000 isn't even enough for a phone. My girlfriend's birthday is coming up, and I want to surprise her, so please send me another 5,000. I have no money. The hard-earned cash I make is all spent on that vixen. Am I indebted to her?" Manni retorted angrily. "Don't ask me for money again. You're old enough. Why don't you find a job instead of loafing around? What woman would be foolish enough to be attracted to you?" Unfazed, Wu Di continued cheerfully, "Sister, are you kidding me? I don't know about others, but when it comes to you, making money seems effortless. Don't think I'm unaware of your affairs." Manni felt speechless. Wu Di pressed on. "You wouldn't want mom and dad to discover what you're up to, would you? Besides, it's just the two of us. Shouldn't we be supporting each other?" Manni's bravado crumbled, and she slumped into a chair, conceding, "Wait a while. I'll send you the money as soon as I can. Just remember, you must never tell mom and dad about this, or they'll be furious." Upon hearing this, Wu Di hung up, satisfied. Zhang Xiaofan's spirit lingered in the hospital room, reflecting on the unexpected filial piety of this deceitful woman who exploited their parents' hard-earned money while allowing Long Xiao to toy with her. After ending the call with her brother, Manni dialed Zhang Jinzhong's number. "Uncle, I heard from the doctor that since Xiaofan started using the electrotherapy device, his mental fluctuations have increased, suggesting he might awaken soon." Manni fabricated. "Therefore, could you please gather an additional 5,000 yuan this month for his treatment? I'd like to purchase an imported special medication recommended by the hospital. Perhaps it will help him wake up directly. Thank you for your efforts, uncle. It's all for Xiaofan's swift recovery. All right, I'll wait for you in the hospital room." Manni ended the call, her expression serene, devoid of any remorse. Wu Di was right. Earning money was indeed effortless for her. A few words could easily procure generous offerings from others. A sense of pride welled within her. Not long after, the door opened once more, and Zhang Jinzhong and his wife, Qin Suiying, entered. The elderly couple immediately inquired about Zhang Xiaofan's condition. "Manni, I heard you say that Xiaofan's mental fluctuations have increased. Does that mean he might be awakening?" Qin Suiying asked eagerly. "Aunt, the doctor said it's merely a possibility, not a certainty. After all, Xiaofan has been lying here for 5 years, and no one can guarantee anything. However, we should trust in modern technology, don't you agree?" Manni replied softly. Qin Suiying's excitement waned slightly as she turned her gaze toward Zhang Xiaofan, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Zhang Jinzhong reached into his pocket and produced a plastic bag filled with crumpled small-denomination banknotes, including 20s, tens, and even fives, with the highest denomination being a 50. Upon witnessing this, Wu Manni's face briefly flashed with disdain, though she quickly regained her composure. "Manni, this is the hospital and medical expenses for this month," Zhang Xiaofan said, extending the plastic bag towards her. He then retrieved an envelope from his wife Qin Suing's patch bag and handed it over as well, stating, "This is the money for the imported medicine, a total of 5,000, borrowed from Mr. Li." Wu Manni accepted the envelope and, upon opening it, discovered 50 crisp 100 yuan notes, which stood in stark contrast to the money in Zhang Xiaofan's plastic bag. She tucked the envelope into her Hermes bag and addressed Zhang Xiaofan, saying, "Uncle, this is how it should be. After all, Xiaofan was injured while trying to save Mr. Li's son from human traffickers. When we face difficulties, we should seek financial assistance from her." Zhang Xiaofan remained silent, unable to agree with Wu Manni's perspective. Over the years, Mr. Li had provided ample support to his family. It would be unconscionable to rely on him simply because his son had saved Mr. Li's son. Fortunately, Mr. Li, being a man of great integrity, accepted the promissory note to preserve his dignity. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaofan would never consider asking for money again, he thought to himself. The elderly couple, having complete trust in Wu Manni, handed over the money and gathered around the hospital bed to observe Zhang Xiaofan for a while before bidding farewell to Wu Manni. They still had some odd jobs to attend to, as every bit earned was crucial. The hospital and medical fees for their son could not be neglected. Once Zhang Xiaofan and Qin Suing exited the ward, Wu Manni disdainfully discarded the plastic bag containing Zhang Xiaofan's crumpled bills into the trash bin, muttering to herself, "He should have exchanged the money for crisp notes. This wrinkled cash is embarrassing to spend. I should just give these to Wu Di." With that, Wu Manni slung her small bag over her shoulder and exited the ward with a light and sprightly step. Inside the ward, Zhang Xiaofan concentrated, and a dark spatial rift appeared, from which the bandit guard, Mao, leaped forth. "Go, steal her money, find a crowded place, and rip off her clothes. I need to reclaim some interest." Zhang Xiaofan commanded Mao. Mao complied and turned to head out of the ward. Before long, Mao caught up with Wu Manni, while Zhang Xiaofan's spirit hovered nearby, coldly observing and directing Mao's actions. At this moment, Wu Manni had reached the bustling hospital lobby, a cacophony of activity where the hospital business was always thriving. Her presence attracted considerable attention, as a beautiful woman dressed in revealing attire is sure to captivate eyes wherever she goes. Wu Manni relished the admiring glances from passers-by, thinking, "Go ahead and stare. I am a dream that you country bumpkins can only fantasize about." Just as Wu Manni was about to exit the lobby, a coarse voice called out from behind her, "You vixen, stop right there." Mao's shout not only puzzled Wu Manni, causing her to turn around, but also drew the attention of more bystanders. Approaching her with long strides, Mao delivered a resounding slap, knocking Wu Manni to the ground, causing blood to trickle from her mouth. "You shameless woman. Spending my money while frolicking with a pretty boy behind my back. You've put a gigantic green hat on me." With a stance akin to a ferocious deity, Mao berated Wu Manni. "Today, I will publicly tear off your facade, so everyone can see what kind of person you truly are." Following his words, he kicked Wu Manni in the stomach while tugging at her strap, ripping it with a sound that exposed a large expanse of her fair skin. The onlookers feasted their eyes, whispering amongst themselves and hastily pulling out their phones to capture the moment. An elderly man in a wheelchair, witnessing the scene, suddenly found a surge of strength, struggling to rise and indignantly chastising Mao. "How dare you strike a young girl like this? I, an old man, cannot condone such behavior." With that, he lunged to protect Wu Manni with his own body. The old man's actions elicited discontent among the crowd, as a young man in line for medication shouted at him, "This is a personal matter. What business is it of yours, you old lecher? Why are you touching her?" Another middle-aged man chimed in, "Just a moment ago, you were in a wheelchair, and now you're up and about. Shameless." The old man's face turned various shades as he realized that his ruse had not fooled the vigilant crowd. Seeing this, Mao angrily exclaimed, "Old fool. You dare to touch my woman? Get out of the way." He stepped forward, seized the old man, and tossed him aside. Meanwhile, Wu Manni remained dazed on the ground, overwhelmed by the bandit's immense strength. With a single strike, her mind went blank, and countless stars danced in her vision, leaving her oblivious to the unfolding chaos around her. Mao relentlessly grabbed hold of Wu Manni, the sound of tearing fabric echoing as her true self was laid bare before the crowd, whose cameras clicked incessantly. "Good riddance. Women who cheat deserve such treatment," a plump woman declared to her husband. The husband, nodding in agreement, raised his phone and proclaimed, "Honey, move aside. I need to capture this promiscuous woman clearly to expose her immoral behavior." The woman, in a fit of rage, seized her husband's ear and shouted, "Stop filming. Do you really think I am oblivious to your schemes? Not a single one of you men is trustworthy. You become utterly transfixed upon the sight of a beautiful woman." At that moment, Wu Manni, completely devoid of clothing, finally regained her senses. Realizing her predicament, she exclaimed, "Help! I do not recognize this person." Wu Manni looked at the rogue heir Mao, who was fabricating stories about her seducing a young man, and cried out for assistance. "You shameless wretch! When you needed my money, you called me daddy, and now you dare claim you don't know me? Your conscience must be utterly corrupt." Heir Mao retaliated with a slap to the opposite side of Wu Manni's face, causing her visage to swell, her eyes narrowing to slits. "Help! I truly do not know this person. Someone call the police, I beg you." Wu Manni scrambled to her feet, clutching her vital areas, while hastily retrieving her bag containing her money, crying out for help as she fled. "You think you can escape, you filthy harlot? Return my money." Heir Mao lunged forward, snatching the bag from her grasp with ease and delivering a swift kick to her backside, sending her sprawling to the ground. Just as he prepared to continue his assault on Wu Manni, a thunderous voice rang out, "You brazen scoundrel, stop this at once." The crowd turned to see a group of security personnel from the hospital, brandishing baton-like devices, rushing toward them. Among the onlookers, aside from the lecherous individuals, were many righteous souls who, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, immediately chose to alert the authorities and summon security to restore order. In a state of ethereal observation, Zhang Xiaofan realized that he could no longer afford to wait. Should heir Mao be apprehended, it would pose a significant dilemma. It was not concern for heir Mao's safety that troubled him. After all, he was merely a character brought forth from the game, whose demise would bear no consequence, but rather the fact that heir Mao had occupied one of his contract slots. If he could not return to the game swiftly, he would lose a valuable companion for monster hunting. With this in mind, Zhang Xiaofan commanded heir Mao to flee with the stolen bag. The crowd was taken aback. The once boisterous and boastful man had simply run away. It was no wonder he was betrayed by his partner with such cowardice, as he seemed to possess no other skill apart from assaulting women. The security personnel parted the throng, approaching Wu Manni. The head of the security team removed his jacket and draped it around her shoulders, instructing his team to pursue heir Mao. While comforting Wu Manni, he remarked, "Your husband seems to lack common sense, fleeing up the hospital stairs. How foolish. Brother, I truly do not know him. He is not my husband. Please, apprehend him. He stole my bag, my phone, my money is all in there." Wu Manni implored in desperation. "Fear not, he won't escape." The way Wu Manni addressed him as brother made the security chief's heart soar, as he patted his chest in assurance. While heir Mao possessed strength that could easily overpower the security personnel, Zhang Xiaofan refrained from complicating matters further and simply ordered heir Mao to retreat to his hospital room. With a thought, a spatial rift appeared, and heir Mao leaped through it before it vanished, leaving him entirely absent from the hospital room. Just as heir Mao disappeared, the door was burst open by the pursuing security team. However, what greeted their eyes was nothing but a few patients lying in beds, with no sign of the assailant. "I distinctly saw that criminal run into this room," a young security officer exclaimed. "I've trained in athletics and kept him in my sight. He definitely entered this room. Where is he?" An older security officer panted. Could he have sprouted wings and flown away? The young officer, undeterred, approached the window and peered outside, yet saw nothing amiss. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived at the hospital. After assessing the situation, they proceeded to room 302. Following a thorough inquiry, it became evident that the robber who had assaulted Wu Manni had vanished from room 302, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. They turned to the young officer who had trained in athletics, their expressions clearly questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. "I did not lie, nor did I make a mistake. He indeed ran into this room," the young officer insisted defiantly. A police officer stated, "This suspect brazenly assaulted a defenseless woman in broad daylight, exhibiting exceedingly vile behavior. I suggest we secure all hospital exits and deploy forces to search the premises. We must capture this individual without fail." The officer's proposal was met with unanimous agreement among his colleagues. Such a bold criminal openly defying the law could not be allowed to escape justice. However, despite their extensive search efforts, the perpetrator seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving the case at a stalemate. Wu Manni went to replace her phone card and borrowed money from friends to purchase a new phone, only to discover a plethora of negative news articles about herself online. Headlines such as "Woman Caught Cheating," "Brutally Beaten by Husband in Hospital," and "Woman Steals Money to Support Boyfriend," "Publicly Humiliated by Husband" flooded the internet, accompanied by compromising images of Wu Manni in the hospital. Just as she wallowed in her despair, her phone rang, and upon answering, her brother Wu Di's voice came through. "Sister, where's the money? Why hasn't it been sent yet? Do you want me to tell Dad about how you were ambushed by Long Xiao and Wang Xiao in the car?" Wu Di let out a cold laugh and hung up the phone. Wu Man and I, clutching her head in agony, crouched on the ground and wept softly. Zhang Xiaofan felt a slight sense of relief, waiting for the moment when his corporeal form would regain its mobility to properly teach that vile woman a lesson. His spirit wandered aimlessly around the hospital, confined to a radius of several dozen meters around room 302. as it was still unable to stray too far from his physical body. The hospital was filled with a myriad of people, and after a while of aimless wandering, he felt a profound sense of ennui, leading his spirit to drift back into the hospital room. He had hoped to find a recently departed soul to consume and thereby augment his spiritual strength, yet he found none. Upon returning to the room, he was surprised to see the bruised and battered Wu Man and I entering, who plopped down in front of Zhang Xiaofan's bed and dialed Zhang Jianzhong's number on her phone. "Uncle, I was attacked in the hospital, and the money you just gave me was stolen." Wu Man and I spoke into the phone with a tremor of tears in her voice. "I've already reported it to the police, but they haven't found the thief yet. Being beaten is minor. What truly matters is that Xiaofan's hospitalization fees were taken. What shall we do?" As she spoke, she began to quietly sob. Zhang Xiaofan's spirit observed coldly, thinking what a foolish and ungrateful woman she was, truly treating her parents as if they were an ATM. Before long, Zhang Jianzhong and Qin Su-ing returned to the hospital. Upon seeing the bruised Wu Man and I, Qin Su-ing, filled with concern, embraced her and muttered, "Who could be so cruel as to harm such a gentle and kind girl?" Zhang Jianzhong, standing beside them, was equally indignant, but with the police unable to locate the assailant, he could only voice his complaints. Wu Man and I, with her swollen face, looked up from Qin Su-ying's embrace and asked, "Auntie, do you have any money left?" Hearing this, Zhang Jianzhong and Qin Su-ying exchanged glances, feeling troubled. They truly had no money left, yet the words were difficult to utter in the presence of the injured Wu Man and I. Wu Man and I, well aware of their financial situation, urged Zhang Jianzhong, "Uncle, you should borrow some money from that Li Zong. This is a crucial moment for Xiaofan's recovery. So don't worry about face or dignity. What matters most is that Xiaofan gets better." Zhang Jianzhong paced back and forth in the room, and Qin Su-ying chimed in, "Yes, old man, set aside your pride for now. When Xiaofan wakes up, he can repay the debt." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianzhong ceased his inner turmoil, took out his phone, and dialed a number. When the call connected, a woman's voice came through. "Uncle Zhang, what is the matter?" "Li Zong, I'm truly sorry, but I would like to borrow some money again," Zhang Jianzhong said awkwardly. "Please, just call me Ao Shui. How much do you need?" The voice of Li Zong was confident and composed. Before Zhang Jianzhong could respond, Wu Man and I whispered, "Uncle, 20,000. Zhang Jianzhong was taken aback. The monthly hospitalization fees combined with living expenses, along with the special imported medicines Wu Man and I mentioned, did not require such a large sum. Li Zong on the line had also heard Wu Manni's voice and said, "Uncle Zhang, I will send over 20,000 shortly. But could I speak with the young lady beside you?" Confused, Zhang Jianzhong handed the phone to Wu Man and I. She took the call and sweetly said, "Li Zong, thank you for lending us money. Once Xiaofan wakes up, we will surely repay you." Wu Man and I, 25 years old. "Your father is a workshop director at a machinery factory. Your mother is a high school teacher. And you have a useless younger brother, am I right?" Li Ao Shui's icy voice resonated through the phone. A sense of foreboding washed over Wu Man and I, and she responded, "Li Zong, what do you mean by that? I have thoroughly investigated Xiaofan's hospitalization costs, and it does not require such a considerable amount. Over the years, you must have swindled Uncle Zhang out of a significant sum, haven't you?" Li Ao Shui's cold voice cut through the air. Wu Man and I's heart tightened. This vexatious woman was truly meddling unnecessarily. "We merely borrowed a bit of money. It's not as if we intend not to repay you. Must you speak so harshly?" Wu Man and I exclaimed tearfully before hanging up, returning the phone to Zhang Jianzhong. She said to the elderly couple, "This Li Zong accused me of deceiving you both. I am wronged." Zhang Jianzhong and Qin Su-ying hurried to console Wu Man and I, assuring her there must be some misunderstanding, and they unconditionally believed in her, urging her to remain calm. Finally, Wu Man and I ceased her tears, contemplating whether to engage in a significant scheme and then extricate herself entirely, as Zhang Jianzhong and Qin Su-ying could no longer provide her with any benefits. Zhang Xiaofan's spirit observed everything, feeling profound gratitude towards the woman named Li Ao Shui. Although he had saved her son, it was evident that she genuinely wished to assist his parents. Even upon discovering Wu Manni's intentions, she refrained from exposing her in front of them and was still willing to lend money, likely fearing they could not bear the harsh reality. Once he regained consciousness, he was determined to visit Li Zong and express his heartfelt thanks for her efforts on behalf of his parents. The funds sent by Li Ao Shui were, as expected, collected by Wu Man and I. After Zhang Jianzhong and Qin Su-ying secured the money and chatted with Wu Man and I for a while, they took their leave. The elderly couple had recently set up a noodle stall by the roadside after work to earn extra money, and it was time for them to go. Once they left the hospital room, Wu Man and I dialed her brother Wu Di's number, stating, "Come to the entrance of Nanshan Hospital, I will give you the money. Do not ask me for more in the future." With an expression of annoyance, Wu Man and I hung up the phone and walked out of the hospital room. Zhang Xiaofan observed the unfolding events with slight contemplation before releasing the bandit heir Mao once more. After issuing a series of instructions, Mao stealthily followed Manni out of the hospital room. At the nurse's station, he casually grabbed a white lab coat to drape over himself and donned a mask, striding confidently towards the exit. In Chapter 26, titled Grinding Monsters, several police officers remained vigilant at the entrance of the inpatient department, still attempting to locate the assailant. Noir, who had committed robbery and assault. Manni, carrying her bag and holding an ice pack against her face, approached the officers to inquire whether they had apprehended the perpetrator. Unbeknownst to them, they brushed past Noir, who was disguised in a white coat and mask. Upon learning that the assailant had not yet been caught, Manni let out a dissatisfied huff and turned to exit the hospital. Outside, Wu Di had been waiting for quite some time, eagerly anticipating his sister Manni's offer of money. "Sister, over here," he called out, waving to her as she emerged. Clad in a t-shirt emblazoned with letters, fitted jeans, and loafers, he epitomized the spirited youth. "Ah, you've really taken a beating. Your face is all swollen," Wu Di remarked with a grin as Manni approached. "Where's the money? My girlfriend is waiting for me at the phone store. I just need that 5,000 from you." Manni's expression soured as she retrieved 2,000 yuan from her bag, counting out 5,000 to hand to Wu Di. However, upon seeing the money, Wu Di's eyes lit up, and he snatched the entire amount from her grasp, exclaiming, "Sister, you earn money so easily. Just give it all to me." Furious, Manni shouted, "Return the money to me. That's my living expenses for the month." Wu Di shrugged off her grip and swiftly fled, leaving no trace. "Scoundrel, don't you dare run away," Manni yelled, but her words fell on deaf ears. Wu Di, exhilarated, clutched the money he had just seized, counting it with delight. "Hey, kid, hand over the money," a gruff voice called from behind him. Wu Di turned to see a middle-aged man in a white coat who had mysteriously appeared. Wu Di hastily stuffed the money into his pocket, raising an eyebrow as he disdainfully addressed the disguised bandit Mao. In this society, one can never predict the unexpected. Even a doctor dares to rob people. "Do you believe I can take you down? To be frank, your sister sent me. If you return the money willingly, you can avoid a painful beating." Mao replied calmly, hands in pockets. "My sister? She truly has no shame. I never imagined that during her time at the hospital, she would even flirt with doctors." Wu Di attempted to taunt him further, but Mao swiftly delivered a slap that sent Wu Di crashing to the ground, retrieving the freshly obtained 20,000 yuan from his pocket. Enraged, Wu Di scrambled to his feet, shouting help. "I've been robbed." Mao, unperturbed, placed the money in his pocket and casually addressed the gathering crowd. "Everyone, no need to crowd. This is merely a lunatic who escaped from the hospital and has violent tendencies." The crowd, upon hearing this, took several steps back. "I am not a lunatic. Don't listen to his nonsense." Wu Di argued loudly while charging at Mao in an attempt to reclaim the money. Mao met him with a punch, and Wu Di, no match for him, was sent reeling, losing several teeth in the process. Mao approached, effortlessly lifting Wu Di and striding back towards the hospital. The profession of a doctor still held considerable credibility among the public, and while the onlookers were taken aback by the physician's violence, they rationalized it by remembering the lunatic's violent tendencies. Mao carried Wu Di to a secluded corner, found a garbage bin, and unceremoniously tossed him inside before returning to the hospital, vanishing into Zhang Xiaofan's hospital room. It took Wu Di a while to regain his senses from inside the garbage bin. After considerable effort, he climbed out and furiously made his way back to the hospital. At the entrance, he spotted Manni still on the phone, seeking aid from a friend. He approached her and slapped her, seething, "You vile woman. How dare you call a wild man to beat me? Just wait. I will surely tell Mom and Dad about your disgrace." Manni, bewildered, retorted, "You're insane. I no longer want you as my brother." Fearing the return of the doctor, Wu Di refrained from further confrontation and walked away, turning back to curse. "I don't even have a sister like you, you shameless harlot." His words struck Manni like a dagger, leaving her in tears. Zhang Xiaofan, having gleaned the events outside through Mao's descriptions, mused that this was merely the first step in avenging himself against Manni. There were far more severe measures awaiting her. This venomous woman, if not made to suffer, would not be worthy of the torment she had inflicted upon his parents over the past 5 years. Manni contemplated calling Zhang Jinzhong for more money, but found no suitable excuse, ultimately deciding against it and pondering other options for the time being. The next day, when the game was accessible, Zhang Xiaofan eagerly logged in. Upon entering, the system's notifications flooded in. Ding. Kill bandit rookie. Gain 500 experience points. Ding. You have reached level 7. Ding. Kill bandit rookie. Gain 400 experience points. Ding. You have reached level 8. Ding. Kill bandit rookie. Gain 200 experience points. Ding. You have reached level 9. A continuous stream of game notifications left Zhang Xiaofan somewhat bewildered. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Xiaofan beheld the gruesome sight within the mountain bandit training camp, where the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of novice bandits. His contract bandits were continuously ushering in fresh recruits from outside, only to commence their merciless slaughter. In an instant, Zhang Xiaofan comprehended that even after his departure from the game, his loyal contract bandits remained steadfastly executing his commands, systematically eliminating one novice bandit after another. This was akin to an automated monster hunt, and Zhang Xiaofan felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. He had not anticipated that the profession of a contract master bore such advantages. Even while players were offline, their contract beasts continued to engage in battle, accruing experience and gold entirely for the player's benefit. According to reports, the game had been operational for a year, yet the highest level player had only reached the teens, while he had ascended to level 9 in just 2 days of play. Whom could he approach to contest this? Observing the plethora of fallen novice bandits, Zhang Xiaofan resolved to return to the city to turn in his quest. For further slaying of these novice bandits would yield only meager experience. There was no longer any notion of defeating enemies beyond his level. Chapter 27. Subsequent quests under the protection of several contract bandits. Zhang Xiaofan exited the novice bandit camp and proceeded towards Lusha River. During his offline interval, the novice bandits outside had nearly been decimated by Zhang Xiaofan's contract bandits, yet not a single piece of equipment had dropped, prompting Zhang Xiaofan to ponder whether the game's drop rate was low or if the novice bandits were simply impoverished. Upon reaching the banks of Lusha River, he coincidentally encountered a ferryman who had brought several players to undertake the bandit extermination task. After paying the fare, Zhang Xiaofan boarded the ferryman's small boat. Heading back across the river, the ferryman, beaming with delight, addressed Zhang Xiaofan, remarking how wonderful it would be if every passenger were as uncomplicated as him, sparing him the trouble of making multiple trips. Zhang Xiaofan, displeased by the ferryman who had thoroughly emptied his coin pouch, chose to remain silent. Upon reaching the opposite shore, a few players awaited their turn to board. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan disembark from the boat, they eagerly inquired if he had completed the bandit extermination task. His affirmative response greatly inspired the players preparing to board, who joyfully paid the ferryman a single gold coin and began their boarding process. Zhang Xiaofan, perplexed, queried one of the warrior players about the surprisingly low fare. The warrior, known as EUSQ, replied, "Brother, have you not seen the news? The ferryman charges a fare equivalent to all the gold in your backpack. Any player who has taken the ferry a few times is aware of this. Thus, we often entrust our excess gold to a trusted companion, taking only a single coin to minimize our losses." EUSQ's words ignited Zhang Xiaofan's fury, and he approached the ferryman, angrily demanding, "Why should you charge me so much? Return the excess fare to me." Although a mere game, the ferryman was rather pragmatic and retorted dismissively, "No gold, no life. Should you continue to be a nuisance, you'll have to find your own way across the river in the future." Zhang Xiaofan simmered with indignation but found himself powerless. He resolved that once he departed the novice village, he would ensure his contract bandits dealt with this ferryman. Silently, he journeyed back to the novice village, heading straight for the village chief's residence. "Chief, I have completed the bandit extermination task," Zhang Xiaofan announced. The chief nodded in satisfaction. "Ding, you have completed the bandit extermination task issued by the village chief. Reward, 1 gold coin, 2,000 experience points. You have earned the village chief's recognition." The system's notification alleviated Zhang Xiaofan's frustration over the ferryman's theft of his gold to some extent. "Brave young warrior, your abilities have earned my commendation. I have another matter I wish to entrust to you," the village chief stated. Zhang Xiaofan understood that this was likely the follow-up quest to the bandit extermination task, a pivotal mission for leaving the novice village and acquiring attribute points. "The bandit leader, Huang Xiling, once led the bandits to assault our village and stole my village chief seal. He is truly detestable." The old chief seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, his countenance shifting from benevolent to fierce as he declared, "If you can help me retrieve the village chief seal, I shall bestow upon you a magnificent reward." Zhang Xiaofan was somewhat taken aback. The task involved reclaiming an item from the bandits, specifically from their leader, who was likely at a much higher level than the bandit captains, who were already at level 15. This task was indeed no ordinary challenge. Just as Zhang Xiaofan was mulling over this daunting prospect, the village chief continued, "While this task is quite formidable, should you find it unmanageable, there is an alternative. You may simply steal back a document bearing Huang Xiling's seal. I shall assist you in altering it to serve as your passage into the main city. However, this will require a fee of 100 gold coins for my trouble." The village chief's words illuminated Zhang Xiaofan's understanding. The exit permit required the seal of the bandit leader, a somewhat absurd notion. "Do not overthink it. My seal is a government-issued artifact, irreplaceable. It is unfortunate that Huang Xiling, that scoundrel, took it from me. Otherwise, you would not face such troublesome requirements to leave the village," the chief explained. Zhang Xiaofan nodded, accepting the task. "If possible, He would strive to reclaim the village chief's seal. While this quest may prove challenging for others, it was not insurmountable for him. Exiting the village chief's residence, Zhang Xiaofan proceeded to the general store. During his time slaying novice bandits and completing the extermination task, he had managed to accumulate several gold coins, bringing his total to over 10. Since he would have to surrender all his coins to the ferryman, it would be wiser to purchase supplies, retaining only a single coin for the fare. The crux of the matter lies in the solitude of one's existence. Within the game, there is not a single trustworthy companion to rely upon, leaving only the option to spend money frivolously. Just as Zhang Xiaofan indulged in extravagant purchases, a melodious voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him. 9527. Do you have any idea how long I have awaited your arrival? Turning to behold the enchanting priestess, Yinyu Jiangnan, standing behind him with an expression of poignant longing, Zhang Xiaofan, despite his tender age of 25, had absorbed the memories of many and was no naive fledgling. Thus, he remained unfazed by the charms of the young lady. Coldly, he replied, I am not available to assist you in leveling up. You may leave. How can you be so unfeeling? I can offer you compensation. Simply provide me with your bank account number, and I shall transfer 100,000 as long as you expedite my departure from the novice village. Yinyu Jiangnan implored with a quivering voice. Zhang Xiaofan, brimming with impatience, thought to himself that not only was he currently akin to a vegetative state, devoid of a bank account, but even if he possessed one, he had no time to squander. Moreover, having consumed the memories of Long Xiao's father, he was aware of the secret lair of that individual, where treasures sufficient to last several lifetimes lay hidden. Observing Zhang Xiaofan's indifference, Yinyu Jiangnan continued, I shall reveal a truth. I am afflicted with a terminal illness. Although my family is affluent, my time is limited. I desperately require the attribute points distributed by this game to alter my fate. I implore you. Her words resonated with a sense of shared suffering, and gazing at her tear-streaked visage, Zhang Xiaofan finally acquiesced with a nod. Thank you. I can provide the payment up front. Name your price, Yinyu Jiangnan exclaimed joyfully, drying her tears. Not a single coin shall I accept, Zhang Xiaofan proclaimed with righteous fervor. Chapter 28. Yinyu Jiangnan, with the assurance that Zhang Xiaofan would assist her in leveling up, Yinyu Jiangnan's spirit soared. Addressing him, she inquired, 9527. Why are you purchasing such a plethora of worthless potions at the general store? I see now. You aim to minimize your payments to the ferryman, do you not? Before Zhang Xiaofan could respond, she continued, the gold coins in this game are exceedingly valuable. Buying so many worthless potions is sheer waste. It would be wiser to reserve them for obtaining the village chief's proof of departure. Zhang Xiaofan, upon hearing this, could not help but reflect on his ignorance regarding the game's intricacies, realizing that perhaps everyone else was familiar with its strategies. However, unbeknownst to Yinyu Jiangnan, Zhang Xiaofan did not intend merely to acquire the stamped documents from the bandit leader Huang Xiling. He sought to reclaim the seal itself, which would not only yield substantial rewards, but also spare him the need to pay the chief 20 gold coins for the modification of the departure proof. I wish to retain them, yet where else can I place these gold coins aside from spending them? Zhang Xiaofan replied nonchalantly, if you trust me, give me the gold coins in your backpack. I will have someone safeguard them for you. Once the bandit extermination task is accomplished, I shall return them to you. Yinyu Jiangnan, with a lively demeanor, responded, you can elevate my level. I wish to contribute in any way I can. After purchasing a substantial quantity of recovery potions, and with a mere 10 gold coins remaining in his backpack, Zhang Xiaofan retained 1 gold coin for ferry fare and transferred the remaining 15 to Yinyu Jiangnan. As she gazed at the additional gold coins in her backpack, Yinyu Jiangnan was astonished, realizing that he truly possessed wealth. She then called upon the warrior Drunken Red Dust, who was still outside the village slaying chickens, to entrust Zhang Xiaofan's gold coins for safekeeping. Upon learning that Yinyu Jiangnan intended to accompany Zhang Xiaofan on the bandit extermination task, Drunken Red Dust was taken aback and hastily interjected, Miss, the wilderness is exceedingly perilous. This game is unlike any other. Should you perish within it, your life in reality will also be forfeit. You have only just reached level 5. It is far too dangerous to venture forth. Yinyu Jiangnan, with a hint of impatience, retorted, what of level 5? Until level 10, players' attributes do not change. Even at level 9, one remains unable to defeat bandits. We could wait longer, perhaps until superior equipment is available to purchase before confronting the bandits. Would that not be more prudent? Drunken Red Dust persisted in his objections. Rest assured, I shall accompany 9527 on this bandit extermination task. With his exceptional skills, I shall be safe, Yinyu Jiangnan declared, casting an admiring glance at Zhang Xiaofan. We have been in the game for over half a year and have only reached level 5. Look at 9527. He has ascended to level 9 in such a short span. If I continue to procrastinate, I shall be ridiculed by my sister. Drunken Red Dust wished to continue opposing her. But upon witnessing Zhang Xiaofan's level and learning that he had already completed the bandit extermination task and was preparing for subsequent missions, he found himself at a loss for words, though he contemplated joining them. Memories of his former companion's demise at the fangs of a venomous spider dissuaded him from embarking on such a perilous venture, and he could only watch as the young lady followed closely behind 9527, venturing toward the village's outskirts. 9527. They say that the summoner class is a useless profession. How did you manage to reach level 9 and complete the bandit extermination task in such a brief period? Throughout their journey, Yinyu Jiangnan, brimming with curiosity, bombarded Zhang Xiaofan with questions. There are no useless professions, only inept players, Zhang Xiaofan replied with an air of superiority. Yinyu Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "You are so formidable in the game. You must undoubtedly be impressive in reality as well. This game evaluates initial attributes based on real-world physicality. May I inquire as to your occupation in real life?" Well, living off my parents." Zhang Xiaofan's eyes momentarily glimmered with melancholy as he recalled his parents, pondering how they had endured for the past 5 years. Brother 9527, you truly have a knack for humor, Yinyu Jiangnan, sensing his sadness, awkwardly interjected. Do you not have any questions for me? None. It is merely a chance encounter. Perhaps after we complete this task, we shall never cross paths again. Zhang Xiaofan indeed harbored such a notion. Once he acquired the distribution of attribute points, he would restore his comatose physical form in reality and remain by his parents' side, allowing them to live a comfortable life. Engaging in casual conversation, they soon arrived at Lusha. As expected, the ferryman demanded a fee of 1 gold coin from each of them to cross the river, and he promptly ferried them to the opposite bank. Observing this hypocritical ferryman, an inexplicable ire surged within Zhang Xiaofan. This old rascal had once swindled him out of 12 gold coins in fare, and he vowed to make him pay dearly for it. After crossing the river, Zhang Xiaofan extended an invitation to form a party with Yinyu Jiangnan. He then released the contracted mountain bandit from his beast control space and set off along a secluded mountain path toward the bandit recruit camp. The sudden appearance of the contracted mountain bandit startled Yinyu Jiangnan, and upon realizing that these were Zhang Xiaofan's subordinates, her eyes widened in astonishment. This 9527 truly had a great secret, managing to summon bandits as his familiars. However, Yinyu Jiangnan, demonstrating her tact, refrained from probing further. After all, everyone harbors secrets. And given that he was willing to assist her in leveling up and completing the bandit extermination task, delving deeper might provoke his displeasure. Zhang Xiaofan's plan was straightforward. Elevate Yinyu Jiangnan's level while simultaneously completing the bandit extermination task, and afterward, tackle subsequent missions. Arriving at the recruit camp, the previously slaughtered mountain bandit recruits had all respawned, but no new recruit instructors had appeared. It seemed that those holding positions among the bandits were unique. Unless the higher-ups dispatched another, the position of recruit instructor would remain vacant. This indeed simplified matters. Zhang Xiaofan assigned his contracted mountain bandit leader to oversee the group of recruits, and as before, they were summoned in batches to the training camp, where the slaughter commenced. At this juncture, Zhang Xiaofan had ascended to level 9. The experience gained from exterminating the bandit recruits was modest, but for level 5 Yinyu Jiangnan, the experience accrued from slaying a single bandit recruit far surpassed that from dispatching thousands of chickens. Furthermore, the speed at which Zhang Xiaofan and his contracted beast annihilated the recruits eclipsed that of Zue Hongqin's chicken slaughtering. As a level 9 Zhang Xiaofan could dispatch a bandit recruit with a single energy blast, the sensation of watching his experience soar was astonishing enough to render Yinyu Jiangnan speechless, her mouth agape. In Chapter 29, luring the snake out of its hole. Under the relentless onslaught of Zhang Xiaofan and his contracted mountain bandits, the bandit recruits within the camp perished at an alarming rate. Yinyu Jiangnan also experienced what it meant to level up at a rocket-like pace. Within an hour, she had leveled up twice, and the bandit extermination task was completed. After a while, Yinyu Jiangnan astonishingly reached level 9 as well. At this stage, the experience gained from defeating bandit recruits had dwindled significantly. Zhang Xiaofan resolved to proceed with the subsequent tasks. Ecstatic, Yinyu Jiangnan readily concurred, this time accompanying Zhang Xiaofan to Huangfenggang. She not only completed the bandit extermination task, but also elevated her level to 9, even managing to preemptively complete the subsequent mission. After returning to the village, she merely needed to gather 20 gold coins and reach level 10 to depart from the novice village. Initially, it was anticipated that it would take over a year to leave the novice village, but unexpectedly, following Zhang Xiaofan, she had accomplished it in mere moments. 9527. I know the strategy for the subsequent task. Yinyu Jiangnan eagerly chimed in. According to player reports on completing the mission, the bandit leader patrols at specific times each day. We simply need to sneak into his study during that window and steal the documents bearing his seal. Does that mean the subsequent task is simpler than the bandit extermination task? Zhang Xiaofan inquired, perplexed. Indeed. As long as we are cautious and do not alert the other patrolling bandits, Yanyu Jiangnan enthused. Has no player ever seized the bandit leader's seal? Zhang Xiaofan pondered aloud. Would that not yield a substantial reward without the need to pay 20 gold coins to the village chief? That is impossible, Yanyu Jiangnan quickly clarified. The bandit leader is a level 20 elite monster. Players below level 10 cannot hope to defeat him, and he always carries the seal, making it impossible to steal. Fearing that Zhang Xiaofan might complicate matters, she continued, at this moment, the bandit leader is reviewing documents and will soon head out on patrol. This is our opportune moment. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaofan shook his head. I intend to seize the seal. Yanyu Jiangnan's eyes widened in disbelief. 9527. I am aware of your exceptional abilities, but I must urge you to abandon this idea. We play this game to acquire attribute points to alter our physical forms in reality. Such reckless spirit is inadvisable. Zhang Xiaofan, however, remained undeterred. Setting aside the vast experience required to ascend from level 9 to 10, merely gathering the 20 gold coins would prove daunting. If he could eliminate the bandit leader, the experience from defeating a higher level foe might propel him directly to level 10 while also saving the 20 gold coins, a truly fortuitous outcome. I am resolute. If you fear danger, you may take the stamped documents and depart on your own. I can manage alone, Zhang Xiaofan stated calmly. Yanyu Jiangnan found herself momentarily speechless, vexed at the prospect of a smooth task being complicated by 9527. This individual was undeniably formidable, yet not particularly astute, she mused. I will accompany you, Yanyu Jiangnan declared defiantly. If we are to perish, we shall do so together. You have rendered me a tremendous service, and it would be most dishonorable to abandon you. Her words elicited a newfound respect from Zhang Xiaofan. In a game where death equated to real-life demise, her fearlessness in the face of peril was indeed commendable. As Zhang Xiaofan contemplated, his tone softened, no longer frigid. Rest assured, without absolute certainty, I would never recklessly put myself in danger. Perhaps, through this confrontation, we might ascend directly to level 10. Yanyu Jiangnan remained skeptical, for they were facing a level 20 elite monster. Even players who had reached level 10, bolstered by attribute points, could not confidently assert they could vanquish such an adversary with ease. Zhang Xiaofan's strategy was straightforward. He intended to replace all his contracted bandits with bandit captains, and then employ 6 bandit captains to confront the bandit leader. This approach might indeed yield the possibility of defeating the bandit leader. Under the guidance of their contracted bandits, Zhang Xiaofan and Yanyu Jiangnan stealthily returned to the stone house, a forward base of the bandits, where a bandit captain awaited, along with his wife. They found a large tree around the perimeter of the stone house to ascend, subsequently commanding one of the contracted bandit chiefs to lure out the bandit captain. The remaining 5 contracted bandits concealed themselves behind the giant tree, poised to ambush once the bandit captain approached. The contracted bandit chief swaggered towards the stone house, greeted by several bandit sentries who amiably inquired, Wanggu, where have you been gallivanting these past few days? We haven't seen you around. The bandit chief coldly retorted, mind your own business, it's of no concern to you. The sentries, unfazed, continued their banter. The bandit chief then pressed, where's the captain? I have crucial information to report. The captain is in his room bathing his wife. She is returning home soon, and the captain is eager to spend every moment with her, so do not provoke him. One bandit sentry quipped with a wink. Upon hearing this, the bandit chief strode purposefully toward the captain's stone house. Reaching the window where he expertly lifted the curtain to peer inside, a task he had evidently performed many times before. Unexpectedly, a loud crash echoed from within as a cup fell and shattered on the floor. The bandit captain had tied a thin string to the curtain, the other end affixed to a cup. Pulling the curtain would send the cup plummeting to the ground, serving as an alarm. The bandit chief paused momentarily, astonished that the captain had resorted to such cunning tactics. Nevertheless, his objective remained, to lure the bandit captain out of hiding. However, upon peering in, the bandit chief was suddenly overwhelmed by dizziness. He turned and exclaimed, everyone, come quick. My wife is dining, and she is eating the 9-turned intestines. From within the stone house came the furious roar of the bandit captain. You scoundrel, seeking death. In a flash, the bandit captain, disheveled, burst from the stone house. Lunging at the bandit chief still perched by the window, the bandit chief turned to flee, but the captain, unable to properly secure his garments, stumbled slightly, failing to seize the fleeing bandit chief, who escaped into the distance. Let us see how far you can run, the captain shouted, hastily pursuing while adjusting his trousers. The surrounding bandits, however, did not follow the captain in pursuit of the bandit chief. Such a prime opportunity was too enticing to ignore, and they flocked to the window of the captain's stone house, craning their necks to glimpse inside. Chapter 30. The bandit captain. As the bandit captain chased after the contracted bandit chief, he suddenly noticed his subordinates rushing towards his stone house. Enraged, he found himself torn between pursuing the bandit chief and returning to disperse his shameless men. At that moment, a robust woman burst from the stone house. His wife, Zuehua, clad only in a bath towel. Zuehua bellowed at the bandits peering through the window. "Look at yourselves, you wretched lechers." The bandits scattered in disarray, but Zuehua was relentless. She seized one bandit sentry by the neck and hurled him to the ground, rendering him unconscious. With the ferocity of a mother tiger among sheep, Zuehua wielded her powerful arms, effortlessly dispatching one bandit after another. Witnessing this, the bandit captain cheered, "Wife, you are magnificent," and continued his pursuit of the contracted bandit chief. Concealed among the trees, Zhang Xiaofan and Yanyu Jiangnan were momentarily speechless, realizing that the captain's wife was perhaps the most formidable force present. Deservedly so. "These bandits are utterly shameless," Yanyu Jiangnan remarked indignantly. Within the bandit camp, Zuehua continued her battle against the numerous bandits while the captain, relieved, focused on chasing down the true culprit. Shortly, he arrived at the ambush site where the contracted bandit chief had suddenly ceased his flight and turned to the bandit captain, saying, "Captain, do not overreact. I merely cast a glance at your wife. Is this truly necessary? Haven't you heard that women are like clothes, but brothers are like family? Spare me your nonsense. Today, I shall sever ties with you." The bandit captain retorted disdainfully, "In that case, do not blame my brothers for their ruthlessness. Once we capture you, we shall have your wife serve us," declared the contracted bandit chief, clapping his hands. From behind the trees emerged 5 more bandits, all eyeing the captain with ill intent. "Ah, it seems you have plotted this in advance, but with such scum, I, Ma Tong, hold no fear," the bandit captain proclaimed, charging forward with reckless abandon. The 6 contracted bandits, undeterred, drew their large blades and met him head-on. With a resounding crash, one contracted bandit sentry was violently hurled aside, his health bar plummeting instantaneously, resulting in his demise. The remaining contracted bandits' assaults fell squarely upon the bandit captain. 5 contract bandits, with their combined prowess of 300, 260, 250, 240, and 230, managed to inflict a loss of over 1,000 hit points on the bandit captain, yet he only suffered a fifth of his total health. Enraged, the bandit captain brandished his machete and bellowed, "Whirlwind slash." With a swift motion, his blade whirled like a tempest, instantly causing the 5 contract bandits to display damage indicators above their heads, each losing nearly a third of their health. What a ferocious Captain Ma! At this rate, he feared that all his contract bandits would perish without bringing down the bandit captain. Zhang Xiaofan, realizing this dire situation, swiftly conjured a vitality orb and directed it at the bandit captain beneath the tree. With a resounding boom, the orb struck its target, causing 1065 damage, as evidenced by the blood loss displayed above the bandit captain's head. Beside Zhang Xiaofan, Yanyu Jiangnan gasped in awe at the formidable attack power. The damage inflicted by one person equaled the combined assault of the 5 bandits below. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan had reached level 9. Although the bandit captain still held a level advantage, the pressure was considerably less than when Zhang was at level 5. Were it not for the level disparity, the damage Zhang inflicted would likely have doubled. Yanyu Jiangnan promptly utilized the soul healing skill of the priest class to mend the injuries of the contract bandits under Zhang's command. While the restoration was minimal, it was better than nothing. The bandit captain, infuriated, prepared to strike at Zhang Xiaofan in the tree, but the 5 contract bandits, undaunted, valiantly shielded their master from the captain's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan hastily attempted to cast the contract skill on the bandit captain. The system chimed, indicating a failure. As expected, the significant level gap resulted in a failed contract. However, once the cooldown period for the vitality orb elapsed, Zhang Xiaofan launched another orb at the bandit captain. With another impactful boom, it struck true, dealing 1080 damage, and the blood loss indicator reappeared above the captain's head. The assaults from the other bandits soon followed, and with Zhang Xiaofan's involvement, they reduced the bandit captain's health by half within just 2 rounds of attacks. The bandit captain, however, was not to be trifled with. He wielded his machete with ferocity, swiftly dispatching a contract bandit in Zhang Xiaofan's service before Yanyu Jiangnan could administer healing. The system chimed again, signaling another failed contract attempt. Undeterred, Zhang Xiaofan awaited the cooldown of the vitality orb to continue his assault on the bandit captain, knowing that the lower the captain's health, the higher the success rate of the contract skill. In a flash, only 2 contract bandits remained beneath the tree, while the bandit captain's health dwindled to a mere fifth. Just as Zhang Xiaofan prepared to use the contract skill once more, the bandit captain roared, hurling his machete towards Zhang in the tree. The captain's strength was immense, and the thrown machete soared like a cannonball towards Zhang. At his current health, a direct hit would spell instant demise. In a moment of desperation, Yin Yujiangnan yanked Zhang Xiaofan's clothing with a sudden pull, narrowly evading the deadly blade. The robust branch behind Zhang snapped with a crack as the machete cleaved through it. Cold sweat broke on Zhang Xiaofan's brow. He had been reckless. Had it not been for Yin Yujiangnan, he might have met his end today. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan escape the lethal strike, the bandit captain displayed a flicker of regret in his eyes, then turned and smashed 2 contract bandits to the ground, crushing them underfoot. Thus, all 6 of Zhang Xiaofan's contract bandits perished, yet the bandit captain's health remained precariously low. Vitality Orb. Zhang Xiaofan launched another attack, striking the bandit captain with a resounding impact. With 1050 damage dealt, the captain's health bar was nearing its end. Contract Skill. Following the orb's release, Zhang Xiaofan employed the contract skill once again. The system chimed, announcing a successful contract, granting Zhang a sigh of relief. In an instant, a mysterious connection formed between the bandit captain and Zhang Xiaofan, bestowing upon Zhang a sense of control over the captain's life and death. Chapter 31, Special Wild Monster. Your subordinates are to blame for offending their master. The successfully contracted bandit captain knelt on one knee, addressing Zhang Xiaofan in respectful apology. Zhang Xiaofan tossed down a handful of restorative potions purchased from a general store, allowing the bandit captain to heal his wounds. The captain, visibly moved, gratefully retrieved the potions, seated himself cross-legged, and began to consume them for recovery. Yin Yujiangnan, standing beside Zhang Xiaofan, appeared stunned, realizing that this was indeed the secret weapon of 9527. It seemed he was not merely a summoner, but possessed a hidden class that allowed him to directly tame other wild monsters, even those of a higher level than himself. This was far superior to a summoner. No wonder 9527 had the confidence to seize the bandit leader's insignia. Yin Yujiangnan thought to himself, feeling fortunate to be aligned with such a powerful ally. Thank you for your assistance earlier, Zhang Xiaofan sincerely expressed, turning to Yin Yujiangnan. No need for formalities. We are teammates, after all. Helping one another is only natural, Yin Yujiangnan replied with a cheerful smile. The two remained concealed within the dense foliage, the space limited yet close enough that their bodies brushed against one another. As Zhang Xiaofan turned, he could feel the warmth of Yin Yujiangnan's breath. And gazing at her fair skin and bright smile, he found himself unexpectedly stirred, his breath quickening. Zhang Xiaofan hastily turned his head to regain his composure. Yin Yujiangnan seemed to sense the charged atmosphere as a blush crept across her cheeks, an indescribable feeling blossoming between them. Look, the bandit matron is coming. In the misty rain of Jiangnan, Yin Yujiangnan whispered to Zhang Xiaofan, alleviating the awkward atmosphere between the two. Zhang Xiaofan composed himself and raised his gaze, only to behold the bandits surrounding the stone house, all grimacing in pain on the ground, howling in agony. He was utterly astonished. It appeared that the bandit leader's wife was indeed the greatest variable in this situation. Ma Tongge, where are you? The bandit leader's wife, Cui Hua, called out to her husband, Captain Ma Tong, as she hurried over. Hua Mei, I am here, replied the bandit leader, who sat cross-legged. Zhang Xiaofan's heart sank. This was bad. As he observed the approaching bandit wife, he hastily cast an identification spell. Bandit leader Ma Tong's wife, Cui Hua, special humanoid, wild monster level, 18 attack power, 200-1000 defense power, 500 to 900 health, 8,000 skills, strength in adversity. Cui Hua's attack power is extremely unstable, capable of unleashing terrifying strength under specific circumstances, yet her combat prowess is generally not high. This single skill left Zhang Xiaofan astounded. After all, the highest attack power of the bandit leader was but a meager 400 points, while Cui Hua could potentially unleash 1,000 points under certain conditions. But what exactly were those conditions? Had she just been triggered by taking down all the bandits? As Zhang Xiaofan pondered, Cui Hua bellowed from beneath the tree, "Who injured my husband? Come out, or I shall tear you apart." Her thunderous roar made the very tree where Zhang Xiaofan stood tremble. Yin Yujiangnan secretly marveled at Cui Hua's ferocity, nearly losing his balance. Cui Hua's ears twitched as she sensed someone in the tree. With a powerful punch, she struck the massive tree, causing it to sway precariously. Zhang Xiaofan and Yin Yujiangnan quickly grasped the branches to avoid being dislodged. "Madam, please cease," bandit leader Ma Tong urgently interjected. "The person in the tree is my master's guest. You must not be disrespectful." "What? You dare let my husband recognize you as his master? I shall kill you and reclaim my husband's freedom," Cui Hua retorted furiously, glaring at Zhang Xiaofan in the tree. With astonishing agility, Cui Hua scaled the tree. Moving like a great gorilla, Zhang Xiaofan quickly launched a chi blast. 200. To his astonishment, he only dealt 200 points of damage, knowing Cui Hua possessed a staggering 8,000 health. Alas, she was 9 levels higher than Zhang Xiaofan, making the level disparity overwhelming. The damage he inflicted was only possible due to his formidable mental power. "Madam, if you do not comply, I shall die before your very eyes." In a critical moment, the bandit leader picked up a machete and pressed it against his neck, shouting at Cui Hua, who was climbing the tree. Upon seeing the blood mark on Ma Tong's neck, Cui Hua realized he was serious and quickly jumped down, anxiously stamping her feet. Zhang Xiaofan seized the opportunity to use a contract spell on Cui Hua. Ding! Contract failed. As expected, the level difference was too vast, leading to the failure. Cui Hua sensed Zhang Xiaofan's hostility and glared up at him. Undeterred, Zhang Xiaofan attempted the contract spell again, but it too ended in failure. Driven to her limits, Cui Hua turned to ascend the tree once more to teach Zhang Xiaofan, who had repeatedly provoked her, a lesson. However, the bandit leader Ma Tong intervened, stating, "Madam, do you wish to witness your husband perish before you?" Cui Hua panicked, unwilling to abandon Ma Tong, and reluctantly returned, pleading with him. Yet Ma Tong remained unmoved, declaring, "Madam, my master has shown me great kindness. If you wish to remain my wife, you must submit to him." His words astonished Zhang Xiaofan. What did he mean by submit to me? Such phrasing sounded so awkward. Hearing this, Yin Yu Jiangnan struggled to contain his amusement, though he refrained from laughing in this tense situation. Well, as long as I can be with my husband, I do not mind. Cui Hua finally relented after much anxious deliberation. Zhang Xiaofan promptly used the contract spell once more. This time, Cui Hua willingly cooperated, ensuring success. Ding! Contract successful. The system's notification brought a sigh of relief to Zhang Xiaofan, establishing a mysterious connection with Cui Hua below the tree. It appeared that Ma Tong was indeed Cui Hua's specific condition. Whenever Ma Tong faced danger, Cui Hua could unleash her extraordinary attack power. Congratulations, 95-27. It seems the bandit wife has submitted to you. Yin Yu Jiangnan teased Zhang Xiaofan, now that the danger had passed. Having spent time together, Zhang Xiaofan and Yin Yu Jiangnan's relationship had grown closer. Hearing Yin Yu Jiangnan's jest, Zhang Xiaofan shot him an annoyed glance and replied, "Enough of your banter. Let us proceed, for it is time to reap our rewards." Yin Yu Jiangnan's eyes glimmered as he gazed at the fallen bandits outside the stone house. After all, this was a treasure trove of experience points. Chapter 32. Cui Hua takes action. Zhang Xiaofan and Yin Yu Jiangnan slid down from the tree, and the bandit leader Ma Tong and his wife Cui Hua promptly bowed to Zhang Xiaofan, their demeanor one of utmost deference. This exemplified one of the distinctions between contract spells and summoning spells. Summoned beasts and contract beasts alike are entirely loyal to their master, yet contract beasts retain their intelligence, able to navigate situations and serve their master without needing commands. "Ma Tong, what do you plan to do about your underlings who spied on your wife while she bathed?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired, aware that although these contract beasts were loyal, they possessed their own thoughts. "I am no longer a mountain bandit, and I naturally hold a deep-seated enmity towards them, wishing fervently to eliminate these scoundrels entirely. However, should my master require their services, I shall undoubtedly comply with his wishes." Ma Tong's response was imbued with emotional intelligence. Zhang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "What use do we have for them? Let us slay them all." "As you command." At this moment, Ma Tong had fully recovered from his injuries, yet the bandits outside the stone house lay incapacitated on the ground, a testament to the ferocity of Cui Hua's attack. With a deft flick of his foot, Ma Tong summoned his 9-ringed great axe from the air, grasping it firmly in his hand. With a mighty roar, he charged like a whirlwind towards the fallen bandits. "Captain, spare us. We shall no longer spy on your sister-in-law." The cries for mercy from the bandits evoked not a shred of pity from Ma Tong. The 9-ringed great axe in his hands became akin to the scythe of death, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Ding! You have slain a bandit guard, earning 300 experience points and 1 silver coin. Ding! You have slain a bandit sentry, earning 200 experience points and 1 silver coin. Ding! You have slain a bandit leader, earning 400 experience points and 1 silver coin. As Ma Tong unleashed his wrath, the system's notifications echoed in the ears of Zhang Xiaofan and Yin Yu Jiangnan. Most of the bandits had already been severely injured by Cui Hua, allowing Ma Tong's blade to swiftly claim the lives of several bandits with each swing. Consequently, although the experience gained from each bandit was modest, the frequency of their demise ensured that both Zhang Xiaofan and Yin Yu Jiangnan amassed a considerable amount of experience. Yin Yu Jiangnan, grinning widely, had just reached level 9 and was astonished to find level 10 within reach. If they continued this slaughter, she might very well ascend another level. The experience required to progress from level 9 to 10 was a staggering 50,000, a daunting figure that made leveling through mere chickens seem an endless endeavor. Yin Yu Jiangnan increasingly believed that accompanying Zhang Xiaofan in this endeavor was the wisest decision of her life. Before long, the bandits outside the stone house had been completely wiped out, yet the two could not reach level 10, as there were merely a few dozen bandits in this vicinity. Zhang Xiaofan summoned Ma Tong and expressed his desire to subdue 4 additional bandit leaders. After a brief contemplation, Ma Tong declared that there were indeed several more outposts of these bandits. Capturing the leader of one would render the rest inconsequential. With both himself and his wife Zuohua in action, they could easily facilitate the master's acquisition of the remaining bandit leaders. Zhang Xiaofan was overjoyed and promptly urged Ma Tong to lead the way. As they proceeded, they soon encountered a bamboo grove not far from the stone house. Upon traversing the grove, a vast expanse of bamboo structures revealed itself. Master, that is another outpost of Huangfeng Gang. I am acquainted with the captain here. He once pursued Zuohua alongside me, making him my rival, Ma Tong explained, gesturing towards the bamboo dwellings. Zhang Xiaofan cast a sidelong glance at Zuohua, pondering how a bandit could possess such poor taste as to attract multiple suitors, and reflected on the bandit's audacity in spying on her while bathing. Was their aesthetic sensibility truly so different from that of ordinary folk? Yinyu Jiangnan, trailing behind Zhang Xiaofan, shared similar sentiments and regarded Zuohua with confusion over the bandit's preferences. Unexpectedly, Zuohua seemed to sense Yinyu Jiangnan's unfriendly gaze and snapped. What are you staring at, yellow-haired girl? Have you never seen a beauty before? Your blatant jealousy is quite irksome. Yinyu Jiangnan pursed her lips and quickly turned away, fearing the wrath of this overly confident tigress. Is there a way to lure the captain out? Zhang Xiaofan inquired. This is my forte. Zuohua stepped forward, saying, the captain here once courted me. Although I did not accept him, even now that I am married, my beauty alone could easily captivate De Kuei. So much confidence. Zhang Xiaofan was somewhat skeptical, finding it hard to believe given Zuohua's rather unappealing appearance. Master, watch closely. I shall draw De Kuei out, Zuohua declared, striding confidently towards a nearby bamboo house. Halt! Who goes there? A bandit sentry called out, eyeing the approaching Zuohua. Have your eyes gone blind? Tell De Kuei that a guest from ancient times is here. Zuohua retorted with a cold snort. The sentry, mesmerized by Zuohua's robust figure, dashed towards the largest bamboo house, shouting, Captain, stop dawdling. A beauty is here to see you. Come out and take a look. Soon, a handsome man emerged from the bamboo house, brandishing a long spear. He appeared lean yet was adorned with sculpted muscles. The captain of the bandits, De Kuei. Who seeks me? De Kuei demanded. You wretched fool, do you not remember me? Before the bandit sentry could speak, Zuohua called out loudly. Huame, what brings you here? Upon seeing Zuohua, De Kuei rushed over with excitement, exclaiming, Did you come to find me? Concealed behind the bamboo grove, Zhang Xiaofan observed this scene in disbelief and turned to Ma Tong. That De Kuei appears far more handsome than you. I wonder why Zuohua chose you. Ma Tong proudly lifted his chin and replied, Master, you do not understand. In the eyes of us bandits, regardless of gender, the more robust one is, the more appealing they are. A person as extraordinary as my wife is exceedingly sought after. He paused before continuing. Moreover, what use is good looks if one lacks substance? A pretty face devoid of capability is utterly worthless. At this revelation, Zhang Xiaofan's comprehension deepened, and he regarded De Kuei with a hint of disdain. Yinyu Jiangnan's face flushed crimson. These bandits were indeed crude and boorish, their foul language unbecoming. De Kuei, come with me. I have matters to discuss with you privately. Outside the bamboo house, Zuohua, with a bashful expression, spoke up. Da Kuei, filled with disbelief, wondered if Zuohua had a change of heart, signaling the arrival of his own springtime. With this thought in mind, Da Kuei shouted to the numerous bandits encircling him, demanding that none approach, lest they face the consequences of military law. He then turned to Zuohua and said, Sister Hua, there is a secluded spot over there. Allow me to escort you. Chapter 33. Ascending to level 10. Da Kuei and Zuohua meandered through the winding paths until they reached a secluded hollow far from the bamboo house. Zhang Xiaofan quickly led the others to follow stealthily. Sister Hua, do you know how I have endured these years? Da Kuei said urgently to Zuohua, I have sharpened my spear, merely to pass the tedious time longing for you. As he spoke, he lifted the iron spear in his hand to showcase it to her. Zuohua took the spear from Da Kuei and flung it into the distance, saying, Brother Kuei, you need not sharpen your spear any longer. I shall assist you with that. Da Kuei, overwhelmed with joy, affectionately called out, Sister Hua, you are truly wonderful, and was about to step forward to embrace her. Just then, a thunderous voice erupted from behind. You dare to flirt with my wife? Prepare to pay with your life. Da Kuei, startled, turned to see Ma Tong brandishing a 9-ringed broadsword, flanked by 2 unusual figures. A man and a woman, glaring furiously at him. Zuohua dashed toward Ma Tong, exclaiming to Zhang Xiaofan, Master, I have not failed you. Momentarily dazed, Da Kuei addressed Ma Tong. So, you intend to play a trick on me? Unfortunately, you have come to the wrong place. At my command, my subordinates will tear you to shreds. And I will boldly claim Zuohua for myself, teaching you a lesson about the consequences of failure. Zhang Xiaofan and Yin Yu Jiangnan were equally bewildered. Was this still a game? The characters seemed too human, even aware of such tactics. Just you, a skinny monkey? What a joke. Ma Tong scoffed. I'll break your spear. Enough with the chatter. Let us see the real skill. Dakuai turned to retrieve the spear Zuohua had cast aside, but Ma Tong would not grant him that opportunity. Charging at him with the broadsword, Ma Tong attacked mercilessly, the broadsword slicing through the air like a whirlwind, while Dakuai, unarmed, could only dodge and weave. Caught in a precarious situation, Zhang Xiaofan, unwilling to waste time, shot a vitality orb from a distance, which struck Dakuai squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. The vitality orb inflicted 1,000 points of damage upon Dakuai, surpassing the harm caused by Ma Tong. Dakuai was taken aback, but seized the moment to retrieve his iron spear. With the spear in hand, Dakuai's demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to a sword unsheathed, as he unleashed his ultimate technique, Meihua Sen Nom. The spear struck Ma Tong's broadsword with a series of resounding clangs, disarming him and inflicting a loss of 300 hit points. This demonstrated that Dakuai, as a fellow bandit leader, was indeed superior to Ma Tong. Zhang Xiaofan cast an identification spell, revealing Dakuai's attributes. Bandit leader, Dakuai level, 16 attack power, 500 to 650 defense power, 400 to 500 health, 6,000 skills. Meihua Sen Nom, spear out like a dragon. Indeed, Dakuai's level exceeded that of Ma Tong by 1. The only notable difference was that Ma Tong possessed area attack abilities, while Dakuai's skills were solely single target. Ma Tong was suited for group battles, whereas Dakuai excelled in one-on-one confrontations. As Ma Tong's broadsword was sent flying, he bellowed, brutal charge. His body transformed into a rampaging bull, charging directly at Dakuai. Spear out like a dragon. Dakuai countered with his signature move, thrusting the iron spear like a swimming dragon towards the bull-like Ma Tong. With a thunderous crash, Dakuai was sent reeling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. While Ma Tong suffered as well, the spear having pierced through his chest, leaving a gaping hole as he lost 1,000 hit points. What a fierce warrior. Zhang Xiaofan remarked appreciatively, then launched another vitality orb toward Dakuai. Dakuai roared, swinging his spear to deflect the vitality orb, sustaining only 500 points of damage. He then charged towards Zhang Xiaofan, realizing that while Ma Tong appeared fierce, the damage he dealt was far less than Zhang Xiaofan's, making the latter his greatest threat. As Dakuai lunged forward, Zhang Xiaofan hastily employed a contract technique. Ding! Contract failed. The system notification rang out, but Zhang Xiaofan remained undeterred, knowing he had Zuohua, a formidable ally by his side. Suddenly, Zuohua's massive figure appeared before Zhang Xiaofan, causing Dakuai to come to an abrupt halt. Sister Hua, step aside. Once I deal with these nuisances, we shall fly together, he implored. Get lost. Zuohua retorted fiercely, lifting her hand like a giant fan and striking with such speed that Dakuai had no time to react, sending him flying. Teeth scattered in the air as Dakuai fell. Zuohua, 2 levels above Dakuai, inflicted a staggering 2,000 points of damage with that single blow. Zhang Xiaofan and Yin Yu Jiangnan gasped in astonishment at Zuohua's terrifying power. With a thud, Dakuai crashed to the ground, feeling as though countless stars were swirling in his head. Zhang Xiaofan quickly utilized the contract technique on Dakuai. Ding! The contract has been successfully established. Zhang Xiaofan could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Had he known that Zuohua would act with such decisiveness, he would not have wasted any time. Master, I am willing to serve you, Dakuai proclaimed, having been bound by the contract. Kneeling before Zhang Xiaofan, with a face full of reverence, Yin Yu Jiangnan was utterly astonished. Although he had surmised that Zhang Xiaofan possessed the ability to summon wild creatures directly, witnessing it firsthand was profoundly shocking. Such a power was akin to having a cheat code. If Yin Yu Jiangnan had known that Zhang Xiaofan could also bring the contracted beasts from the game into reality, he might have been left speechless. The ensuing events unfolded effortlessly. Once Dakuai and Ma Tong had tended to their wounds, they commenced a slaughter of the bandits within the vicinity of the bamboo house, at Zhang Xiaofan's command. Yin Yu Jiangnan once again experienced the exhilarating rush of rapidly accumulating experience points. Before long, the bandits in the area were completely annihilated by the 2 bandit captains and Zuohua. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 10. Completing the task of leaving the village will allow you to venture forth into the main city. At that moment, both Zhang Xiaofan and Yin Yu Jiangnan received the system's notification simultaneously. Upon reaching level 10, the system did not automatically allocate attribute points. Zhang Xiaofan learned through news and Yin Yu Jiangnan's description that reaching level 10 was merely one condition for obtaining attribute points. The other was to complete the task of leaving the village. Only by accomplishing this task and proceeding to the main city to undergo a job change could one receive the attribute points distributed by the system. This was one of the mechanisms that set Shinkong game apart from others. Chapter 34, Strategy for the Dog Hole. Yin Yu Jiangnan's excitement was palpable. following the original plan. Reaching level 10 would have taken over a year. Unexpectedly, by following Zhang Xiaofan, he had achieved it in just 2 days. As long as he could cling tightly to Zhang Xiaofan, perhaps he would soon surpass his sister, he thought with elation. Throughout his life, his sister had loomed as an insurmountable mountain before him. In every aspect, she excelled beyond him. Their parents took great pride in her, encouraging him to learn from her. This game was no different. His sister had swiftly reached level 10 and gone to the main city to acquire skill points, significantly enhancing her physical prowess. Becoming the pride of the family, while he still languished in the novice village, grinding for meager experience points by slaying chickens. Had it not been for Zhang Xiaofan's appearance, he could not fathom when he might escape the novice village. This time, he was determined to make his sister take notice and prove to his family that he was not inferior to her. However, he felt a twinge of guilt for having deceived Zhang Xiaofan into thinking he was terminally ill just to gain his assistance in leveling up. Yinyu Jiangnan quickly dismissed these thoughts from his mind, reasoning that he could make amends by offering more monetary compensation to 9,527 in reality. With this in mind, he turned to Zhang Xiaofan and solemnly expressed, 9527, thank you. Were it not for you, I would have no idea when I would reach level 10. Even if I did, I would not know if I could complete the bandit extermination task. I am truly grateful. As he spoke, Yinyu Jiangnan bowed deeply to Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly interjected, smiling, but you saved me as well. We are merely helping each other. There is no need for such formality. Yinyu Jiangnan hesitated, wanting to confess his deception, yet fearing that if Zhang Xiaofan learned the truth, he might no longer assist him in leveling up. He opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Why the solemn expression? Zhang Xiaofan observed Yinyu Jiangnan's conflicted demeanor and added, do not dwell on such thoughts. We will soon complete the task of leaving the village, and once you obtain the attribute points, your terminal illness will surely be cured. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment colored Yinyu Jiangnan's face, yet he dismissed further contemplation and nodded, inquiring, what shall we do next? Of course, we will continue to slay bandits. Once I gather a few more followers, we shall seek out the bandit leader to reclaim the village chief seal and complete the task of leaving the village. Zhang Xiaofan declared with great ambition. The next steps were straightforward. With the aid of Cuihua, Ma Tong, and De Kuei, their combat prowess became formidable. They located the next bandit outpost, weakened its captain, and Zhang Xiaofan employed his summoning technique to bind the bandit captain to his service. Subsequently, they eradicated the remaining bandit minions within the outpost to gain experience points. As the number of summoned bandit captains increased, so too did the strength of their party, accelerating their offensive pace considerably. Before long, Zhang Xiaofan's summoning quota was filled, having contracted 5 bandit captains and 1 Suohua. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If his mental strength were sufficient, could he not summon an army of contracted beasts from the game? Such a scenario would render him invincible both in the game and in reality. Elated with the idea, he resolved to seek out more souls of the dying once he returned to reality, as hospitals were rife with them. Furthermore, even if he did not consume those souls, they would inevitably dissipate into the ether. It would be a shame to waste them. With his quota of contracted beasts now full, Zhang Xiaofan decided not to linger and immediately plotted to confront the bandit leader, hastening to reclaim the village chief seal and thereby obtain his attribute points. A rebirth was within reach, and even though Zhang Xiaofan had absorbed countless memories from others, his temperament had become remarkably steady. Yet he could not suppress a flutter of excitement. Under the guidance of several summoned bandit captains, the group advanced towards the bandit stronghold. The bandit camp of Huangfenggang lay deep within Huangfeng Mountain, where the bandit leader held court. As they pressed onward, they encountered numerous bandit sentinels along the way. Yet with several bandit captains in tow, Zhang Xiaofan and Yinyu Jiangnan proceeded unimpeded. Before long, they arrived at the depths of Huangfeng Mountain. Master, that is the Huangfenggang stronghold. De Kuei, the bandit captain, raised his hand to point, addressing Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan and Yinyu Jiangnan, upon hearing the words, raised their heads and beheld a colossal stronghold nestled on the hillside of Huangfeng Mountain. At the forefront of the stronghold stood a grand stone gateway, flanked by bandits on duty, while countless others patrolled within, creating an atmosphere of formidable vigilance. Observing this, Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow. However, Yinyu Jiangnan spoke up, stating, 9527, I have a strategy. According to the accounts of players who have completed the mission, there exists a dog hole to the north of the stronghold's walls, which we can use to stealthily infiltrate without engaging in a direct confrontation. Zhang Xiaofan suddenly understood. It was no wonder that, despite such stringent defenses, players had managed to pilfer documents stamped by the bandit leader, Huang Xilang, by exploiting the dog hole. Initially, Zhang Xiaofan contemplated employing the same tactic, sending Cuihua to lure Huang Xilang out. Yet, Cuihua remarked that the leader held no interest in her. It seemed that today, they were indeed destined to crawl through a dog hole. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaofan turned to Yin Jiangnan and asked, "You know the way, right? Let's enter from there." The two reached a mutual understanding. Although Yin Jiangnan had never been here, she had come across numerous strategies for stealing Huang Xiling's documents in the news, and her sister had provided her with detailed insights after completing the mission, making her quite familiar with the terrain. As expected, after navigating through twists and turns, they soon discovered the dog hole. Just as Zhang Xiaofan prepared to crawl through, Yin Jiangnan suddenly grasped his arm and cautioned, "Wait a moment, the timing is not right." Zhang Xiaofan, puzzled by the need for timing in such a situation, looked at her in confusion. Yin Jiangnan simply gestured for him to be silent. Shortly thereafter, a bark echoed from outside the castle walls. A yellow dog emerged from the dog hole, excitedly scampering towards the source of the barking, a large chicken leg clutched in its mouth. The yellow dog soon encountered a white female dog in the nearby woods, which eagerly approached and snatched the chicken leg from its mouth. Turning its back to the yellow dog leapt upon it, and the two canines began an indecorous display in the forest. Zhang Xiaofan realized that Yin Jiangnan had been cautious about the yellow dog emerging to indulge in its frolics. It was evident that players who had completed the mission had indeed invested considerable effort into studying this place. As the two observed the yellow dog and the white dog engrossed in their antics, Yin Jiangnan quickly urged Zhang Xiaofan, "Now is our chance. Follow me." Without hesitation, she bent down and crawled through the dog hole, with Zhang Xiaofan closely following her. However, as they progressed, Yin Jiangnan suddenly halted, causing Zhang Xiaofan, caught off guard, to bump into her. The remarkable elasticity of their situation nearly left him breathless. Yin Jiangnan, her face flushed, turned back and signaled for silence. Zhang Xiaofan looked up to see a squad of bandit soldiers passing by, which explained her abrupt stop. Once the soldiers had moved past the dog hole, the two emerged, and Yin Jiangnan quickly assessed the surroundings. Following the strategy her sister had shared, she guided them around a nearby rock formation and stealthily into the heart of the bandit stronghold. To avoid drawing attention, Zhang Xiaofan temporarily stored away the 6 contracted bandits in his space and followed Yin Jiangnan, moving cautiously. He soon noticed that all the patrolling bandit soldiers were composed of level 15 bandit captains, and if discovered, his 6 contracted bandits would likely be unable to withstand the confrontation. Ahead lay the office of Huang Xiling. Yin Jiangnan led Zhang Xiaofan into a storage shack within the bandit lair and pointed towards a nearby tiled house, saying, "That is Huang Xiling's office." Zhang Xiaofan looked up and observed that there were no patrolling soldiers around Huang Xiling's office, indicating his confidence in his own strength and his lack of fear regarding assassination attempts. "What are we waiting for? Let us charge in directly. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Huang Xiling, with no guards in sight," Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed. "Hold on," Yin Jiangnan replied, turning to face him with a serious expression. "Are you certain you want to seize Huang Xiling's seal rather than simply stealing the documents he has stamped?" Zhang Xiaofan paused, then responded, "Huang Xiling is merely a level 20 wild monster. I have 4 level 15 bandit captains, 1 level 16 bandit captain, and an 18-level Zuhua under my command. Together, we should have no trouble subduing him, right?" Yin Jiangnan ceased to dissuade him and said, "Now is not the best moment. Soon, Huang Xiling will emerge for his routine patrol, and we can take advantage of that to sneak into his office and ambush him, significantly increasing our chances of success." Zhang Xiaofan readily agreed. Yin Jiangnan glanced at the time and remarked, "He should be coming out shortly." Just as she finished speaking, the door of the neighboring tiled house swung open. Zhang Xiaofan focused his gaze and was taken aback by the sight of an exceptionally imposing figure. Huang Xiling, clad in a simple yet elegant white robe adorned with intricate golden embroidery at the collar and cuffs, stepped forth. A black belt cinched his waist, set with a vibrant green gemstone that harmonized with the jade hairpin atop his head, accentuating his noble demeanor. His facial features were sharply defined, resembling a sculpted masterpiece. There was an air of heroism about him, his deep, piercing eyes seeming to penetrate the surface and discern the essence of all things. His straight nose and slightly upturned lips bore a confident smile that drew one in with his magnetic charm. Tall and upright, his steps were light and assured, each stride imbued with a unique rhythm. His lustrous black hair was tied back, further enhancing his handsome appearance. So striking, Yin Jiangnan couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Zhang Xiaofan felt a deep sense of resonance. This did not resemble the leader of a band of mountain bandits at all, but rather a refined and gentle scion of a wealthy family. In reality, he would undoubtedly overshadow a multitude of idolized, delicate youths. The bandit leader, Huang Xiling, lightly waved his folding fan and strolled leisurely outside, while the passing bandit soldiers all bowed in greeting. As Huang Xiling moved farther away, Zhang Xiaofan and Yin Jiangnan emerged from the woodshed, pushed open the door to Huang Xiling's study, and slipped inside. This was a chamber suffused with the fragrance of books, where sunlight filtered through wooden shutters, casting a bright and warm glow upon the floor. The walls were adorned with paintings of various sizes and styles, each telling its own tale. At the center stood an antiquated writing desk. Its surface covered with a sheet of parchment, the edges slightly yellowed, exuding a subtle historical aura. On the desk lay ink and brushes, as if eagerly awaiting the arrival of its master. Beside the desk was a tall bookshelf, filled with a plethora of tomes, each occupying its rightful place, silently proclaiming the vastness and orderliness of the realm of knowledge. Zhang Xiaofan released his contracted bandit and addressed Ma Tong. Isn't strength and ferocity revered among bandits? Why does your leader appear so slender and refined? How did he come to assume the position of leader? Ma Tong hastily replied, our former leader was not Huang Xiling, but Zhou Shandiao. However, not long ago, Zhou Shandiao was slain by Huang Xiling, who subsequently took over and gathered the bandits under his command. Dakwai interjected. Though Huang Xiling may seem frail, his combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. No bandit dares to defy him, and those who do meet their demise. Understanding dawned upon Zhang Xiaofan. No wonder Huang Xiling and the bandits of Huang Fenggang appeared so out of place. He was an outsider. 95-27, we have struck gold. At that moment, Yanyu Jiangnan exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Xiaofan approached Yanyu Jiangnan and inquired, what is it? Is there gold here? There is no gold, but rather a plethora of documents stamped by Huang Xiling. Yanyu Jiangnan pointed to a stack of papers on the desk. If we take all these documents, players eager to complete their village exit quests will undoubtedly compete to purchase them. Is that so? Will they not come here to steal? Zhang Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. Did they not say this follow-up task is simpler than the bandit suppression mission? Yanyu Jiangnan's excitement was palpable as he responded, that may be true, but documents stamped by the bandit leader are always scarce, and he does not stamp them daily. While stealing the documents here may be simple, it does depend on luck. If there are no stamped documents, we shall return empty-handed. Zhang Xiaofan understood. Indeed, these documents would not lack for buyers. Chapter 36. Confronting Huang Xiling, Yanyu Jiangnan gazed at the large stack of documents on the desk and urged Zhang Xiaofan to collect them all, exclaiming, our luck is truly remarkable. I did not expect to encounter so many stamped documents by Huang Xiling on our first visit. However, Zhang Xiaofan shook his head in refusal and said to Yanyu Jiangnan, you keep these documents. They are of no use to me. How can they be of no use? Yanyu Jiangnan exclaimed in surprise. Even if you do not need them to complete a task, selling them will surely yield significant profit. Each document could fetch 10 gold coins, and with this large stack, we could easily make over 1,000 coins. You know how rare gold coins are in this game. I play games solely to reach level 10, to then go to the main city to receive attribute points, after which I might not play this game again. Thus, these gold coins hold little value for me, Zhang Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yanyu Jiangnan's eyes sparkled with a new idea, and he said, in that case, let us take these documents back to the village, have the village chief alter them, and we can leave the village. Moreover, selling these documents will cover the village chief's labor fee. That suits me perfectly, Zhang Xiaofan responded. This game does not have a currency exchange system. My initial intention to seize Huang Xiling's seal was due to my inability to pay the village chief's fee for altering the exit documents. Now that the gold coin issue is resolved, we need not risk taking Huang Xiling's seal anymore. Yanyu Jiangnan wholeheartedly agreed, stating, indeed, the village chief's labor fee is a staggering 100 gold coins. My sister spent a considerable amount of money offline to acquire 100 gold coins from players in the game. The two joyfully decided to leave Huang Fenggang with the documents and return to the novice village to complete the exit quest. However, at that moment, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and Huang Xiling appeared before them with a beaming smile. I wondered why my documents have been disappearing lately. It turns out it is the handiwork of you little thieves, Huang Xiling remarked as he entered the study and closed the door behind him. Yanyu Jiangnan reacted swiftly, reaching for the documents on the desk to store them in his backpack, planning to log off immediately and return to the novice village after the commotion died down, thus perfectly avoiding direct confrontation with Huang Xiling. Unexpectedly, Huang Xiling waved his folding fan, and the documents on the desk were sent swirling into the air by the gust created by the fan. He tossed the fan upwards, which spun and shredded the documents into a flurry of confetti. Yanyu Jiangnan was instantly dumbfounded. Over 1,000 gold coins had just vanished. The fan completed its rotation and returned to Huang Xiling's hand. With a slight smile, he addressed Zhang Xiaofan and Yanyu Jiangnan. I offer you two choices. First, surrender and submit to me, bringing in more outsiders from my command. Second, I will capture you and hang you outside the city walls to deter those coveting my Huang Fenggang. The outsiders Huang Xiling referred to were evidently the players within the game. Zhang Xiaofan let out a cold laugh, recognizing the audacity of the mountain bandit chief, who had dared to close the door, likely out of fear that he might flee with Yanyu Jiangnan. However, this move was rather fortuitous for him, as the battle occurring here would not alert other bandits to come to his aid. He was not inclined to choose any of the options before him. He had a third choice: slay the chief and reclaim the village chief's seal. With a disdainful snort, Zhang Xiaofan issued a command for his contracted bandits to attack. Huang Xiling scoffed derisively, saying, "The village chief's seal? Huh, what a ludicrous notion. The bandit has become the village chief, and the village chief has been reduced to a bandit." His words left Zhang Xiaofan momentarily perplexed, but there was no time to ponder. He commanded his contracted bandits to advance, while simultaneously casting an identification spell on Huang Xiling. Bandit Chief, Huang Xiling, sealed, level 20 special wild creature attack, 900-1500 defense, 600 to 900 health, 10,000 skills. Feather Fan and Turban increase personal charm while diminishing the opponent's attack and defense, stirring the pot incites infighting among enemy factions. Autumn Wind Fan launches an attack with a fan, inflicting bleeding damage on multiple foes. Like Cuihua, Huang Xiling was also a special wild creature and was currently sealed. Zhang Xiaofan felt a sense of confusion, as there was something distinctly uncanny about Huang Xiling. The first attack from the contracted bandit Dakwai arrived swiftly, as he thrust a steel spear at Huang Xiling's chest with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea. The other 4 contracted bandit captains followed suit, encircling Huang Xiling like a tempest with their various weapons. Huang Xiling, quick as lightning, evaded their encirclement. His face contorted with anger as he roared at the bandits attacking him. "You treacherous scoundrels dare betray me? You are courting death." After uttering these words, he tossed his folding fan and unleashed the Autumn Wind Fan skill. The fan whirled through the air along a peculiar trajectory, striking the 5 bandit captains, leaving them wounded with visible damage indicators above their heads, a result of the bleeding effect granted by the skill. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan launched a chi bomb at Huang Xiling's back. With a resounding boom, it struck true, causing Huang Xiling to stagger. Yet, to Zhang Xiaofan's dismay, his formidable mental prowess and spell attack only inflicted 300 points of damage. This was, however, understandable. Huang Xiling possessed formidable defense, and he was 10 levels higher than Zhang Xiaofan, resulting in a significant level suppression. Yan Yujiang then quickly employed a healing spell to restore the bleeding contracted bandits, but the effect was minimal. Unprepared for Zhang Xiaofan's fierce assault, Huang Xiling turned and lunged towards him. In this critical moment, Cuihua stepped forward, her ample form shielding Zhang Xiaofan from Huang Xiling's onslaught. Although she was knocked back 2 steps, she resolutely guarded her master, preventing Huang Xiling from advancing. The other contracted bandits quickly regained their composure, raising their weapons to strike Huang Xiling. With a sneer, Huang Xiling first employed the Feather Fan and Turban skill to diminish the enemy's attack and defense, then activated the Stirring the Pot skill, intending to incite conflict among them. However, to his astonishment, the Stirring the Pot skill produced no effect whatsoever. "How could this be?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Xiaofan sneered, knowing that his contracted beasts were utterly loyal to him. Attempting to sow discord among them was a futile endeavor. In a flash, the 5 contracted bandit captains encircled Huang Xiling once more, their weapons targeting his vital points. Particularly, Dakwai thrust his steel spear with lethal precision, piercing Huang Xiling's thigh and causing a damage indicator of 250 to appear above him. The other bandit captains were equally relentless. Ma Tong's 9-ring broadsword slashed through Huang Xiling's clothing, leaving a bloody mark across his chest. Had it not been for Huang Xiling's timely evasion, he might have been severely injured. Another bandit captain wielded a pair of ornate axes, charging in with a fierce battle cry reminiscent of the legendary hero Li Kuei. Huang Xiling parried the axes with his fan, while 2 remaining bandit captains, one wielding a massive iron hammer and the other a dark spear, launched their own attacks. Huang Xiling dodged and weaved, narrowly avoiding their strikes, only to be struck again by Zhang Xiaofan's chi bomb, sending him crashing to the ground. Huang Xiling's earlier success in driving off the bandit leader and securing his position was largely attributed to his Stirring the Pot skill, which incited infighting among bandits, allowing him to reap the benefits. Yet, now that his prized skill had unexpectedly faltered, his contracted bandits caught him off guard. Enraged and humiliated, Huang Xiling sprang to his feet in a swift motion, hurling his fan at Zhang Xiaofan. He understood that to eliminate this group, he must first capture Zhang Xiaofan. Cuihua stood resolutely in front of Zhang Xiaofan, her stout form shielding him from Huang Xiling's attack. The fan struck swiftly, leaving a bloody mark on Cuihua's neck, causing a torrent of blood to flow and a vivid damage indicator of 1,000 to appear above her. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback, shocked that Huang Xiling's strike had dealt such substantial damage to Cuihua. Seeing his wife's plight, Ma Tong bellowed in fury, "You dare harm my wife? I'll fight you to the death." He brandished his 9-ring broadsword and charged recklessly at Huang Xiling, who, noticing Ma Tong's reckless abandon, thought to himself that this presented a splendid opportunity. With a swift motion, a hand reached into the air, and the spinning folding fan instantly returned to the grasp. In the next moment, the figure vanished, only to reappear behind Mt Ying, where the fan was thrust with great force into the back of his heart. A vivid red 5000 emerged above Mt Ying's head. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Both Zhang Xiaofan and Yng were momentarily stunned. Huang Sling, true to his role as the bandit leader, displayed an unpredictable ferocity, effortlessly eliminating Mt Ying. This was unexpected. Zhang Xiaofan murmured to Yng. How could a level 20 wild creature possibly eliminate a level 15 one? It defies reason. Perhaps this was the peculiarity of special wild creatures. Yng urgently interjected. Now is not the time for such discussions. Quickly, while your subordinates are keeping Huang Sling occupied, let us log off. I am aware of the schedule of Huang Sling's next patrol. We can re-enter the game later to escape. Otherwise, we may not survive this day. At that moment, Siyu Hu, filled with rage and sorrow, cried out, "Husband!" Her eyes ablaze. She surged toward Huang Sling like a cannonball. The other 4 bandit captains quickly joined her to avoid being isolated and picked off by Huang Sling. With a fierce flick of his folding fan, Huang Sling unleashed it towards Siyu Hu, but the 4 captains swiftly raised their weapons in unison, successfully deflecting the fan. Deku, wielding a long spear, managed to knock the spinning fan from the air. Disarmed, Huang Sling, witnessing Siyu Hu's frenzied charge, felt a surge of trepidation. Attempting to evade, it was already too late. Siyu Hu's hand, as large as a palm fan, seized him, executing a shoulder throw. With a thunderous crash, Huang Sling was slammed into the ground, the wooden surface cracking beneath him. A 2000 appeared above his head, indicating damage. The remaining bandit captains quickly encircled him, their weapons raining down upon the fallen Huang Sling. Zhang Xiaofan and Yng were astonished by this unexpected turn of events, abandoning their plans to log off. Zhang Xiaofan unleashed a vitality orb, while Yng cast a healing spell to aid Siyu Hu in recovering from her injuries. Huang Sling, attempting to rise, was instead pinned down by Siyu Hu's formidable physique, which secured his limbs, rendering him immobile. In this brief skirmish, he had already lost over half of his health. Zhang Xiaofan quickly employed the contracting technique. If he could successfully bind the bandit leader, it would yield substantial rewards. A notification chimed. Contract failed. Unfazed, Zhang Xiaofan recognized that with Huang Sling subdued, the chances of success would increase significantly if he could reduce him to critical health. Stop! Huang Sling called out, sensing his imminent demise. Warrior, hear me. I know you wish to recruit me. If you assist me in completing a task, I shall willingly ally with you. Otherwise, I will resist to the death. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a wild creature could issue quests. Intrigued, he commanded the 4 bandit captains to cease their assault while allowing Siyu Hu to maintain her grip on Huang Sling. What task? He inquired. A notification sounded. Huang Sling has issued you a unique hidden quest. Subdue the traitor. Eliminate the village chief, Zhu Shndo, and assist Huang Sling in reclaiming his position as chief. Quest reward, unknown. Zhang Xiaofan found himself momentarily perplexed. Sensing the situation was shrouded in mystery, he questioned Huang Sling. Did you not kill Zhu Shndo? How has he become the village chief? And why must I help you reclaim your title? Were you the original chief? Indeed, Huang Sling replied hastily. I was the village chief sent by the court. I intended to confront the notorious bandit, Zhu Shndo, before taking office, but fell victim to his treachery, becoming trapped in Huang Feng. Upon escaping, I discovered that Zhu Shndo had usurped my identity, impersonating me as chief, and the villagers, swayed by him, refused to recognize me. Helpless, I returned to Huang Feng, falsely claiming to have slain Zhu Shndo and subdued the bandits, plotting my revenge. Zhang Xiaofan reflected on the complexities of the situation, recognizing the twists and turns it had taken. Chapter 38. Extorting the prince. As the system prompted Zhang Xiaofan with the quest to subdue the traitor, he found himself believing much of Huang Sling's account. After all, the previous village chief had issued quests that required a bandit-stamped document, which made little sense. However, Zhang Xiaofan had no intention of simply aiding Huang Sling. The village chief had promised him generous rewards for reclaiming the seal. As a player, his goal was not to champion justice within the game, but to pursue his own maximum benefit. With this in mind, he addressed Huang Sling. Even if you are the true village chief, what of it? Zhu Shndo has promised me a substantial reward for assisting him in reclaiming his seal. Why should I take the risk for you? Huang Sling, sensing urgency, replied, "What benefits has Zhu Sh&Do promised you? I will offer you double." Zhang Xiaofan, uncertain of the rewards that awaited him upon completing his subsequent tasks, had only received verbal assurances of generous rewards from the old village chief. Noticing Zhang Xiaofan's silence, Huang Sling deduced the situation and continued, "Zhu Sh&Do is deceitful. He will likely only offer you verbal promises. Based on my understanding of him, he might only provide you with a handful of coins as compensation. Coins are acceptable, provided they are substantial." Zhang Xiaofan responded, "But assisting you in your task leaves me equally uncertain of the rewards, and the risks are considerable. This valiant warrior. You must not trust Zhuoshan. He is insatiably greedy and would never bestow upon you a bounty of gold coins." Huang Xilang, fearing that Zhang Xiaofan would not assist him, hastily remarked, "Zhuoshan has dispatched his trusted confidant to act as the ferryman of Lu Shahi. Anyone wishing to cross the river will have their wealth thoroughly plundered. This alone reveals Zhuoshan Jiao's extreme avarice. How could he ever part with a significant amount of gold as a reward for you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan experienced a moment of clarity. It was no wonder that every time he boarded a boat, his gold coins would be entirely siphoned away. He initially presumed it was a mere system setting, unaware that it was all part of the cunning scheme of the old village chief, Zhuoshan. Remembering the 17 coins he had lost to the ferryman during his first crossing, Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of anger. Noticing Zhang Xiaofan's apparent wavering, Huang Xilang seized the opportunity and continued, "Warrior, if you can aid me in reclaiming my position as village chief, I shall willingly submit to you and hand over all the wealth I have amassed over the years from Huangfeng Gang." Zhang Xiaofan felt tempted but still replied, "I do not require your willing submission. I possess my own means to subdue you, and everything here shall remain mine." Huang Xilang, with a look of resignation, increased his stakes and declared, "Should you help me reclaim the position of village chief, I am prepared to have the imperial seal conferred upon you, inscribed with your mark. This way, any profits generated in the village will naturally find their way into your coffers. It is a deal for the ages." Zhang Xiaofan, intrigued by this proposition, was encouraged by Yan Yujiang Nan, who excitedly urged him, 9527, agree to his terms. For this would ensure that you will never lack for gold in the game again. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and addressed Huang Xilang. "I have already stated that I have my own methods to subdue you. In time, what you speak of will naturally belong to me. Do you not find it shameless to offer me what is rightfully mine as a reward?" Yan Yujiang Nan was left speechless. Who truly was the shameless one here? Clearly, 9527 was resorting to extortion. Huang Xilang, upon hearing this, stiffened his neck and declared, "If that is the case, then kill me. I shall not yield." Zhang Xiaofan let out a cold laugh. "You wish to engage in psychological warfare with me? I have consumed the memories of Long Jiayin, the former wealthiest man in the nation. I can see through your negotiation tactics with ease. You have mistaken your opponent. Attack." Without further ado, Zhang Xiaofan commanded his contracted bandit captains. The 4 bandit captains seized their weapons and unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Huang Xilang, who was firmly restrained by Cui Hua. In a matter of moments, his health was reduced by more than half. Witnessing that Zhang Xiaofan truly intended to bring about his demise, Huang Xilang surrendered, shouting, "Warrior, hold your hand. I just remembered something that might change your mind." Zhang Xiaofan ordered his contracted bandits to cease their assault, silently observing the disheveled Huang Xilang. Waiting for him to speak, "I shall tell you the truth. I am the 4th prince of the current emperor." Huang Xilang's words were astounding. And then, Zhang Xiaofan remained unmoved. "If you assist me, once I ascend to the throne, I shall grant you titles and riches, ensuring your life of luxury." Huang Xilang proclaimed with pride, seemingly confident in his princely status. "Strike him!" Zhang Xiaofan bellowed in anger. "I despise those who make grand promises without substance. Expecting me to risk my life, such individuals are deserving of a reckoning." The contracted bandits resumed their relentless assault, and in the blink of an eye, Huang Xilang's health was nearing its end. Observing this, Zhang Xiaofan employed the contracting technique. Ding! Contract failed. The system's notification left Zhang Xiaofan in disbelief. Huang Xilang had been reduced to critical health, yet the contract still failed. Undeterred, Zhang Xiaofan attempted the contracting technique once more, only to encounter another failure. At that moment, Huang Xilang panicked. This individual truly sought his life, and it seemed that his princely title held no sway over his opponent. "Stop! If you continue to strike, I will surely perish." Huang Xilang cried out urgently, "Warrior, I possess another treasure that might change your mind." Zhang Xiaofan commanded the contracted bandits to halt and addressed Huang Xilang coolly. "This is your final opportunity. I hope you will not resort to empty promises again, nor will you disappoint me." Huang Xilang, drenched in cold sweat, hastily replied, "Many years ago, my mother bestowed upon me a rare artifact known as the attribute gem. By absorbing it, one can greatly enhance their physical attributes. I wonder if this could be exchanged for my life. Attribute gem? Enhance physical attributes? Zhang Xiaofan was perplexed. What could this possibly entail? Yan Yu Jiangnan, however, brightened at this revelation and eagerly spoke to Zhang Xiaofan. 9527. This may very well be a treasure. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaofan inquired, puzzled. What do we strive for by battling monsters and completing quests? Yan Yu Jiangnan, suppressing his excitement, questioned Zhang Xiaofan. Surely, it is to reach the main city and acquire attribute points to enhance our physical capabilities in the real world. Zhang Xiaofan responded, gradually realizing the significance of the situation. Chapter 39. The Skill of Immunity to Death. Seeing that Zhang Xiaofan had grasped the key point, Yan Yu Jiangnan continued with enthusiasm. Acquiring the attribute gem means that even without reaching the main city, one can still obtain attribute points, thus augmenting physical prowess in reality. Zhang Xiaofan nodded in agreement, adding, if that is the case, it implies a considerable advantage over others. By the time we reach the main city to acquire level 10 attribute points, the gap between us and others would be significantly widened. Indeed. It is astonishing that there exists another method to earn attribute points aside from leveling up. Yan Yu Jiangnan seemed to have discovered a new frontier, evidently. This game harbored numerous undiscovered mechanics awaiting exploration. Where's the attribute gem? Bring it to me for inspection. Zhang Xiaofan commanded Huang Xiling. With a distressed expression, began, the attribute gem is not with me at the moment. When my mother bestowed it upon me, I took it lightly and merely placed it in my quarters within the imperial palace. You, scoundrel, promised not to paint a rosy picture, yet here you are, deceiving me once again. Today, I shall render you a eunuch, preventing you from ever becoming a prince. Zhang Xiaofan, consumed by rage, retorted vehemently. Huang Xiling quickly pleaded for mercy. Warrior, I am not deceiving you. I can have the palace guards deliver the attribute gem to you swiftly, provided you agree to help me reclaim the position of village chief. This is a test set by my father, as well as a trial for my pursuit of the crown prince title. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiaofan, recognizing Huang Xiling's precarious situation, nodded. In that case, I shall lend you my assistance. Ding. The task of rooting out traitors has been accepted. Failure penalty. Pursuit by the Imperial City Guard. The system's voice confirmed Zhang Xiaofan's belief that Huang Xiling was indeed a prince, and not a deceiver. Zhang Xiaofan accepted the task, and once again employed the contract technique on Huang Xiling. Ding. Contract failed. The unexpected failure infuriated Zhang Xiaofan, who angrily berated Huang Xiling. You promised that if I aided you in this mission, you would submit to me. Why do you resist my contract? Huang Xiling, feigning innocence, replied, Warrior, you must understand. Our royal bloodline is extraordinarily noble and cannot be easily subdued. Are you implying that you have deceived me? Zhang Xiaofan's expression darkened. I despise those who deceive me. You are courting death. Zhang Xiaofan's words caused Yan Yu Jiangnan, who stood beside him, to pall. She had also deceived him to gain his assistance for leveling up, and now she feared his reaction upon learning the truth. Thinking thus, Yan Yu Jiangnan quietly remarked to Zhang Xiaofan, 9527. Did you not claim to despise those who paint illusions? Why do you now loathe deceivers? Both are contemptible. Neither is worthy of respect, Zhang Xiaofan replied dismissively. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yan Yu Jiangnan's face as she continued. But what about benevolent lies? A benevolent lie is still a lie. Zhang Xiaofan shot back, then, puzzled, turned to Yan Yu Jiangnan. Why are you bringing this up? Let's set aside these trivial matters and deal with Huang Xiling first. Yan Yu Jiangnan's expression shifted from disappointment to frustration, then to regret, and back to disappointment, reflecting the turmoil within her heart. Strike him. End this deceitful charlatan. Zhang Xiaofan commanded the leaders of the bandit group. Huang Xiling, ashen-faced, quickly interjected, Warrior, please allow me to finish. While our royal bloodline is indeed noble and difficult to subdue, there is an exception, voluntary submission. At this moment, I am thoroughly impressed by your methods and am willing to ally with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but smile. So, though your bloodline is noble, it cannot withstand the incompetence of its owner, correct? Faced with Zhang Xiaofan's mockery, Huang Xiling felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet he found solace in his choice. In the face of life and dignity, he chose life. What are you waiting for? Hurry and submit to me, Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed, throwing another contract technique at Huang Xiling. Ding. Huang Xiling requires 40 points of mental energy for the contract. Currently available mental energy is 20 points. The system's voice indicated not a failure, but rather unmet conditions for the contract. Zhang Xiaofan was speechless. Huang Xiling required 40 points of mental energy for the contract, a considerable drain on resources. However, this also indicated Huang Xiling's exceptional nature. With 120 points of mental energy, Zhang Xiaofan knew that contracting a wild creature cost 20 points. Having already contracted 5 bandit leaders, Along with Cuehua, he was left with 20 points after accounting for the fallen Ma Tong. Yet, this did not deter Zhang Xiaofan. He ordered one of the bandit leaders wielding a large halberd, "You, end your life." Bound by the contract, the bandit obeyed without hesitation, raising his halberd and bringing it down upon his own head, resulting in instant demise. This act freed up an additional 20 points of mental energy, bringing his total to 40 points, precisely enough to contract Huang Xiling. Zhang Xiaofan once again employed the contract technique on Huang Xiling. Ding. Contract successful. Congratulations, player 9527, on successfully contracting a royal. Reward, 1 yellow official robe. To Zhang Xiaofan's surprise, there was an unexpected boon. He wondered what purpose this yellow robe might serve. He opened his backpack to inspect the attributes of the robe. Yellow official robe. Special equipment, spirit artifact. Once bound, cannot be dropped or traded. Defense, 11. Additional skill, immunity to death. Immunity to death. When a fatal blow is received, the player retains 1 point of health for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Upon viewing the attributes of the yellow robe, Zhang Xiaofan was filled with excitement. This robe could be described as a life-saving artifact, though its defensive capabilities were negligible. The immunity skill was invaluable. The only regret was the cooldown period of 1 day, meaning it could only be used once daily, and its duration was limited to 10 minutes. If it could last longer, it would be even more perfect. With delight, Zhang Xiaofan equipped the yellow robe, knowing that in this perilous starry game, his danger would significantly diminish. Chapter 40, Bandit Supplies. After donning the yellow robe, Zhang Xiaofan instructed Cuehua to release Huang Xiling. Having successfully entered into a pact, Huang Xiling now knelt before Zhang Xiaofan, devoid of any pride associated with royal lineage, and humbly declared, "I am willing to serve you, my master." Zhang Xiaofan nodded and tossed a few healing potions to Huang Xiling, enabling him to recover from his injuries. With tears of gratitude in his eyes, Huang Xiling swallowed the restorative elixirs and spoke, "Master, the bandit leader, Zhuoshandiao, has plundered the villagers of Huangfenggang for many years, amassing ill-gotten wealth that now rightfully belongs to you." With that, Huang Xiling flung open the door and called out to a group of patrolling bandit soldiers, "Bring forth all the treasures from the storeroom." Before long, the soldiers returned, laden with chests overflowing with gold and jewels. Zhang Xiaofan opened one chest, revealing a dazzling pile of gold coins, which automatically registered in his inventory as 100,000 gold pieces. To his astonishment, there were 2 such chests, amounting to a total of 200,000 gold coins. Zhang Xiaofan and Yin Jiangnan were instantly exhilarated, while most players were still lamenting over a few coins. They had unexpectedly stumbled upon a fortune in the heart of the bandit lair, wealth beyond their wildest dreams. "You can keep this chest of gold. It is only fair that you receive your share." Zhang Xiaofan gestured towards the other chest. Though Yin Jiangnan's eyes shone with excitement, she resolutely shook her head in refusal, stating, "You have already assisted me immensely by helping me level up. I cannot possibly accept this gold as well." Undeterred, Zhang Xiaofan insisted, "You are my first friend in all these years. If you refuse, does that not imply that you do not consider me a friend?" Reluctantly, Yin Jiangnan accepted a chest of gold, but firmly stated that she would not take any further treasures. Zhang Xiaofan, with no other option, opened the remaining chests to find them filled with various exquisite jewelry. Picking up a necklace, he examined it closely. Starry Eye. Necklace. Increases charm by 5 points. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaofan inspected the other accessories, all possessing similar attributes. No enhancements to attack or defense, merely an increase in an unfamiliar charm value. These trinkets, while visually pleasing, lacked practical utility. Losing interest, Zhang Xiaofan remarked to Yin Jiangnan, "You should take these. Although they are beautiful, they serve little purpose. However, I am certain you will enjoy wearing them daily in different styles." Yin Jiangnan firmly refused, feeling embarrassed to accept anything further after already receiving 100,000 gold coins. Zhang Xiaofan, exasperated, decided to store all the jewelry in his backpack, grateful that items of the same type could stack. Otherwise, his inventory would have been overwhelmed. "Here, take this as a token of friendship." Zhang Xiaofan cheerfully offered the Starry Eye necklace to Yin Jiangnan. Her cheeks flushed a soft pink as she accepted it and adorned herself with the exquisite piece. Instantly, the necklace accentuated her graceful neck, bestowing upon her an ethereal beauty that seemed untouched by the mundane world. "How stunning!" Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but exclaim, realizing the charm enhancement was indeed perceptible. Hearing such direct praise, Yin Jiangnan felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Her head bowed slightly. "Master, Zhuoshandiao has usurped the position of village chief in Taoyuan village, gaining the support of the village guards. I have been training new bandit recruits for years, all in the hope of one day launching a strong assault on Taoyuan village to capture Zhuoshandiao. Huang Xiling, witnessing Zhang Xiaofan accept all the treasures, finally spoke up. However, I do not understand why my new recruits have been repeatedly attacked lately. Those who are on the verge of completing their training suffer inexplicable casualties, hindering our plans to seize Taoyuan village. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan felt a few dark lines appear on his forehead, recalling that those very recruits had fallen victim to his own hand along with the contracted bandits. A twinge of guilt flickered within him as he addressed Huang Xiling. The art of war teaches us that a frontal assault is the least strategic approach. Cunning tactics are far superior. We can lure Zhuo Shandiao out by utilizing what he desires most, allowing us to reclaim Taoyuan village without bloodshed. Huang Xiling's eyes brightened at Zhang Xiaofan's words. Please, teach me. What does Zhuo Shandiao covet most? After a moment of contemplation, Huang Xiling replied, although Zhuo Shandiao has deceived the villagers into accepting his position, he lacks official recognition. Should this truth come to light, it would undermine his authority. What he most desires is likely the official seal from the court. As he spoke, Huang Xiling retrieved a seal from his waist and held it up for Zhang Xiaofan to see. Indeed, we can use this seal to draw him out, Zhang Xiaofan remarked with a smile. Without hesitation, Huang Xiling handed the coveted seal over to Zhang Xiaofan. Taking the coveted seal from Zhuo Shandiao, Zhang Xiaofan inquired, if we manage to lure him out, do you have the confidence to defeat him? Huang Xiling replied proudly, our royal bloodline naturally holds an advantage over common bandits like Zhuo Shandiao. Even if his level exceeds mine, he will not be my match. Reassured by Huang Xiling's confidence, Zhang Xiaofan continued, one last question. If you defeat Zhuo Shandiao, will that not mean you become the village chief of Taoyuan? Would you not then be required to remain there long-term? Huang Xiling smiled slightly, responding, rest assured, my master, I am a fourth prince. How could I be confined to a mere village? My presence here as chief is merely a test from my father. As long as I complete the task of eradicating the Huangfenggang bandits, I will have passed his test, and other officials will come to assume the role. I shall then accompany you to explore the world. Zhang Xiaofan felt a sense of relief, not because he wished to showcase his prowess alongside Huang Xiling within the game, but rather due to his concern that if Huang Xiling were to become the village chief, he would be unable to summon him in reality, thus occupying his contractual position. Without further ado, he decided to return to Taoyuan village. However, before dealing with Zhuo Shandiao, he intended to compel Huang Xiling to return all the gold coins he had extracted from him. With interest, Zhang Xiaofan had consumed the memories of numerous individuals. Though youthful, he was resolute in his decisions and adept in his actions, having been tricked out of many coins by the ferryman under Zhuo Shandiao's command. He could not swallow this grievance. In Chapter 41, Slaying the Ferryman, under Huang Xiling's guidance, Zhang Xiaofan and his companions traversed Huangfeng Ridge as if entering their own backyard. Encountering no bandit resistance, they swiftly arrived at the banks of the Lushao River. To avoid arousing suspicion, Zhang Xiaofan concealed Huang Xiling and the other contractual bandits within the beast space and began calling out to the ferryman on the opposite bank. The old boatman reluctantly rowed over, grumbling that it was not worth it, suggesting that he should charge more for making the trip to collect Zhang Xiaofan and Yanyu Jiangnan. Zhang Xiaofan merely scoffed, knowing that the ferryman was a confidant of Zhuo Shandiao and that further conversation would be futile. As the small boat reached the center of the river, Zhang Xiaofan unleashed a yuanqi blast at the piranhas that roamed the waters. With a resounding explosion, a significant number of the fish flipped onto their backs, lifeless. Now at level 10, coupled with his extraordinarily high spiritual power leading to formidable spell attacks, these piranhas were easily dispatched. What are you doing? The ferryman shouted furiously at Zhang Xiaofan. Did I not warn you that you cannot attack the piranhas in the river? Zhang Xiaofan fired another yuanqi blast, killing even more piranhas before calmly addressing the ferryman. Why can't I attack? With these piranhas present, it has become a tremendous challenge for the villagers to cross the river. I am merely eliminating a threat to the people. It's not allowed. Attacking the piranhas will offend the river god. The ferryman exclaimed, exasperated as he witnessed Zhang Xiaofan's relentless assault. If the river god cannot benefit the common folk, what harm is there in offending him? Zhang Xiaofan maintained his attack, responding nonchalantly. You. The ferryman was momentarily at a loss for words. Discarding his oar and approaching Zhang Xiaofan in a rage. If you do not cease this, you will never set foot on my boat again. Zhang Xiaofan smirked and retorted. Old man, are you protecting these piranhas? They cannot possibly be your pets, can they? The ferryman froze momentarily before replying. It matters not whose they are. Attacking them is forbidden. Otherwise, I will report you to the village chief and have you imprisoned in the water dungeon. Village chief? Zhang Xiaofan suddenly barked. You mean Zhuo Shandiao, do you not? Upon hearing this, the ferryman's face turned pale with alarm, but then a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he declared. Kid, you know too much. In that case, you shall die. With that, the ferryman stripped off his raincoat, revealing a bandit-esque attire beneath, and lunged menacingly at Zhang Xiaofan. Wait. Zhang Xiaofan raised his hand to halt the ferryman. What do you see here? Zhang Xiaofan gestured in the air, causing a rift in space to manifest. From within the rift, Huang Xilang, along with Zuohua, Dakuai, and a cadre of bandit leaders, leaped out. The ferryman's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Huang Xilang, how dare you come here? Are you not afraid that the village guards will capture and execute you? You are Guoshi, Zhuoshandiao's steward, are you not? Huang Xilang retorted coldly, how brazen you are. Your master dares impersonate a court official. Had it not been for my desire to avoid alarming the court due to my father's test, the court would have dispatched troops to eradicate you audacious bandits long ago. Zhang Xiaofan cast an identification spell towards the ferryman, only to find that his title had automatically shifted to Bandit Guoshi, now marked as an attackable target. It seemed that Huang Xilang possessed a talent for revealing the truth. Zhang Xiaofan mused inwardly. Huang Xilang's words caused Guoshi to slump onto the boat, trembling in fear. Why waste words with him? Toss him to the fish. Zhang Xiaofan commanded his contracted allies. Before Huang Xilang could act, the burly Zuehua sprang forth, delivering a resounding slap to Guoshi's face, sending him tumbling off the boat. A swarm of piranhas surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, they reduced Guoshi to a mere skeleton. Ding! You have slain Bandit Guoshi, earning 800 experience points and a reward of 1 gold coin. The system's voice echoed, surprising Zhang Xiaofan. Unlike the other bandits who yielded only a silver coin upon death, Guoshi evidently had accumulated substantial wealth, making him valuable in more ways than one. To avoid drawing the attention of other players and to ensure the covert execution of his mission, Zhang Xiaofan returned Huang Xilang and the others to the beast space and personally rowed the boat to the opposite bank of the Luxia River. Several players awaited the ferry at the shore. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaofan rowing over, they stood in stunned silence, unsure of what had transpired. One player even stepped forward, offering a gold coin to Zhang Xiaofan, saying, Brother, cross the river. Zhang Xiaofan leaped from the boat onto the shore, addressing the gathered players. From now on, you need not pay to cross the river, provided you row yourselves. The ferryman who exploited our hard-earned coins has been fed to the fish. His words left the players on the shore dumbfounded. Was such a thing truly possible? Soon, cheers erupted among the players. Rowing their own boats was far better than parting with a gold coin. 9527. You have secured a great benefit for us players. We are at a loss for how to express our gratitude. A female mage player exclaimed to Zhang Xiaofan. The others echoed their agreement. This trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning. Please call me Hu-Lifing. Farewell. Zhang Xiaofan turned with an air of arrogance and began to walk away. However, a portion of the astute players began to contemplate a scheme. It dawned on them that characters within the game could indeed be slain. If that were the case, could the blacksmiths, tailors, and shopkeepers in the village also be eliminated? These players, no longer taking the ferry across the river, swiftly turned back towards the village, rallying their friends and preparing to carve out a new path in the game through robbery. Outside the village, amidst the ranks of the chicken-slaughtering army, Zhu Hing spotted Yin following closely behind Zhang Xiaofan. Without hesitation, he dispatched a small hen before approaching them. Miss, you are being utterly reckless. Have you truly allowed a worthless class to escort you into the wilderness? Do you not comprehend the dangers involved? Zhu Hing approached Yin with a concerned expression and continued. I am genuinely worried about you. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhu Hing directed his ire at Zhang Xiaofan, exclaiming, You audacious little brat. If anything were to happen to our young lady, even your entire family would not suffice as recompense. Chapter 42. Forging fake documents. Zhu Hing's words caused Zhang Xiaofan's expression to turn icy. Before he could respond, Yin stepped forward like an enraged lion. Silence. What right do you have to speak of him? What authority do you have over me? 9527 is far superior to you. If you dare speak again, you shall leave my presence at once. Yin's words left Zhu Hing momentarily speechless, and he stammered, Miss, how can you say such things for the sake of an outsider? I am under the orders of the family head to protect you. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Step aside. Yin replied coldly. Zhu Hing's expression darkened as he turned to Zhang Xiaofan, filled with indignation. If you are a man, then do not hide behind a woman. Have the courage to face me in a duel. Whether in reality or in the game, I can easily crush you. Zhang Xiaofan, however, paid him no mind. His vast experiences and societal knowledge far surpassed that of this brash youth. Zhu Hing's behavior clearly indicated his interest in Yin, but Zhang Xiaofan chose instead to strike at the very core of his spirit. He approached Yin, gently wrapping his arm around her waist, and softly suggested, Let us undertake a quest. disregarding this fool. Yn's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she made no effort to break free. As they walked away, Zhu Hing felt as though he had suffered 1,000 critical hits. Gritting his teeth in impotent fury at Zhang Xiaofan's retreating figure. Upon entering the village, Zhang Xiaofan released his hold on Yn and chuckled. I apologize. I thought you might dodge away. Yn, fully aware of Zhang Xiaofan's intentions, smiled brightly and replied, we are friends, after all. I understand you wish to provoke him, and I am more than willing to accommodate you. They exchanged knowing smiles, feeling their bond deepen. As they approached the village chief's residence, a mage player emerged from beside the blacksmith shop, observing Zhang Xiaofan's retreating form. In haste, he opened his contacts and located BTN Ku Ingzhn, sending him a message. Boss Ku Ingzhn, I have spotted the summoner known as 9527. Currently engaged in a team battle against the iron-armored mice. BTN Ku Ingzhn, upon receiving the message, immediately called out to his cadre of players bearing the BTN prefix. Brothers, the scoundrel who harmed my younger brother has returned to the village. Cease your monster hunting and follow me to avenge my brother. A throng of players with the BTN prefix halted their activities, shouting for the death of 9527. As they trailed behind BTN Ku Ingzhn back towards Toun village. Within Toun village, Yn accepted a document from Zhang Xiaofan, which bore the seal of Huing Sling. By simply presenting it to the village chief, she could complete her quest to leave the village. 9527. I shall first complete my task. We shall meet again in the main city. I can hardly wait to surprise my sister and the others. Yn informed Zhang Xiaofan outside the village chief's residence. This was a prearranged plan, as killing the village chief SHNDO and aiding Huing Sling with the task of treason eradication would require time. Yn preferred not to wait any longer and thought it more prudent to utilize the current village chief to complete her departure quest. Zhang Xiaofan nodded, harboring a great fondness for this brave and beautiful girl. May I inquire your name? Where do you reside in reality? Yn responded. Once we log off, I shall come find you. Zhang Xiaofan pondered. Given the likelihood of regaining his strength after acquiring attribute points, meeting her would not be a hindrance. He replied, I reside in NNSHN City, but currently, I am in NNSHN Hospital. My name is Zhang Xiaofan. Yn beamed like a blooming flower. Turning back as she walked towards the village chief's residence. I am LNW. Do not forget. Zhang Xiaofan, steady as a rock, found himself momentarily entranced by LNW's enchanting smile, before following her into the village chief's abode. Village chief, I have completed the bandit extermination quest. LNW began the dialogue with the village chief, ready to finalize the task before addressing any subsequent quests. After successfully handing over the bandit extermination quest, the village chief launched into his customary speech. Young warrior, your abilities have earned my respect. I have another task I wish to entrust to you. The bandit leader Huing Sling of Huing Jing once led his bandits to attack our village and stole my village chief's seal. He is truly vile. The old village chief seemed to recall some painful memories, his countenance losing its gentle demeanor, transforming into one of ferocity, as he declared. If you can help me retrieve the village chief's seal, I shall reward you immensely. Then the village chief continued, this task may prove challenging. If you find it unmanageable, there is a secondary option you may consider. The task merely requires retrieving the document stamped by Huang Xilang, and I shall assist you in altering it, thereby serving as a credential for entering the main city. However, for such an endeavor, a fee of 100 gold coins shall be required. Yan Yujiang eagerly awaited this proposition from the village elder and immediately accepted the mission. What are you still dawdling for? The elder urged upon seeing Yan Yujiang standing still. Quickly assist me in reclaiming the seal. Yan Yujiang extended his hand, presenting the document stamped by Huang Xilang to the elder, and then spoke. I lack the capability to retrieve the seal, but I have successfully pilfered the document stamped by Huang Xilang. The elder, somewhat taken aback, reluctantly replied, in the end, the seal remains unclaimed. Thus, I shall require 100 gold coins as a processing fee, recently enriched with 100,000 gold coins. Yan Yujiang readily paid the elder without hesitation. Upon receiving the payment, the elder casually pointed at the document, and to Yan Yujiang's astonishment, the seal gradually lifted from the paper. The elder then produced another credential from his bosom, allowing the seal to alight upon it. With a firm clap, the exit document was swiftly altered. Zhang Xiaofan was left in a state of awe, exclaiming to Yan Yujiang, this game truly opens one's eyes. Even counterfeit documents are attainable. With a chuckle, Yin Yujiang then found Zhang Xiaofan's remark amusing. Unexpectedly, the elder overheard Zhang Xiaofan's words and bellowed, "How dare you speak of counterfeit documents? It is solely due to the theft of my seal that I was compelled to resort to such measures. Do you comprehend?" Noticing Zhang Xiaofan's silence, the elder pointed towards a teleportation array in the corner of the dwelling and instructed Yin Yujiang Nan, with the credential in hand. "You may utilize the teleportation array to reach the main city." Yin Yujiang Nan grasped the credential and stepped into the array, waving goodbye to Zhang Xiaofan. In a flash of white light, Yin Yujiang Nan vanished, leaving only the elder and Zhang Xiaofan in the courtyard. Chapter 43. Extorting the village elder. Once Yin Yujiang Nan disappeared into the teleportation array, the elder turned to Zhang Xiaofan with a scowl and remarked, "What business do you have with me, the purveyor of counterfeit documents?" Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback by the elder's lingering resentment, which inadvertently highlighted the game's remarkable humanity, setting it apart from conventional online games. "I have completed the subsequent task you assigned," Zhang Xiaofan stated calmly. "Oh." The elder displayed no surprise. For pilfering the document stamped by Huang Xiling was not particularly challenging. "Present the stolen document, and additionally pay 100 gold coins, and I shall fabricate an exit credential for you," the elder yawned, addressing Zhang Xiaofan. "Elder, I do not possess the document stamped by Huang Xiling. But I do have his seal," Zhang Xiaofan replied with a slight smile. "Bring it forth." "What? Did you just say that you seized Huang Xiling's personal seal?" The elder's indifferent demeanor vanished, replaced by palpable excitement. "Where is it? Quickly show it to me." Zhang Xiaofan produced Huang Xiling's seal, tossing it lightly in the air. The elder's eyes followed the seal's every movement, utterly captivated by the small object. Just as the elder prepared to reach for it, Zhang Xiaofan clasped it tightly. And with a mere thought, it vanished from his hand, reappearing in his backpack. "What is your intention, young hero?" the elder asked, suppressing his excitement. "Elder, you have yet to mention the reward you promised. How could I possibly relinquish the seal to you?" Zhang Xiaofan replied with a grin. "Rest assured, young hero, I shall certainly provide you with a substantial reward," the elder began, observing Zhang Xiaofan's unyielding expression. "How about 500 gold coins as a reward?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan turned to leave as if dismissing a beggar. "Young hero, please wait." "What do you mean?" The elder hastily obstructed Zhang Xiaofan's path, feigning innocence. 500 gold coins is quite generous. At this stage, those who can muster even 100 gold coins are exceedingly rare. Since the elder lacks sincerity, "I shall return this seal to Huang Xiling," Zhang Xiaofan stated with a hint of irritation. "Do not be hasty. Have you not heard of the saying, ask for a sky-high price, and then settle for something reasonable? I shall offer you 1,000 gold coins. How does that sound?" The elder attempted to placate Zhang Xiaofan. "Actually, I am not in need of gold," Zhang Xiaofan responded, turning back to the elder. "I wonder if you possess any artifacts or ghostly items. I would gladly exchange this seal for them." The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. "Young hero, you cannot be serious. Where would I procure an artifact? If I had one, I would have personally sought out Huang Xiling and reclaimed the seal myself. Then it appears there is no alternative. Since the elder cannot provide what I require, this transaction must be abandoned," Zhang Xiaofan declared, pivoting to leave without hesitation. "Wait." Just as Zhang Xiaofan was about to exit the elder's courtyard, he was called back. "Young hero, please hold on. I truly do not possess any artifacts. Perhaps you could propose a more practical condition." Zhang Xiaofan feigned contemplation before addressing the elder. "In that case, the elder may grant me 100,000 gold coins, in addition to assisting me with a minor task outside the village, and I shall hand over this seal to you." "What? 100,000 gold coins? Why not just rob a bank?" The elder shouted in astonishment and fury. "I am a man of integrity, never coveting the wealth of the common folk. Where would I acquire such a sum?" Zhang Xiaofan smirked, fully aware of the elder's past as the notorious bandit leader at Huangfeng Gang. "Farewell," he declared, resolutely turning away. "Just a moment." The old village chief, witnessing the unfolding situation, hastily called out to Zhang Xiaofan, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "I have acquiesced to your request. Now, what further assistance do you require? Speak plainly." A triumphant smile spread across Zhang Xiaofan's face as he replied, "First, hand over the money, and then follow me." The old chief, feeling helpless, regarded Zhang Xiaofan with the disdain one might reserve for a corpse, silently vowing to himself, "Let this scoundrel revel in his moment. Once I obtain the seal, I shall make him regurgitate every last bit, and he will pay with his life." Turning away, the chief retreated to the inner room and shortly emerged, carrying a chest which he tossed in front of Zhang Xiaofan, saying, "Count it." Zhang Xiaofan opened the chest, collecting the gold coins within, adding a sum of 100,000 gold pieces to his backpack. The old chief truly was a man of means, effortlessly producing such wealth. Zhang Xiaofan mocked him, "Spare me the pleasantries. What else do you need me for? Let us be quick about it." The chief, growing impatient, urged, "Just follow me." As Zhang Xiaofan led the way outside the chief's dwelling, he caught sight of the blacksmith shop nearby, where several players had just been flung out by the blacksmith's hammer. The blacksmith emerged, berating the fallen players. Dare to cause trouble here? You seek death. The players on the ground groaned in agony. One warrior among them shouted. Who said we could kill and rob them? This is ridiculous. Zhang Xiaofan, perplexed, remained oblivious to the fact that this chaos stemmed from his own actions in slaying the ferryman. Nevertheless, these minor disturbances did not impede his progress. He hurried outside the village with the old chief. Outside the village, Batian Quangzhan had already returned with a group of players. The mage who had been surveilling Zhang Xiaofan immediately relayed the news of his impending departure from the village. Batian Quangzhan's face lit up with delight. It was better to arrive fortuitously than to have been early. Just moments ago, he had worried about the possibility of the player 9527 remaining holed up in the village, which would be troublesome, given that the village was a safe zone. Stay hidden. Once 9527 exits the village, we will strike him down. Batian Quangzhan commanded his guild members. The group dispersed rapidly, some taking cover, others pretending to be passers-by, while some feigned hunting. Yet all kept their eyes trained on the village entrance. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xiaofan, a perilous trap awaited him. As they traversed the area outside the village, Zhang Xiaofan did not linger as they passed by a flock of chickens. After all, many players were engaged in combat and leveling up. Should they witness his intent to harm the chief, it could complicate matters. Meanwhile, Zui Hongchun, who was busy with his own hunting, spotted Zhang Xiaofan emerging and felt a surge of anger. He glanced at the village chief trailing behind him, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. This player 9527 was leveling at an astonishing rate. Could there be a connection with the village chief? With this thought, Zui Hongchun stealthily followed. Batian Quangzhan and his cohorts, hiding outside the village, also observed Zhang Xiaofan's exit. Initially intending to attack, they hesitated upon seeing the village chief emerge as well. To mitigate any unforeseen complications, Batian Quangzhan ordered his subordinates to hold their positions, trailing behind the duo while awaiting developments. As Zhang Xiaofan and the chief moved through the flock of chickens, they did not pause. The chief, increasingly irritated, shouted at Zhang Xiaofan, "Boy, what assistance do you require from me that necessitates such a lengthy journey?" Ignoring the chief's outburst, Zhang Xiaofan kept his head down and pressed onward. The chief, for the sake of Huang Xilang's seal, begrudgingly suppressed his anger and continued to follow. Meanwhile, Batian Quangzhan, observing them from the shadows, realized they were venturing deeper into the wilderness, a realm fraught with danger and uncertainty. To prepare for contingencies, he issued a command to several assassins in his ranks to engage. As Zhang Xiaofan proceeded on his path, he suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past his neck, followed by a sharp pain at the back of his head as a gleaming dagger suddenly pierced him. Clang! You have been attacked by player Batian Xiao Dao. Zhang Xiaofan's health, already low, plummeted to 0 due to the unexpected assault. However, the immunity skill from his Huang Magua activated, forcibly preserving the last remnants of his health, sparing him from instant death. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, several more daggers lunged at him, and the assassins, revealing themselves, bore the prefix Batian. As the daggers struck true, Batian Quangzhan, witnessing the scene from a distance, let out a raucous laugh. You scoundrel! Did you ever think you would meet your end today? I shall avenge my brother for your earlier transgressions. Though Zhang Xiaofan's immunity skill would last for 10 minutes, he found himself besieged by the assassins. Nevertheless, with his scant health, he could not be harmed further, as the attackers received only a system notification, attack immune. This fellow possesses remarkable agility. He evaded our strikes. One of the bewildered assassins exclaimed. That matters little. A mere stone could finish him off, another assassin remarked, sheathing his dagger with a smirk. Hidden in the shadows, Zui Hongchun reveled in the spectacle, finding great satisfaction in witnessing the downfall of the player 9527, whom the young lady had so ardently defended. Zhang Xiaofan, drenched in cold sweat, reflected on how, had it not been for the protection of the Huang Magua, he would have perished. Anger welled up within him. Village chief, the favor I require is quite simple, he declared, turning to the chief. Assist me in eliminating those who seek to take my life. A glimmer of enlightenment flickered in the village chief's eyes. It turned out that 9527 was being pursued and sought my assistance, rather than having any ulterior motives to lure me out. The chief's doubts dissipated entirely as he spoke. It is a trivial matter, but I hope you will honor your promise and hand over the seal once I have dealt with these men. Of course, I would never dare to mock the village chief, Zhang Xiaofan hastily replied. The village chief nodded and suddenly lunged at the several assassins beside Zhang Xiaofan with lightning speed, entirely uncharacteristic of an old man. During this time, the assassins attacked Zhang Xiaofan multiple times, yet the system continued to indicate immunity to their assaults. Just as confusion set in, Zhang Xiaofan saw the chief's gnarled hand reaching out towards him. The assassins quickly activated their stealth skills to conceal themselves. But to the village chief, this was merely a jest. Such petty illusions could not evade the keen eyes of the formidable Zhuo. The chief effortlessly seized the concealed assassins and hurled them into the air, delivering a powerful kick that instantly eliminated them, their bodies crashing to the ground lifelessly. This turn of events left Batian Quangzhan, who was not far away, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the village chief would aid Zhang Xiaofan. What sort of nonsense village chief is this? Hidden in the shadows, Zui Hongchun was equally taken aback. Realizing the formidable tactics of 9,527 had even garnered the village chief's allegiance. After dispatching several assassins, the village chief charged towards Batian Quangzhan without a word. A few warriors, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, hurriedly stepped forward to impede the chief, only to find themselves utterly outmatched. With a mere wave of his hand, the chief dispatched them with ease. Sensing the danger, Batian Quangzhan turned to flee, abandoning his subordinates to save his own skin. Zhang Xiaofan launched an energy orb at Batian Quangzhan, but due to the distance, its impact was significantly diminished, inflicting only 500 points of damage. The system's notification of being attacked by player 9527 caused Batian Quangzhan to break into a cold sweat. Such formidable attack power compelled him to flee post-haste. He quickly consumed a violently potent potion acquired for a hefty sum, which dramatically increased his speed, allowing him to vanish in an instant. The village chief, Zhuo, exhibited his prowess, dispatching any player who dared to obstruct him with a single punch. Batian Quangzhan's subordinates, paralyzed with fear, scattered like birds and beasts. With their leader fleeing, what chance did they have of survival? They understood that dying in the game meant death in reality. Within 5 minutes, the players from Batian's guild, who had pursued Zhang Xiaofan, vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a handful of corpses. The village chief, calm and composed, clapped his hands and approached Zhang Xiaofan, stating, "I have resolved your troubles. Now you may fulfill your promise." Zhang Xiaofan applauded. The village chief is truly remarkable. However, my method of using others to do my bidding is even more cunning. Is it not, Zhuo? The old chief's expression changed dramatically as he retorted, "What are you saying? I do not comprehend. Quickly hand over the seal. Or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Chapter 45. The art of disguise. Zhang Xiaofan noticed the old chief's rising ire, but remained undeterred. He boldly addressed the chief. "Ruthless? Are you threatening to bite me?" With that, he raised his hand and launched an energy orb at the chief. With a resounding boom, the orb struck the old chief, but the system indicated the attack was ineffective. Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, beginning to comprehend the situation. At that moment, Zhuo still held the status of village chief and could not be attacked by players. Seeking death, the old chief bellowed, throwing a punch at Zhang Xiaofan. The force of the blow sent Zhang Xiaofan flying, yet his immunity skill still had 5 minutes of duration left, ensuring he remained alive despite his diminished health. "Oh, I still possess a life-saving skill," the old chief exclaimed in surprise. "But this is merely a delay. If you hand over the seal now, I shall spare your life." Zhang Xiaofan smirked and replied, "Old man, look who this is." With a flourish, he summoned Huang Xiling from his beast space. The sudden appearance of Huang Xiling visibly startled the old chief, causing him to instinctively retreat 2 steps. Zhang Xiaofan glanced back at the chief and noticed that his title had transformed into the mountain bandit leader Zhuo, now marked as an attackable entity. "You treacherous scoundrel, using cunning to trap me at Huang Fenggang and tarnish the royal reputation. Today, you shall face your demise." Huang Xiling roared at Zhuo. The cunning chief, who had dared to ensnare the 4th prince, was not to be underestimated. He recognized that Huang Xiling had likely been subdued by Zhang Xiaofan, for he would not have emerged from Zhang Xiaofan's beast space otherwise. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king, by eliminating Zhang Xiaofan. Huang Xiling would undoubtedly follow suit. With this thought, Zhuo charged at Zhang Xiaofan without uttering a word. "Do not harm my master," Huang Xiling bellowed, lunging at Zhuo. The chief's nickname stemmed from his extraordinary agility, allowing him to attack from the air with the ferocity of a great eagle. Zhuo leapt into the air, evading Huang Xiling's assault, his fists extending into deadly talons aimed at Zhang Xiaofan's crown. With only 1 point in agility, Zhang Xiaofan could not evade the chief's attack and was struck, yet the immunity skill rendered the assault ineffective. Ignoring the chief's onslaught, Zhang Xiaofan quickly fired another energy orb. With a resounding explosion, the orb struck Zhuo, displaying a vivid red 500 above his head as he suffered damage. The attributes of Zhuo were then revealed. The bandit leader, Zhuo level, 22 health, 11,000 attack, 800 to 1, 200 defense, 600 to 900 skills, Sky Strike, Swift Pursuit. Disguise secret art. With 2 offensive skills and 1 auxiliary skill, Zhuoshan Jiao's level surpasses Huang Xilang by 2 levels. However, under the oppressive force of royal bloodlines, Zhuoshan Jiao is evidently no match for Huang Xilang. With a gentle flick of his folding fan, Huang Xilang swiftly activates the skill Feather Fan, reducing Zhuoshan Jiao's attack and defense. He then flings the fan forward, executing the skill Autumn Wind Fan. The fan spins rapidly through the air, instantly reaching Zhuoshan Jiao. In a panic, Zhuoshan Jiao employs swift pursuit, not to attack Huang Xilang, but to flee for his life. With the enhancement of swift pursuit, Zhuoshan Jiao's speed surges, allowing him to evade the spinning fan and dash towards the village. Zhang Xiaofan, unwilling to let Zhuoshan Jiao escape, swiftly releases Cui Hua, De Kui, and other bandit captains from the beast control space, blocking Zhuoshan Jiao's path. Kill him. Zhang Xiaofan commands the contracted bandits. De Kui, brandishing a steel spear, rapidly unleashes the skill Plum Blossom 3 movements, while the other 2 bandit leaders employ their signature moves. In an instant, a spear, a massive axe, and 2 iron hammers descend upon Zhuoshan Jiao. Enraged, Zhuoshan Jiao bellows at De Kui and the others, "You traitorous scoundrels, do you not recognize me? I am your leader, Zhuoshan Jiao." As he speaks, his visage shifts dramatically from that of a benevolent elder to a middle-aged man with a fierce countenance, a scar running from his brow across his right cheek. Cui Hua, hands on her hips, scoffs, "I care not if you are Zhuoshan Jiao or Zhuoshan Mao. You have provoked our master. And even if you were the Jade Emperor, we would show no mercy." The onslaught of attacks arrives in an instant, encircling Zhuoshan Jiao and leaving him no room to evade. Defenseless, he hastily raises his arms to block. The combined strikes from the 3 bandit leaders inflict a total of 600 damage on Zhuoshan Jiao. Before he can retaliate, Cui Hua's palm, akin to a fan, strikes him with a resounding thud against his face, dealing 900 damage. Cui Hua's blow surpasses the damage inflicted by the weapons of the bandit leaders. And this is without her fully unleashing her power. With the bandit leaders blocking Zhuoshan Jiao, Huang Xilang's fan swiftly follows, slicing through the air and leaving a gash on Zhuoshan Jiao's back, inflicting 200 damage. Huang Xilang directly reduces Zhuoshan Jiao's health by over 1,000 points and triggers a bleeding effect, causing 100 points of damage per second to appear above Zhuoshan Jiao's head. Realizing escape is futile, Zhuoshan Jiao's eyes flash with malice as he targets the bandit leader wielding a hammer, activating the skill Sky Strike. He leaps with astonishing speed, lunging fiercely at the hammer-wielding bandit. The bandit loses a fifth of his health from the blow, amounting to 100 damage. Zhang Xiaofan immediately launches a Chi Blast, striking Zhuoshan Jiao from the air and causing him to plummet. Huang Xilang follows up with a punch to Zhuoshan Jiao's back, sending him staggering and causing him to spit blood. The remaining bandit leaders alongside Cui Hua once again encircles Zhuoshan Jiao, unleashing a barrage of attacks without restraint. With Huang Xilang's suppression and the assistance of others, Zhuoshan Jiao quickly finds himself on the verge of death. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaofan fires a Chi Blast at Zhuoshan Jiao. With a resounding explosion, the Chi Blast strikes the barely conscious Zhuoshan Jiao, knocking him to the ground. Unable to rise again, De Kui approaches to assess the situation and informs Zhang Xiaofan, "Master, Zhuoshan Jiao is dead." Zhang Xiaofan is already aware, having received a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to player 9527 for defeating the level 22 bandit leader Zhuoshan Jiao, completing the mission to eradicate treachery. Reward: 10 gold coins, 3,000 experience points. Besides Zhuoshan Jiao's corpse, a skill book unexpectedly drops. Zhang Xiaofan picks it up, discovering it to be Zhuoshan Jiao's skill Disguise Secret Art. Chapter 46. A trip to the hospital. Zhang Xiaofan had not anticipated obtaining Zhuoshan Jiao's skill, feeling a surge of inexplicable joy after such a lengthy battle. Before he could examine the information on Disguise Secret Art, the system's voice announced, "Today's login time is about to reach 8 hours. Please prepare to log off." Reluctantly, Zhang Xiaofan stows the skill book in his backpack and returns Cui Hua and the other 3 bandit leaders to the beast control space, leaving only Huang Xilang in the game. With Zhuoshan Jiao's demise, Taoyuan village has lost its leader, and Huang Xilang, as a key figure, must remain to manage a series of related matters. Most importantly, he must await the receipt of the attribute gem. In a flash of white light, Zhang Xiaofan exits the game, his consciousness returning to the hospital room. In the room, aside from a row of vegetative patients lying on their beds, there are no family members present. Zhang Xiaofan feels a thrill of anticipation, knowing that upon returning to the game, Huang Xilang will likely have received the attribute gem sent from the palace. Once he utilizes it, it will mark the moment he rises again. Just as Zhang Xiaofan eagerly anticipates logging back into the game, the door to the hospital room swings open, and Wu Man and I walks in. Her face, still marred from the beating by the bandit Air Mao, remains partially obscured by large sunglasses. Upon entering the room, Wu Manni familiarizes herself with the bedside cabinet, retrieving fruits sent by Zhang Xiaofan and his wife, all while dialing Zhang Xiaofan's number, completely ignoring Zhang Xiaofan lying in the bed. Zhang Xiaofan's call was soon connected. Wu Manni swallowed the durian in her mouth and spoke. "Uncle, the hospital has informed me that the electric therapy device used by Xiaofan has expired. If we wish to continue its use, we need to renew it for 10,000 yuan. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Wu Manni understood that her recent requests for money had been somewhat frequent, and Zhang Xiaofan and his wife would likely be unable to produce the amount at once. She continued, "Uncle, you should borrow some from General Li. After all, Xiaofan's condition is critical, and now that there are finally signs of awakening, we cannot afford to give up halfway." Her words seemed to instill a significant determination in Zhang Xiaofan, who replied, "All right, you need not worry about the money. I will prepare it right away." Satisfied, Wu Manni hung up and proceeded to dial another number. "Xiaomei, I'm treating everyone to afternoon tea at the Bulgari Hotel today." A cheerful voice responded from the other end. "Sister Manni, you are so generous. I will notify the other sisters, and we will all go together. Let us make sure Sister Manni, the noblewoman of Nanshan, enjoys herself." Wu Manni laughed heartily, saying, "It's a trivial matter. This amount of money is not a concern for me." While Wu Manni was making arrangements with her friends for afternoon tea, a youthful and vibrant young woman entered Nanshan Hospital, inquiring at the front desk if a patient named Zhang Xiaofan was present. The woman had long, lustrous black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her bright and clear eyes sparkled like stars, and her smile radiated warmth and brightness, infectiously inviting laughter from those around her. She had an exquisite figure, clad in light blue fitted jeans that accentuated her long legs, showcasing a perfect body proportion. A simple white shirt adorned her upper body, highlighting her fresh and refined aura. Her steps were light and confident, akin to a dancing sprite. The appearance of this enchanting woman drew the attention of everyone in the hospital lobby, for beauty is always captivating. Zhang Xiaofan, the front desk staff, both admiring the woman's beauty and puzzled, inquired, "Are you certain the person you are looking for is named Zhang Xiaofan?" "Absolutely, why?" The woman's voice was as melodious as a lark, crisp and delightful. The receptionist informed her, "There is only one Zhang Xiaofan registered here, but he is a vegetative state patient." "Oh." The woman was evidently taken aback by this revelation and paused for a moment before asking, "Could you tell me which ward he is in? I would like to visit him." "Ward 302 in the vegetative department," the receptionist replied with a smile. After expressing her gratitude, the woman followed the directions provided and proceeded toward the inpatient department. Unbeknownst to her, the powerful figure of 9,527 in the game was, in reality, a vegetative patient. How could this be? She murmured to herself, "I even deceived him into thinking I was terminally ill just to have him help me level up. If he finds out, will he be angry? I hope this Zhang Xiaofan is merely a namesake and not the same person. That would make it a tad easier for me." The woman was Lin Wanling, the beautiful priestess who teamed up with Zhang Xiaofan in the game Smoke and Rain in Jiangnan. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinzhong had also dialed Li Aoshua's number, requesting to borrow another 10,000 yuan, assuring that he would repay her in the future. Li Aoshua happened to be free at that moment and asked him to hold on while she personally delivered the money. Zhang Jinzhong quickly expressed his gratitude. Li Aoshua instructed her secretary to prepare 10,000 yuan, placing it in an envelope, and then notified the driver to take her to Zhang Jinzhong's location at once. In the car, Li Aoshua's secretary remarked, "Is it that old man borrowing money again? Mind your words, that is Uncle Zhang. His son became a vegetative patient while trying to save my son," Li Aoshua replied coolly, yet her tone conveyed authority. The secretary, who was of a similar age to Li Aoshua, discreetly stuck out his tongue and quietly suggested, "Li Zong, why go yourself for such a trivial matter? I can deliver it for you." Li Aoshua responded, "Delivering money is minor. My main concern is not letting Uncle Zhang be deceived any longer. Recently, I had someone investigate Zhang Xiaofan's girlfriend, as you are aware." The secretary nodded and replied, "That woman surely has issues. She spends extravagantly without any apparent income. Indeed, I have already covertly covered Zhang Xiaofan's hospital expenses, but Uncle Zhang has been frequently borrowing money from me lately for his treatment, which raised my suspicions. After an investigation, it became evident that something was amiss. What does Li Zong plan to do about it this time?" The secretary, clenching his fist, said angrily, "I suggest reporting that shameless woman for fraud." Li Aoshua shook her head, saying, "Let us take it one step at a time. But we must ensure Uncle Zhang does not face further distress. If it were not for my concern about him being unable to handle it, I would have already dealt with that woman." Li Aoshua's expression turned cold, causing the temperature in the car to drop several degrees. Chapter 47. Gathering in the ward on a bustling street not far from Nanshan Hospital. A Mercedes Maybach came to a halt in front of the stall operated by Zhang Xiaofan and his wife, Qin Suing. As the rear window descended, a face of exquisite beauty, noble and dignified, emerged. The woman inside the car was none other than Liao Xue. Though she had reached the age of 35, time seemed to have left no trace upon her stunning visage. A life of luxury had allowed her to maintain her youthful appearance, making her look significantly younger than her actual age. Her skin was delicate and luminous, as white as pearls, devoid of any wrinkles. Her hair was glossy and black, smooth and silky, gently brushing against her face, emanating a captivating fragrance. Liao Xue's beauty stemmed not only from her exterior, but also from her inner confidence and elegance. Her beauty is both breathtaking and awe-inspiring, while simultaneously exuding warmth and approachability. She resembles a blossoming flower, radiating the most exquisite brilliance throughout the journey of life. Zhang Xiu. Liao Xue gracefully alighted from the vehicle, calling out to Zhang Xiaofan, who was busily attending to his stall. Liao Xue possessed a flawless physique, her alluring curves captivating all who beheld her, her slender waist, delicate to the touch, complemented by a full bosom and a pert posterior, exuded an irresistible sensual charm. The bustling street seemed to pale in comparison to Liao Xue's presence. Passers-by cast their gazes in her direction, and the cacophony of the street noticeably diminished. Zhang Xiaofan hastily wiped his hands on his apron and approached Liao Xue, expressing his apologies. "Why has you, Li Zong, come here in person? I truly feel embarrassed. Rest assured, I will repay this money." Liao Xue smiled gently, recognizing the simplicity of Zhang Xiaofan and his wife, Qin Suing, evidenced by their refusal of her generous compensation. "It has been quite some time since I visited Xiaofan. I thought I would take the opportunity to see how he is recovering at the hospital." Liao Xue naturally linked arms with Qin Suing, who had come along, and continued, "Zhang Xiu, Shinsi, please join me in my car. Let us go see Xiaofan together." Qin Suing felt somewhat uneasy. Although she understood Liao Xue's gentle nature, the disparity in their social standings made her hesitant. "Li Zong, we are covered in the smell of cooking oil. We wouldn't want to dirty your vehicle. It's best if we ride our tricycle instead." Liao Xue furrowed her brows slightly and playfully admonished Qin Suing, "Auntie, if you continue to call me Li Zong, I shall be displeased. Simply call me Xiao Xue." Without waiting for a response, Liao Xue took Qin Suing by the arm and guided her into the back seat of the car, instructing Zhang Xiaofan to sit in the passenger seat. Reluctantly, Zhang Xiaofan asked the vendor next door to watch over his stall as they set off towards the hospital. "Xiao Xue, I truly apologize. Had it not been for Xiaofan being at a critical juncture in his awakening, we would never have troubled you. We will definitely repay this money," Qin Suing said as she accepted the 10,000 yuan from Liao Xue, her voice laced with embarrassment. Liao Xue smiled lightly and replied, "It's merely a trivial matter. There is no need to speak of repayment. My primary concern is that you may fall victim to deceit." Liao Xue began to prepare Zhang Xiaofan and his wife for potential pitfalls, yet they seemed oblivious to the underlying message. Zhang Xiaofan hastily interjected, "We will certainly repay the money. I am aware that we have borrowed quite a sum from you over the years. Even if we cannot repay it, once Xiaofan awakens, he will continue to do so. We shall not act against our conscience." With a resigned sigh, Liao Xue reflected on the couple's admirable character, though she noted their stubbornness and susceptibility to manipulation. The matter regarding Manni remained uncertain, and she decided to take things one step at a time. Before long, the vehicle arrived at Nanshan Hospital, where Zhang Xiaofan, his wife, Liao Xue, and her secretary proceeded towards Zhang Xiaofan's hospital room. As they passed by the plant department's nurse station, they spotted Lin Wanling, who was inquiring about directions. "Excuse me, where is room 302? I am looking for Zhang Xiaofan." Having located the department where Zhang Xiaofan was situated, Lin Wanling was unsure where room 302 was and sought assistance at the nurse station. The youthful and vibrant Lin Wanling caught the eye of the duty nurse, who was about to provide directions when she noticed Zhang Xiaofan and his wife approaching. "They are Zhang Xiaofan's relatives. You can follow them directly," the nurse informed Lin Wanling. Upon hearing this, Qin Suing approached Lin Wanling and asked, "Young lady, are you looking for Xiaofan? May I ask your relationship with him?" Lin Wanling pondered briefly before responding, "I am one of his online friends." This was indeed accurate, as the two had met through a game. Zhang Xiaofan and Qin Suing exchanged glances. Xiaofan had been in a coma for 5 years. When had he made an online friend, especially one as lovely as her? Upon entering the hospital room, they found Manni waiting anxiously, and upon seeing Zhang Xiaofan, she quickly asked, "Uncle, have you gathered the money?" However, much to her surprise, behind Zhang Xiaofan and Qin Suing stood 2 women, one youthful and radiant, the other mature and elegant. In contrast to them, Manni, who often touted her own beauty, suddenly felt overshadowed, akin to a common fowl encountering a phoenix. Without hesitation, the youthful Lin Wanling strode past everyone to Zhang Xiaofan's bedside. eager to confirm if the patient was indeed the same 9527 from the game. Upon closer inspection, her eyes brimmed with tears as she recognized the comatose figure wearing a gaming headset. He looked exactly like the Zhang Xiaofan who had aided her in leveling up and provided her with abundant gold coins. How long has he been lying here? Lin Wanling turned to Zhang Jianzhong and inquired. It has been 5 years, Zhang Jianzhong sighed, still puzzled by the girl's emotional reaction. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanling could no longer contain her tears and softly addressed the comatose Zhang Xiaofan, 9527. Why did you not tell me you were a vegetable? Had I known your condition in reality, I would never have wasted your time, allowing you to help me level up, thus delaying your awakening. Hearing Lin Wanling's words, Zhang Jianzhong and his wife immediately sensed something significant and hurriedly asked, young lady, when you say you delayed Xiaofan's awakening, what do you mean? Is it possible that Xiaofan will awaken soon? Wiping her tears, Lin Wanling nodded, saying, indeed. If all goes well, 9527, Zhang Xiaofan, will awaken before long. Qin Suiying trembled with excitement at the unexpected news, though Lin Wanling's sudden appearance was baffling. Still, the prospect of hearing her son would soon awaken filled her with immense joy, and she approached Lin Wanling, grasping her arm, and asked, young lady, you are not deceiving me, are you? Chapter 48. The uncertainty of loyalty and treachery. Lin Wanling gazed at the agitated Qin Suiying and promptly spoke, Aunt, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Although your son is in a vegetative state, we recently encountered each other in a game, and he even assisted me in leveling up. Lin Wanling's words left Qin Suiying and Zhang Jianzhong in a state of bewilderment, as they were unfamiliar with the concept of games and unaware of their son's involvement in such activities. They struggled to grasp the rhythm of her explanation. Noticing the confusion on Qin Suiying's face, Lin Wanling continued, Aunt, do you see the helmet on Zhang Xiaofan's head? That is the renowned Starry Sky game helmet that has taken the world by storm in recent years. He accessed the game through it. This implies that Zhang Xiaofan's consciousness still exists, albeit dormant. Li Ao Shui, standing nearby, articulated the crucial point. Indeed. And Zhang Xiaofan is on the verge of awakening, Lin Wanling affirmed. How can you be so certain? Li Ao Shui interjected, voicing the concerns of the elderly couple. The global popularity of this game stems from the fact that individuals can grow stronger within it. The news has been continuously broadcasting similar stories. You must be aware of this. Lin Wanling posed a question. Zhang Jianzhong and Qin Suiying remained perplexed. Having seldom watched television since Zhang Xiaofan's condition, and given their age, they were not particularly attuned to gaming-related matters. However, Li Ao Shui nodded in acknowledgement. As the head of a real estate company, she was quite sensitive to various news, having heard about the game and possessing some understanding, albeit not having participated herself. Wu Man and I, present in the room, had also seen similar news but remained silent, her expression shifting as if lost in thought. Zhang Xiaofan is about to complete his village quest. Once he does, he can proceed to the main city to gain attribute points, which will subsequently enhance his physical condition in reality, leading to his awakening, Lin Wanling explained to Li Ao Shui, as it seemed she was the only one in the room who could comprehend her words. This is a gaming helmet? Zhang Jianzhong interjected. But Man and I claims it is an electric therapy device for treating Xiaofan. Could you be mistaken? Qin Suiying added, addressing Li Ao Shui, indeed. We sought your assistance precisely because Man and I mentioned that this electric therapy device requires a renewal fee, and we couldn't gather the necessary funds in time. You say this is a therapeutic device, and that it requires renewal? Lin Wanling frowned and turned to Wu Man and I. Who are you? Why are you deceiving Zhang Xiaofan's parents? Li Ao Shui crossed her arms, observing the unfolding drama. Wu Manni's expression darkened as she responded to Lin Wanling. I am Xiaofan's girlfriend, his devoted partner for 5 years. I believe you are the one making false claims, coming here and uttering nonsensical words. What are your true intentions? Lin Wanling, feeling wronged by Wu Manni's accusation, was infuriated and grasped a nearby metal force stand, exerting enough force to bend it. Zhang Xiaofan must have lost his sight to have chosen a girlfriend like you. I advise you to speak the truth. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. The sudden display of strength from the seemingly frail young woman astonished everyone in the room. Zhang Jianzhong and his wife naturally chose to believe Wu Man and I, as she had cared for their son for 5 years and had long been regarded as part of their family. The elderly couple quickly shielded Wu Man and I. Addressing Lin Wanling, young lady, we cannot comprehend your words. It would be best for you to leave and cease this commotion. Lin Wanling was taken aback, perplexed as to why the elderly couple could not discern loyalty from treachery. Li Ao Shui sighed. The situation had become increasingly clear. However, Zhang Jianzhong and his wife held an unwavering trust in Wu Man and I. Even if she intervened to expose Wu Man and I, they would likely remain unconvinced, potentially straining her own relationship with them. Who is causing a commotion? Lin Wanling, visibly frustrated, stated, Everything I said is the truth. It was with Zhang Xiaofan's help that I successfully gained attribute points and became stronger in reality. Yet, regardless of Lin Wanning's explanations, the elderly couple remained skeptical. Li Aoshui, seeing the impasse, approached Lin Wanning. "Young lady, may I have a moment to speak with you privately?" Though Lin Wanning did not know Li Aoshui, the latter exuded a refreshing aura, prompting Lin Wanning to nod in agreement. With a gentle smile, Li Aoshui linked her arm with Lin Wanning's and bid farewell to Zhang Jianzhong and Qin Suing before leading Lin Wanning out of the hospital room. Inside the room, Wu Manni exhaled in relief and, with a look of grievance, addressed Zhang Jianzhong and Qin Suing. "Uncle, aunt, you don't suspect I am a fraud, do you?" Qin Suing quickly reassured Wu Manni. "Do not say such foolishness. Who could be a fraud while tirelessly caring for a vegetative person for 5 years? If you were a fraud, it would mean there are no good people left in this world." Zhang Jianzhong nodded in agreement. "Manni, once Xiaofan awakens, I will ensure he marries you. Your patience will not be in vain." Wu Manni scoffed inwardly, thinking, who would want to marry a penniless man? It is time for me to make my exit. Zhang Jianzhong then handed Wu Manni the borrowed 10,000 yuan, stating, "Take this to renew the fee. Your aunt and I will not linger here. We have a stall to attend to." With that, he and Qin Suing departed, leaving Wu Manni alone in the room. She tucked the money into her bag and approached the still form of Zhang Xiaofan, murmuring softly, "Zhang Xiaofan, I never imagined you still possess consciousness. I wonder if you can hear and see everything in this room. If you can perceive the outside world, you must loathe me." Contemplating the 5 years she had deceived Zhang Jianzhong and his wife in this hospital room, while simultaneously cavorting with Long Xiaohuan atop Zhang Xiaofan, Wu Manni felt a chill at the thought that if Zhang Xiaofan were to awaken, he might be driven to murder. With this realization, Wu Manni resolutely made a reckless decision, turning to exit the ward and dialing her friends to cancel their planned afternoon tea and evening gathering. Everything that transpired in the room was, of course, clearly observed by Zhang Xiaofan. His spirit hovered above, listening to Wu Manni's murmurs, and after a moment's reflection, he surmised that this wretch harbored no benevolent intentions. However, Zhang Xiaofan felt no fear. He was not alone, for he could summon the contracted beast from his beast mastery space at any moment. Regardless of Wu Manni's antics, she could stir no tempest. Once he regained his footing, he swore to torment that vile Wu Manni thoroughly, to assuage the resentment that festered within him. Chapter 49. Schemes from all sides. Li Aoshui ushered the irate Lin Wanning into her car, instructing the driver to head straight to a nearby CAF. As they settled into their seats, Li Aoshui observed the fuming Lin Wanning and couldn't help but smile softly. She introduced herself, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Aoshui, the president of Aoshui Real Estate. May I ask your name, dear sister?" Upon hearing Li Aoshui's introduction, Lin Wanning transformed into an enthusiastic admirer, exclaiming, "So you are the sole female magnate in the domestic real estate industry, Li Aoshui. I often read about you in the news and have long admired you from afar. Today, I finally meet the real person. My name is Lin Wanning, and I hail from Jingxing. As for the rest, it is somewhat inconvenient to disclose. I hope you understand." After a brief pause, she continued, "May I inquire about your relationship with Zhang Xiaofan?" Li Aoshui took a sip of her coffee and recounted the incident where Zhang Xiaofan was rendered comatose by human traffickers while attempting to save her son, followed by her investigation into Wu Manni. Lin Wanning, upon hearing this, was incensed, declaring Wu Manni shameless and preparing to rise and confront her. Li Aoshui quickly interjected, saying, "Had it not been for the involvement of Zhang Xiaofan's parents, I would have dispatched someone to deal with Wu Manni long ago. However, this would only complicate matters for Zhang Xiaofan's parents, who have already endured so much suffering over the years. I cannot bear to see them subjected to further distress. How could they be so oblivious to such an obvious scam?" Lin Wanning expressed her indignation. Li Aoshui set down her coffee and replied, "That is of little consequence. As long as Zhang Xiaofan awakens, Wu Manni's schemes will inevitably unravel. Given that you mentioned Zhang Xiaofan still has awareness while playing games, it indicates that, despite being in a vegetative state, he remains perceptive to the external world and is certainly aware of Wu Manni's actions. Although his parents may currently be deceived by her, they undoubtedly hold greater faith in their son." Lin Wanning, upon hearing this, felt a sense of reason wash over her, and her anger subsided. She remarked, "It is truly unimaginable how Zhang Xiaofan has endured these 5 years." Li Aoshui continued, "Currently, I am only concerned about one thing." Noticing Lin Wanning's perplexed expression, she elaborated, "If Wu Manni could deceive Zhang Xiaofan's parents for 5 years, treating them as a free source of income, what do you think she fears most?" Lin Wanning pondered for a moment before responding. "She is likely worried that we might expose her deception, thus losing her free financial support." "No," Li Aoshui replied calmly. Her ability to fool Zhang Xiaofan's parents for 5 years without a hitch indicates that she is a meticulous individual, unafraid of our revelations. She must possess sufficient confidence to ensure Zhang Xiaofan's parents remain on her side. The events that transpired today in the hospital speak volumes. What could she possibly be worried about then? Lin Weining inquired, somewhat confused. Her gravest concern is likely that Zhang Xiaofan might suddenly awaken, Liao Xue stated. Zhang Xiaofan's parents may not believe us, but they will undoubtedly trust their son. Upon hearing this, Lin Weining stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that Wu Manni could harm Zhang Xiaofan, taking away his gaming helmet to prevent him from gaining attribute points, thus ensuring he remains in a vegetative state forever?" Liao Xue nodded, affirming, "Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Even Zhang Xiaofan's life could be at risk, rendering him incapable of even being a vegetative person." "Surely not." Lin Weining responded incredulously. "Does Wu Manni possess such audacity?" "Never underestimate the darkness and greed inherent in human nature," Liao Xue replied, her expression grave. "If it were not for Zhang Xiaofan, I might have lost my son to such machinations. Then what are we waiting for? We must act now to stop Wu Manni," Lin Weining declared, rising to leave. "Wait," Liao Xue called, observing Lin Weining's fervor. "How do you intend to intervene? Can you imprison Wu Manni?" "That is not out of the question," Lin Weining retorted without hesitation. Liao Xue was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Lin Weining hailed from an extraordinary family, capable of nonchalantly suggesting such blatant disregard for the law. "Calm down, dear sister," Liao Xue urged, rising to soothe her. "Let us wait patiently for the fish to take the bait." Upon hearing Liao Xue's strategy, Lin Weining's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Wu Manni, lost in thought in her rental apartment, suddenly had a glint of determination in her eyes as she dialed her brother Wu Di's number. "Hey sis, is the sun rising in the west today? I never expected you to reach out first. Is it because you know I'm short on pocket money and you're sending me some?" Listening to Wu Di's casual tone, Wu Manni dismissed her last vestige of hesitation and said, "Cut the small talk. I need a favor, and I'll give you 50,000. Wu Di's tone immediately turned obsequious. "What are you talking about? Helping my sister is only natural. Is it cash or a transfer?" Wu Manni coldly stated. "Zhang Xiaofan needs to be transferred to another hospital. I cannot manage this alone. Tonight, come to the hospital and help me carry Zhang Xiaofan out. I will give you 50,000 right after." "Is it really that simple?" Wu Di exclaimed in disbelief. 50,000 for carrying someone? Just like that? Are you in or out?" Wu Manni's voice was frigid. "My question is there anyone else you need me to help carry?" Wu Di said excitedly. "As long as the money is right, I could carry everyone in Nanshan Hospital out." Wu Manni ceased further conversation and hung up the phone. Her plan was to have Wu Di take the lead while she orchestrated from behind, carrying Zhang Xiaofan out, and subsequently exploiting Zhang Xiaofan's parents to demand a substantial sum from Liao Xue, allowing her to escape with the money. Even if the police got involved later, it would be Wu Di's doing, not hers. Wu Manni silently mused. "Ah, Wu Di, when you hit me outside the hospital, you cease to be my brother. Since you cannot be tamed, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As night descended, the once bustling Nanshan Hospital fell into silence. Wu Di swaggered towards the plant department, muttering, "What is the point of transferring a patient in a vegetative state? No matter which hospital, they just lie there. My sister even told me not to disturb anyone. When did she become so considerate?" However, for the sake of that 50,000, Wu Di followed Wu Manni's instructions and quietly approached Ward 302. The staff at the nurses' station were idle, dozing at their desks. Here, surrounded by vegetative patients, there was seldom a call for assistance, making the night shift remarkably uneventful. Wu Di glanced at the slumbering nurse, grumbling about their negligence as he entered Ward 302. Following his sister's orders, he approached Zhang Xiaofan's bed. Noticing that he wore a gaming headset, Wu Di sneered, thinking it absurd for a vegetative patient to be playing games, such a waste. In the room, Zhang Xiaofan's spirit hovered in the air, coldly observing Wu Di. If Wu Di made any move against him, he would summon the contracted mountain bandits from his beast mastery space to teach him a lesson. Wu Di moved to lift Zhang Xiaofan, placing him on his shoulder, ready to carry him away when suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang. Turning to look, he was taken aback by the sight of two stunning women. One was youthful and alluring, reminiscent of an unripe green apple, while the other was noble and graceful, akin to a juicy peach. It was Lin Wanning and Liao Xue who entered the room. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaofan's spirit decided to refrain from action and observe the unfolding situation. Wu Di, unfazed, set Zhang Xiaofan down momentarily and, with a playful grin, addressed the two women. "Ladies, is it customary to visit patients at this hour? How about we step out for a drink and become friends?" In the presence of such beauty, Wu Di momentarily forgot his purpose, initiating a flirtation. "Ah, Xue, you were right. Someone truly intends harm against Xiaofan," Lin Wanning remarked to Liao Xue. Liao Xue recognized Wu Di, having thoroughly investigated Wu Manni during her inquiries. She spoke directly to him. Your sister sent you, didn't she? Do you know my sister? Wu Di exclaimed, surprised. I've never seen her with such stunning friends. Since we're all acquainted, let me treat you both to a drink. What do you say? Drink my foot. Lin Wanning retorted sharply. What are you doing here? What a fiery little pepper. Wu Di found himself captivated. Each of these women was 1,000 times more beautiful than his girlfriend. He would gladly sacrifice a decade of his life for a chance with both. Seeing Wu Di ramble on without getting to the point, Lin Wanning stepped forward and kicked him to the ground, shouting, answer our questions. Wu Di felt as if he had been struck by a train, unable to catch his breath as he lay on the floor, horrified by her strength. At that moment, his phone rang from his pocket. Lin Wanning stepped forward. Snatching the phone from his hand, the screen displayed older sister. Lin Wanning answered the call, and Wu Manni's voice came through. What is going on? Is carrying someone really that difficult? Why are you taking so long? Where do you intend to take Zhang Xiaofan? Lin Wanning coldly replied. Wu Manni, I advise you to cease your actions while you can. The consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. On the other end, Wu Manni broke out in a cold sweat. Had the women in the ward been lying in wait for her to take the bait? Fortunately, she had not acted herself, but had sent the fool Wu Di instead. With this thought, Wu Manni fell silent and hung up the phone, hailing a taxi. Driver, are you available for a long-distance run? After receiving an affirmative response, she swiftly entered the vehicle, making the decisive choice to flee. In the ward, Lin Wanning furiously smashed Wu Di's phone onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. Wu Di hastily protested. Who are you to smash my phone and hit me? Do you think I want to call the police to have you arrested? Li Aoxue approached Lin Wanning and whispered in her ear. This Wu Di likely has no idea and is merely being used by Wu Manni. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanning walked up to Wu Di and stomped down on his ankle. With a crack, Wu Di's ankle fractured, causing him to cry out in agony. Lin Wanning stepped on Wu Di's mouth, abruptly silencing his cries. You have yet to answer our question, she stated in a calm tone that sent shivers down Wu Di's spine. At that moment, all thoughts of flirting vanished from his mind. As Lin Wanning lifted her foot, he hastily spoke. It was my sister who sent me here, saying that Zhang Xiaofan needs to be transferred. She instructed me to carry him out. Beyond that, I truly do not know anything. My leg is broken. Please call a doctor. It hurts terribly. Get out and call a doctor yourself. Lin Wanning retorted angrily. Wu Di, not daring to delay, picked up his shattered phone, leaned against the bed leg, and limped out of the ward. Hey, you were too impulsive. You've left Wu Di in such a state. If he reports this, it could become troublesome. Li Aoxue complained to Lin Wanning as she watched Wu Di exit the hospital. If you must strike someone, at least choose a more secluded location. I couldn't hold back any longer, Lin Wanning replied with a playful tongue-out gesture. But rest assured, sister, it's nothing serious. Even if he does report it, it won't matter, my family will handle it. Li Aoxue gazed at Lin Wanning. Her curiosity about her identity piqued, yet she refrained from asking further. Sister, what should we do next? Lin Wanning, now fully impressed by Li Aoxue's meticulousness and strategic thinking, realized how thoroughly they had outmaneuvered Wu Manni. Wu Manni was likely a frightened bird at this point, while Zhang Xiaofan should be safe for the time being. Li Aoxue stated, however, we cannot afford to be complacent. I will station someone here to guard against any desperate actions from Wu Manni. Then I must trouble you, sister. Let us stay in touch. I'll return to the hotel to log into the game. I want Zhang Xiaofan to see Wu Manni's true, vile nature, Lin Wanning declared, rushing out of the ward. Li Aoxue couldn't help but smile at Lin Wanning's retreating figure, amused by her childlike demeanor despite her age. In Chapter 51, titled Divine Artifact and Techniques, Zhang Xiaofan's spirit floated in the air, filled with gratitude as he observed the two women strategizing on his behalf. Once he regained the ability to stand, he would surely express his heartfelt thanks to both of them. Li Aoxue notified her company's security department, arranging for 2 security personnel to be stationed at Ward 302 before she departed. Zhang Xiaofan's spirit wandered around, but found no souls to consume. So he reluctantly returned to his physical body and logged into the game. A flash of white light revealed Zhang Xiaofan outside Taoyuan village. Huang Xiling was no longer by his side, but since Zhang Xiaofan had successfully contracted him, he could sense Huang Xiling's location. As he walked into the village, he overheard players discussing the recent changes. Why did the village chief change? I don't know, but since the new chief took over, the village exit tasks have become easier, which is a good thing. This game is becoming increasingly unpredictable. Why dwell on that? We should hurry and complete our tasks to strengthen ourselves in the main city. Exactly. If the exit tasks become difficult again, we'll miss this rare opportunity. The players' discussions enlightened Zhang Xiaofan. It seemed that Huang Xiling had indeed assumed the role of village chief, making the simplification of exit tasks quite reasonable. Upon entering the chief's courtyard, he was surprised to find that the village chief standing in the center was not Huang Xiling, but rather an elderly man. Just as he pondered this, Huang Xiling rushed out from a room behind the chief, greeting Zhang Xiaofan. Master, you finally arrived. Huang Xiling then ushered Zhang Xiaofan into the room, excitedly producing a fist-sized, gleaming gemstone. Master, the attribute gem has been delivered. Zhang Xiaofan took the attribute gem and inquired. Why haven't you become the village chief? Who is the old man outside? Huang Xiling hastily explained, as a noble prince, I came here to complete my father's test. With the mountain eagle eliminated, my trial is complete, and the court will naturally send someone else to take over as village chief. I must accompany you, master, on your adventures. I could not settle for being a mere village chief. After saying this, Huang Xiling stepped outside, retrieving a seal from the village chief, which was indeed the official village chief seal issued by the court. Huang Xiling approached Zhang Xiaofan with the seal and instructed, Master, place your hand on the seal. Zhang Xiaofan then recalled that Huang Xiling had promised him that upon completing the task, they would bind him to the village chief's seal, ensuring that a portion of the village's earnings would automatically flow into his coffers. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan placed his palm on the village chief's seal as guided by Huang Xiling. A notification chimed. You have become an important figure in Taoyuan village, and you will automatically receive a portion of the village's earnings. Please check your account. The system's voice echoed, and Zhang Xiaofan noticed the gold coins in his backpack steadily increasing. Though the amount was modest, it was continuous. 2 gold coins, 3 gold coins, 10 gold coins. Zhang Xiaofan was overjoyed. At this rate, he would continuously accumulate gold without doing anything. He then turned his attention to the attribute gem in his hand. Attribute gem, divine artifact, one-time consumable. Upon use, it grants 10 free attribute points. The description of the attribute gem was straightforward, yet it stirred a tempest of excitement within Zhang Xiaofan. He had not anticipated that such a small stone could be a divine artifact. Although it was a one-time consumable, it was indeed a genuine divine artifact. Moreover, as speculated by Yanyu Jiangnan, it could enhance a player's attributes without requiring them to reach a specific level. This indicated that the path to becoming stronger in this game was not solely through monster hunting and leveling up. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan absorbed the attribute gem right then and there. Ding! You have utilized the attribute gem and acquired 10 points of free attributes. The system's voice echoed. Yet Zhang Xiaofan did not hastily allocate his points. Instead, he casually selected to learn the skill book disguise technique, which he had obtained from slaying the mountain eagle. The disguise technique is a unique skill that can be learned by any profession. Its description was simple, yet it filled Zhang Xiaofan with immense joy. With such a divine skill, he could roam freely in the wilderness without fear of being attacked by allies. However, he knew that everything awaited experimentation before any conclusions could be drawn. As he gazed at the additional 10 points of free attributes, he pondered where to allocate them to restore his comatose body in reality. At that moment, a message from his friend Yanyu Jiangnan appeared in the friend list. 9527. Have you completed the quest to leave the village? Zhang Xiaofan thought of Lin Wanqing, who had done everything for him in the hospital. Feeling warmth in his heart as he quickly replied, Not yet, but I have obtained attribute points. I just don't know where to allocate them to recover my health. Fool. Of course, you should allocate them to your constitution, Yanyu Jiangnan promptly responded. Although adding to your constitution won't provide any remarkable enhancement in reality, it is undoubtedly the optimal choice for healing. Zhang Xiaofan found her reasoning sound and replied, You also allocated points to your constitution to cure your terminal illness, right? Yanyu Jiangnan fell silent for a moment before confessing, I allocated points to my strength. After a pause, she continued, Zhang Xiaofan, I'm sorry, I lied to you. I do not have a terminal illness. I deceived you just to have you assist me in leveling up. Had I known you were in a comatose state in reality, I would never have lied to you. You helped me level up and provided me with gold, yet I deceived you. I am truly sorry. As she spoke, she began to weep softly. Zhang Xiaofan could not help but smile. This girl was genuinely kind-hearted. Not receiving a response from him for a while, Yanyu Jiangnan sniffled and said, Zhang Xiaofan, I know you despise liars and those who make grand promises. I truly did not intend to deceive you. Can you forgive me? It's all right. I forgive you, Zhang Xiaofan replied with a smile. Really? Yanyu Jiangnan's tears instantly turned to joy as she exclaimed, Quickly allocate your points. I will go to your hospital room now. When you wake up, we shall celebrate. With that, Yanyu Jiangnan logged off from the game. Chapter 52. Awakening of the Body. Zhang Xiaofan allocated all 10 points of free attributes to his constitution and summoned his attribute panel to examine it. Name, 9527. Profession, Contract Master. Hidden Profession, Strength, 1 Attack Power, 10, Constitution, 11, Health, 10, Agility, 1, Effects Hit Rate, Evasion, Speed, 10, Spirit, 120, Magic Attack, 10. Every 20 points of Spirit allows the summoning of one servant, with success rate influenced by Spirit points. Luck, 10, affects item drop rates, success rates of summoning servants. etc. Skills. Contract technique. Special skill, non-upgradable. Disguise technique. Can disguise as another faction, avoiding attacks. Curse technique level 2. Cast a curse on enemies, reducing their attributes by 2. Vitality bomb. Consumes 10 mana to conjure a magical vitality bomb to attack enemies. A skill inherent to the weapon. Bag. 10 slots. Each slot can stack similar items. Weapon. Bloodthirsty staff. Orange weapon. No equipment level requirement. Magic attack. 100 to 150. Converts 20 of magic damage to personal health. Includes skill vitality bomb. Attire. Tattered robe. White gear. Defense. 1 point. Slightly drafts. Agility boots. White gear. Increases movement speed by 11 points. Money. 200, 117 gold, 56 silver, 45 copper coins. His constitution had increased from 1 to 11, and within this brief moment, he had already amassed over 100 gold coins, with the total in his bag rising to 201, 117 coins. Wondering if his physical body could stand up in reality, Zhang Xiaofan turned to Huang Xilang and said, "Let us venture to another world." With those words, he opened the Beastmaster space and stored Huang Xilang within before choosing to exit the game. Upon exiting the game, Zhang Xiaofan felt a faint current surging from the game helmet, coursing through his body. He soon experienced a tingling sensation as his limbs, having remained immobile for 5 years, gradually regained vitality. The head that had been injured by a hammer and the various damaged nerve cells were rapidly healing. Zhang Xiaofan attentively sensed the changes in his body, his heart brimming with excitement. For the first time in 5 years, he could feel sensations emanating from his body. In the room, 2 security personnel sent by Li Aoshua leaned against the window, idly chatting. Why does this plant care ward feel like a morgue? These comatose patients lie on their beds, motionless, resembling corpses. It's quite eerie, one remarked. The other security guard pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips as he fumbled for a lighter, and replied, "Be grateful. It's sheltered from the wind and rain. No one bothers us, and we still get paid. Where else could you find such an easy job?" As they gazed out at the night sky, exhaling smoke and engaging in idle banter, suddenly a voice called from behind, "Hey, buddy, can I have a smoke?" Both men felt a chill run down their spines. How could there be anyone else speaking in this tightly closed room? Turning around, they saw Zhang Xiaofan, who had been lying on the hospital bed, now standing behind them with a yearning expression, eyeing the cigarette in the security guard's hand. A ghost. The security personnel, clutching a cigarette, gasped in fright, causing the cigarette to tumble to the ground. In that moment, the 2 men resembled startled birds, skirting past Zhang Xiaofan and fleeing through the door. Zhang Xiaofan, perplexed, scratched his head, unaware of what had instigated their fear. He bent down to retrieve the fallen cigarette, inhaling deeply only to cough violently, yet a look of ecstasy graced his face. Though Zhang Xiaofan had never smoked before, the souls he had devoured included several habitual smokers. Merging their memories, he now found himself standing and yearning for a puff. Despite his greatly enhanced physical condition, having lain in bed for 5 years rendered his movements somewhat uncoordinated. After taking a couple of puffs, he lost interest and began to wander towards the hospital exit. The 2 fleeing security guards did not regain their composure until they had exited the hospital. One, slightly balding, turned to his companion and said, "Were we overly anxious? This is a hospital, not a morgue. Is it not quite normal for someone to stand? But they are all in a vegetative state. How could one suddenly rise?" His companion replied, still trembling, "Shall we return to take another look?" The balding guard suggested. "My legs feel weak," his companion replied, leaning against the wall. "We should inform General Manager Li. She specifically instructed us to report any incidents immediately, especially since the one who stood is the very person she tasked us with protecting." The balding guard nodded in agreement and dialed Li Aoshua's number. "General Manager Li, there is a situation," he announced upon connecting. "Could someone be plotting against Xiaofan?" Li Aoshua, who had already retired for the night, responded swiftly. "No, General Manager, it is the vegetative patient you asked us to protect." He stood up on his own and even asked for a cigarette. It terrified me. Before the guard could finish, Li Aoshua hung up, instructing the driver to prepare the vehicle and head straight to Nanshan Hospital. As Zhang Xiaofan exited the ward, he noticed the white-clad angels at the nurse's station were still asleep and chose not to disturb them. He walked directly outside the hospital, only to hear an excited call, 9527. Looking up, he saw Lin Wanqing, breathless and beaming at the entrance. "Lin Wanqing," Zhang Xiaofan responded with a smile. Although this was their first formal meeting in reality, they felt as if they were long-lost friends, entirely at ease with one another. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan struggle slightly with his gait, Lin Wanqing hurried over to assist him, asking, "Where are you headed now that you've just recovered?" "I'm going to find my parents," Zhang Xiaofan replied gratefully. "I have been bedridden for 5 years. Now that I can stand, I wish to surprise them." Lin Wanqing nodded in understanding before inquiring, "Do you know where they are?" Zhang Xiaofan hesitated. While he knew where his home was, He was unsure of his parents' current whereabouts. I do, just as they were lost in thought. Another figure appeared at the entrance of the inpatient department. It was Li Aoxue, hurrying over, accompanied by the 2 security guards from earlier. Both guards wore expressions of trepidation. Having been personally tasked by General Manager Li, they felt embarrassed for having fled in fear. They dreaded her reprimand. Upon seeing Li Aoxue, Zhang Xiaofan greeted her with a smile. Good evening, General Manager. Li Aoxue responded with a knowing expression, realizing that Zhang Xiaofan had not lost consciousness. He simply could not move his body. Sister Aoxue, what brings you here? Lin Wanqing asked cheerfully. My staff informed me that Zhang Xiaofan has awakened. I must express my gratitude to the one who saved my son, Li Aoxue said, turning to Zhang Xiaofan. Congratulations. After lying in bed for 5 years, you can finally stand. Zhang Xiaofan felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he replied, General Manager, do you know where my parents are? I am eager to see them. They should still be at their stall nearby. Come, I will drive you there, Li Aoxue offered, signaling her driver to start the car. However, Zhang Xiaofan gently shook his head and said, General Manager, since it is not far, I would prefer to walk. Li Aoxue paused briefly but then understood. After lying in bed for 5 years, it was natural for him to relish the sensation of moving on his own. Thus, the trio chose to walk towards the stall of Zhang Jinzhong and his wife. Initially, Zhang Xiaofan found walking somewhat challenging, but with his significantly improved physical condition, he soon no longer required Lin Wanqing's support and walked as normally as anyone else. Though night had fallen, the snack street was still bustling with nocturnal diners. However, Zhang Jinzhong and his wife's stall stood empty, as they had only recently begun selling quick meals like fried rice. Despite the generous portions they offered, their cooking skills were mediocre, resulting in lackluster sales. Only laborers would frequent them during the day. Zhang Xiaofan spotted his parents standing behind the stall from a distance. His mother was busy organizing ingredients while his father gazed longingly at the passers-by, seemingly hoping to attract customers with his eyes, yet to no avail. Seeing the gray hair of his elderly parents brought tears to Zhang Xiaofan's eyes. Though he had endured hardship over the past 5 years, he knew his parents had likely suffered even more. After standing idly for a while, Zhang Jinzhong turned to his wife, Qin Suying, and said, We should close up. It seems there are no customers. Let's wait a bit longer. Perhaps someone will come, Qin Suying replied, reluctant to give up. After all, we won't be able to sleep at home anyway. We might as well hold out here a little longer. Zhang Jinzhong sighed deeply, looking weary. But just as he turned around, he noticed 3 figures approaching his stall and quickly called out, What would you like to eat? Dad. Zhang Jinzhong was momentarily taken aback, raising his head in disbelief. Before him stood his son, gazing with a heart full of compassion. Mom. Zhang Xiaofan called out once more to the still busy Qin Suying. Upon hearing her name, Qin Suying looked up, and the bunch of coriander she had meticulously arranged fell to the ground. Her body weakened, threatening to collapse. But she was swiftly supported by the quick-witted Lin Wanling. Zhang Jinzhong, trembling with excitement, pointed at Zhang Xiaofan and stammered, You. Dad, Mom. My illness has been cured. Thank you for your hardships over the years. After saying this, Zhang Xiaofan knelt down with a thud, bowing deeply to his parents. My son. Qin Suying exclaimed, hastily breaking away from Lin Wanling and rushing to Zhang Xiaofan, pulling him into her embrace and bursting into tears. Nearby, Li Aoxue and Lin Wanling also felt their eyes well up. Mom, I'm hungry, Zhang Xiaofan finally spoke after a long moment, addressing Qin Suying, who still held him tightly. Qin Suying quickly replied, Hungry is good, hungry is good. Old man, cook for our son. Zhang Jinzhong discreetly turned his head, wiping away tears. The wind was strong tonight, and the sand seemed to have clouded his eyes. He then turned on the gas, heated the oil, but his hand trembled uncontrollably as he held the ladle. Zhang Xiaofan helped his mother sit on a small stool by the street, then walked over to his father. Dad, let me handle it. Nonsense. Aside from instant noodles, what do you know about cooking? Just wait a moment. I'll have it ready for you shortly. Zhang Jinzhong knew his son well. He had never even entered the kitchen, so how could he possibly cook? Dad, you stay with Mom and wait there. I'll do it, Zhang Xiaofan insisted, taking the spatula from Zhang Jinzhong's hand. He then addressed Li Aoxue and Lin Wanling. Ms. Li, Wanling, please take a seat as well. I will prepare a meal for you in gratitude for your assistance. Lin Wanling had never tasted street food before, and Li Aoxue refrained from late-night snacks to maintain her figure. However, they could not bear to decline Zhang Xiaofan's kind offer and sat down, though they insisted. We're not hungry. You should focus on your own meal. The 4 of them, Zhang Jinzhong and his wife, along with Li Aoxue and Lin Wanling, sat around the small table set up before the vendor, their eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaofan, who was busily working. Although Zhang Xiaofan had no cooking experience, he had absorbed the essence of Lao Zhang's soul. Despite Lao Zhang's notorious reputation, he was a genuine first-class national chef. Zhang Xiaofan had integrated this knowledge, making it effortless for him to whip up a plate of fried rice. With a gentle tap against the bowl's edge, Zhang Xiaofan cracked an egg, deftly splitting it open with his thumbs, allowing the egg white and yolk to flow into the bowl. He swiftly grabbed a pair of chopsticks, mixing the egg until the yolk and white were perfectly blended, free of any clumps. Next, he added a suitable amount of oil to the pan. Once the oil began to heat, he poured in the egg mixture. Upon contact with the hot oil, the egg began to solidify rapidly, puffing up. Zhang Xiaofan skillfully wielded the spatula, stirring the mixture until it formed small chunks. Then, he added the prepared white rice to the pan. As the rice met the hot oil, it crackled and popped, as if celebrating its impending transformation into a delectable dish. Zhang Xiaofan stirred the rice and eggs together, ensuring that each grain was evenly coated. His spatula moved like an artist's brush, tossing the ingredients in the pan, creating a delightful spectacle. The aroma of the fried rice wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Before long, a beautiful plate of fried rice was ready. The golden eggs intertwined with the white rice resembled a stunning painting. Zhang Xiaofan divided the fried rice into 4 portions and served them at the nearby table, where the 4 seated individuals displayed a range of expressions. Zhang Jianzhong and his wife wore looks of contentment. Their son had finally stood up and appeared to have grown more considerate, even capable of cooking for them. Lin Aoxue was visibly astonished. The fluidity with which Zhang Xiaofan prepared the meal was a sight to behold. It was evident that such culinary prowess could only come from decades of practice. Yet Zhang Xiaofan was merely 25 years old and had spent 5 years bedridden. Lin Wanling, captivated by the aroma, exclaimed, "It smells so good. Just the scent alone is enough to whet one's appetite." Zhang Xiaofan, taking a small stool, joined the group and encouraged, "Mom and Dad, eat up. And Ms. Li, Wanling, I won't say more in thanks. I will repay you all when the opportunity arises." Lin Wanling, already entranced by the plate of fried rice before her, eagerly picked up disposable chopsticks and declared, "Then I won't hold back." Without hesitation, she began to eat, praising, "I never expected that 9,527 could cook this deliciously. It's fantastic." Zhang Jianzhong and his wife, filled with joy, also picked up their plates to dig in. Li Aoxue, observing Lin Wanling relishing her meal, couldn't help but wonder if it was truly that exquisite. She too took a small bite. Instantly, a marvelous flavor enveloped her palate, prompting her to exclaim, "I can't believe it. Such simple ingredients can yield such delightful flavors." Unable to resist, she took 2 more bites. Yet her strong willpower compelled her to reluctantly set down her chopsticks. Though the fried rice was delicious, maintaining her figure was paramount. "I can't eat any more, otherwise I will gain weight," Li Aoxue explained to the others. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan promptly took the plate of fried rice in front of Li Aoxue and brought it to himself, stating, "Since Ms. Li isn't eating, we shouldn't waste it. I'm still hungry." Before Li Aoxue could protest, she found Zhang Xiaofan shoving food into his mouth with her chopsticks. Having already had her fill, she felt a flush of embarrassment as he unabashedly enjoyed it. Zhang Jianzhong and his wife savored their meal with exceptional delight. Their son, Su Xing, was in high spirits. Even a simple combination of steamed buns and pickled vegetables felt like a culinary masterpiece. Zhang Xiaofan, feeling quite famished, swiftly devoured a portion of egg fried rice, yet he still felt hunger gnawing at him, though he was promptly restrained by Li Aoxue. "Xiaofan, after years of abstinence from food, it is wise to eat sparingly as you have just recovered. Your body deserves time to adjust," Li Aoxue advised. Zhang Jianzhong and his wife wholeheartedly agreed, praising Li Aoxue for her meticulousness. At that moment, Lin Wanqing finished her own serving of egg fried rice, patting her belly in satisfaction and exclaiming how full she felt. However, Qin Suying, with a puzzled expression, turned to Zhang Xiaofan and inquired, "Son, why hasn't Manni accompanied you? She has devoted 5 years to caring for you day and night. Now that you are well, she should be the first to know." Zhang Jianzhong echoed, "Indeed. Manni has waited for 5 years. Now that you have awakened, choose a fortuitous day for your wedding. You must not let her down." "Mother, you are unaware. That Wu Manni is truly wicked," Lin Wanqing began, but was interrupted when Li Aoxue discreetly tugged at her arm, signaling her to cease. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan's expression darkened as he spoke. "Mom and Dad, please do not mention that wretched woman again. She deceived you for 5 years, siphoning your hard-earned money while subjecting me to endless humiliation in the hospital. Upon learning of my impending awakening, she even attempted to take my life." Zhang Jianzhong and his wife were left speechless, unable to fathom such a grim reality. "One day, I shall make Wu Manni pay for her transgressions," Zhang Xiaofan declared through gritted teeth. "Son, you must not act rashly," Qin Suying urged urgently. "You have only just awakened. Your father and I do not wish to see you stray down the wrong path." Zhang Jianzhong sighed and added, "Xiaofan, your mother speaks wisely. We only desire a peaceful life, and our family cannot endure any more turmoil." Let this matter with Manni rest for now. Focus on finding stable employment. You are still young, and do not engage in foolishness. Zhang Xiaofan glanced at his parents, nodded in agreement. Yet his mind was already plotting how to find that wretched Manni. Why not come work at my company? Li Aoshue suggested, addressing Zhang Xiaofan. Do you know how to drive? I am in need of a driver. You can start here, and once you find a suitable job, you are free to leave. I have not learned to drive, Zhang Jinzhong began, but before he could finish, Zhang Xiaofan interjected, no problem, I can drive. Thank you, Li Zong. Having absorbed the soul of a fellow patient named Old Li, who had once been a professional race car driver, Zhang Xiaofan found driving to be an effortless skill. Zhang Jinzhong and his wife recognized that Li Aoshue was offering this easy job out of gratitude for Zhang Xiaofan saving her son, and they expressed their heartfelt thanks. Just then, a van approached the street, and 4 burly men emerged. One of them pointed at Zhang Jinzhong's stall and said, that's the place. Brother whose loan to that old man has yet to be repaid, and he met his end in the hospital. This debt cannot be overlooked. If we collect it, we can enjoy a few more days of revelry. These men were the same lackeys who had followed Brother who to collect debts in the hospital. Unfortunately, Brother who had met his demise at the hands of Zhang Xiaofan's iron-armored mouse, leaving the matter unresolved. Approaching Zhang Jinzhong's stall, one of the henchmen, with dyed blonde hair, kicked over a small table and shouted at Zhang Jinzhong, old man. When do you plan to repay the money you owe to Huey Loan Company? Zhang Jinzhong recognized the men and quickly stood up. I will repay this money. But the interest you demand is exorbitant. I can only return the principal. Stop your nonsense. The terms were clear and written in black and white. If you refuse to acknowledge your debt, do you want me to call the police? The blonde thug bellowed. Another lackey, with a calculating look, suggested. You can pay back the principal first. As for the interest, we can give you some time to gather it, and even reduce it a bit. Hearing this, the blonde thug agreed, thinking it would be better to get something now. I do not have the principal either. It may take some time, Zhang Jinzhong admitted helplessly. Old man, are you toying with us? The blonde thug exploded in anger, shouting at Zhang Jinzhong, if you can't produce the money, we will take your house as per Brother whose plan, and this matter will be settled. I will cover his debt, Li Aoshue interjected, standing up at this moment. The lackeys were instantly captivated by Li Aoshue's presence, enchanted by her beauty. Lin Wanqing also rose, angrily rebuking the thugs. Your loan sharking is entirely illegal. Borrowing from you is pointless. Get lost, or I will break your legs. The thugs were at a loss, unsure whom to focus their attention on. As they beheld 2 strikingly beautiful women, each exuding their own charm, one dignified and graceful, the other youthful and vibrant, igniting a desire to engage with them. I will handle this, Zhang Xiaofan declared, rising to his feet. The lackeys dismissed Zhang Xiaofan contemptuously. The blonde thug sneered at Li Aoshue, this beautiful lady. That is a debt of 500,000. Can you afford to pay it? Another lackey, eyeing Lin Wanqing, remarked, what a fiery little girl. I like that. If you accompany me for a meal, we might consider reducing the interest by 10%. What do you say? Zhang Xiaofan let out a cold laugh. And with a mere thought, a dark space tore open beside the van, and the bandit Decoy leaped out without alerting anyone present. Zhang Xiaofan then addressed the 4 thugs. Hey, is that your vehicle? The blonde thug, undeterred, retorted, what of it? Although the vehicles of the brothers may lack elegance, they do not hinder their ability to escort 2 lovely ladies for a meal. Do you have any objections? I have none, Zhang Xiaofan replied with a faint smile. But it appears that someone is vandalizing your car. The 4 young men turned to see a figure emerge from the shadows, wielding a brick and forcefully smashing it against the windshield of their van. With a shattering sound, the glass splintered into a myriad of fragments. Whose junk car is blocking the road? Move it aside immediately. Do you have no sense of public decency? The assailant, Decoy, yelled angrily. Upon witnessing this, Huang Mao and his companions were instantly alarmed. Although their vehicle was unimpressive, it provided shelter and transportation for them. Now that it was damaged, it would certainly diminish their standing in front of the ladies. How dare you vandalize my vehicle? Are you tired of living? Huang Mao shouted at Decoy, who was not far away, then turned to his companions and declared, let us take care of him. The 4 rushed towards Decoy, with Huang Mao grabbing a small stool along the way. Without a second thought, Decoy turned and fled. You little brat. Do you think you can destroy my car without consequences? Huang Mao, now furious, chased after Decoy along with his 3 companions, and before long, they vanished around the corner. This unexpected turn of events allowed Zhang Jinzhong and his wife to breathe a sigh of relief. They had not anticipated that these troublemakers would be so easily dispatched. Li Aoshue was also somewhat bewildered, having left in haste that day without a bodyguard. She expected trouble, but was surprised when a hero appeared to drive the ruffians away. Lin Wanqing, however, harbored a flicker of curiosity, feeling that the back of the person who vandalized the car looked somewhat familiar, yet she could not recall where she had seen him. Father, mother, let us return home, Zhang Xiaofan said to his parents. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan and his wife quickly began to pack up their stall, placing everything into their tricycle. Zhang Xiaofan contemplated urging his parents to abandon their small business, but since they would not agree, so he refrained from wasting his breath and addressed Li Aoxue and Lin Wanning, saying, "Wanning, farewell, General Li, see you tomorrow." After speaking, he assisted his parents in pushing the tricycle around the corner. Upon learning that Lin Wanning was staying at a hotel, Li Aoxue insisted that she should stay at her home, claiming that it would be more convenient during future visits to Nanshan. The two women quickly became acquainted, and Lin Wanning graciously accepted the offer to ride in Li Aoxue's car. Zhang Xiaofan returned home with his parents, first placing the market items into a storage room on the ground floor, and then ascending to the 6th floor with them. Upon opening the door, tears welled up in Zhang Xiaofan's eyes. The once prosperous household could now only be described as bare and desolate. Over the past 5 years, his family had sold everything they could to fund his medical treatment, yet at this moment, his parents wore joyful smiles, believing that everything would be worthwhile as long as their son recovered. After chatting for a while, Zhang Xiaofan excused himself, claiming fatigue, and returned to his room. Once his parents had gone to bed, he quietly slipped out of the house. In a dim corner of the food street, Decoe stood like a wooden statue, while the 4 debt collectors lay huddled together, bruised and terrified as they gazed at him. Recalling the earlier incident, they could not help but shiver. They had pursued Decoe, the man who smashed their vehicle, intending to demand substantial repair costs. However, without warning, Decoe launched an unprovoked assault. The 4 had never anticipated that the man who had vandalized their car would be so formidable. They were no match for him and were easily overpowered, suffering injuries beyond reckoning. What baffled them most was that no matter what they said, Decoe ignored them entirely, but if any of them dared to rise, they would receive a swift punch, leaving them utterly bewildered as to his intentions. Just as they were at a loss, they suddenly heard Decoe respectfully address someone, "Master." They looked up to see the young man who had warned them about their car, Zhang Xiaofan, appearing before them. "So, you are all in cahoots, refusing to repay your debts, and even sending someone to beat us. Do you have no regard for the law?" Huang Mao shouted angrily at Zhang Xiaofan's sudden arrival. With a sharp slap, Decoe struck Huang Mao across the face, saying, "Do not raise your voice at my master." Huang Mao felt several of his teeth dislodge, half of his face numb from the blow, and he lamented internally that this fellow was incredibly heavy-handed. If only he had accompanied him to collect debts, he would have been an excellent asset. "How many people are in your company?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired of Huang Mao. "What do you want?" Huang Mao replied, his speech slurred. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes flashed with impatience. With a mere thought, Decoe understood and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding crack, Huang Mao's head exploded from the force. This shocking turn of events left the other 3 terrified, nearly wetting themselves. Although it was night, the area was rife with surveillance, and they could not fathom how he could so calmly commit murder in public. Chapter 56, Illegal Parking. Ignoring the panicked gazes of the others, Zhang Xiaofan's soul transcended as he sought to devour the recently departed Huang Mao spirit. However, he found that only his head could emerge, unable to fully separate his soul from his body, as if it were restrained. The partial emergence was only possible due to his formidable mental strength. Zhang Xiaofan realized that this was perhaps the price of restoration. While his physical form had regained its integrity, it simultaneously fortified the confinement of his soul within. Nonetheless, even the partial manifestation of his spirit sufficed. Zhang Xiaofan approached Huang Mao, grasping the ethereal essence of his spirit, which lingered in a state of confusion, as it was on the brink of dissipating. Zhang Xiaofan's spiritual form was extraordinarily formidable, rendering Huang Mao's essence akin to that of a mere child, utterly incapable of resistance. In a matter of moments, he consumed Huang Mao's soul entirely. The remaining 3 individuals, now freed from their terror, hurriedly implored Zhang Xiaofan, pleading for their lives, promising to divulge anything he desired. Having devoured Huang Mao's essence, Zhang Xiaofan seamlessly integrated the memories of his adversary, obtaining a comprehensive understanding of the circumstances surrounding the establishment of Hu Wei Guarantee Company by Hu Ge. Following Hu Ji's demise, the already dubious Hu Wei Guarantee Company disbanded, leaving these 4 as its last employees, devoid of even a salary. They turned their thoughts toward the honest Zhang Xiaofan and his wife, reasoning that since they had previously borrowed high-interest loans from the company, retrieving any funds would suffice for their indulgence for some time. Eliminate them all. This way, my parents will face no further troubles, Zhang Xiaofan commanded Decoe, the mountain bandit. Decoe complied, swinging his fist mercilessly. The pleas for mercy from the 3 individuals failed to stir even a modicum of compassion within Decoe. He did not belong to this realm. Although he exhibited human-like qualities within the game, he never regarded the inhabitants of the real world as his equals. With 3 powerful strikes, their heads, like Huang Mao's, were smashed open. Zhang Xiaofan replicated his actions, adhering to the disgraceful principle of wastefulness, and consumed the souls of the three as well. With a mere thought, Devourance understood Zhang Xiaofan's intent, dragging the four corpses towards the van with the shattered windshield, entirely indifferent to the various surveillance cameras along the way. The night had deepened, and the vendors of the snack street had all closed their stalls and returned home, leaving the streets desolate and devoid of life. Devourance arranged the four bodies in a row before the van, then dipped his fingers in their spilled blood, inscribing the words, "Illegal parking, worse than beasts," on the side of the vehicle. He then swaggered away, disappearing at the street corner, and leapt into the beast control space that Zhang Xiaofan had opened, vanishing from sight. Zhang Xiaofan orchestrated this act to exonerate himself and his family from suspicion. After all, Devourance was not of this world. Let the authorities pursue him. Avoiding the surveillance cameras, Zhang Xiaofan returned home, where his parents remained in peaceful slumber. He entered his room, opened the window, and gazed at the nocturnal scenery, inhaling deeply. How splendid it was to finally rise again. Tomorrow, he would seek an opportunity to retrieve money from Long Jiayin's secret base, ensuring a comfortable life for his parents. He extracted a cigarette, a remnant from Huang Mao, and began to contemplate his plans. The location of Long Jiayin's secret base was divulged to him through the memories he had absorbed. Only Long Jiayin was privy to its existence, as it served as his final safeguard, unbeknownst even to his son, Long Xiao. Unfortunately, Long Jiayin had overreached, disrupting the lives of many and even attempting to deceive the state. Yet, before the government could act, he fell at the hands of an ordinary citizen, resulting in the state's delay in addressing his company, Dehong. Reflecting on Long Xiao, Zhang Xiaofan gritted his teeth, vividly recalling the scene in the hospital room where Long Xiao and Wu Manni had taken pleasure at his expense, slapping him. He vowed to rectify that injustice when the opportunity arose. Early the next morning, upon awakening, Zhang Xiaofan was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Exiting his room, he discovered his mother had prepared breakfast, a bowl of millet porridge, a dish of pickled vegetables, and 2 crispy fried dough sticks. Though humble, the meal ignited his appetite. Having not eaten for 5 years, save for a serving of fried rice the previous night, he found the fare utterly insufficient. Zhang Xiaofan gulped down the porridge and devoured the fried dough sticks with gusto, while Qin Suing beamed with happiness at his side. "Son, you will report to General Manager Li shortly. Your mother and I will handle your discharge paperwork at the hospital and may even recover a portion of the hospitalization fees," Zhang Jinzhong announced as he emerged from his room. "I will provide you with the address of Aoshue Real Estate Company and leave my phone with you for convenience. Of course, once I start earning, I will secure a larger home for you," Zhang Xiaofan replied, his words slightly muddled. "We don't need a grand house. Let us save for your future wife," Qin Suing chuckled, and together with Zhang Jinzhong, they departed for Nanshan Hospital. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Zhang Xiaofan stepped outside. Pocketing the 100 yuan his mother had given him, he flagged down a taxi and headed straight for Aoshue Real Estate Company. He had promised Li Aoshue he would start working there, hoping to ease his parents' concerns. Even if he could amass substantial wealth, how could he explain it to them? His honest and upright parents would likely not rejoice. Rather, they would be engulfed in worry. After paying the fare and exiting the taxi, Zhang Xiaofan stood before the imposing headquarters of Aoshue Real Estate Company. The building loomed majestically against the skyline, its modern and stylish design exuding a sense of sophistication. The overall silver-gray hue imparted a contemporary, technological impression. Upon entering the lobby of the headquarters, he was greeted by a spacious and luminous environment. The crystal chandelier above radiated a soft glow, illuminating the entire area. The reception staff were charming and appropriately attired. The walls of the lobby were adorned with the company's certificates and awards, showcasing its strength and accomplishments. "Sir, whom are you looking for?" a receptionist approached, addressing Zhang Xiaofan, who appeared somewhat lost. "Oh, I am here to see General Manager Li," Zhang Xiaofan replied with a gentle smile. "Which General Manager Li?" the receptionist inquired, her smile unwavering and her demeanor warm. "Do you have an appointment?" "I do not have an appointment. Li Aoshue asked me to come here today," Zhang Xiaofan explained, prompting a subtle eye roll from the receptionist. This young man, dressed modestly, certainly had a bold demeanor. "I'm sorry, but without an appointment, I cannot allow you to proceed," the receptionist replied politely. Zhang Xiaofan nodded slightly, retrieving his father's phone, an antiquated Nokia designed for seniors, and addressed the staff member. "I shall place a call to General Manager Li." The staff member could no longer contain her amusement, chuckling to herself, pondering the absurdity of this young man clad in what appeared to be bargain bin attire carrying an old mobile device, audaciously claiming he could reach General Manager Li. Did he truly believe someone of his stature could gain an audience with her? Chapter 57. Interviewing for the driver position. The call was swiftly connected, and Li Aoshue's voice emerged from the receiver. "Uncle Zhang, is there something you need? Are those loan company representatives bothering you again?" A warm current coursed through Zhang Xiaofan's heart, It was evident that Li Aoshua genuinely cared for her parents, revealing her grateful and kind-hearted nature. Word had it that she had divorced her husband, and one could only wonder if her ex was blinded by ignorance. General Manager Li, this is Zhang Xiaofan. Those individuals have not troubled us. I am currently outside your company, but regrettably, I do not have an appointment, and your staff will not permit me to ascend. Zhang Xiaofan conveyed over the phone. Understood, please hold for a moment. Li Aoshua promptly ended the call. Just as Zhang Xiaofan tucked the phone away, he heard the front desk phone ring. The staff member hurriedly answered, realizing it was a call from the president's secretary. Bring Zhang Xiaofan to the president's office. Came the icy voice of Secretary Wang. Certainly, Secretary Wang. I will escort him immediately, the front desk staff replied. Her previous derisive expression evaporating as she speculated about the origins of this young man in humble attire who had garnered personal attention from General Manager Li. My apologies, Mr. Zhang, for any offense earlier. I shall take you to see General Manager Li right away, the staff member said to Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan bore no grudges and nodded as he followed the professionally attired young woman into the elevator. I wonder what business you have with General Manager Li. I've never seen you before, the front desk lady remarked with a teasing smile in the elevator. I am here to apply for the position of driver, Zhang Xiaofan replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. You certainly have a sense of humor, Mr. Zhang. Our company does not seem to be hiring drivers at the moment, and besides, a driver would not typically require a personal interview with General Manager Li, the young woman expressed, puzzled. Zhang Xiaofan chose not to elaborate further. Yet the front desk lady remained skeptical of his claims, her curiosity about his identity intensifying. The elevator soon reached the top floor, and under the front desk lady's guidance, Zhang Xiaofan entered Li Aoshua's office. Before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, sunlight poured in like golden grains of wheat, illuminating the entire room and casting dazzling reflections on the polished floor. Behind an opulent desk, Li Aoshua sat comfortably, intently reviewing documents. Her focused gaze radiated a compelling charm that was difficult to resist. Beside the desk stood a tall, slender young woman wearing glasses, clad in a sleek and stylish business suit that exuded professionalism and confidence. Good day, General Manager Li, Zhang Xiaofan greeted as he approached. Li Aoshua set down her documents, stood, and personally poured a glass of water for Zhang Xiaofan, smiling as she said, You have been in bed for 5 years due to saving my son. I have held a sense of guilt all this time, never having had the opportunity to thank you in person. Thank you, Xiaofan. I have held this sentiment for 5 years, and today I can finally express it to you. Zhang Xiaofan hastily declined, expressing gratitude for Li Aoshua's care for his family over the years. Li Aoshua smiled. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I shall have Secretary Wang take you to obtain a driver's license. I presume you do not possess one? Zhang Xiaofan felt a twinge of embarrassment. While he had absorbed the memories of a professional racer and could indeed drive, he had not actually acquired a license. In truth, Zhang Xiaofan understood that Li Aoshua's offer for him to serve as a driver was, in a sense, a means of looking after him. However, agreeing to the position without a license did seem rather presumptuous. I will arrange for you to have an office nearby. You may come to the company at your leisure or not at all, and your salary will be issued monthly. How does that sound? Li Aoshua observed Zhang Xiaofan's expression and knew her assumptions were correct, yet she continued to speak with a smile. Thank you, General Manager Li. Zhang Xiaofan accepted with a nod. Kiki, please take Xiaofan to obtain his driver's license shortly. Make arrangements for an expedited examination and assign a company vehicle to him, so he can familiarize himself quickly, Li Aoshua instructed the bespectacled woman beside her. Understood. General Manager Li, Secretary Wang Kiki replied, although Zhang Xiaofan sensed a certain chill emanating from her demeanor. By the way, Xiaofan, this is a phone gifted to you by Lin Wanqing, and her number is already saved in it, Li Aoshua stated, handing Zhang Xiaofan the latest model of a Huawei phone. She asked me to convey that she has returned to Beijing for some matters, and she hopes you will contact her when you have the chance. Zhang Xiaofan accepted the phone, somewhat taken aback. Li Aoshua added, Lin Wanqing is quite remarkable, Xiaofan. You should seize this opportunity. Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily at a loss for words, bemused by the unexpected turn of events. Let us proceed, young Master Zhang. I shall escort you to obtain your driver's license, Kiki said coldly as she approached Zhang Xiaofan. After bidding farewell to Li Aoshua, Zhang Xiaofan followed Kiki downstairs. Zhang, is it? Kiki inquired icily in the elevator. I am aware that you saved General Li's son, and she has offered you this position as a gesture of gratitude. However, you must understand that this workplace does not accommodate idleness. You had better be adept at driving and pass the exam on your first attempt. Otherwise, I will recommend your dismissal to General Li. Zhang Xiaofan smiled and nodded, realizing that this young lady seemed to perceive him as someone merely seeking to benefit from his connection. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan remain silent, Kiki chose not to continue the conversation. Yet she was increasingly convinced that he was merely seeking to gain favor while also expecting some benefits. her disdain for him deepening. Kiki led Zhang Xiaofan directly to the underground parking garage, opening the door to an Audi A6, where he took his seat in the driver's position. As Zhang Xiaofan opened the passenger door, Wang Kiki coldly remarked, "Sit in the back." Rubbing his nose, Zhang Xiaofan complied and settled into the rear seat. The two remained silent throughout the journey until they swiftly arrived at the examination center. Wang Kiki had already established connections with the staff there. As a leading enterprise in Nanshan City, Aoshui Real Estate Company could easily arrange a backdoor entry. Chapter 58. The exam's high-speed ride. A middle-aged man from the examination center greeted them, addressing Wang Kiki. "Miss Wang, you have arrived. The examination venue is ready. It's merely a formality, and you will surely pass with ease." However, Wang Kiki replied, "Thank you, Director Nia, but there is no need for any shortcuts. Everything should proceed as per the requirements. A competent driver must be responsible not only for themselves, but also for others. What happens if someone holds a license but cannot drive, leading to severe consequences? Who bears that responsibility?" Zhang Xiaofan felt a bit speechless. Wang Kiki's words seemed to be veiled jabs directed at him, and he could not recall having provoked her. Under Director Nia's guidance, Zhang Xiaofan entered the examination center and approached the examination vehicle, with Director Nia personally overseeing the test from the passenger seat. "Young man, have you driven before?" Director Nia inquired. "Do not be nervous. I will outline the route for you. First, you will approach a single-sided bridge, followed by a speed and width restriction gate. Then, make a right-angle turn, execute a side parking maneuver, and finally exit the examination area, completing a lap according to the prompts." "I have never driven," Zhang Xiaofan confessed. Gripping the steering wheel, the memories of a professional racer surged within him, and he felt an uncanny connection with the vehicle. "But I can drive." Zhang Xiaofan fastened his seatbelt and turned to Director Nia, saying, "Please fasten your seatbelt." Director Nia, momentarily confused by the sudden enthusiasm of Zhang Xiaofan, complied and secured his seatbelt. Zhang Xiaofan then engaged the clutch, shifted gears, and released the handbrake. As he lifted his left foot off the clutch, his right foot pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car surged forward like an arrow from a bow towards the single-sided bridge. With a slight adjustment of the steering wheel, the two right tires perfectly ascended the bridge, and he accelerated further, zipping through the narrow speed and width restriction gate. Upon reaching the right-angle turn, Zhang Xiaofan sharply turned the steering wheel and quickly pulled the handbrake. The car executed a stunning drift, making a precise 90-degree turn and smoothly transitioning into the winding path, effortlessly navigating the corner. Next, he performed an extreme maneuver, the car skidding sideways into a nearby parking space, completing the side parking requirement flawlessly. The entire examination process took less than a minute, leaving Wang Kiki, who had been observing, utterly astonished. Director Nia opened the car door and squatted by the roadside, retching. Having been an examination supervisor for many years, it was his first time feeling carsick due to a student's performance. "Zhang Xiaofan, do you even know how to drive?" Wang Kiki rushed over, admonishing him. "Is this how you drive? Are you piloting an airplane? If you can pass like this, I'll write my name backward. Secretary Wang." "You are rather clever." Wang spelled backward is still Wang. Zhang Xiaofan responded playfully, unfazed. "Passed, passed." Director Nia interjected from his position by the roadside. None of the examination subjects triggered any violation alerts, indicating a qualified performance. "Moreover, you need not take the road test. I will directly issue your license. Primarily because I fear being carsick." Zhang Xiaofan felt triumphant, akin to a victorious rooster, while Wang Kiki wore a look of discontent. With connections, matters were expedited, and it wasn't long before the driver's license was handed to Zhang Xiaofan. On the way back, Wang Kiki remained silent, and Zhang Xiaofan relished the tranquility until they arrived once more at Aoshui Real Estate Company. Wang Kiki parked the car with a stern expression and walked upstairs without uttering a word, only to be called by Zhang Xiaofan. "Secretary Wang, President Li mentioned the company would assign me a vehicle. Do you know which one it is?" Wang Kiki was momentarily speechless, responding, "You truly have some nerve." Observing Zhang Xiaofan's nonchalant demeanor, she reluctantly handed him a car key and said, "Find it yourself." Taking the key, Zhang Xiaofan earnestly remarked, "By the way, Secretary Wang, I woke up early and need to return home for a nap. Please tidy up my office, as I may come to work at any time." Wang Kiki was immediately infuriated. This man, who seemed to be pretending to hunt with a dead rat hanging from his waist, had no sense of the privilege he was enjoying. Ignoring Zhang Xiaofan, she stormed off in a huff. Zhang Xiaofan chuckled softly, thinking to himself that he would not let her frustration defeat him. He then pressed the unlock button on the car key. In the corner of the underground parking garage, the sound of the car unlocking echoed. When he approached, he discovered that he had been assigned a Wuling Hongguang van. Amidst all the luxury vehicles, he had been given a mere van. How stingy. Opening the door, he settled into the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove out of the underground garage. In Li Aoshua's office, Wang Kiki stormed in, venting her frustration. "President Li, that Zhang Xiaofan is utterly intolerable. Noticing the puzzled expression on Li Aoshua's face, Wang Kiki continued her complaint. He not only shamelessly requested the company to provide him with a car, but also asked me to tidy up his office. To top it off, he said he was heading home for a nap. Did you acquire your driver's license? Li Aoshua asked with a slight smile, seemingly unfazed. I did obtain it, but Zhang Xiaofan drove recklessly, even making the examiner nauseous. Wang Kiki replied indignantly. Presidently, you must never ride in his car. It is far too dangerous. That will suffice, Li Aoshua casually remarked as she lifted her coffee cup. Don't you think he is being unreasonable? Wang Kiki pressed on. Although he once saved Xiaotong, the assistance you have provided to his family over the years has long since balanced the scales. Why should he act so brazenly, demanding to enjoy the fruits of our labor? He is truly a scoundrel. Li Aoshua, however, smiled and replied, is it truly excessive? This was a promise I made to him. Besides, I do not believe that a filial person could be so wicked at heart. Zh Ing Xiaofan remained blissfully unaware that Wing KK was currently reporting him to El Oxu. At this moment, he was driving a van and had already entered the highway, with his destination set for GS City. This location was the secret base of El Ing Gyn, a place concealing countless treasures. However, since El Ing Gyn's demise, only Zh Ing Xiaofan was privy to its whereabouts. GS City was not far from NNSHN City. After an hour's drive on the highway, he arrived at his destination. Exiting the highway and guided by El Ing Gyn's memories, Zh Ing Xiaofan drove straight to a modest house at the foot of Yum Ing Mountain in GS City. This was El Ing Gyn's secret base, unassuming in appearance, yet harboring many of his secrets. He entered a password on the door, and with a click, it swung open. Stepping inside, he found the space to be modestly sized, with decor that was quite ordinary, resembling the home of an average citizen. However, this was merely a facade. Following his memories, Zh Ing Xiaofan pressed gently on a wall, revealing a hidden compartment that contained a metal ring. Pulling on the ring with force, he watched as the floor in the center of the room began to shift, creaking and revealing a large dark hole. Chapter 59. The secret base. According to El Ing Gyn's recollections, Zh Ing Xiaofan understood that this dark hole was the entrance to the basement, and he descended the stairs without hesitation. Upon activating the switch on the basement wall, the space was instantly illuminated. The sight that greeted him left Ing Xiaofan utterly astounded. Although he possessed El Ing Gyn's memories and was aware of the treasures concealed within, witnessing them firsthand was still overwhelmingly shocking. The basement was the size of a basketball court, with stacks upon stacks of 100 yuan bills piled up on the east side, resembling a wall constructed of cash. On the west side, gold bars were meticulously arranged on the ground, resembling a mountain of gold. Zh Ing Xiaofan picked up a gold bar, noticing the inscription 9,999 pure gold. Based on current gold prices, 1 kilogram of gold could be exchanged for over 400,000 RMB. There were at least 1,000 1-kilogram gold bars here, amounting to no less than 400 million. He estimated the cash to be in the hundreds of millions, unable to suppress his astonishment. The visible wealth alone totaled at least 500 million. How many individuals in this country could produce such a sum in cash? Zh Ing Xiaofan felt a pang of concern about how to spend such an immense fortune. He then opened the YSHU space and summoned Huing S. Ling, Siu Hu, Diku, and the other two to assist him. He instructed them to empty the contents of the basement. Under Zh Ing Xiaofan's control, the opening of the YSHU space remained unsealed, and the 5, all robust individuals with physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, immediately began to laboriously transport gold and cash into the YSHU space. Zh Ing Xiaofan allowed them to continue their task, while he moved to another corner of the basement, where a table stood adorned with various USB drives, each tagged with sticky notes bearing different names. Each name was of prominent figures frequently featured in the news from the business or political realm. Removing just one of them could send shockwaves through their respective industries. Zh Ing Xiaofan casually picked up a USB drive labeled with the title Governor and plugged it into the player on the table. Taking a seat beside it to watch, the playback commenced normally, showing the governor and El Ing Gyn together enjoying a cultural program, with dozens of stunning young women performing on stage. These women were members of the D.H. Ing song and dance troupe, all personally interviewed by El Ing Gyn and trained by specialists, each chosen for their looks, physique, and talents. Zh Ing Xiaofan observed as the governor pointed at the lead dancer, exchanging words with El Ing Gyn, who responded with an understanding smile. The scene then shifted to a secluded room where the lead dancer and the governor were engaged in a candid conversation over drinks, leading to an increasingly inappropriate display. Zh Ing Xiaofan eagerly swapped the USB drive for another, finding the same familiar formula, the same familiar routine, with only the lead characters having changed. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Reluctant to part with the USB drives, he collected them all, instructing Huang Sling to take them into the YSHU space for later enjoyment. On the table, he also noticed several passports, all bearing Ling Gyn's photograph, but with different names, indicating that he had long been prepared to flee, albeit ultimately failing. Additionally, there was a mobile phone on the table. Through Ling Gyn's memories, Zhang Xiaofan learned that a portion of the contacts in this phone belonged to all members of the Devourance song and dance troupe. Ling Gyn used this phone to control the troupe's performers. The method was simple. He fabricated a non-existent character named SNG and contacted the troupe members through this phone. Their monthly salaries were also transferred via this device, with SNG being none other than Ling Gyn himself. The troupe members, however, were unaware, having never met SNG and never daring to defy his orders, as those who did faced severe consequences, even risking their lives. Zhang Xiaofan placed this peculiar phone into his pocket, pondering whether the mysterious dance troupe had disbanded since Ling Gyn's death. If given the opportunity, he would relish the chance to experience a life even more indulgent than that of an emperor. The basement had been emptied by the contracted individuals, and Zhang Xiaofan switched off the lights before exiting the room, locking the door behind him. He jumped back into the van and headed towards NSHN City. In just over an hour, Zhang Xiaofan transformed from a penniless youth into a super-rich individual, holding billions in wealth. Upon arriving in NSHN City, his phone, a gift from LNWNNing, began to ring. Zhang Xiaofan pulled out his phone and saw it was a call from Xiaofan. Xiaofan, where are you? Hasten to return at once. Last night, 4 men who sought debts from your parents were brutally murdered in the street. Your parents, as suspects, are currently being interrogated by the police. The anxious voice of Li Shui resonated through the phone. That killer isn't someone you hired, is he? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan replied calmly, Li Zong, do you truly believe that is possible? I only just rose from my sickbed yesterday. How could I possibly employ someone to commit murder? Hearing this, Li Shui felt a slight relief and urged, in any case, you must return quickly to clarify matters with the police to avoid complications. I have also been notified by the police and am on my way to your home. After ending the call, Zhang Xiaofan expertly maneuvered the delivery van, executing a drift as he directed it homeward. Upon parking, he hastily ascended to the 6th floor, only to hear his father's voice from within. Comrade police, you must have made a mistake. We would never dare to kill anyone. We wouldn't even harm a chicken. Zhang Xiaofan approached the door and, peering through the crack, saw a stern-looking officer in uniform reprimanding his father. Stop pretending. Who benefits from those deaths? Whoever stands to gain is a suspect. With those loan sharks dead, you no longer have to repay your debts. Doesn't that benefit you? Who can assure us it wasn't you who committed the crime? Fury surged within Zhang Xiaofan. How could they treat his father as a suspect and interrogate him with such condescension? He forcefully kicked open the ajar door and entered. In the room, Zhang Xiaofan's parents stood in the living room, while several male police officers sat before them. Upon his arrival, all eyes turned to him. Excuse me, officer. Are you here to investigate or to interrogate a suspect? Zhang Xiaofan inquired, his expression icy. Who are you? The middle-aged officer who had scolded Zhang Jianzhong furrowed his brow in response. Seeing this, Qin Su-ing hurriedly approached, grasping Zhang Xiaofan's arm and saying, Son, these officers are here to investigate. We must cooperate with the authorities. Please speak politely. Is this how investigations are conducted? Zhang Xiaofan retorted disdainfully. Unable to apprehend the real criminals, you come to intimidate ordinary citizens? Are you planning to coerce a confession and pin the blame on innocent people? How dare you speak like that? The middle-aged officer shot back, displeased. Our investigation has revealed that the deceased were seeking debts from your father last night before meeting their tragic end in the street. Furthermore, the head of Huawei Company also mysteriously died while pursuing debts from your father at Nanshan Hospital. How do you explain such coincidences? Zhang Xiaofan's anger flared. Are we required to explain ourselves? If you have evidence, arrest someone. If not, kindly leave. Cooperating with our investigation is a civic duty, and you must be accountable for your words. Another young officer admonished. At that moment, Li Shui arrived, accompanied by her secretary Wang Kuku and a middle-aged man. The seated officer quickly stood and addressed Li Shui, saying, Li Zong, I apologize for troubling you during your busy schedule. The weight of Li Shui's reputation as the president of a leading local enterprise diminished the officer's earlier bravado. Having overheard the exchange outside, she addressed the middle-aged officer. Cooperating with your investigation is the responsibility of every citizen. This is our company's lawyer, and you may commence your inquiry. We will fully cooperate. Li Shui's words rendered the officer momentarily flustered. While they could intimidate ordinary citizens, facing a prominent entrepreneur accompanied by a lawyer instilled a sense of pressure. They were acutely aware that a misstep could lead to legal repercussions. The routine investigation proceeded smoothly. The surveillance cameras on the street had captured the murderer, confirming that Zhang Jianzhong and his wife were not responsible. However, the possibility of Zhang Jianzhong hiring someone remained open, which was why the officers were there to inquire. With Li Ao Shui and the lawyer present, the police soon concluded their questioning, having gleaned little information. Yet, at this juncture, Zhang Xiaofan interjected. "Officer, I have a question." The middle-aged officer turned to look at him, and Zhang Xiaofan continued. "In a public murder, surely the assailant would have been captured on various cameras, correct? If you suspect my father of hiring a hitman, it should suffice to investigate his financial transactions, shouldn't it?" Noticing the officer's silence, Zhang Xiaofan pressed on. "Instead of pursuing the real perpetrator, you come here to exert your authority. With such an approach, I doubt you will ever catch the killer." The middle-aged officer simmered with anger, but, mindful of Li Ao Shui's presence, could only huff and lead his team out. "Xiaofan, didn't you say you were going home to catch up on sleep? Where have you been?" Li Ao Shui asked once the police had departed. Zhang Xiaofan smiled slightly and replied, "I went to earn a bit of pocket money." Inwardly, he chuckled, recognizing it was indeed a small sum. Merely a handful of minor targets. However, Qin Suing was unconvinced and scolded Zhang Xiaofan. "You ungrateful boy. Li Zong provides for you. And you dare to skip work without reason? Do you have no conscience? Hurry back to your job." Zhang Jianzhong added sternly. "We still owe Li Zong a considerable amount of money. Is this how you repay her?" The words of his parents made both Zhang Xiaofan and Li Ao Shui uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaofan dreaded their nagging, while Li Ao Shui felt guilt. Having been rescued by Zhang Xiaofan's actions, she was repaying him, yet his parents expected repayment as well, creating confusion. Only Wang Kuku, beside Li Ao Shui, wore a smirk, nearly laughing at Zhang Xiaofan's predicament. If only Zhang Xiaofan possessed half of his parents' sense of gratitude, he wouldn't shamelessly mooch off the company. As Zhang Xiaofan and Li Ao Shui exited the house, he turned to her and said, "Li Zong, I have some matters to attend to. I will head to the company later." Li Ao Shui nodded in agreement. Wang Kiki wore an expression of indignation, feeling that this fellow had no shame, boldly taking his salary while being absent from work. Zhang Xiaofan, on the other hand, slipped into the van and vanished without a trace. "Li Zong, just look at him. So smug and self-satisfied," Wang Kiki remarked, pouting towards Liao Xue. "He has been bedridden for 5 years, and now that he has finally stood up, he naturally wishes to revel in his newfound freedom. Let him be," Liao Xue replied with a smile. Zhang Xiaofan drove the van at breakneck speed towards Wu Manni's residence. Now armed with wealth and a contract beast, it was time to confront the vile woman who had deceived his parents for 5 years, provided he could locate her. First, he stopped at an upscale custom clothing store to purchase several outfits, discarding the cheap items he had been wearing. He then proceeded to a supermarket to buy 2 bottles of Matai, 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, and several boxes of premium nutritional supplements, before making his way to Wu Manni's home. Upon knocking at the door, a middle-aged woman opened it and looked at Zhang Xiaofan with curiosity. "Who are you looking for?" she inquired. Although Zhang Xiaofan had once been in a romantic relationship with Wu Manni, he had never met her parents and only knew where she lived. "Good day, Andy. I am Wu Manni's boyfriend, and I have matters to discuss with her. May I ask if she is at home?" Zhang Xiaofan politely responded. The middle-aged woman, Wu Manni's mother, was at home resting on this Sunday with no classes at school. Seeing the handsome Zhang Xiaofan and the expensive gifts in his hands, she quickly invited him inside. "I didn't know she had a boyfriend," Wu Manni's mother remarked. "What do you do for a living?" "I work at Aoshua Real Estate." "And Wu Manni?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired after placing the gifts down. "Oh, I don't know where she has gone lately. I can't reach her by phone." "Perhaps she is traveling with some friends," the mother answered, her eyes lighting up upon hearing that Zhang Xiaofan worked at Aoshua Real Estate. Just then, Wu Manni's younger brother, Wu Di, emerged from a nearby bedroom and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, aren't you a vegetable? When did you wake up?" Upon seeing the fine cigarettes and liquor Zhang Xiaofan had brought, he eagerly unwrapped the package and extracted a stick of Zhonghua, expertly preparing to smoke. Wu Manni's mother, observing this, felt a twinge of suspicion. Could this kid be deceiving me? Wu Di, while smoking, expressed his irritation, recalling how he had been beaten up for supporting Zhang Xiaofan in the hospital, and now he was still somewhat unsteady on his feet. Chapter 61. The ugly countenance Zhang Xiaofan regarded Wu Di with a cold smirk, recognizing that he and his sister Wu Manni were cut from the same cloth. Neither were particularly virtuous. "I recently recovered and learned from my parents that your sister cared for me in the hospital for 5 years. I cannot let her down. So the first thing I intend to do upon waking is to marry your sister." Zhang Xiaofan feigned a sentimental demeanor, explaining. Wu Di's face twisted with derision. "Your sister just uses your parents as a free ATM, and here you are, looking so grateful. What a fool." He added, "The gifts are nice, but you think you can marry my sister with just that? You must be dreaming. Besides, I know a bit about your family's situation. I suspect they have been impoverished for years due to your medical expenses. Indeed, my family's economic condition is quite dire, Zhang Xiaofan admitted. These years. In order to cover my medical costs, we have been living in abject poverty. At this, Wu Manni's mother shot him a disdainful glance, thinking her daughter, so beautiful, would never consider someone who couldn't present a substantial bride price of hundreds of thousands. The mere thought of their daughter enduring hardship for the rest of her life was unacceptable to her. My sister has suffered enough. I refuse to let her continue to suffer. You think you can marry her without money? That's like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, Wu Di scoffed, taking a puff of his cigarette. We have raised a daughter with great difficulty. How could we allow her to live a life of hardship? I cannot agree to this marriage, Wu Manni's mother concurred. Auntie, my situation is rather unique. You must understand why I was hospitalized, as Wu Di likely knows. Therefore, upon my recovery, I was invited to join Aoshue Real Estate by the president, who even bestowed upon me a generous sum of gratitude money. I am confident I can provide Wu Manni with a good life. Zhang Xiaofan shifted the conversation. Wu Manni's mother's eyes brightened instantly, and she turned to Wu Di, exclaiming, "What is this? How come I never knew? Your sister hasn't mentioned anything." Wu Di, equally excited, explained to his mother, years ago, Xiaofan heroically saved the son of Aoshue Real Estate as president from human traffickers and was grievously injured, becoming a vegetable for 5 years. This story even made the news. Wu Manni's mother suddenly understood. Wu Di turned to Zhang Xiaofan and asked, "Bro, how much gratitude money did Li Aoshue give you?" Zhang Xiaofan pondered briefly before responding. 2 million. Wu Di's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly pulled out a stick of zhonghua he had just pocketed and offered it to Zhang Xiaofan. Wu Manni's mother also quickly provided an ashtray, inviting Zhang Xiaofan to sit down and talk. 5 years in bed, and you earned 2 million? How come I never encountered such good fortune? Wu Di lamented. If I marry Wu Manni, we will all be family. To express my gratitude for her care, I am willing to offer 100,000 as a bride price, Zhang Xiaofan stated sincerely, lighting the cigarette he had accepted and addressing both of them earnestly. Is that true? Wu Di asked, excitement making his hands tremble unsteadily with the cigarette. The moment I see your sister, the 100,000 will be handed over immediately. Zhang Xiaofan gazed at the mother and son before him, their demeanor shifting upon hearing of his wealth, revealing their grotesque countenances. A wave of disdain washed over him. Yet he understood that, in order to locate Wu Manni, he must maintain the faade. Brother, worry not. I shall undoubtedly find her, Wu Di assured, thumping his chest with confidence. Wu Manni's mother wore an expression of exasperation, lamenting, this child, Manni, has served her boyfriend for 5 years. Now that he has awakened, she seems lost in her own pursuits. Is this not a case of priorities inverted? Soon after, Wu Di and Zhang Xiaofan exchanged phone numbers and set off in search of Wu Manni's whereabouts. Observing this, Zhang Xiaofan approached Wu Manni's mother to bid farewell, then caught up with Wu Di outside. He remarked, when you find your sister, do not mention my search. Simply provide me with her address. I wish to surprise her. Wu Di's face registered a flicker of understanding as he responded, my sister has chosen wisely. I did not expect my brother to be adept at creating romance. I admire you. If this endeavor is successful, I shall reward you with an additional 100,000 for your efforts. Fearing that Wu Di might inadvertently reveal something to Wu Manni, Zhang Xiaofan quickly interjected, let us not speak of money, we are family. I shall ensure this matter is handled flawlessly, and you shall grant my sister a magnificent surprise. Truly 100,000? Wu Di replied gallantly. Upon receiving Zhang Xiaofan's nod of affirmation, Wu Di was invigorated, hastening his pace as he called back, brother, take your rest at home, await my good news. As Zhang Xiaofan watched Wu Di vanish down the street, he muttered a curse under his breath and returned to his van, now affluent. Yet the origins of his wealth were dubious. While he could indulge himself, he pondered how to provide his parents with some comfort, at the very least alleviating their burdens. This thought troubled him. While driving, his phone suddenly rang, revealing Lin Wanqing's name. Upon answering, her melodious voice chimed in, 9527. Why have you not logged into the game? I see you have been offline on my friends list. I have matters to attend to and no time for games, Zhang Xiaofan chuckled. Besides, I am fully recovered. Why would I still play? You are truly wasting a precious opportunity. Such a powerful presence in the game, and you simply dismiss it? I have insider information that this game may become essential for human survival in the future. You cannot afford to abandon it, Lin Wanqing stated earnestly. Listening to her, Zhang Xiaofan scoffed. It cannot be that exaggerated. It is merely a game. How could it possibly be linked to human survival? However, Lin Wanqing continued, do not doubt it. Tell me, have you ever encountered a game that could enhance human capability? Let us not forget, you regained your normalcy from a vegetative state thanks to this game. Her words plunged Zhang Xiaofan into contemplation. This game was indeed extraordinary. Recalling how it had helped him recover, he still felt as though he were in a dream. Noticing his silence, Lin Wanqing urged, You must persist in playing this game. The daily playtime is fixed and will not interfere with your other responsibilities. Utilizing the game to strengthen your real-life self is paramount. Remember this. Finally, Zhang Xiaofan replied, I understand. I will continue to play. That is more like it. Lin Wanqing's voice resonated with delight. I await your arrival in the main city to continue leveling up with you. You go ahead and handle your affairs. I shall be waiting in the game. With that, she ended the call. As Zhang Xiaofan drove, he reflected on Lin Wanqing's words, muttering to himself that her background was undoubtedly remarkable. Her ability to effortlessly confront Wu Di in the hospital hinted at her formidable nature. Furthermore, Liao Xue had subtly suggested that encountering Lin Wanqing could be a stroke of fortune. Thus, the information she possessed was likely not common knowledge and held a high degree of credibility. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan remained bewildered by how a game could influence human existence. He set aside such thoughts, focusing instead on avenging Wu Manni and finding a plausible excuse for his sudden wealth that his parents could accept. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted twice and stalled in the middle of the road. Zhang Xiaofan sighed, lamenting the failure of this so-called divine car for breaking down mid-journey. Fortunately, the sparse traffic prevented any rear-end collisions. He swiftly exited the vehicle, using one hand to brace the steering wheel while pushing the door frame with the other, easily maneuvering the car to the roadside. Having gained skill points in the game, his physicality had reached an impressive level of 11, equivalent to that of elite athletes in the real world. Thus, pushing a stalled vehicle was a trivial task. Zhang Xiaofan dialed Wang Qiqi's number, stating, Secretary Wang, the car you provided has broken down on the road. I strongly request a replacement with a more suitable vehicle that reflects my stature. Wang Qiqi, on the other end, was immediately irate, responding with a furious tirade. Zhang Xiaofan, I advise you to refrain from overstepping your bounds. It is one thing to come here for a free meal, but to complain about the vehicle provided is unacceptable. If you have the means, purchase your own car and do not waste company resources. With that, she abruptly hung up. Confused, Zhang Xiaofan pondered the situation. Had he truly provoked Wang Qiqi? What had incited her ire? Did she truly believe he could not afford to buy a car? Subsequently, he hailed a taxi, instructing, driver, take me to the most expensive car dealership in Nanshan. The driver cast a fleeting glance at the owner of the prestigious Wuling Hongguang van, secretly pondering the absurdity of flaunting such an extravagant vehicle. However, he chose not to voice his thoughts and instead proceeded towards the newly opened Bentley dealership in Nanshan City. After settling the fare, Zhang Xiaofan strolled into the dealership. Welcome to Bentley. How may I assist you today? A striking young lady in a form-fitting dress approached him with a warm smile. I wish to purchase a car. Zhang Xiaofan replied succinctly. Do you have a specific model in mind, or a price range that you are considering? I would be happy to assist you, the saleswoman offered. Her voice sweet, showing no sign of underestimating Zhang Xiaofan. After all, a young person like him daring to visit a Bentley dealership must have some means. Perhaps he is a rich second generation. I'll just take a look for now. I'm not sure what I want, Zhang Xiaofan said as he began to wander around the showroom. Suddenly, a white vehicle caught his eye, exuding an unparalleled elegance and charm. However, Zhang Xiaofan, not being well-versed in automobiles, could not recognize which Bentley model it was. The phrase pure and pristine floated through his mind as he marveled at the car. The vehicle featured Bentley's signature matrix grille at the front, complemented by 4 round headlights that established a strong brand identity. The sleek lines along the side of the car and the inscriptions beneath the door indicated its distinguished status. The design of the rear fenders emphasized a muscular aesthetic, while the large wheels added a sporty flair. At the back, a quad exhaust layout created a robust athletic ambience, accentuated by the taillights. What type of car is this? Zhang Xiaofan inquired, pointing at the vehicle. This is the Bentley Continental GT, a 2-door, 4-seater equipped with a twin-turbocharged 12-cylinder engine, boasting a maximum power output of 635 horsepower and a peak torque of 900 Newton-meters, the saleswoman explained adeptly. The interior is crafted from high-quality materials and meticulous craftsmanship, creating an exceptionally luxurious atmosphere. The seats are upholstered in top-grade, genuine leather, made from 9 pristine hides of European bulls. And the price? Zhang Xiaofan interjected, interrupting her presentation. This model has an official guide price of 44.98 million yuan. The saleswoman replied with a smile. However, since we are celebrating our grand opening, we can offer you a special price of 4.5 million yuan if you decide to make a purchase. How can you sell it for more than the guide price while claiming to offer a discount? Zhang Xiaofan questioned, puzzled. We do not adhere to the guide prices. The saleswoman maintained her smile, though Zhang Xiaofan sensed a waning patience from her, as if she doubted his ability to afford such a luxury. Yet her professionalism kept her demeanor cordial. Purchasing a vehicle from a Bentley dealership without even knowing the model, he clearly appeared to be an underachiever, despite what he might have thought about being a wealthy second generation. The saleswoman mused internally. I have a unique taste. I'll buy it, Zhang Xiaofan stated decisively, not wishing to waste any more time. Sir, please take your time. Come again next time. The saleswoman called out, surprised by his sudden declaration. I have only one request. Expedite all necessary paperwork, including the license plates. I will arrange for the payment to be delivered, Zhang Xiaofan said, exiting the showroom and pretentiously making a phone call, while secretly activating his Beastmaster space to release the 3 bandit leaders. As Zhang Xiaofan stepped out of the dealership, the saleswoman wore an expression of incredulity, and her colleagues gathered around, teasing her about Zhang Xiaofan. Lily, that guy really knows how to show off. He even wants someone to bring him money. He must be looking for a way out. Lily, unfazed, remarked, how many people can afford such a car? It's quite normal. But what is he still doing loitering outside the dealership? He's likely captivated by your charms. Buying a car is just a facade. He's here to admire you, after all. Who wouldn't know that you are the belle of the Bentley dealership? Her colleagues joked. Lily scoffed. It's a futile endeavor. He can only dream of being with someone like me. Laughter erupted among them. Zhang Xiaofan organized everything and turned back into the dealership. Observing the group of salespeople huddled together, he addressed Lily among them. Bring the contract. The money will be here shortly. His statement stifled their laughter, as they realized the gravity of the situation. One female salesperson nudged Lily. Go fetch the contract, Lily. Our customer is waiting. Lily retorted with a smile. Why don't you get it? I'm passing this deal to you. The other salesperson shook her head, indicating she was not interested, and turned to Zhang Xiaofan. Hey, handsome, why don't we chat for a bit? I'm curious about your intentions. It seems like you're not here for business. By the way, what do you think of our lovely saleswoman, Lily? Others chimed in, teasing Zhang Xiaofan relentlessly. However, Lily interjected, scolding her colleagues. I won't allow you to insult me like that. A wild boar cannot feast on fine grains. At that moment, 3 burly men entered the dealership, clad in coarse linen, each bearing a heavy load on their shoulders, with large burlap sacks hanging on either side, resembling farmers selling mountain goods. What brings you here? Lily asked the newcomers. This is a car dealership. We do not accept agricultural products. Ignoring the sales staff, the 3 men approached Zhang Xiaofan and spoke in unison. Master, the money has arrived. Zhang Xiaofan nodded, and the men placed the sacks on the ground, untying them to reveal a cascade of red banknotes that spilled onto the floor, forming a small mountain of cash from the 6 sacks. Here lies a sum of 4.5 million in cash. Please verify the bills, Zhang Xiaofan stated coldly. The individuals within the car dealership were momentarily struck dumb, as it was their first encounter with someone presenting such an extraordinary amount of cash for a vehicle. To their astonishment, the 4.5 million was contained within 6 large burlap sacks. The authenticity of the money was evident at a glance. Lily was the first to regain her composure and hurriedly approached Zhang Xiaofan, saying, My apologies, sir. I will assist you with the verification immediately. She then summoned other sales staff from the lobby to assist, but their numbers were still insufficient. In a flurry, Lily consulted the dealership manager, who had never witnessed such a spectacle either. However, through connections, he managed to gather dozens of bank staff to help count the money. Over 100 bill counters operated simultaneously, and after 5 hours, the tally concluded at a total of 4.6 million, with an excess of 100,000. With an expression of excitement, Lily approached Zhang Xiaofan and announced, Sir, the counting is complete. It amounts to 4.6 million, with an extra 100,000. I will fetch the contract right away. Wait, Zhang Xiaofan interjected. I previously requested prompt processing, yet you have delayed me for so long. I wish to engage a different sales representative. Lily was taken aback and quickly moved closer to him, whispering, Sir, it is entirely my fault for not recognizing your stature. If you could sign the contract with me, I would be entirely devoted to you tonight. She leaned in deliberately, brushing her chest against his arm. The commission from this sale would be substantial, and Lily was unwilling to relinquish it. Step aside. Such superficial charm cannot captivate my master, Devourance declared as he forcefully pushed Lily away, admonishing her loudly. Lily's face flushed crimson, yet she continued to gaze imploringly at Zhang Xiaofan. He surveyed the room and pointed to a freckled female salesperson in a corner who had been quietly tidying up and had not engaged in the banter with Zhang Xiaofan like the others. You will sign the contract with me, he instructed. Me? The freckled salesperson exclaimed in astonishment. I am new here and not well versed in the business. I may not be able to provide satisfactory service. Indeed, it is you. All you need to do is sign the contract, Zhang Xiaofan replied, settling onto a sofa and pulling out a cigarette. Devourance promptly retrieved a lighter and ignited it for him. Lily attempted to interject again, but upon noticing the intimidating presence of Devourance and the others, she hesitated to approach. The subsequent proceedings unfolded smoothly, fueled by the allure of wealth. The vehicle was swiftly registered, and without haggling, Zhang Xiaofan handed over the entire sum of 4.5 million along with the additional 100,000 to the freckled salesperson for assistance in securing insurance for the vehicle, considering the remainder as a reward for her efforts. As Lily watched Zhang Xiaofan drive away from the dealership, she felt a pang of regret, vowing to herself that she would never again underestimate others based on their appearances. These affluent individuals were not to be trifled with. They often played humble, especially those in their employ, one of whom wore a patched garment. Steering the car directly towards Aoshue Real Estate Company, Zhang Xiaofan, having acquired an access card, navigated smoothly to the underground parking garage. Upon exiting his vehicle, he spied Wang Kiki preparing to depart and couldn't resist boasting, "Secretary Wang, what do you think of the car I purchased?" Wang Kiki took a closer look and gasped. "A Bentley Continental," then glanced at her own Mercedes, instantly feeling its allure diminish, as one of Zhang Xiaofan's cars surpassed her own by tenfold. "Zhang Xiaofan, are you even a man?" she thundered. "If you had any conscience, you would refrain from troubling General Li." Wang Kiki had procured the funds for Zhang Xiaofan's vehicle from Li Aoshue. "What brings you to that conclusion?" Zhang Xiaofan responded, bewildered. "I was about to approach General Li to discuss purchasing a house. How could you say I am troubling her?" At this, Wang Kiki could no longer maintain her composure, pointing an accusatory finger at him and exclaiming, "You shameless cat." Chapter 64. I have abundance. Observing Wang Kiki, akin to a furious lioness, Zhang Xiaofan dismissed her with indifference, muttering something incomprehensible before turning to enter the elevator, ascending to the top floor. "I have never encountered such brazen audacity," Wang Kiki shouted after his retreating figure. "Although you saved General Li's son, she has extended her goodwill towards your family. Yet, you, this scoundrel, are insatiable, not only consuming resources at the company, but also expecting General Li to buy you a car and a house. Truly outrageous." Regrettably, Zhang Xiaofan was already nearing the top floor, oblivious to Wang Kiki's words. He knocked on the door of Li Aoshue's office and entered. "Is there something you need, Xiaofan?" Li Aoshue inquired, setting down her documents. "General Li, I wish to purchase a large house. Money is not an issue. After all, why let the benefits flow to outsiders?" Zhang Xiaofan spoke candidly. "Where did you acquire such funds?" Li Aoshue queried, a hint of confusion in her tone. "What prompts this desire for a large house?" "I earned some money through a game," Zhang Xiaofan replied, having prepared this explanation in advance. "My parents endured considerable hardships for me. Now that I have earned money, it is only right that they enjoy a better life, moving into a more comfortable home." "Oh, you can earn money through gaming? What is your budget for the house?" Li Aoshue asked, intrigued, as she had not played the game in question. "My budget is limitless, but I prefer a move-in ready option, ideally something spacious." Zhang Xiaofan contemplated aloud. Li Aoshue, slightly taken aback, tentatively suggested, "How about the apartment next door? It spans approximately 400 square meters, has been renovated, and is fully equipped with appliances. There are only 2 units on that floor. I initially intended to keep it for myself, but it seems a waste to leave it vacant. If you are interested, I can offer it at a rate of 100,000 per square meter, totaling 40 million. Expecting Zhang Xiaofan to hesitate, she was taken aback when he promptly responded, "No problem." This unexpected affirmation left Li Aoshue somewhat unsettled. "You are not jesting, are you? Is gaming truly that lucrative?" To understand that Zhang Xiaofan had only recently awakened from a vegetative state and could casually produce several million, Li Aoshue found it hard to believe. Of course, this was no jest. However, Zhang Xiaofan spoke up, requesting a favor from Li Zong. "I possess only cash, and depositing it in a bank could prove somewhat cumbersome. Might you have acquaintances in the banking sector who could assist in depositing this sum into my account? This would facilitate transactions." "That is not an issue, but the crucial question is, how much do you intend to deposit?" Li Aoshue asked, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. "Approximately 100 million, Zhang Xiaofan replied, leaving Li Aoshue momentarily speechless. She had initially contemplated offering him a position as a driver with a modest salary as a gesture of gratitude, only to discover that he was a billionaire. Being in the real estate business, it was only natural for her to know senior executives in banking. Under Li Aoshue's guidance, the bank dispatched a specialized vehicle to transport the 100 million in cash prepared by Zhang Xiaofan and processed the issuance of an exclusive black card on site. Zhang Xiaofan, not wishing to take advantage of Li Aoshue, prepared 100 gold bars, each weighing 1 kilogram, and offered them to her. According to current gold prices, each bar is worth over 400,000. To make it an even sum, let us consider each bar to be valued at 400,000. Here are 100 bars, totaling 4,000 million, all for you. Li Aoshue was becoming somewhat numb to the situation. Just moments ago, Zhang Xiaofan had deposited 100 million in cash, and now he presented her with gold worth an additional 40 to 50 million. It seemed improbable that even a bank robber could amass such wealth. After acquiring the property deed and keys, Zhang Xiaofan followed the address provided by Li Aoshue to the opulent Century Mingdi residential community in Nanshan City. Upon entering the luxurious apartment via the elevator and opening the door, he was instantly struck by the sheer size of the space. The residence radiated extravagance, with every detail reflecting the owner's affluence and taste. As he stepped inside, the expansive living room came into view, adorned with sumptuous marble flooring and a dazzling crystal chandelier overhead. A set of custom-made sofas graced the room, their soft leather and exquisite stitching inviting one to sink into their comfort. To one side, an open-concept kitchen boasted a complete array of bespoke cabinetry and high-end appliances, with a lavish double-door refrigerator taking center stage on the central island. Passing through the living room, he entered a spacious study, elegantly arranged with a cultural ambience. Next to the study lay a luxurious bedroom, its soft carpeting and walls adorned with renowned paintings. A grand bed, draped with high-quality silk sheets and a down comforter, occupied the center of the room. An ensuite bathroom featured a luxurious bathtub and shower facilities, creating a cozy atmosphere reminiscent of a five-star hotel. Zhang Xiaofan flopped onto the large bed, the plush mattress enveloping him completely, evoking an overwhelming urge to drift into an eternal slumber. However, he reminded himself that this was not the time for indulgence. He needed to bring his parents to live with him and hire a caretaker to attend to their needs, allowing them to enjoy life. With this thought in mind, he rose and headed downstairs, driving his Bentley Continental straight home. By the time he arrived, Zhang Jianzong and Qin Suying had already returned from work. Upon seeing their son, they eagerly inquired about his day and how he was adjusting to his new environment. Zhang Xiaofan candidly replied, "Mom, Dad, I earned money from the game and bought a large house. I'm taking you both to live there." Without further ado, he ushered them downstairs and into the car, heading towards Century Mingdi. Upon arriving, Zhang Jianzong and Qin Suying wore expressions of disbelief. "Is this real?" they exclaimed. "You bought this house and that car with your own money?" Zhang Jianzong raised an eyebrow and cautioned, "You must not stray down the wrong path, or I will break your legs." Zhang Xiaofan quickly assured them that the funds for the car and house were entirely from his gaming earnings. As they explored the home, Qin Suying remarked, "Xiaofan, this house is too large. Since you've purchased it, let it serve as your marital home. Your father and I cannot possibly occupy such a vast space. It feels uncomfortable compared to our own home. Indeed, we are more at ease in our old house. You should visit more often." Zhang Jianzong agreed. Seeing his parents about to leave, Zhang Xiaofan swiftly pulled out 100,000 yuan and handed it to his father. "Dad, take this money for now. If you need more, just let me know. I have plenty." Chapter 65. Policy changes. Zhang Jianzong and his wife felt as though everything was unreal. Their son, who had just emerged from a vegetative state, had acquired enough wealth to buy a car and a house, and now he was giving them over 100,000 yuan to spend. Qin Suying pinched Zhang Jianzong, prompting him to exclaim, "Why did you pinch me? I need to see if I'm dreaming." "Why not pinch yourself?" Zhang Jianzong retorted, somewhat bemused. "I fear pain," Qin Suying replied, leaving Zhang Jianzong speechless. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing that since awakening, his parents' once tense hearts had begun to relax. If not for the worry that they might not be able to accept this new reality, he would have loved to share that he now possessed billions, ensuring a life free from hardship. Despite Zhang Xiaofan's efforts, his parents were resolute in their unwillingness to move into the new home. Perhaps the old house held countless memories for them, making it difficult to part with. After bidding farewell to his parents, Zhang Xiaofan found himself at a loss for what to do next. He retrieved his gaming headset, intending to log into the game, recalling Lin Wanqing's words. Even if he held reservations about the game's potential impact on humanity's future, becoming stronger within it was undeniably an appealing prospect. At that moment, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was Lin Wanqing calling. 9527, have you seen the news? She inquired as soon as he answered. What news? Zhang Xiaofan replied, preoccupied with his recent acquisitions and lacking the time to follow current events. The national policy has changed. The gaming helmets are no longer distributed for free, and the subsidies granted upon logging into the game have also been abolished. To acquire a gaming helmet now, one must purchase it from designated sales points, with the price set at a staggering 100,000 renminbi. Lin Wanling exhaled deeply before continuing. According to rumors, the price may continue to escalate. Why has this happened? Is it not that there are fewer players? It seems that charging such a hefty sum will only deter more gamers, Zhang Xiaofan remarked with a hint of confusion. On the contrary, Lin Wanling excitedly replied, the number of players has increased exponentially, and the reason for this phenomenon lies within you. Zhang Xiaofan was utterly bewildered and asked, what have I done? You completed the mission to eradicate treachery, leading to a change of leadership in the novice village. Consequently, the difficulty of the corresponding quests has significantly diminished, thereby reducing the danger faced by players in the game. Thus, a flood of new players has entered. Under relatively safe conditions, who would not wish to grow stronger? Zhang Xiaofan suddenly understood. It was indeed his actions that had led to this situation. However, this has also created a considerable hidden danger. Lin Wanling shifted her tone and stated, many ordinary individuals have already reached level 10 in the Shinkong game. gaining attribute points in the main city, and as a result, they have become exceedingly powerful in reality. This sudden rise in strength, akin to the poor suddenly acquiring wealth without the virtue to match, could lead to numerous calamities. Zhang Xiaofan comprehended this point, had he not absorbed the memories of many. His mindset would not align with that of a youth. He feared that if he suddenly became powerful, he too might become arrogant. All of this has arisen due to your actions, thus the task of saving Lanqing must fall upon you. Lin Wanling jested with a smile. Oh, what should I do? Zhang Xiaofan replied with a grin. Naturally, you must enter the game and grow stronger to maintain the order of the realm. Lin Wanling playfully tossed a grand responsibility upon him. In the end, you merely wish for me to assist you in leveling up? Zhang Xiaofan candidly exposed Lin Wanling's intentions. Since you've seen through my ruse, why not hurry and log into the game to embark on an adventure with me in the Xingkou? Lin Wanling chuckled. Then you should say, Prince, please take me to level up, Zhang Xiaofan teased in a playful tone. Ha, how disgusting. Hurry and log into the game to head to the main city. I will be waiting for you there, Lin Wanling said before abruptly ending the call. Zhang Xiaofan then turned on the television to catch up on recent news. The news broadcast confirmed what Lin Wanling had informed him. The gaming helmets were indeed no longer distributed for free, along with various other reports regarding the Xingkou game. In Luzhou, a man successfully reached level 10 in the Xingkou game, and upon gaining strength in reality, he resorted to forceful means to imprison several young women for his own amusement. He has since been arrested by the police. In Jiangling, a woman who also reached level 10 in the Xingkou game became abusive towards her husband, severely injuring him, and has now been summoned by the judicial authorities, with her husband refusing to accept an apology and demanding severe punishment for the domestic violence. A first-degree wanted criminal, Bai Yong, reportedly killed 2 police officers during an arrest attempt and has since fled to Nanshan City. The police are diligently searching for him, urging citizens to report any sightings of this individual and to remain vigilant for their own safety. Bai Yong likely acquired a gaming helmet and reached level 10 to gain attribute points. Otherwise, he would not possess such combat prowess. However, how did a wanted criminal obtain a gaming helmet? Did he receive state subsidies? This matter merits serious contemplation. The extensive coverage of the Xingkou game left Zhang Xiaofan feeling fatigued, prompting him to turn off the television and step outside for a smoke. The final news item caught his attention, as the wanted criminal had fled to Nanshan City, leaving Zhang Xiaofan wondering whether the police would successfully apprehend him. Hoping for no ensuing chaos, after taking a couple of puffs from his cigarette and extinguishing it in the ashtray, Zhang Xiaofan returned to his bedroom, lay down on the bed, donned the gaming helmet, and selected to log into the game. In a flash of white light, he found himself in the novice village, where players were bustling about like a festive market, confirming the significant influx of newcomers to the game. Moreover, he noted that the rate at which gold in his inventory was increasing had multiplied several times. This was to be expected, given that more players in the game would lead to more frequent transactions. As Zhang Xiaofan was bound to the village chief's seal, his share of the profits had consequently increased. At this moment, his inventory displayed a total of 213,501 gold coins, and the amount continued to rise steadily. It had only been a short time since he last logged in, and yet he had automatically gained over 10,000 gold coins. Without further deliberation, Zhang Xiaofan decided to release Huang Xiling, and then sought out the new village chief to inquire about the exit quest. Master, why consult that old fool when I can simply have him provide you with a seal? Huang Xiling interjected. He approached the new village chief of Taoyuan village and stated, provide me with the exit certificate. The new village chief promptly handed over the document. Recognizing that Huang Xiling was the 4th prince and that he, a mere village chief, dared not be presumptuous, Zhang Xiaofan accepted the exit certificate from Huang Xiling, stored him in the beast realm, and walked to the teleportation array located at the corner of the village chief's courtyard. The certificate in his hand vanished in an instant, followed by a flash of white light as Zhang Xiaofan disappeared from his spot. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as the scenery transformed before his eyes. Welcome, player 9527, to the main city. Please proceed to the promotion hall to enhance yourself, the system voice announced. Here, the architecture was markedly different from the thatched cottages, bamboo houses, and fences of the novice village, replaced instead by a grand city. Towering walls encircled the entire metropolis, and the gates stood magnificent and imposing, constructed from massive stone blocks. Broad walkways atop the walls allowed patrolling soldiers to keep watch. Upon entering the city, the first sight to greet him was a spacious main street flanked by towering buildings, including mansions, shops, and temples. These structures boasted unique architectural styles, adorned with exquisite stone carvings and wooden sculptures, embellished with splendid patterns and motifs. On both sides of the street stand neatly arranged trees, infusing the city with a breath of nature. In the heart of the city lies a magnificent palace, the residence of the city lord. The architecture of the palace is imposing, constructed with an abundance of granite and marble, adorned with exquisite patterns and reliefs. The interior of the palace is lavishly decorated, supported by towering stone columns, with opulent carpets underfoot and precious paintings and artworks gracing the walls. The other areas of the city are dotted with buildings serving various functions, including residential districts, markets, schools, and temples. The houses in the residential areas are arranged in a harmonious manner, featuring traditional Sihuan and multi-storied structures, while the streets are narrow and winding. The marketplace is bustling with activity, filled with various stalls and shops offering a plethora of goods, from food to clothing, jewelry, and handicrafts, catering to every need. The sounds of children studying resonate from the school, where they diligently strive to acquire knowledge and skills. The temple serves as a place for people to pray for divine blessings, housing numerous deities, with incense perpetually wafting through the air. Zhang Xiaofan was captivated. As if transported to an ancient city, each corner exuding a unique cultural atmosphere, creating a disorienting sense of time travel. After all, this game evokes an overwhelming sense of realism, with even its elements exhibiting remarkable human qualities. The number of players in the main city is sparse, far less dense than in the novice village, yet one can still occasionally see players of various professions hurriedly entering and exiting the main city. Zhang Xiaofan strolled into the city, and the guards at the entrance not only refrained from obstructing his passage, but also greeted him with friendly smiles. One of the guards even remarked, "Welcome to the main city, esteemed member of Taoyuan village." However, other players entering the city did not receive such treatment. It seemed that after leaving his mark with the village chief seal in Taoyuan village, the game's attitude towards him had significantly changed, Zhang Xiaofan mused. Following the guard's directions, he successfully located the class change facility within the main city, a structure resembling a temple, housing statues of various professions such as warriors, mages, and archers. Upon entering the facility, a guide approached Zhang Xiaofan to inquire about his profession. Upon learning that he was a hidden profession, the contract master, the guide led him to a dark statue unlike any other. Zhang Xiaofan could not glean any information from this statue. It was the sole statue for all hidden professions. The guide instructed Zhang Xiaofan, "Simply touch the statue with your hands." After following the guide's instructions, a voice from the system echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, player 9527. You have upgraded from a novice contract master to a junior contract master. You have been awarded 10 attribute points." Was this the completion of his class change? Zhang Xiaofan found it hard to believe and accessed his attribute panel for review. Name, 9527 Profession. Contract Master, Hidden Profession, Free Attribute Points. 10 Strength. 1. Attack Power. 10. Constitution. 11. Health. 10. Agility. 1. Affects Hit Rate, Evasion. Speed. 10. Spirit. 200. Magical Attack. 10. As a Contract Master, every 20 points of Spirit allows for the contracting of one servant. With success rate influenced by Spirit, Luck. 10. Affects item drop rates, success rates for contracting servants, etc. Skills. Contracting Technique, Special Skill. Cannot be upgraded. Disguise Technique. Can disguise as other factions to avoid attacks. Curse Level 2. Cast a curse on enemies. Reducing 2 of their attributes. Vital Energy Sphere. Consumes 10 mana points to conjure a magical energy sphere to attack enemies. Weapon Skill. Inventory. 10 slots. Each slot can stack similar items. Weapon. Bloodthirsty Staff. Orange Weapon. No equipment level requirement. Magical Attack. 100 to 150. Converts 20 magical damage into health. Includes Skill Vital Energy Sphere. Attire. Tattered Robe. White Gear. Defense. 1 point. Somewhat drafty. Agility Boots. White Gear. Increases movement speed by 11 points. Wealth. 220. 117 gold. 56 silver. 45 copper coins. His spirit had risen to 200 points due to consuming the souls of 4 individuals in reality, and his wealth had increased to over 220,000 in this brief span. Where should he allocate these 10 free attribute points? Zhang Xiaofan pondered, ruling out spirit, as he could enhance it by consuming souls in reality, making it a waste to invest here. Luck was fixed and could not be increased, and he also dismissed constitution since it had already increased by 10 points. Thus, only strength and agility remained. After much contemplation, Zhang Xiaofan allocated all his free attribute points to agility. After all, he could summon contract beasts for assistance in reality. And in emergencies, he need not act personally. Increasing his agility would enhance his speed, providing an extra layer of safety, and the same logic applied in the game. He was curious how fast he could run in reality with all points invested in agility. He awaited the opportune moment to test this. 9527. You have completed your class change. Please proceed to the City Lord's mansion. It seems the Lord has a task for you, the guide reminded Zhang Xiaofan. No longer hesitating, Zhang Xiaofan exited the class change facility, heading towards the opulent building at the center of the main city. As he passed through the commercial street, the various sales pitches caught his attention. Come and taste our freshly steamed buns. Eating one will temporarily increase your health by 200 points. A vendor shouted. Don't miss out. My master has just concocted a miraculous tonic. Consuming one will invigorate you, making you feel like a dragon among men. Now on sale for just 10 gold coins. A pharmacist called out to Zhang Xiaofan. I do not require it, Zhang Xiaofan replied, somewhat bemused. Unexpectedly, as Zhang Xiaofan's words fell, a multitude of players surged forth from the game, clamoring to purchase the 10 complete restoration pills from the hands of the pharmacy assistant. Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, pondering how these individuals, mere strings of data, could desire such pills, as if they were real. Chapter 67. The Resurrection Spirit Pearl. After allocating all his skill points to agility, Zhang Xiaofan's travel speed increased significantly, allowing him to quickly arrive at the city lord's mansion. A yellow exclamation mark hovered above the city lord's head, indicating that a quest was available. 9527. Our Tianfu City army is currently engaged in a battle against the malevolent forces from beyond. The enemy's soul-devouring canines have consumed the spirits of our cavalry's steeds, severely weakening our cavalry's combat capabilities. I require your assistance in gathering wild horse spirits to replenish our warhorses' souls. Can you help me? The city lord addressed Zhang Xiaofan. Ding. The city lord Yi Lingyun has issued a quest. Collect wild horse spirits. Quest rewards: 5,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and a bonus in Tianfu City, granting a 20 increase in attack power within the city's jurisdiction. The system's voice resonated. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan chose to accept the quest. Completing this task would grant him an additional 20 attack power, an exceedingly valuable advantage for any player, particularly with the unique mechanics of this starlit game. A level 1 player's attributes are equivalent to those of a level 9 player, and a level 10 player's attributes mirror those of a level 19 player. Without acquiring attribute points, an individual's combat prowess remains stagnant. Among players in the same tier, the only means of enhancing combat effectiveness is through equipping higher-level gear, as attribute points are not distributed. Upon accepting the quest, Zhang Xiaofan exited the city lord's mansion, his pockets brimming with over 200,000 gold coins. He wondered if he could procure superior equipment to bolster his safety in the game. In the commercial street, he entered a weapon shop, but after a thorough examination, he found that the weapons here were inferior to his bloodthirsty staff and exorbitantly priced. Disappointed, he left the shop. Next door was a clothing store, and he stepped inside. This establishment offered various attires for different classes, yet conspicuously lacked garments specifically for the contract master. Zhang Xiaofan perused the attire designated for the summoner class. White feather robe, blue, defense 25, health 200 silken boots, green, speed 20. Most of the equipment was of green and blue quality, but the prices were staggering. The green equipment, silken boots, cost a shocking 50 gold coins while offering but a minor increase in speed. This underscored the scarcity of gear in the starlit game and the abysmally low drop rates from wild monsters. However, none of this posed a problem for Zhang Xiaofan, as he was merely short on gold coins. He believed that matters solvable by money were trivial. He bypassed the low-tier equipment and focused his attention on the most expensive items. The priciest set in this clothing store was a complete ensemble consisting of a robe, trousers, boots, and a cloak, named the Spirit Feather Ethereal Set, priced at 1,500 gold coins. Each piece of the ethereal set was blue quality, yet collectively, they boasted attributes rivaling those of orange quality equipment. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan spent 1,500 gold coins to acquire the Spirit Feather Ethereal Set and sold his previous gear at a bargain to the clothing store before adorning himself in the new ensemble. He opened his attribute panel to inspect his status. Name, 9527 class. Contract Master, Hidden Class. Strength, 1. Attack Power, 10. Constitution, 11. Health, 10. Agility, 11. Effects Hit Rate. Evasion, Speed, 10. Spirit, 200. Magic Attack, 10. Contract Masters can contract one servant for every 20 points of Spirit. Success Rate influenced by Spirit, Luck, 10. Affects Item Drop Rate, Contract Success Rate, etc. Skills, Contract Technique, Special Skill. Non-upgradable, Disguise Secret Technique, allows disguise as other factions to avoid attacks. Curse Technique Level 2, cast a curse on enemies, reducing 2 of their attributes. Vitality Ball, consumes 10 mana points to conjure a magical Vitality Ball to attack enemies. Equipped with inherent skills, Ethereal Step, increases speed by 100 for 2 minutes upon use. Bag, 10 slots, each slot can stack similar items. Weapon, Bloodthirsty Staff, Orange Weapon. No level requirement. Magic Attack, 100 to 150, converts 20 magic damage into health, includes skill Vitality Ball. Attire, Spirit Feather Robe, blue, defense, 35, health, 300, Spirit Feather Pants. blue, defense, 25, health, 200, spirit feather boots, blue, speed, 30, health, 100, spirit feather cloak, blue, defense, 30, mana, 300, spirit feather ethereal set, additional defense 50, health 500. Activate skill, ethereal step, wealth, 230,117 gold, 93 silver, 25 copper coins. After equipping the new attire, Zhang Xiaofan proceeded to the pharmacy. Although he had no need for the 10 complete restoration pills, acquiring a few health and mana potions was undeniably essential. The quality of the pharmacy in the main city was markedly superior to that in Taoyuan village. Here, not only were there potions to restore health and mana, but also various elixirs that temporarily boosted attack and defense, albeit at exorbitant prices. A potion that increased attack power by 10 points, the Mighty Pill, was priced at 10 gold coins, yet its effect lasted a mere 5 minutes. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaofan was not one to be deterred by expense. He promptly purchased 100 of the most potent Mighty Pills, which would enhance his attack power by 100 points for 5 minutes, costing 100 gold coins each. In the blink of an eye, he had spent 10,000 gold coins without batting an eyelid. At that moment, his friend list displayed that Yan Yujiang Nin had come online. As soon as Lin Wanning logged in, she sent a message. 9,527. Have you logged into the game? Have you arrived at the main city? Upon following your guidance, I have also chosen Tianfu City. Zhang Xiaofan responded as he exited the apothecary. Tianfu City bestows players with enhanced attack power. Selecting this location was undoubtedly a wise choice. Where are you at present? I shall hasten to find you and show you something extraordinary. Lin Wanqing eagerly interjected. I am outside the apothecary in the commercial district. What marvel do you speak of? Zhang Xiaofan provided his location. The Resurrection Spirit Pearl. Upon receiving Zhang Xiaofan's address, Lin Wanqing concluded their chat and hurried towards the apothecary. Chapter 68. A lavish expenditure. Before long, Zhang Xiaofan beheld the silhouette of Lin Wanqing, accompanied by 2 others, a female mage and a male warrior. 9,527. This is my elder sister Lin Wanfeng, whose gaming moniker is Bagua Bing Snow, and this is our companion, who goes by the name Xiang Wang Jianghu. Lin Wanqing approached Zhang Xiaofan, gesturing towards her companions as she introduced them. Zhang Xiaofan felt a twinge of confusion. Why did Lin Wanqing mention her sister's real name while the male warrior merely referred to his gaming alias? Sister, this is the 9527 I told you about. He was the one who swiftly led me out of the novice village. Otherwise, I would still be waiting to meet you in the main city. Lin Wanqing turned to her sister Lin Wanfeng, speaking earnestly. Last time you secretly left home, it was to find him, was it not? Lin Wanfeng's expression was cold, her demeanor exuding an air of aloofness as she questioned Lin Wanqing. The warrior named Xiang Wang Jianghu discreetly perked up his ears, scrutinizing Zhang Xiaofan with a discerning gaze. I understand my mistake, sister. Please don't inform father about this. Lin Wanqing clung to Lin Wanfeng's arm, feigning innocence. You must not do this again. Lin Wanfeng admonished Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing mischievously made a face at Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan stifled a laugh as he assessed Lin Wanqing's sister. Though they were in a game, the characters bore a striking resemblance to their real-life counterparts. Lin Wanfeng, without a doubt, was a stunning beauty. Clad in a form-fitting black gaming outfit, her figure was impeccably accentuated. Her icy gaze exuded an aura of nobility. A subtle smirk played upon her lips, hinting at a concealed disdain for the hypocrisy of the world. In this bustling commercial street, she drew the attention of countless players. However, she remained utterly indifferent to their gazes, as if accustomed to being the center of attention. In contrast to Lin Wanqing's youthful exuberance, Lin Wanfeng exuded an air of haughty elegance, her expression perpetually frosty, radiating an unmistakable chill from afar. Lin Wanqing resembled a spirited young girl, while her sister Lin Wanfeng epitomized the archetype of a sophisticated ice queen. We are heading to the wilderness to level up. Will you join us? Though Lin Wanfeng posed it as a question, her eyes conveyed a sense of rejection. No, I am quite content on my own. Zhang Xiaofan had no desire to impose upon them. I wish to level up with 9,527. Sister, you should join our party as well. 9527 is remarkably skilled. Lin Wanqing protested. Wanqing, we entered this game to level up and acquire attribute points, not for frivolity. I have no time to indulge your whims. When will you mature? Lin Wanfeng remarked, frowning at Lin Wanqing. I am not playing. 9,527 can expedite our leveling process, Lin Wanqing retorted, pouting. How formidable can a summoner truly be? The warrior Xiang Wang Jianghu interjected. As long as he doesn't hinder our progress, that suffices. Do you have any say in this matter? Lin Wanqing snapped at Xiang Wang Jianghu, chastising him. Why are you belittling others? 9527 is far superior to you. Hearing this, Xiang Wang Jianghu's face flushed crimson. Yet he dared not retort. Observing the quarrel among the three, Zhang Xiaofan remained unfazed and turned to Lin Wanqing. Did you not mention wanting to show me a rare treasure? Let us proceed. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaofan's words, a flicker of discontent crossed Lin Wanfeng's face. Did this fellow not grasp her intentions? How audacious to cling to her younger sister. Yet, seeing her sister's resolute expression, Lin Wanfeng stated, "Dear sister, your association with him is confined to this game. You must never venture out to meet him in reality. The outside world is perilous. Be wary of deception." Lin Wanqing pouted in silence. Lin Wanfeng added, "Should you refuse, I shall inform father about your clandestine escapades." Reluctantly, Lin Wanqing nodded in acquiescence, subsequently lowering her head to Zhang Xiaofan and saying, "Let us depart." Thus, the four parted ways, with Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Wanqing heading into the city while Lin Wanfeng and the male warrior made their way outside. "My sister is like this. Do not take it to heart," Lin Wanqing explained to Zhang Xiaofan as they walked. Although Lin Wanfeng and Xiang Wang Jianghu displayed a veiled hostility towards him, Zhang Xiaofan felt no resentment. Having absorbed the souls of many and integrated their lifelong memories, his mindset was no longer that of a fervent youth. He cared only for those dear to him, disregarding all else. As they conversed casually, they soon arrived before a quaint general store. This establishment was situated in a secluded area, its entrance desolate, devoid of any players purchasing goods. "The resurrection spirit pearl I mentioned is located here." Lin Wanqing pointed towards the store, addressing Zhang Xiaofan. Subsequently, they entered the shop and began perusing the items available for trade. The catalog listed solely one item, the resurrection spirit pearl. Zhang Xiaofan examined the pearl's attributes, astonishment swiftly evident on his countenance. Resurrection spirit pearl, artifact, single-use consumable. Automatically activates when placed in the backpack, allowing for resurrection at the original location upon death. Price, 100,000 gold coins. I never expected that this inconspicuous grocery store would sell such divine artifacts. Although they are single-use items, they are undeniably genuine treasures. However, the price is somewhat exorbitant, as each one costs a staggering 100,000 gold coins. With Zhang Xiaofan's current financial capacity, he can only afford a meager 2. Nonetheless, such life-saving artifacts are worth every coin, regardless of the cost. Acquiring the Resurrection Spirit Pearl would significantly enhance survival rates in the game. Regrettably, apart from Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Wanqing, no other players can muster the 10,000 gold coins required. "Shall we purchase it?" Lin Wanqing inquired of Zhang Xiaofan. "With all my possessions, I can only acquire one Resurrection Spirit Pearl. Certainly, we must buy it. Money is merely a transient entity. Without life, what use is wealth?" Zhang Xiaofan declared resolutely. He then promptly purchased 2 Resurrection Spirit Pearls and placed them into his backpack. Lin Wanqing reluctantly traded her 100,000 gold coins to the grocery store for 1 Resurrection Spirit Pearl. This sum was part of what Zhang Xiaofan had given her back in the novice village. In the current game, players who can produce 100 gold coins are considered wealthy. If others knew that we had just spent 300,000 gold coins in such a short time, I wonder what their reactions would be, Lin Wanqing remarked teasingly. Zhang Xiaofan chuckled and responded, "They might suspect us of using cheats. That is certainly not the case. This game has no such concept as cheats. Strictly speaking, it is not a product of human development, but is derived from a mysterious celestial meteorite," Lin Wanqing explained calmly. The two, having lavishly spent their wealth, found themselves suddenly impoverished. Although Zhang Xiaofan still had several tens of thousands of gold coins in his backpack, he felt an emptiness within. "Wanqing, is there a place here that buys jewelry? We did manage to seize 2 chests of jewelry back at Huangfenggang. Perhaps we could exchange some for gold coins." Zhang Xiaofan suddenly recalled the various pieces of jewelry he had stored in his backpack and asked Lin Wanqing. Chapter 69. See High Auction. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaofan's words, Lin Wanqing gestured for him to wait, and then opened her friend communication list to reach out to her sister, who had just left. "Why are you looking for the auction house?" Lin Wanfeng, already out of the city gates, asked Lin Wanqing. "You just arrived in the main city. Instead of rushing to complete the Wild Horse Soul Collection quest to gain the Tianfu City bonus, you are wandering around the city. When will you ever learn? It's because 9,527 wants to auction some items. We will consign them at the auction house and then proceed to complete that quest," Lin Wanqing quickly explained. "That 9527 again. Just hearing the name sounds dubious," Lin Wanfeng scoffed, but she ultimately yielded to her sister's persistence and revealed the location of the main city's auction house. After ending the call, Lin Wanqing led Zhang Xiaofan toward the location of the auction house within the city. Before long, they arrived at the largest auction house in Tianfu City, Sihai Auction House. Upon entering, Zhang Xiaofan noticed that not only were there players, but there were also NPCs participating in the auction hall. Most of the players appeared to be there merely to observe, while a few sporadically raised their bidding paddles. Zhang Xiaofan soon understood the reason behind this. The auctioneer was presenting a coral ornament, starting with a bid of 200 gold coins. yet it offered no attribute enhancements whatsoever, merely aesthetic appeal. Nevertheless, the bidders fervently raised their bids, and the final sale price for this ornament reached an astonishing 800 gold coins. Congratulations to Mr. Li for acquiring the jade coral, the auctioneer proclaimed loudly to the successful bidder, a portly gentleman. With a proud expression, Mr. Li turned to his companion, Xiao Chui, saying, "Dear, I have kept my promise. As long as you are by my side, I will pluck the stars from the sky for you, but do not let my wife know of this." Xiao Chui gazed at him with adoration, her eyes radiating admiration, which only inflated Mr. Li's ego further. The surrounding players were left dumbfounded. It seemed absurd that someone would spend 800 gold coins on an ornament devoid of any attributes, especially as a gift for a servant. "May fortune continue to smile upon you, Mr. Li. May you be blessed with wealth and offspring." The crowd cheered, extolling Mr. Li's triumph over his competitors, which seemed to bring joy to all present. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan noticed a throng of players gathering around Mr. Li, showering him with compliments in a manner that left him bewildered. What are these people doing? Why are they so eager to flatter someone in a game? Rewards for flattery. Everyone gets a reward. Mr. Li beamed, instructing his steward to disperse gold coins among the crowd. The steward complied, tossing coins into the air, which players scrambled to snatch before they even hit the ground. Zhang Xiaofan soon realized that these players were capitalizing on the situation, using flattery to obtain rewards from those participating in the auction, a far easier method of earning gold coins than grinding monsters. Just as Zhang Xiaofan was contemplating this, the players surged toward another successful bidder, once again showering him with praise, and indeed, they received rewards. With such a well-executed strategy, one could potentially earn a substantial amount of gold coins in a day. How shameless, Lin Wanqing remarked upon witnessing the spectacle. In the face of wealth, dignity holds no value, Zhang Xiaofan replied, somewhat unfazed. This game lacked any currency exchange system. One could not even recharge to convert real money into game currency. Therefore, items within the game could only be purchased with in-game currency, which was notoriously difficult to acquire, rendering it exceedingly precious. At the outset, Lin Wanfeng gathered enough funds to leave the village by transferring money to players in reality, who then exchanged gold coins with her online, which unfortunately led to her being deceived out of a considerable sum of renminbi. However, witnessing the bustling activity at the auction house filled Zhang Xiaofan with elation. He had been worried that his items might not fetch a decent price, especially since many players were financially constrained, with those possessing a mere handful of gold coins considered wealthy. Nevertheless, the presence of an auction changed the dynamics entirely. A coral ornament devoid of attributes had sold for 800 gold coins. This led Zhang Xiaofan to ponder whether his own jewelry, which enhanced charm attributes, could command an exorbitant price. With this thought, he promptly approached the staff at the auction house, retrieving from his inventory a jade hairpin named Huan Dai, and declared his intention to auction it. The staff examined the hairpin's quality and immediately appeared flustered, asking Zhang Xiaofan to wait while they dashed to the back of the auction house. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman emerged, guided by the staff, to Zhang Xiaofan. After assessing the attributes of the Huan Dai hairpin, he introduced himself as Qian Duo, the proprietor of the establishment. He remarked that such an item was indeed a rare treasure, inquiring what starting bid Zhang Xiaofan had in mind. Uncertain of the market value, Zhang Xiaofan turned to Qian Duo for insight, who confidently suggested a starting price of 10,000 gold coins. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback by the high starting bid, recalling that a clerk at a general store had previously appraised his jewelry at a mere 10 copper coins. It was evident that the same item could hold vastly different values depending on its location. He decided to heed Qian Duo's advice. However, Qian Duo informed him that a 5-service fee would be applicable, which he needed to disclose to the esteemed customer beforehand. As Qian Duo took possession of the Huan Dai hairpin, he handed Zhang Xiaofan a document akin to a contract in the real world. Zhang Xiaofan accepted the contract, signifying the successful completion of the transaction. Chapter 70. The contracted wild horse. Qian Duo expressed his excitement and assured Zhang Xiaofan that the auction for the Huan Dai hairpin would be arranged promptly. He also indicated that if Zhang Xiaofan had similar items to auction in the future, the service fee could be reduced, as such items would enhance the auction house's reputation. Zhang Xiaofan nodded in agreement and subsequently examined the array of items available at the auction house, which were primarily extravagant but lacking in substance. The weapons and equipment that players coveted were few, and none possessed attributes superior to his Lingyu set. After closing the auction interface, Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Wanning exited the establishment, ready to embark on the quest issued by the city lord. The duo set out through the city gates towards the HLN grassland in the north, the gathering place of wild horses. Although Lin Wanning was not undertaking this quest, she had heard from her sister Lin Wanfeng that the wild horses there were level 15 creatures with average attack and defense capabilities. and they were the only passive-aggressive monsters surrounding the main city. As long as they were not provoked, the wild horses would not attack players, making them manageable targets for players in their teens. However, the wild horses were known for their speed. Once startled, they would flee swiftly, and given the current speed of players, it would be nearly impossible to catch them. As Lin Wanning recounted her knowledge, the pair soon arrived at the HLN grassland, where an expansive vista revealed countless wild horses congregated together, some grazing, others playing, and a few engaged in mating rituals. Lin Wanning's cheeks flushed at the sight, as the game exhibited a certain level of impropriety, having witnessed numerous similar incidents. Zhang Xiaofan summoned his companions Huang Xilang and Cui Hua from the Beastmaster space, totaling 5 individuals. With his mental energy now at 200 points, he still had 4 contract slots available. Observing Huang Xilang, who was fanning himself, Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of frustration. This fellow consumed 40 points of mental energy alone. Otherwise, he could have contracted 10 summoned beasts. Casting an identification spell, the attributes of the wild horses materialized before him. Wild horse, level 15 monster, excellent speed and stamina. Health, 2100 attack power, 200 to 220 defense power, 160 to 180. Zhang Xiaofan unleashed an energy blast aimed at a stallion riding a mare, eager to test the damage he could inflict on these wild horses. With a resounding explosion, the stallion, lost in its reverie, was suddenly attacked, causing it to retreat in fright, nearly collapsing to the ground, as a vivid red 2000 appeared above its head, indicating the health lost. Despite the wild horse being a few levels higher than Zhang Xiaofan, the level disparity was mitigated by his formidable mental energy of 200 points. His spell attack was calculated at 2000 points, and combined with the power of his bloodthirsty staff, it nearly resulted in an instant kill. The startled stallion bolted, swiftly escaping Zhang Xiaofan's attack range and vanishing from view. The impregnated mare stood frozen in place, and Zhang Xiaofan wasted no time. He cast a curse to diminish the mare's attributes, then unleashed another energy blast. With a thunderous boom, the mare's health plummeted by 2,100, resulting in its immediate demise. Lin Wanning, accustomed to such displays, had previously witnessed Zhang Xiaofan's overwhelming attack power during his time in the novice village, and it remained as astonishing as ever. Upon the mare's death, it did not drop any items, yet a wispy essence appeared above its head and automatically entered Zhang Xiaofan's inventory. Ding! You have slain a level 15 wild horse, gaining 300 experience points and 10 copper coins. The system's voice chimed. Zhang Xiaofan checked his quest progress, which indicated he needed to collect 120 wild horse essences. With 39 more wild horses to defeat, the task seemed considerably more manageable. Given Zhang Xiaofan's ability to dispatch these creatures with ease, identify the target, unleash the curse spell and the energy blast simultaneously, and they shall be swiftly vanquished. Lin Wanling could not help but reflect on the wisdom of her choice in companions. Were she to follow her sister and her group, the task would have undoubtedly proven far more arduous. Her sister had recounted that, to complete the task of collecting the spirits of wild horses, they had once mobilized dozens of individuals, encircling the fleeing steeds and methodically defeating them, a far cry from the convenience afforded by Zhang Xiaofan. Yet, Zhang Xiaofan himself was dissatisfied with his speed of dispatching the wild horses, for both the curse spell and the energy blast had cooldown periods, albeit brief, thus preventing continuous assault. With this thought, Zhang Xiaofan commanded, and Huang Xilang, Suhua, and the other 3 surged forward, charging into the herd of wild horses. Huang Xilang was at level 20, Suhua at 18, and Dakwai at 16, while the remaining 2 bandit captains were at level 15. Thus, the slaughter of these wild horses was a mere trifle for them. As the 5 plunged into the herd, they stirred the tranquil prairie into chaos, causing countless wild horses to panic and flee. Yet their escape was hindered by their own kind, leading to their swift demise at the hands of the 5. The task of collecting the spirits of the wild horses was instantaneously accomplished by Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Wanling. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan received a notification from the system. Ding, your contract beast has leveled up. He was somewhat taken aback. While he was aware that he could contract monsters of higher levels, he had not heard of contracted monsters being able to level up after being tamed. Upon inspection, he discovered that both Huang Xilang and Suihua had indeed advanced a level, with Huang Xilang reaching level 21 and Suihua attaining level 19. As for Dakwai and the other bandit captains, they remained at level 15 without any change. Zhang Xiaofan began to comprehend that when he had first contracted the 2, the system had indicated that they were special monsters, suggesting that special monsters belong to a growth category, capable of gaining experience points through defeating enemies, much like players. Observing the enhancements in attack, defense, and health that Huang Xilang and Suihua had received after leveling up, Zhang Xiaofan pondered that he should seek out more special monsters for future contracts. thereby reducing the need to frequently replace his contracted beasts. 95-27. Our task is complete. Let us return to the city and report to the Lord to enjoy the bonuses of Tianfu City, Lin Wanling exclaimed joyfully, relishing the ease and comfort of completing the task alongside Zhang Xiaofan. Wait a moment, I shall procure a mount. Otherwise, our travel will be too slow, Zhang Xiaofan replied. He then set his sights on a robust wild horse and unleashed an energy blast. With a resounding boom, the wild horse was left severely wounded. And before it could escape, Zhang Xiaofan employed the contracting technique. Ding! Contract successful. The wild horse, poised to flee, approached Zhang Xiaofan slowly, its demeanor docile as if it were a household pet. Chapter 71. Another auction suddenly. Zhang Xiaofan remembered that he had obtained a skill book for a disguise technique from the mountain eagle, which he had yet to utilize since learning it. He activated the disguise technique on the herd of wild horses. Ding! Disguise failed. Target is a non-humanoid creature, came the system's announcement. Enlightenment washed over Zhang Xiaofan. It seemed that the disguise technique could only mimic humanoid beings, rendering it ineffective on other monsters, which was reasonable, for otherwise, the skill would indeed be overly powerful. Resolving not to hesitate further, Zhang Xiaofan mounted his horse, withdrawing his contracted beasts Huang Xilang and the others into the beast space, and extended his hand to Lin Wanling, saying, "Let us ride back to the city. This will expedite our journey." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Wanling took Zhang Xiaofan's hand and gracefully mounted in front of him. Giddy up! With a squeeze of the horse's flanks, the contracted steed galloped towards Tianfu City. With warmth in his embrace, Zhang Xiaofan felt a stir of emotions. Involuntarily reacting to the game's startling realism, Lin Wanling exuberantly exclaimed about the horse's speed, though she noted it was somewhat uncomfortable, prompting Zhang Xiaofan to promise to have a saddle crafted by the blacksmith upon their return. Zhang Xiaofan felt a flush of embarrassment and discreetly shifted back, thinking to himself, how could you know that the discomfort was due to the horse's back and not something else? Upon returning to Tianfu City, the two mounted riders attracted the attention of numerous players, as it appeared that such mounts were a rarity in this game. Curious players approached, inquiring where they might acquire such steeds. Zhang Xiaofan, wishing to conceal his identity as a contract master, deftly maneuvered away from the crowd, carrying Lin Wanling directly to the Lord's manor. After successfully completing their task, Lord Yi Lingyun waved his hand, enveloping them in a mysterious force. Upon checking their attribute panels, they discovered an enhancement in their attack power, indicating the automatic augmentation provided by Tianfu City. Ding! You have completed the task of collecting wild horse spirits, earning 5,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and a boost from Tianfu City, increasing your attack power by 20. Indeed, the system's voice echoed. Zhang Xiaofan's attack power surged by over 400 points, surpassing even the damage of the orange weapon he wielded. In contrast, Lin Wanling's increase was disappointingly modest. As Zhang Xiaofan's base attack was exceedingly high, the additional 20 points of attack power exceeded that of an ordinary player's total. Ding! Your consigned item has been successfully sold. After deducting the applicable fees, you have gained 51,203 gold coins. At that moment, the system's announcement thrilled Zhang Xiaofan. Realizing that a mere charm-enhancing hairpin had fetched over 50,000 gold coins, and he had 2 large chests filled with similar accessories, was he on the brink of fortune? Your abilities have gained the recognition of Tianfu City. Seek out the quartermaster in the southern part of the city. He has tasks for you. Lord Yi Lingyun instructed the pair. To avoid unnecessary complications, Zhang Xiaofan stored the wild horse in the beast space, and without further ado, the two exited the Lord's manor together. First, let us proceed to the auction house, where I shall auction a few pieces of jewelry. Once we have sold them and obtained the funds, we can acquire several more revitalization pearls, thereby significantly reducing our peril within the game, Zhang Xiaofan addressed Lin Wanqing. A warm sensation enveloped Lin Wanqing's heart. Zhang Xiaofan used the term we, indicating that he truly regarded her as a friend. The revitalization pearls, valued at 100,000 gold coins each, were offered freely. As they arrived at the auction house, the proprietor of Sihai Auction House, upon spotting Zhang Xiaofan, greeted him with palpable excitement and exclaimed, "Esteemed guest, your auction of the illusion butterfly hairpin has set a record for the highest transaction in our house, greatly elevating our reputation. Many patrons have inquired whether we have more such jewelry available for auction. On behalf of the auction house, I extend our sincerest gratitude." Zhang Xiaofan scoffed, remarking that mere verbal appreciation was of little use. He preferred tangible gold coins instead. The proprietor, Qian Duo, insisted, "I assure you, I possess more of those exquisite pieces for auction, but other houses have proposed a mere 1 commission for their services. I merely wish to inform you that our collaboration may reach its conclusion here." Zhang Xiaofan casually fabricated a tale. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo's expression instantly morphed into one of reluctant discontent, and he quickly responded, "Sir, I shall not take a single coin from you, provided you continue to auction such pieces through my establishment. Moreover, should you find anything of interest in our house in the future, we shall prioritize your bids. How does that sound? Not a single coin. Zhang Xiaofan expressed surprise, pondering how this might result in a significant loss for Qian Duoduo, feeling a pang of guilt. Once our reputation is established, such losses are negligible. Other avenues will compensate for them. Qian Duoduo replied with the shrewd demeanor of a seasoned merchant. Deal, Zhang Xiaofan agreed, casually producing 3 charm-enhancing pieces of jewelry to hand over to Qian Duoduo, stating, I appreciate your assistance. After inspecting the items, Qian Duoduo's face lit up with joy. These pieces were of the same exquisite quality, and given the previous auction's lack of participants, they had not fetched ideal prices. Now, he was determined to promote them vigorously, attracting a multitude of bidders to maximize the auction house's visibility. He promptly handed Zhang Xiaofan the contract and turned to busily organize the event, instructing a nearby assistant. Immediately inform the city's prominent merchants and wealthy individuals that we shall hold an impromptu auction for those pieces. Tardiness will result in missed opportunities. The assistant dashed outside but was halted by Qian Duoduo, who added, Oh, and notify the city lord's wife as well. She has expressed interest in such jewelry. Subsequently, Qian Duoduo instructed another assistant, inform the auction house manager that every attendee entering Sihai auction house shall be charged an entry fee of 10 gold coins. Zhang Xiaofan silently admired Qian Duoduo's cunning. In this manner, he recouped losses from Zhang Xiaofan, while simultaneously generating income from the auction participants, achieving a dual benefit. Qian Duoduo then turned to Zhang Xiaofan, stating, Of course, you, 9527, need not pay the entry fee. My intention is to deter those bothersome individuals who come here to solicit gratuities. Zhang Xiaofan understood that the bothersome individuals Qian Duoduo referred to were players seeking tips. Chapter 72. The city lord's wife Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Wanqing did not rush to leave the auction house. They wished to experience the atmosphere of the live auction, particularly as the items being auctioned were their own. Before long, a throng of patrons from Tianfu City arrived, completely unconcerned about the 10-coin entry fee, tossing coins to the guards at the entrance. Mr. Qian, let us commence without delay. The room is filled, urged Li Yuanwei, who had arrived with his maid, eagerly addressing Qian Duoduo. Others echoed his sentiments, clamoring for Qian Duoduo to begin. Unperturbed, Qian Duoduo glanced at the auction house entrance before signaling for everyone to calm down, saying, Please wait a moment. The city lord's wife wishes to participate in this auction and should be arriving shortly. His words quelled the crowd's excitement. Who would dare to disregard the city lord's wife? Moreover, she was renowned for her beauty, and merely catching a glimpse of her was a worthy reward for attending the auction. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanwei immediately withdrew his arm from around Xiaozue and adjusted his attire and appearance. Zhang Xiaofan observed quietly, marveling at the game's remarkable realism, which was truly astonishing. The city lord's wife has arrived. At that moment, a guard at the entrance announced, prompting everyone to turn their heads towards the door. They beheld a veiled woman entering, accompanied by several maids. The woman possessed a face akin to a jade sculpture, radiating an air of noble elegance. Her brows resembled distant mountains, her eyes like autumn waters, and her lips curled into a subtle smile. She wore a splendid robe adorned with exquisite embroidery, intricately designed with gold and silver threads, and embellished with dazzling jewels at the collar and cuffs. A golden belt accentuated her slender waist, enhancing her figure's delicate allure. The hall fell silent. All present were entranced by the entrance of the city lord's wife, momentarily lost in reverie. Even Zhang Xiaofan could not help but nod in agreement. This woman could rival Li Aoxue from reality, both exuding that regal and dignified aura that evokes a sense of distant admiration. Lin Wanqing pinched Zhang Xiaofan's waist sharply, casting him a glare as she whispered, Wipe that drool off your face. Zhang Xiaofan chuckled softly, leaning towards Lin Wanqing's ear. Are you feeling jealous? She is merely a character in a game, a mere string of data. Why would I drool? Lin Wanqing shot him a disapproving look and muttered, Who is jealous? No need for explanations. It was only when the city lord's wife entered her private booth that the crowd regained their senses and began to whisper amongst themselves. Truly, the city lord's wife was a paragon of beauty. The city lord was indeed fortunate. Zhang Yuanwei spoke softly. Isn't that obvious? The city lord's wife is the younger sister of the current emperor, who married the city lord. Any female member of the royal family is undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. Li Yuanwei, once again embracing the maid Xiaozue, replied to Zhang Yuanwei. Standing aside, Zhang Xiaofan felt somewhat speechless, not realizing that the city lord's wife was actually the emperor's sister, which made her Huang Xiling's aunt. If Huang Xiling were to be released, one could only wonder if he would claim kinship. Nevertheless, it must be said that the royal family members in this game indeed possess remarkable genes. The city lord's wife is breathtakingly beautiful, And Huang Xiling is also quite the dashing figure, Zhang Xiaofan mused. Once the city lord's wife took her seat, the auction commenced. This auction was a last-minute edition, featuring only 3 pieces of jewelry belonging to Zhang Xiaofan. The auctioneer presented the first item, a jade bracelet known as the Dream Illusion Jade Bracelet, which enhances charm by 3 points. This exquisite bracelet is crafted from a millennium-old blood jade, starting at a bid of 10,000 gold coins. The auctioneer offered only a brief introduction, and the crowd below erupted in excitement. "My lord, I desire that jade bracelet. If you can procure it for me, I shall reward you tonight," Xiao Cui implored Li Yuanwei, her eyes sparkling. "Not a problem. A mere few tens of thousands of gold coins is nothing to worry about," Li Yuanwei exclaimed joyfully, preparing to place a bid. Only to hear the voice of the city lord's wife from the box above. "I bid 20,000 gold coins." Li Yuanwei instantly fell silent. He dared not compete with the city lord's wife, understanding the nuances of social propriety. As expected, no one else in the hall dared to bid, as everyone wished to honor the city lord's wife, especially considering she is the sister of the emperor. Who would dare offend her? The only person dissatisfied in the hall was Zhang Xiaofan, who inwardly resented the city lord's wife for depriving him of significant earnings. Seeing no further bids, the auctioneer promptly delivered the Dream Illusion Jade Bracelet to the city lord's wife. Next, the second item was presented, a pair of crystal-clear earrings shaped like 2 small phoenixes, with a starting bid of 10,000 gold coins. This time, the crowd did not hold back against the city lord's wife. They could grant her one concession for such a rare treasure, but not indefinitely. 40,000 gold coins, Li Yuanwei declared, quadrupling the previous bid, clearly intent on securing this item, or else Xiao Cui would not let him off easily. 45,000 gold coins, Zhang Yuanwei countered. 48,000. Another bid emerged. Zhang Xiaofan's spirits lifted. The more fervent the bidding, the more exhilarated he became. The price rapidly escalated to 60,000 gold coins, and the calls began to slow, as such a sum represents a considerable amount, only attainable by the wealthiest of magnates. 100,000 gold coins. Just as the crowd incrementally raised their bids, the voice of the city lord's wife resounded from the box above once more. Zhang Xiaofan's earlier resentment toward her vanished in an instant, wishing instead to embrace her. This bid could indeed procure a resurrection pearl. Her declaration left the hall in stunned silence, and no further bids followed. The earrings were successfully acquired by the city lord's wife. The final piece of jewelry, unsurprisingly, was also secured by the city lord's wife with a straightforward bid of 100,000 gold coins. Zhang Xiaofan, with his newly acquired 220,000 gold coins, beamed at Lin Weining, saying, "Let's buy a resurrection pearl. With the gold coins in my backpack, we can purchase 3. I'll gift you one." Lin Weining hesitated, feeling the treasure was too precious, but could not bear to voice her objections when faced with Zhang Xiaofan's eager gaze. At that moment, Qian Duoduo approached Zhang Xiaofan, saying, "Mr. 9527, the city lord's wife requests your presence in her box for a discussion." Zhang Xiaofan's expression instantly cooled, and he replied to Qian Duoduo, "The city lord's wife and I are not acquainted. Why would she seek me out?" Qian Duoduo, looking apologetic, explained, "The city lord's wife inquired who was consigning these pieces, and I did not wish to offend her, so I informed her. Hence, she wishes to speak with you." However, Qian Duoduo reassured him, "Perhaps this is a fortuitous opportunity. To be favored by the city lord's wife is a dream for many. Are you saying you can sell client information?" Zhang Xiaofan retorted coldly, "Is this the manner in which your Sihai auction house conducts itself?" Cold sweat trickled down Qian Duoduo's forehead, recognizing the wrongdoing of their auction house. But fearing the city lord's wife, he hastily offered, "Rest assured, Mr. 9527, we will compensate you." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "To express our apologies. You may select any auction item from our house, and I will personally purchase it for you. How does that sound?" Although Zhang Xiaofan was dissatisfied, he felt he had no choice. The city lord's wife, being the sister of the emperor, was not someone he could afford to offend. Thus, he resolved to see what she desired. Zhang Xiaofan instructed Lin Weining to wait outside a nearby general store while he followed Qian Duoduo to the second floor of the auction house, entering the box. Inside, the soft lighting perfectly illuminated every corner, creating a tranquil and comfortable atmosphere. The floor was covered with a plush carpet, and a round wooden tea table occupied the center of the box, adorned with exquisite tea sets and a selection of delightful pastries. The tea set, made of purple clay, emanated a deep hue and a warm touch, while the pastries, crafted by the chef with care, were a feast for the senses, tantalizingly fragrant and visually appealing. "Are you the seller of these jewels?" The city lord's wife, seated behind the tea table, inquired, pointing at the 3 pieces of jewelry displayed before her as Zhang Xiaofan entered. "Indeed, May I inquire about your esteemed guidance, madam? Zhang Xiaofan took a seat opposite the tea table, gazing intently at the enchanting beauty before him. How audacious! The two maidservants behind the city lord's wife reprimanded Zhang Xiaofan, saying, "What manner of person dares to share a table with our lady?" Alas, such rudeness! The city lord's wife halted the two maidservants and remarked, "This young hero possesses a free spirit and is unconcerned with trifles. He appeals to my taste, so let it be." She then turned to Zhang Xiaofan and inquired, "Might I ask where you acquired these exquisite jewels? If you possess more, I would gladly purchase them at a high price." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan's face lit up with joy. It became apparent that the city lord's wife sought him for this very reason. As long as she could offer a sufficient amount of gold coins, he would willingly part with all his jewelry. Who would refuse gold? With this thought, Zhang Xiaofan replied, "You wish to acquire them all? Pray tell, what price can the lady offer? Let it be according to auction prices. How does 100,000 gold coins per piece sound?" The city lord's wife replied nonchalantly, "But I fear, dear lady, that you may not be able to consume such a vast quantity." Zhang Xiaofan responded, glancing through the treasures in his backpack. He estimated there were at least several hundred pieces, at 100,000 gold coins each. That would amount to several million gold coins. Even the city lord's wife might not be able to afford such a sum all at once. "Oh, how many similar pieces do you possess?" The city lord's wife inquired with surprise. "Not many, merely a few hundred," Zhang Xiaofan boasted. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the city lord's wife's expression turned frosty, and she commanded her maidservants, "Seize this scoundrel." The two maidservants lunged at Zhang Xiaofan. Startled, he wondered how their conversation had taken such a turn. Did she intend to resort to underhanded tactics? In haste, Zhang Xiaofan cast an appraisal spell at one of the maidservants. Xiaohuan, maidservant of the city lord, level 50. Attack, defense, skills. The appraisal spell revealed only her name and level, failing to uncover any further details, likely due to the vast difference in their levels. Upon seeing the maidservant's levels, Zhang Xiaofan's heart sank, yet he was unwilling to surrender easily. He swiftly unleashed a vital energy blast aimed at Xiaohuan. To his dismay, with over 2,000 attack power, he could only manage to inflict a mere scratch on the maidservant. Even if he summoned all his contracted beasts, he doubted he could match even one of them. Such was the weight of level suppression. The two maidservants swiftly subdued Zhang Xiaofan with a grappling technique, forcing him to kneel before the city lord's wife. "Madam, what is your intent?" Zhang Xiaofan, realizing the dire situation, reluctantly softened his tone. "If you find my prices too steep, I can offer you a discount." "There is no need for such violence, is there? You bold ruffian, you dare to sell the tribute meant for our city to me, the city lord's wife. How many heads do you think would suffice for such treachery?" She scolded him fiercely. "What tribute? I seized this." Zhang Xiaofan protested, bewildered. "Indeed, a man of courage. Boldly admitting your crime," the city lord's wife remarked, her tone calming. "Take him back to face judgment from my husband." The maidservants lifted Zhang Xiaofan effortlessly, carrying him as if he were a mere chick, leaping from the second floor and heading straight for the city lord's mansion. In the mansion's courtyard, Zhang Xiaofan found himself bound tightly, facing the city lord Yi Lingyun, who stood beside his wife. "My lord, I have apprehended the thief who robbed our tribute meant for the empress, and he has confessed to his crime," the city lord's wife informed Yi Lingyun. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lingyun advanced and delivered a powerful punch to Zhang Xiaofan's abdomen. Bound as he was, Zhang Xiaofan could not evade the blow, which sent him hurtling away. As he soared through the air, his health points plummeted to 0, triggering the invulnerability skill granted by his yellow jacket, preserving his last sliver of health and preventing his demise. Observing Zhang Xiaofan land without perishing, Yi Lingyun expressed astonishment. "I did not expect this ant to possess such resilience. My lord, I even assisted you in gathering the wild horse essence. You cannot treat me this way." Zhang Xiaofan quickly sought to curry favor with Yi Lingyun. "And what of that? You have robbed our tribute intended for the empress, bringing disgrace upon this lord. Even with your life-saving techniques, you shall not escape judgment today." Yi Lingyun retorted coldly. Chapter 74. Entrapped in peril. Upon hearing Yi Lingyun's words, Zhang Xiaofan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The mountain bandit spoils he had seized at Huangfenggang were, in fact, the tribute meant for the empress, stolen from the Tianfu city. He had previously wondered how a small bandit group could plunder such exquisite jewels from a remote village like Taoyuan, only to realize they had robbed the city's tribute. "My lord, you are mistaken. While it is true that I seized these items, I did so from a band of mountain bandits." Zhang Xiaofan hastily explained to the formidable city lord. "Your words are mere flattery. You must be one of those bandits." Yi Lingyun's expression was as cold as frost. When his tribute was stolen, he had narrowly escaped punishment thanks to his wife's intercession. He could not allow such a slight to go unpunished. Yi Lingyun dismissed Zhang Xiaofan's explanations and struck him once more, sending him hurtling through the air again. Zhang Xiaofan felt a sharp pain in his chest, fearing that several bones had broken. In this game, pain was fully simulated in the brain, although he would not suffer real bodily harm. The sensation was vividly replicated in his mind. However, the invulnerability skill had not yet expired, and the last remaining sliver of Zhang Xiaofan's health was firmly locked, preventing his demise. Panic surged within him. Once the invulnerability period elapsed, even if he possessed a resurrection spirit pearl in his bag, it would merely delay the inevitable. My dear husband, do not fret. It is likely that this individual possesses a rare treasure that can temporarily preserve his life, spoke the city lord's wife. Yet, no treasure can offer permanent protection to its master. Once the protective period is over, he cannot escape death. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyun ceased his assault on Zhang Xiaofan and declared, "Let us proceed as the lady suggests." He then turned to the guards at the door and commanded, "Seize this man and confine him to the dungeon, awaiting his fate." At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan, battered by Yi Lingyun, found it difficult to speak. Unable to access his beast space, he could only watch helplessly as two guards dragged him from the room toward the dungeon. With a thud, Zhang Xiaofan was thrown into the cell, curling up in pain, taking a considerable time to recover his breath. What a predicament! Zhang Xiaofan felt utterly speechless, his heart filled with indignation at the city lord and his wife for imprisoning him without discernment. "Someone, I am wronged. I demand to see the city lord," he shouted, shaking the bars of his cell at the guards outside. "Silence." One guard approached, a menacing expression on his face. "If you dare to shout again, I will cut out your tongue." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan hastily retrieved a handful of gold coins from his bag and offered them, saying, "Brother, I am truly innocent." The guard glanced around, and seeing no colleagues present, discreetly accepted the coins, tucking them away while his tone softened. "Little brother, you might want to conserve your energy. Our city lord is exceedingly busy and pays no heed to the grievances of mere mortals. He only cares about outcomes. Everything else is inconsequential." The guard's words chilled Zhang Xiaofan to the core. Could it be that he truly faced death here? As the guard turned to leave, Zhang Xiaofan consumed a healing potion to restore his health, knowing that the invulnerability skill had expired, and even a single drop of blood could prove fatal. He then opened his beast space and released Huang Xilang. "Master, is this a prison?" Huang Xilang, upon exiting the beast space, surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, "How dare that scoundrel imprison you here?" Zhang Xiaofan smiled faintly and replied, "It is your aunt who is that scoundrel." Seeing the bewildered expression on Huang Xilang's face, Zhang Xiaofan explained the events that had transpired. "It is said that the city lord Yi Lingyun's wife is the sister of the current emperor. Do you know her? Can you leverage your connections to free me? I am truly wronged. I know her. She is indeed my aunt, the only biological sister of my father," Huang Xilang responded, filling Zhang Xiaofan with joy. It seemed there was hope after all. As the fourth prince, Huang Xilang surely commanded some respect from Yi Lingyun, especially considering his wife was Huang Xilang's own aunt. However, Huang Xilang's subsequent words plunged Zhang Xiaofan into despair. "It is fortunate that you did not release me earlier, otherwise, we both might not escape death." "Why is that?" Zhang Xiaofan felt a sinking sensation, sensing trouble as he asked. "Though I am the fourth prince, my aunt is a staunch supporter of my elder brother. She has vigorously advocated for him to be crowned prince and has shown little kindness to the rest of us. Should she discover I am here, she may very well kill me to secure her son's position. Thus, not only can I not assist you, but my presence may even hinder you," Huang Xilang concluded. Zhang Xiaofan was utterly stunned. Even his last hope was futile. Was he destined to withdraw from the game and never log in again to avoid calamity? Contemplating this, Zhang Xiaofan attempted to log off. "Warning, you are in a special map and cannot log off," the system's voice echoed, leaving Zhang Xiaofan in utter despair. "I never imagined I would perish here. Dragging you down with me," he said to Huang Xilang. "As your master, should I die, you will likely be forcibly erased as well. I am sorry, Xilang." Huang Xilang, unfazed, declared, "If my master dies, how could I possibly survive? I would rather die alongside you, for that is true loyalty." Zhang Xiaofan understood that Huang Xilang's words reflected the peak of loyalty achieved through their contract. Should the contract be dissolved, he would likely flee faster than anyone else. This also indirectly highlighted the power of the contract magic. Zhang Xiaofan opened his friends list to message Lin Wanqing, but the system again informed him he could not send messages while in a special map. It made sense. If messages could be sent from a prison, those attempting to rescue prominent individuals would undoubtedly swarm in. As Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow in distress, Huang Xilang spoke up, "Master, how are your skills in bed?" Hearing Huang Xilang's remark, Zhang Xiaofan was incensed. What time was it to be discussing such matters? Yet, realizing that death was unavoidable, he replied, "Why ask that? I am certainly better than you." This was not mere bravado. After all, he had once lain in a sickbed, making Wu Manni covet his body. Huang Xilang, upon hearing this, became instantly animated and said to Zhang Xiaofan, "Master, Our survival hinges upon your capabilities. Zhang Xiaofan wore a perplexed expression as he addressed Huang Xiling, saying, "What nonsense is this? What does my ability to survive have to do with my skills in bed? Are you suggesting that I should seduce your aunt?" To his astonishment, Huang Xiling, with a look of incredulity, exclaimed, "Master, you are truly wise, having pinpointed the crux of the matter. Surely you jest?" Zhang Xiaofan, utterly baffled, replied, "Your uncle, the lord of Tianfu City, Yi Lingyun, would likely tear me apart. Moreover, I cannot even defeat your aunt's maid, let alone subdue your aunt herself. The conquest of a woman cannot be achieved through brute force." Huang Xiling, exuding confidence, responded, "But rather through cunning." "Silence. Do not speak in such vulgar terms." Zhang Xiaofan quickly interjected, "Be wary of scrutiny." Huang Xiling appeared bewildered, not comprehending Zhang Xiaofan's words, yet continued, "What you may not know, master, is that while Yi Lingyun possesses extraordinary martial prowess and was specifically dispatched here by my father to guard the borders, he is lacking in that particular aspect. This is a well-known secret within our royal family. My father arranged for my aunt to marry him to win his favor, leaving my aunt to endure a solitary existence." Huang Xiling lamented. "Enough of this," Zhang Xiaofan interrupted. "I have no interest in the grievances of your royal family. Let us return to the matter at hand. How do we escape?" Huang Xiling quickly asserted, "Once you have subdued my aunt, our grand plan can be realized." Zhang Xiaofan, growing impatient, retorted, "That is mere folly. I can hardly approach her. How could I possibly subdue her? Furthermore, given her esteemed status as the royal sister, would she ever willingly cooperate? I fear I would be thwarted before I could even proceed." Unfazed, Huang Xiling produced a small porcelain vial from his pocket, stating, "Master, please observe this." Zhang Xiaofan took the vial and examined its properties. Mesmerizing soul powder, a divine-grade elixir. The name alone seemed dubious, and its description was merely 4 words. Yet it sparked endless imagination. Does this truly work? Zhang Xiaofan questioned skeptically. The Lady of the Lord possesses a level of discernment that could easily see through such a trivial potion. "Master, this is a divine-grade elixir, pilfered from my father's treasury. Do not underestimate it," Huang Xiling urged fervently. Zhang Xiaofan reflected, "Your father would resort to such means. It seems you both are not of noble character. But how do we approach your aunt?" he posed, reiterating the pivotal question. Unexpectedly, Huang Xiling smiled slightly and retorted, "Master, do you recall how the infamous Shandiao managed to seize a significant convoy of guards escorting the birthday tribute? It is essential to understand that each of those guards could easily crush Shandiao." Zhang Xiaofan pondered deeply, then his eyes brightened, declaring, "Disguise techniques." "Precisely," Huang Xiling affirmed. "It is this very technique. I do not know where Shandiao acquired such knowledge, but he even managed to masquerade as court officials. Hence his rise to power as the village chief of Taoyuan." Zhang Xiaofan realized he had underestimated the power of disguise techniques, considering their feasibility. It appeared that this was their only option. "Master, this task must be handled by you alone. I cannot reveal myself. Otherwise, we are doomed," Huang Xiling concluded. Zhang Xiaofan nodded, stowing the mesmerizing soul powder in his bag, and then summoned Huang Xiling into the beast control space, contemplating strategies in silence. As Zhang Xiaofan deliberated on how to approach the Lady of the Lord, he was suddenly startled by a commotion outside, followed by a thunderous crash that shook the very ground, causing even the underground prison to tremble. "Brother, what is happening outside?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired of a passing guard. "Mind your own business. You are but a dead man. Why concern yourself with such matters?" The guard scoffed disdainfully. Zhang Xiaofan seized the opportunity to offer a gold coin. The guard quickly accepted it, his demeanor transforming as he exclaimed, "Some otherworldly creatures have invaded Tianfu City, and the Lord has gone to deal with them." Indeed, money could sway even the most obstinate. The guard, now amiable, elaborated, "What you heard earlier was merely the sound of our Lord propelling himself into the air." Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. Yi Lingyun was indeed formidable. He contemplated whether Yi Lingyun would be angered upon discovering his intentions toward his wife. Nevertheless, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yi Lingyun's absence presented a perfect moment for a surprise attack on his lady. With that thought, Zhang Xiaofan promptly utilized the disguise technique on himself. Ding! Disguise successful. Your current identity is that of a guard from the Lord's estate. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Elated, Zhang Xiaofan called out to the departing guard, "Brother, come back," and unlocked the door. The guard turned, scratching his head in confusion. "Why are you here? What happened to the prisoner?" Zhang Xiaofan fabricated a story. "The prisoner was taken away by the captain in haste, and he accidentally left me locked in here. Hurry and unlock it. I need to find the captain." Though the guard remained skeptical, he recognized Zhang Xiaofan as a fellow colleague and retrieved the key from his belt to unlock the cell door. "Thank you, brother. I owe you a drink later," Zhang Xiaofan said as he exited the cell, patting the guard on the shoulder before striding towards the exit. As he stepped out of the dungeon, A sharp voice rang out. You there? Do not loiter. Hurry back to your post. The Lord's estate is under lockdown. Without the Lord's token, no one can enter or exit freely to avoid attracting the attention of those otherworldly creatures. Zhang Xiaofan looked up to see a patrolling soldier from the Lord's estate. Fortunately, the guards failed to recognize him, which fortified Zhang Xiaofan's confidence. Finding the right direction, Zhang Xiaofan stealthily made his way towards the residence of the city lord's wife. Since leaving was not an option at the moment, he resolved to capture the city lord's wife and devise a new plan thereafter. In this chapter, Zhang Xiaofan assumed the guise of a jailer, wandering through the expansive city lord's mansion, which inevitably drew attention. At that moment, a young maid, around 20 years of age, hurried past him, carrying a food box. Zhang Xiaofan shed his disguise as a jailer and employed a concealment technique on the maid. Ding. Disguise successful. Your current identity is that of a maid delivering meals to the city lord's wife. Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of joy as he realized this girl was specifically tasked with delivering meals to the city lord's wife, making his endeavor remarkably effortless. Wait a moment, sister. He called out to the hurried maid. The maid turned back, looking at him with curiosity, and asked, May I inquire what you need, elder sister? Just hand the food over to me. Zhang Xiaofan replied with an air of authority. Recently, demonic creatures have been rampant, and the mistress is concerned that malevolent entities might infiltrate the city lord's mansion to cause chaos. Therefore, I must inspect the food to ensure the mistress's safety. Upon hearing this, the maid quickly handed over the food box, prioritizing the mistress's safety above all else. Zhang Xiaofan opened the box to reveal a small bowl of silver ear and bird's nest porridge, its broth crystal clear and tantalizing. Feigning scrutiny, he said, All right. You may continue with your duties. I shall deliver this to the mistress. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. The maid sensed something amiss, but, seeing Zhang Xiaofan's retreating figure, thought little of it and called back. Remember to retrieve the food box for cleaning after the mistress has finished her meal. Zhang Xiaofan chuckled to himself, thinking, Who has time to clean this? There are far more pressing matters at hand. Upon reaching the corner, he opened the food box and poured a divine-grade elixir into the silver ear and bird's nest porridge. Uncertain of the city lord's wife's capabilities, and given that she was the emperor's sister, he was unsure if this elixir would have any effect. To be safe, he emptied an entire vial into the bowl. Stirring the contents with his finger, he tasted a bit and was taken aback by its sweetness. The flavor of the porridge was indeed exquisite. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged through him, and realization struck. He had inadvertently dosed himself. Just from a mere taste, he felt an overwhelming energy coursing through his body, seeking an outlet with no relief in sight. Indeed, the potency of the divine-grade elixir was formidable. Zhang Xiaofan, possessing a strong mental acuity, forced himself to suppress the inner turbulence and hurried towards the city lord's wife's quarters, hoping to deliver the bowl of porridge, which embodied all his aspirations. Before losing his rationality, in the back courtyard of the city lord's mansion, the city lord's wife stood in her chamber, gazing restlessly at the starry sky through the window. She had no worry about Yi Lingyun facing the enemy alone, for she knew of his strength. What troubled her was that Yi Lingyun was evidently seeking excuses to avoid her. After years of marriage, whenever she sought intimacy, Yi Lingyun would concoct various excuses to depart. Despite her efforts to provide him with remedies, there had been no improvement. Though she held the esteemed title of imperial sister, she felt subjected to such indignities. With a sigh, she lamented her situation. Madam, your silver ear and bird's nest porridge has arrived, announced Xiaohuan, the city lord's wife's personal maid. As she entered the room, carrying the food box, she placed the bowl of porridge on the table and said, Madam, enjoy it while it's hot. Xiaohuan left the room, closing the door behind her. Outside, she handed the food box to Zhang Xiaofan, asking, Are you the new maid delivering meals? Zhang Xiaofan's face flushed as he looked at the youthful and beautiful maid, feeling an urge to act against her, yet his powerful mental faculties kept him somewhat composed. Indeed, it is my first day on the job, and I kindly ask for your guidance, he replied, producing a handful of gold coins from his bag and offering them to the two maids. The maids exchanged glances, their expressions brightening as they accepted the coins. One of them, Xiao Chui, remarked, You seem quite understanding. We shall surely look out for you, so you won't face any hardships in the city lord's mansion. Zhang Xiaofan expressed his gratitude, his eyes darting towards the window, where he saw the city lord's wife lifting the bowl of porridge to her lips. Noticing Zhang Xiaofan's flushed face, another maid assumed he was merely nervous on his first day and reassured him, There's no need to be anxious. The mistress is very kind and seldom loses her temper. Xiaohuan, bring me my flute. No one is to approach this room without my command. The city lord's wife called from inside the chamber. What a delightful scene. Amidst this atmosphere, she still had the leisure to play music. Could it be that the elixir had no effect? As Zhang Xiaofan pondered, Xiaohuan swiftly returned with a beautifully crafted flute made of Wangwali wood. Zhang Xiaofan quickly interjected. Sister, allow me to deliver it to the mistress and also collect the utensils for cleaning. Trusting him, Xiaohuan handed over the flute, cautioning, once you deliver it, hurry back out. Do not provoke the mistress, lest you face punishment. We sisters will be unable to assist you then. With that, she and Xiao Chui turned and retreated to their quarters. Zhang Xiaofan instantly grasped the correct use of the instrument, marveling at how user-friendly this game was. Entering the room, he found the city lord's wife looking remarkably weak, her complexion rather pale, an unmistakable sign of the elixir's effects taking hold. Zhang Xiaofan thoughtfully closed all the doors and windows. Having already ingested the divine elixir, he gazed at the figure of the city lord's wife by the bedside, a shiver coursing through him as he approached. The city lord's wife, a noblewoman of imperial lineage, exuded an air of elegance and grace, strikingly reminiscent of Li Aoxue in reality. At this moment, the juxtaposition of their appearances evoked boundless imagination. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Xiaofan softly uttered, Li Zong. The city lord's wife opened her eyes slightly, urgently commanding Zhang Xiaofan. Put down the object and leave immediately. In an instant, Zhang Xiaofan could no longer maintain his disguise, revealing his true form. With a mere thought, his entire attire vanished, appearing instead in his backpack. With a decisive thud, he cast the instrument he held onto the floor and addressed the city lord's wife. Madam, you have endured much over the years. Allow me to perform a piece for you, if you would. The city lord's wife, witnessing her maid morph into Zhang Xiaofan, was momentarily struck with astonishment, yet felt utterly powerless, unable to move an inch. The scene before her was undeniably terrifying, prompting her to murmur softly, "Oh dear. This is quite embarrassing." Her cheeks, radiant and alluring, flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. "Fear not, my lady. I am a messenger sent by the heavens, here to rescue you," Zhang Xiaofan boldly declared as he stepped closer to her. Chapter 77. The Villain Nanshan Real Estate Company. As the lights began to twinkle, Li Aoxue set down the documents in her hands and stretched languidly. Observing this, her secretary, Wang Kiki, spoke up. "Li Zong, it's getting late. Allow me to take care of the remaining tasks. You should head home and rest." "Thank you for your hard work," Li Aoxue replied, donning her coat and bidding farewell to Wang Kiki as she exited the office. Wang Kiki watched Li Aoxue's retreating figure, opening her mouth to voice her grievances against Zhang Xiaofan, but ultimately refraining, unwilling to add to Li Aoxue's burdens after a long day. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, Li Aoxue climbed into her Maserati and drove straight home. Today marked her son Xiaoteng's birthday, and a cake had already been ordered for the celebration. As thoughts of her son crossed her mind, a smile unconsciously graced her face. The little one was so considerate it was heart-wrenching, though somewhat withdrawn. Perhaps a result of the trauma from being kidnapped by human traffickers. Reflecting on the abduction, Li Aoxue could not help but think of Zhang Xiaofan. Were it not for his courageous intervention, the consequences could have been unimaginable. She wondered if Zhang Xiaofan had moved into his new home yet, planning to invite him over to celebrate Xiaoteng's birthday, allowing her son to personally express his gratitude to his savior. "Son, happy birthday!" Li Aoxue exclaimed as she opened the door to her home and embraced the approaching Xiaoteng, smiling as she asked, "What gift do you wish for on your 6th birthday?" "I want a daddy," Xiaoteng pondered before adding. "Nyo from my class said I don't have a daddy, and they all tease me. Can you find me a daddy, mama?" Xiaoteng's words left Li Aoxue momentarily stunned, reminding her of her ex-husband, a scoundrel. She had married Hua Uk against her family's wishes, only to discover he was a fraud, squandering her money while cavorting with others. In a fit of anger, she had divorced him. "Let's not speak of that today. How about I take you to meet the great hero who saved you?" Li Aoxue declared, placing Xiaoteng down. "That hero risked his life for you and was gravely injured, spending 5 years in the hospital. You must thank him, do you understand?" Yes. "Let us go find the great hero, mama," Xiaoteng exclaimed, his attention swiftly diverted. Uncertain of Zhang Xiaofan's whereabouts, Li Aoxue led her son next door, where she had previously sold her house to him. Knocking on the door yielded no response, prompting her to retrieve her spare key and unlock the door. Since Zhang Xiaofan was absent, she thought to gather some of her belongings, as it felt inappropriate to leave her items in a house now owned by him. As she pushed open the bedroom door, she was greeted by the sight of Zhang Xiaofan reclining on the bed, a gaming headset resting on his head. No wonder he hadn't heard the knocking. He was asleep. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she prepared to retreat, but heard Zhang Xiaofan call out, "Li Zong." Li Aoxue halted, glancing back to see him still lying there. "You have endured so much these years," he murmured intermittently. "Zhang Xiaofan, are you speaking to me?" she asked, approaching him in confusion. "Mom, is he the great hero who saved me?" Xiaoteng tugged at Li Aoxue's hand, inquiring. Li Aoxue nodded, but noticed Zhang Xiaofan's lack of response. As she surveyed him, her cheeks flushed crimson. He must be dreaming. "Li Zong." "No, madam, are you happy?" Zhang Xiaofan continued dreamily. Li Aoxue felt increasingly uncomfortable, Could it be that Zhang Xiaofan harbored feelings for her? Was he really addressing her as Madam in his dreams? Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard him murmur again, "Madam, you are quite alluring." Irritated, she turned to rouse him but was interrupted by Xiao Tang's exclamation, "Mama, look, he really is the great hero." Liao Xue glanced over and, to her surprise, realized the truth of his words, feeling her face heat up with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Unable to remain any longer, she took Xiao Tang by the hand and headed back home. "But Mama, didn't you say I should thank the great hero?" "I haven't said thank you yet," Xiao Tang innocently reminded her. "What great hero? He is a villain." Liao Su spoke with irritation, casually closing the door to Zhang Xiaofan's room as she made her way home. The temperament of the game's lady of the castle bore a striking resemblance to Liao Su, and their appearances shared certain similarities, leading Zhang Xiaofan to mistakenly address her. After a tune concluded, Zhang Xiaofan glanced at the lady of the castle with a hint of concern. At that moment, the effects of the medication had worn off. Yet the lady of the castle showed no sign of holding Zhang Xiaofan accountable. Instead, her gaze was filled with deep affection, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. He silently chastised himself for being foolish enough to engage in such antics over mere data. "Madam, I have returned," came the voice of the castle lord, Yin, from outside. Zhang Xiaofan and the lady of the castle were instantly alarmed. If they were discovered, the lady, due to her royal sister status, might escape unscathed, but for him, Yin would likely exact a brutal punishment. "Lord of the castle, the madam has declared that no one may enter her room without her permission," Xiao Huan interjected urgently, stepping forward to impede Yin. "Preposterous. I seek my wife. Must I obtain consent from a mere servant?" Yin retorted angrily, preparing to push open the door to the lady's chamber. "Lord of the castle, the madam has pressing matters to attend to. It may not be appropriate for you to enter at this time," Xiao Huan hastily continued. Yin, realizing that Yin was once again upset with him, halted his advance. But what could he do? He was afflicted by this illness. Could he blame anyone? "Madam, I apologize," he called softly to the room. Inside, the lady of the castle sighed in relief, her hand gently caressing her chest. If caught, her esteemed reputation as a royal sister would be irreparably tarnished. Glancing at Zhang Xiaofan beside her, a fleeting glint of malice crossed her eyes. Only this person could ensure the secrecy of her actions. Observing her trepidation, Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but chuckle. "If I cannot be with the one I love, even being the Jade Emperor would not bring me joy," he murmured softly. The malice in the lady's eyes vanished in an instant. What sin had she committed to encounter such a person, who was both infuriating and endearing? She despised his audacity, yet adored the way he made her feel like a celestial being. After a moment of standing outside, Yin felt somewhat superfluous and reluctantly retreated to his own quarters, deciding to wait until the lady was finished before seeking her out again. Zhang Xiaofan worked diligently, while the lady of the castle, unaccustomed to strenuous tasks, began to feel weary. Observing her slumbering form, he quietly employed a contract technique, fearing she might deny their agreement later and subject him to dire consequences. Ding! Contract failed. Royal bloodline immune to contracts. The system's prompt chimed. The lady of the castle, sensing something awry, fluttered her beautiful eyes open and cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Xiaofan. His expression tightened, and he swiftly began to hum a lullaby, his tone extraordinarily gentle. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "Madam, will you not surrender?" In an instant, Yin became flustered, her heart racing, and fully opened herself to him, appearing utterly submissive. Zhang Xiaofan seized the moment to attempt the contract again. Ding! Contract successful, consuming 40 points of mental energy. Congratulations, player 9527 has contracted a royal figure. Rewarded with a gem of attributes. Zhang Xiaofan rejoiced, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected reward. Though the contract with the royal figure required a significant expenditure of mental energy, the returns were indeed substantial. Previously, contracting Ing had granted him a ghostly artifact, the Ing Mgu, which had saved him from numerous life-threatening situations. Now, having contracted the current emperor's sister, he was rewarded with a one-time use artifact gem. After having previously contracted a wild horse, he had 60 points of mental energy remaining for further contracts. Now, having spent 40 points, only 20 remained. Even with a total of 200 points, Zhang Xiaofan lamented that it was still insufficient. "Master, I am at fault for allowing you to toil so, please punish me," the successfully contracted lady of the castle implored, hurriedly kneeling before Zhang Xiaofan. He burst into hearty laughter, feeling truly delighted. It was a refreshing joy. Not long ago, Yin had severely injured him, vowing to end his life. He wondered how Yin would react to this scene. Truly, life is unpredictable, with its ups and downs bringing a peculiar delight. Rise, there is no need for such formality. Find a way to ensure your husband does not harm me, and perhaps provide me with some benefits, to avoid arousing his suspicion. You shall remain in the castle for now. When the time is right, I will take you away to wander the world together, Zhang Xiaofan declared, donning his garments as he spoke to the lady of the castle. As you command, she replied, hastily rising to gently assist him in adjusting his attire. Once she ensured his appearance was satisfactory, she attended to her own clothing. Having successfully contracted the lady of the castle, Zhang Xiaofan easily examined her attributes. Casting an identification spell upon her, he discovered Hu Ying Yi, special wild creature, level 89 health, 500,000 attack, 9,000-9, 500 defense, 5, 200-5, 800 skills, ice and snow, ice skin and jade bone, ice spirit and snow soul, adding frost on snow, clever as ice and snow. Zhang Xiaofan gasped in astonishment. This Hu Ying Yi was nearly at level 90, boasting a staggering health of 500,000, with attack and defense calculated in the thousands. Observing the attribute gems within his backpack, Zhang Xiaofan, without a moment's hesitation, chose to utilize them. These precious items could significantly enhance one's physical strength in reality, rendering them invaluable. A notification chimed, indicating that he had acquired 10 points of free attributes from the gem. Zhang Xiaofan allocated all his attribute points to agility and then summoned his attribute panel for review. Name, 9527 Occupation, Contract Master, Hidden Profession, Strength, 1, Attack Power, 10, Constitution, 11, Health, 10, Agility, 21, Effects Hit Rate, Evasion, and Speed, 10, Spirit, 200, Magic Attack, 10. A Contract Master can summon one servant for every 20 points of Spirit, with success rates influenced by Spirit, Luck, 10, Affects Item Drop Rates, Success Rates for Summoning Servants, etc. Skills, Contract Art, Special Skill. Non-upgradable, Disguise Technique, can disguise as other factions to avoid attacks. Curse Technique Level 2. Using Curse Technique on enemies can reduce their attributes by 2. Vitality Orb. Consumes 10 mana points to conjure a magical Vitality Orb to attack enemies. Inherent Weapon Skill. Ethereal Step. After use, speed increases by 100 for 2 minutes. Backpack. 10 slots. Each slot can stack similar items. Weapon. Bloodthirsty Staff. Orange Weapon. No equipment level requirement. Magic Attack. 100 to 150. Converts 20 magic damage into health, with inherent skill Vitality Orb. Attire. Spirit Feather Garb. Blue Equipment. Defense. 35. Health. 300. Spirit Feather Pants. Blue Equipment. Defense. 25. Health. 200. Spirit Feather Boots. Blue Equipment. Movement Speed. 30. Health. 100. Spirit Feather Cloak. Blue Equipment. Defense. 30. Mana. 300. Spirit Feather Ethereal Set. Grants an additional 50 defense, 500 health. Activates skill, Ethereal Step. Wealth. 310. 202 gold. 93 silver. 25 copper coins. Chapter 79. Mo Yun's general store. After augmenting his attributes, Zhang Xiaofan's agility soared to 21 points, rendering him light as a feather. With a gentle leap, he nearly grazed the lofty ceiling of the room. The Xing Kong game distributed initial attribute points according to a player's physical constitution, with each initial attribute point capped at 10. However, encountering a player with a maximum initial attribute in reality is a rarity akin to finding a phoenix among chickens. Throughout this time, Zhang Xiaofan had only ever witnessed one player with maximum initial agility, the assassin player Batian Jingku, whom he had previously vanquished. With an agility score of 21, he surpassed the average individual by more than threefold. In reality, a threefold increase in speed for an ordinary person is no trivial matter. It is reminiscent of Lin Wanning, who, after allocating all her attribute points to strength, could effortlessly bend steel pipes. Similarly, the boxer Zhao Si, who, despite having only a few attribute points in strength, could easily dominate as a world champion. The sprinter Lu Neng also shattered the 100-meter sprint record after enhancing his agility. Though his agility score likely hovered around a mere 10 points, Zhang Xiaofan pondered, with his 21 points of agility, he could effortlessly catch up to even the world champion sprinter after a brief head start. At this moment, the city lord's wife, Huang Yueying, had been successfully contracted by Zhang Xiaofan and was utterly devoted to him. She no longer felt guilt towards her husband, Yi Lingyun, but rather perceived that it was he who had tarnished her master Zhang Xiaofan's reputation. Following Zhang Xiaofan's instructions, the city lord's wife led him out of the room and directly to the residence of city lord Yi Lingyun. "My lady, you have arrived." Upon seeing Huang Yueying enter his chamber, city lord Yi Lingyun appeared remorseful, recognizing that his inadequacies had subjected his wife to such torment. Huang Yueying, with a stern expression, remarked, "Husband, while you were out, I conducted a thorough investigation on 9527. Zhang Xiaofan remained silent, his head bowed, secretly thinking that the city lord should not blame him. After all, it was Yi Lingyun's indiscriminate hostility that had brought about this situation. The one who took the birthday gifts you presented to my mother was not this individual, but rather the bandits led by Zhuoshan Diao outside Taoyuan village. Huang Yueying continued. 9527 retrieved the birthday gifts from Zhuoshan Diao, and we should be expressing our gratitude. City Lord Yi Lingyun, ever obedient to his wife's words, acknowledged. Indeed, we must express our gratitude. He then turned to Zhang Xiaofan and stated, 9527, please return the birthday gifts you retrieved. I shall reward you with 10,000 gold coins. Zhang Xiaofan's ire ignited instantly. Is this gratitude? It seems more like extortion. City Lord, I sold each of these adornments for 100,000 gold coins. And you expect me to exchange all of them for a mere 10,000 gold coins? Do you take me for a fool? Do not be insolent. These items were originally mine. Offering you 10,000 gold coins is already generous. City Lord Yi Lingyun retorted angrily. You are the one being insolent. I will not permit you to speak to my master 9527 in such a manner. The city lord's wife promptly defended Zhang Xiaofan, nearly revealing the term master. Zhang Xiaofan sighed inwardly, recognizing the benefits of being favored. My lady, why do you protect an outsider so fervently? Yi Lingyun questioned, perplexed. 9527 helped us reclaim the birthday gifts, and yet we respond with such coercion. This tarnishes the reputation of Tianfu City and discredits our royal family. If word spreads, we shall be the laughingstock of the world, Huang Yueying asserted with righteous indignation. What my lady says is indeed reasonable. Yi Lingyun hurriedly agreed, and then turned to Zhang Xiaofan, saying, even as the city lord, I do not possess enough gold coins to redeem 2 chests of birthday gifts. How about this? Propose a condition, and as long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall certainly fulfill it. Zhang Xiaofan contemplated for a moment, realizing that he could not retain the 2 chests of jewelry, as they were not his own. However, the money obtained from the jewelry was meant to purchase the revitalization pearl. Rather than complicate matters, he decided to be straightforward. My lord, I have set my sights on a modest grocery store in the city. If you could transfer ownership of that store to me, I will gladly present you with the 2 chests of jewelry, he proposed. Consider it a trivial matter, the city lord replied casually, pulling out a map of Tianfu City. As long as it is not a large establishment, I shall grant it to you. Which grocery store have you chosen? Zhang Xiaofan stepped forward, pointing to a small, remote grocery store that exclusively sold revitalization pearls. It is this one. The city lord, Yi Lingyun, glanced down and chuckled, recognizing it as the very store where he had commissioned the crafting of the birthday gifts for the Empress Dowager. The store's proprietor, Gonyang Mo, was a master jeweler who, to avoid creating overly common designs, had been forbidden by Yi Lingyun from producing similar pieces. This effectively severed Gonyang Mo's means of livelihood, prompting him to sell only revitalization pearls intended for foreign beings, which the army of Tianfu City could not utilize. Yi Lingyun had been furious, contemplating expelling Gonyang Mo from Tianfu City. Since you refuse to serve the army of Tianfu City, I shall let a mere foreigner become your master and subject you to endless ridicule from your peers. With this thought, Yi Lingyun turned to Zhang Xiaofan and declared, granted. That grocery store is now yours, including its owner, who shall henceforth be your servant. Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback by the unexpected ease of the arrangement and quickly retrieved the 2 large chests of jewelry from his spatial inventory to present to Yi Lingyun. With Huang Yueying present, he felt no fear of Yi Lingyun reneging on the agreement. After obtaining the 2 chests, Yi Lingyun marked the location of the grocery store on the map and instructed Zhang Xiaofan, press your handprint here. Zhang Xiaofan placed his finger on the designated spot on the map. Ding. Congratulations, player 9527. You have acquired the Mo Yun grocery store in Tianfu City and gained the servant Gonyang Mo. The system notification ignited Zhang Xiaofan's excitement. Acquiring the Mo Yun grocery store meant that all the revitalization pearls within were now his, allowing him to carry thousands in his inventory and essentially ensuring his resurrection in the game indefinitely. With this thought, Zhang Xiaofan bid farewell to City Lord Yi Lingyun and his wife, Huang Yueying, intending to inspect his new establishment. Chapter 80. The fish takes the bait. The city lord's wife escorted Zhang Xiaofan to the entrance of the city lord's residence, gazing at him with reluctance. My lord, I cannot bear to see you leave. Why not allow me to accompany you on your adventures, wandering the world and reveling in the freedom of love? Envying only the pair of mandarin ducks and not the immortals? Enough of this nonsense, Zhang Xiaofan replied coldly. I fear that the city lord, in a fit of rage, might castrate me. He would dare. Huang Yueying exclaimed, her temper flaring. I shall report this to his majesty and request to be betrothed to you. That Yi Lingyun is nothing compared to you. All right. Zhang Xiaofan interrupted her hastily. The time is not yet right. We shall discuss it later. You have been contracted to me, and our hearts are in sync. If you ever feel lonely, do not hesitate to contact me. Farewell." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Huang Yueying standing outside the city lord's residence, her expression one of lingering sorrow. Zhang Xiaofan had previously asked Lin Wanqing to wait for him outside the Mo Yun grocery store, and he wondered if she was still there. Upon arriving at the grocery store, he saw no sign of Lin Wanqing. Just as he was about to step inside, a system notification sounded. Ding. Your game login time is about to reach 8 hours. Please prepare to log off. As the countdown concluded, Zhang Xiaofan, who had not yet entered the grocery store, was abruptly enveloped in a flash of white light and ejected from the game. Removing the game helmet, Zhang Xiaofan reflected on the peculiarities of life, noting the striking resemblance between the city lord's wife in the game and Liao Xue. Who would have thought that after lying in bed for 5 years, his first experience of recovery would be overshadowed by a mere string of data in a game? This was indeed a significant loss. With a nimble leap, Zhang Xiaofan sprang from his bed, only to collide headfirst with the ceiling. Realizing that he had increased his agility to 21 points in the game, he understood that he was no longer the same. His body felt as agile as a monkey, and he needed time to adjust. After a quick shower and changing into fresh clothes, Zhang Xiaofan approached the window, drew back the curtains, lit a cigarette, and gazed down at the enchanting night scene of Nanshan City. Suddenly, his stomach growled. It was time for a meal. Extinguishing his cigarette, he headed for the door. Now a man of considerable means, ready to indulge in a bowl of noodles with extra beef. Such extravagance suited him perfectly. As he exited his room, he noticed that the door to Liao Xue's apartment was wide open, and he could hear her singing a birthday song. There were only 2 units on this floor, both originally belonging to Liao Xue, and access to the floor required a keycard, ensuring security. Since Liao Xue had just visited Zhang Xiaofan's room, he had left his door ajar. Knocking on Liao Xue's open door, he called out, "Li Zong, celebrating a birthday, I see?" Before Liao Xue could respond, Xiao Tong piped up, "Mommy, the big bad guy is awake." Zhang Xiaofan was bewildered. When had he become the big bad guy? Liao Xue, recalling Zhang Xiaofan's previous murmurs, blushed slightly and hurried over to him. "Indeed, today is Xiao Ting's 6th birthday, and the nanny has prepared a feast. Come in and join us." Zhang Xiaofan did not hesitate to step through the door, gazing at the lavish spread of delicacies before him, marveling at the opulence and simplicity of the affluent lifestyle. Reflecting on his earlier intention to indulge in double portions of beef ramen, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, he was a billionaire. Yet his thoughts seemed so pedestrian. "Xiao Tong, he is the great hero who saved you back then. You should thank your uncle," Liao Xue said, turning to her son. "Thank you, uncle. I'll treat you to birthday cake," Xiao Tong replied, as he approached Zhang Xiaofan, taking his hand and leading him to the dining table. Behind them, Liao Xue observed in amazement. She was aware that her son had some social anxieties, yet he appeared remarkably at ease in the presence of Zhang Xiaofan, devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity. Could it be due to Zhang Xiaofan's past heroism? It shouldn't be. Considering Xiao Tong was only 1 year old at the time and likely had no recollection of Zhang Xiaofan's appearance, she pondered silently. As Zhang Xiaofan surveyed the table laden with sumptuous dishes, his hunger intensified. Ruffling Xiao Tong's hair, he casually inquired, "Why did you call your uncle a big bad guy just now?" Liao Xue was unable to intervene in time, and Xiao Tong blurted out, "Because Mom and I came to find you earlier, and you were talking in your sleep." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan felt utterly mortified, evidently. The events that transpired in the game had echoed into his physical reality, and Liao Xue had witnessed it. How embarrassing. Liao Xue, unsure of how to diffuse the awkwardness, stood frozen with a flushed face. Zhang Xiaofan scratched his head and addressed Xiao Tong. "Uncle didn't know it was your birthday today and didn't prepare a gift. How about I take you to the amusement park another day?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Tong's face lit up with joy as he eagerly hooked his pinky with Zhang Xiaofan's, chanting that whoever lied would be a little puppy, and lamenting that his mother wouldn't allow him to play outside or ride roller coasters. Typical childlike banter. "Let us eat. It will get cold and taste bad." Liao Xue interjected to steer the conversation away, which eased the atmosphere somewhat. Zhang Xiaofan took a seat and grabbed a large crab, expertly dismantling it and devouring it with remarkable speed. Although he had never tasted such a dish before, the memories of a national-level chef resided in his mind, rendering him quite familiar with it. He consumed more than half of the abundant feast alone, feeling that ever since he had augmented his attributes, his appetite had significantly increased. Could this be a sign of his body's renewed development? Just then, his phone rang. He pulled it out to discover a call from Wu Di. Zhang Xiaofan rose and moved to the window to answer the call. "Brother-in-law, I've contacted my sister." Wu Di's excited voice came through the line, addressing him as brother-in-law despite Zhang Xiaofan not yet being wed to Wu Manni. "What did you say? You didn't slip up, did you?" Zhang Xiaofan was anxious not to alert Wu Manni, allowing her to escape once more. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I remembered everything you told me. To find my sister. I contacted her close friend, and after several inquiries, I obtained her new phone number, Wu Di explained. To create a surprise for you. I told my sister that our mother is terminally ill and wishes to see her one last time, prompting her to rush back home from afar. Well done. Zhang Xiaofan thought with a smirk. This scoundrel was indeed a devoted son. My sister also asked about your condition, and I continued to deceive her, saying you were still in the hospital, unconscious. Wu Di continued. This way, when you meet my sister, it will surely be a tremendous surprise. Zhang Xiaofan chuckled. Indeed, the surprise would be monumental. Chapter 81. The elite hunter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan lost his appetite for food and quietly said into the phone, "Send me your sister's address." Brother-in-law, don't forget the 5,000 yuan reward you promised me, Wu Di promptly reminded him. Rest assured, brother. After I surprise your sister, I'll add another 5,000 for you, Zhang Xiaofan whispered, wary of Li Aoxue overhearing. Really? That is wonderful. My sister should be back shortly. Hurry and prepare the surprise. I'm afraid we might get caught, Wu Di exclaimed excitedly. Keep her steady. I'll get to work. Zhang Xiaofan concluded before hanging up. Li Zong, I have a matter to attend to. I must take my leave, Zhang Xiaofan said, tucking his phone into his pocket as he addressed Li Aoxue. Uncle, don't forget our agreement. Xiao Ting quickly stood up, reminding Zhang Xiaofan. You promised to take me to the amusement park. Don't worry, Hua Tong. I'll make sure to get you a membership at the amusement park so you can have plenty of fun, Zhang Xiaofan replied, walking towards the door. Li Aoxue accompanied him to the entrance, watching Zhang Xiaofan's retreating figure, her eyes filled with suspicion. She had caught a faint glimpse of his phone conversation and felt an inexplicable sense of mystery surrounding this young man who had just emerged from a state of vegetative existence. Once outside the community, Zhang Xiaofan opened the Beastmaster space and released Huang Xilang, giving him specific instructions. Huang Xilang then vanished into the darkness. Zhang Xiaofan proceeded directly to Wu Manni's residence. In reality, Huang Xilang bore a slight difference in appearance from his in-game counterpart, yet he remained strikingly handsome. Standing approximately 185 centimeters tall with a well-proportioned physique, his muscles taut and contours smooth. His hair was lustrous and black, slightly curly, falling perfectly over his forehead, exuding an air of effortless style. His brows were thick and well-groomed, resembling two black swords that arched slightly, conveying a sense of vigor and confidence. His bright, deep-set eyes sparkled like stars, reflecting a nonchalant demeanor. A straight nose added depth and allure to his profile, while his lips curved into a subtle smile, presenting an aura of warmth and friendliness. At this moment, Huang Xihong was clad in a relaxed sports outfit, adorned with a Richard Mille watch that Zhang Xiaofan had acquired at the Longjiayin secret base, embodying the quintessential image of a carefree, wealthy heir. Boss, I need a rental car, Huang Xihong called out as he arrived at the largest car rental service center in Nanshan City. The owner of the front desk, having encountered countless individuals, could discern from Huang Xihong's disdainful gaze that he was either affluent or of noble descent. Sir, what type of vehicle would you like to rent? He inquired, noting that most of the staff had already left for the day, leaving him to manage the inventory. The most expensive car you have. And provide me with a driver for a day, Huang Xihong stated without hesitation, pulling a gold bar from his pocket and placing it before the owner. I left my phone at home, and all I have are some cash and this gold bar. Surely this can serve as rent. The owner examined the gold bar and confirmed its authenticity, though he hesitated. Sir, we do not have a precedent for transactions in gold, and besides, our finest vehicle does not require such a sum for a day's rental. That is only because I have not been here before. Had I arrived sooner, such a precedent would already exist, Huang Xihong retorted, lifting the gold bar again. In that case, I shall seek another rental service. I refuse to believe that a distinguished heir of a gold and jewelry tycoon cannot procure a mere mode of transportation. With that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, the owner quickly intercepted him. Please do not rush. We can discuss this matter further. May I ask your esteemed surname? Do not ask so many questions. If you can provide the vehicle, then do so. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. There is no need for idle chatter, Huang Xihong replied impatiently. The more arrogant he appeared, the more reassured the owner felt, especially since the request for a driver indicated that he was not the type to rent a car for illicit purposes. Our best vehicle at the moment is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Allow me to show it to you, the owner said eagerly. However, the rental fee will not be that substantial. Any excess can be considered as the driver's compensation. There's no need to showcase the vehicle. Simply bring it out. I do not wish to waste time, Huang Xihong expressed with evident irritation. The owner, overjoyed, promptly contacted a male salesperson to act as the driver and brought forth the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Huang Xihong settled into the back seat, tossing the gold bar to the owner and instructing the driver to the Bulgari Hotel. The Rolls-Royce Phantom swiftly arrived outside the Bulgari Hotel, where Huang Xihong did not hasten to exit. Instead, he gazed through the window, fixated on the parking lot outside the hotel entrance. Shortly thereafter, a taxi pulled up, and 4 glamorous women, adorned with ostentatious jewelry and heavy makeup, alighted. The women giggled as they paid the fare and strolled towards the Bulgari Hotel. These were the close friends of Manni, who, during Zhang Xiaofan's 5-year illness, had maintained contact through her phone, keeping her informed of their whereabouts. Huang Xihong, as Zhang Xiaofan's contracted beast, shared an intuitive bond with him, effortlessly grasping the information Zhang Xiaofan possessed. Upon spotting the women, Huang Xihong leisurely opened the car door and stepped out, sauntering towards the hotel ahead of them. "Wow, look at that Rolls-Royce," one of the women exclaimed, and indeed, the luxurious vehicle quickly captured their attention. "Did you see that guy getting out of the Rolls-Royce? He's so handsome." Another woman, clad in tight yoga pants, exclaimed. "Such a quality man. How come we've never seen him before?" inquired a woman with reddish-brown hair. "Sisters, what are we waiting for? Let's go," urged a short-haired woman, prompting the others to quicken their pace in pursuit of Huang Xihong, who was nearing the hotel entrance. Unfazed, Huang Xihong smirked coldly to himself, acknowledging the wisdom of his master. High-end hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. As Huang Xihong entered the hotel lobby, guided by a server towards the dining area, the 4 friends of Manni followed closely behind. They settled into a booth adjacent to Huang Xihong's table, stealing glances at him intermittently. "Did you see that stunning watch he's wearing? A Richard Mille, worth tens of millions," whispered the woman in the revealing top. "Is it adorned with gold and diamonds?" The reddish-brown-haired girl marveled. "Such extravagance is not new to me. I once dated a guy who wore a similar watch," the short-haired woman nonchalantly boasted. The woman in yoga pants, seizing the opportunity, rose and intentionally swayed her hips towards Huang Xihong, exclaiming, "It seems a bit warm today. I feel quite hot in this light attire." The others recognized her intentions, and the reddish-brown-haired girl chimed in, "It certainly is hot. This weather is perfect for a swim. We should head to the pool later. I haven't worn my bikini in ages." Observing their clumsy attempts to attract attention, Huang Xihong felt disdain, thinking, "What a pitiful display, trying to flaunt themselves before me. It is obvious that they are padded." "Excuse me, miss. This is my first visit to Nanshan City. I am unfamiliar with the area. Might I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance?" Huang Xihong addressed the woman in yoga pants. With her back turned to him, the yoga pants-clad woman raised an eyebrow at her companions, signaling that the bait had been taken. Sisters, understanding each other's intentions, the short-haired woman quickly pulled the one in yoga pants closer and addressed Huang Xilang, saying, "Sir, is it a bit presumptuous to seek friendship with us upon our first encounter?" The woman with chestnut-red hair chimed in. "Indeed, in this world rife with ill-intentioned individuals, we, having just stepped into society, feel quite apprehensive. If you could treat us to a sumptuous meal, we might consider your friendship." The woman in the tank top, straightforward and blunt, cut to the chase. Huang Xilang, however, deviated from the expected, ignoring the lady's remarks and instead turned to gaze out the window, his expression melancholic yet captivating. The young women were taken aback. This handsome man displayed a unique character, choosing not to pursue the conversation, which indicated he was not the type to be easily swayed by female company, but rather a genuine high-class individual who did not lack for female attention. "Waiter, a bowl of exquisite Longjing tea," Huang Xilang called out to the server. The ladies were impressed by his taste. Instead of simply addressing the server, he referred to him as Xiao Air, and rather than ordering coffee at the luxurious Bulgari, he opted for a cup of Longjing tea. Observing Huang Xilang's demeanor, the women felt no disdain. Instead, their eyes sparkled with admiration, as he casually retrieved a stack of renminbi from his pocket and handed it to the server as a tip. Any seemingly lowly act, when augmented by wealth, emanates an air of sophistication. Seeing this, the women signaled to their companion in yoga pants to take action. The yoga pants-clad woman swayed her hips as she approached Huang Xilang, speaking sweetly. "Sir, my sisters were merely jesting with you. How could someone as handsome as you be a bad person? Even if you were, we would still be willing to be your friends." Unexpectedly, Huang Xilang pulled the yoga pants woman onto his lap, playfully teasing her as he laughed. "I am indeed a bad person. Your sisters were right." The yoga pants woman, gazing at the handsome man so near, felt a rush of excitement and secretly admired him, thinking he was charming and domineering, yet feigning a pouting expression as she protested. "Sir, how can you be so cruel to us?" The other ladies, witnessing this, rose and attempted to pull the yoga pants woman away, thinking it improper for the gentleman to indulge without some reciprocation, despite his undeniable charm. Huang Xiling chuckled heartily, nonchalantly producing a gold bar from his pocket and placing it on the table with a resounding thud, addressing the ladies. "This gold bar is worth 400,000. You four can split it, on the condition that you allow me to have my fun with you tonight. Is there a problem with that?" The short-haired woman, suddenly emotional, exclaimed, "Do you think we can be swayed by such a trivial gold bar?" She picked up the bar, her tone shifting as she whispered, "Is this real or fake?" Biting it, Her face transformed with surprise as she declared, "This is real gold. It withstands a bite." The chestnut-haired woman and the one in the tank top reacted swiftly, surrounding Huang Xiling and exclaiming, "Sir, how could you say that? We are not greedy, but we feel a connection with you. Exactly, with your handsome looks. Not just one encounter of fun, but two would be delightful." The short-haired woman tucked the gold bar into her bag and moved behind Huang Xiling, massaging his shoulders as she spoke. "Ha ha ha, you cheeky ladies are quite bold. I find it rather appealing," Huang Xiling remarked, inadvertently revealing his identity within the game. Yet, the socialites showed no signs of skepticism. They thought to themselves that he could say whatever he wished, given his wealth. Still, they noted that he was rather modest in self-identification, calling himself the prince instead of simply claiming to be a king. The short-haired woman freed a hand to take a selfie, capturing Huang Xiling's handsome profile, and she edited a caption for her social media. "If deep feelings are betrayed, what does it matter to be lonely in the years to come? Let my solitude be accompanied by a solitary Rolls-Royce and a lonely handsome man for a midnight revelry." The other ladies, not to be outdone, swiftly took out their phones to snap photos with Huang Xiling, also including the Rolls-Royce they had photographed downstairs, creating a flashy video to boast about on social media. The reason these women ventured further into the realm of false socialites, even to the extent of openly pricing themselves, was due to an overwhelming sense of competition and vanity. Once they had the means to boast, not doing so could lead to a sense of suffocation. Noticing the bait had been taken, Huang Xiling casually remarked, "I am not fond of the number 4. Do you have any other good friends? Gather 5 of you together, and we shall have a drink. A referral fee is assured." The women perked up at his words, quickly scrolling through their phones for pictures of their close friends to present to Huang Xiling for selection. Huang Xiling examined the options and pointed to a photo of Manni on the short-haired woman's phone, saying, "This one will do." Chapter 83. Life is like a play. While Huang Xiling was engaging with the ladies, Zhang Xiaofan had already arrived at Manni's residence. But she was not home at the moment. Ding dong. Zhang Xiaofan rang the doorbell. Wu Di promptly opened the door, welcoming Zhang Xiaofan, who was carrying a black leather suitcase. Wu Di's parents were also present and warmly greeted Zhang Xiaofan as he stepped inside. Wu Di's father, though not well acquainted with Zhang Xiaofan, was overly enthusiastic upon learning from his wife and son about the 1 million yuan betrothal gift, addressing Zhang Xiaofan as son-in-law with great eagerness. Zhang Xiaofan did not hesitate. He placed the black leather suitcase onto the table and opened it, addressing Wu Di's parents. "Uncle, aunt, here is 1,100,000. 1 million is the bride price for your daughter, and the remaining 100,000 is Wu Di's reward." Upon seeing the vibrant red banknotes inside the suitcase, Wu Di's parents beamed with joy. His father quickly handed Zhang Xiaofan a cigarette, praising his straightforwardness, while his mother busied herself with tea, remarking on her daughter's good fortune. Wu Di, who had never encountered such a sum before, hurriedly approached to count the money. After closing the suitcase and lifting it, he said to his parents, "Mom, Dad, having so much money at home isn't safe. I'll take it to the bank right away." Wu Di's parents silently criticized him for lacking sophistication. But out of respect for Zhang Xiaofan, they refrained from expressing their discontent, thinking it best to let him be, as the money was ultimately intended for his future marriage. As Wu Di carried the suitcase out, excitement radiated from him. After more than 20 years, he felt as if he had been struck by a fortune from the heavens. Convinced that this money was rightfully his and that his sister could not claim a single cent, he even imagined that it was time for him to find a new girlfriend. With her demeanor, how could she possibly be worthy of a millionaire? By this hour, it was evening and no banks were open. Wu Di's intention was merely to secure the money for himself. Suddenly, from a dark corner of the street, a robust man emerged, shouting, "This tree is planted by me. This road is opened by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll." Wu Di reacted swiftly, sprinting away. Times had changed. In the past, he had nothing to fear, but now, with 1 million in cash, he could not afford any mishaps. However, the robust man was remarkably swift, closing the distance in just a few strides. With a single slap, he knocked Wu Di to the ground and delivered a harsh stomp to his groin. Wu Di let out a heart-wrenching scream, feeling as if something had burst within him, before his vision faded and he lost consciousness. The robust man seized the suitcase from Wu Di's grip, snorting disdainfully, "My master's money is not so easily taken." He then swaggered away, leaving Wu Di sprawled on the deserted street like a lifeless dog. "Zhang Xiaofan, is it?" Wu Manni's father poured a glass of Maotai and remarked. "Truly a promising young man, handsome and talented, and most importantly, discerning enough to choose our Manni." Wu Manni's mother nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, our Manni is a natural beauty, pure and virtuous. 1 million as a bride price may even be somewhat of an understatement." "Of course," Wu Manni's father continued. "We have raised our daughter with great care for over 20 years. 1 million is certainly not excessive. However, I believe Xiaofan will make further gestures in the future. Won't you, Xiaofan? Zhang Xiaofan silently scoffed at the couple's greed, thinking to himself how Wu Manni's character had nothing to do with purity. Certainly. This 1 million is merely the bride price. After marrying Manni, I will undoubtedly show further appreciation, Zhang Xiaofan solemnly stated. Excellent. Let us share a toast. Wu Manni's father replied with satisfaction. I shall await your future gestures. Just then, the sound of a key in the lock was heard from outside. Wu Manni's mother, setting down the snacks, said to her husband, that must be that rascal Wu Di returning. Mom, are you all right? As the door swung open, a disheveled Wu Manni stood there, shock etched on her face. Wu Manni's mother, displeased at the sight of her daughter, snapped. Where have you been, you wretched girl? What could possibly be wrong with me? But Wu Di said you were unwell, and that I should return to see you one last time, Wu Manni exclaimed. Only to notice Zhang Xiaofan in the living room, causing her expression to change dramatically. She felt a sense of confusion. Why was he here? Had he recovered? Was he coming to demand the money she had deceived from his parents? As Wu Manni's anxiety heightened, her mother pulled her into the living room, stating, he has come to propose. Why are you standing there? And that rascal Wu Di, when he returns, I will not hesitate to break his legs for speaking of me in such a manner. Zhang Xiaofan, observing Wu Manni's entrance, feigned deep emotion and declared, Manni, thank you for your unwavering support. I have recovered and come to marry you. Wu Manni was momentarily bewildered and replied, when did you recover? Are you not aware of what transpired during those 5 years? I am well aware. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes reddened, not from emotion but from fury. Wu Manni gasped in shock. He truly knew everything. She had deceived his parents for 5 years while cavorting with others at his bedside. He must be here for revenge. As Wu Manni prepared to flee, Zhang Xiaofan gently continued. Throughout these 5 years, I have thought of you ceaselessly, trapped in darkness, isolated from the world, unable to hear or see anything. Yet I know you must have missed me as well, correct? Faced with this unexpected declaration of affection, Wu Manni's heart softened. Realizing she had worried unnecessarily, Zhang Xiaofan was unaware of the events that had unfolded. She awkwardly replied, yes, yes. Zhang Xiaofan internally smirked, thinking of the theatricality of life. Recognizing his own talent for performance. Chapter 84. Amplifying desire. Gazing at Zhang Xiaofan's reddened eyes, Wu Manni silently cursed him for being foolish, like his parents. He was oblivious to the deception she had spun for so many years. Surely, she must have saved the galaxy in a past life to encounter such a heartfelt family. Mom, did you say Xiaofan came to propose? Wu Manni turned to her mother and asked. Yes, he came with a suitcase of 1 million cash to propose. What a charmingly straightforward young man, Wu Manni's mother replied with a smile. What, 1 million? Wu Manni suddenly lost her composure. Indeed. It has already been taken by your younger brother to the bank. By the way, did you not encounter your brother on your way back? Wu Manni's father set down his wine glass and addressed Wu Manni. Zhang Xiaofan, are you foolish? How could you give money to Wu Di? This is akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, Wu Manni exclaimed in frustration. Be quiet. How can you speak of your brother in such a manner? Wu Manni's father retorted, saying, the betrothal gift brought by Zhang Xiaofan is meant for your brother's marriage. We are family, so why speak so distantly? Father, at this late hour, where would Wu Di be depositing money? He is clearly taking this money to indulge in a life of excess, Wu Manni countered. Feeling a deep resentment towards Zhang Xiaofan for being such a fool, as this money originally belonged to her, and now it has conveniently gone to that scoundrel Wu Di. How much money do you still have? Wu Manni quickly turned to Zhang Xiaofan and inquired. Mr. Li gave me 2 million as a token of gratitude. I brought 1,100,000 to your family and spent several 100,000 furnishing my home, Zhang Xiaofan replied calmly. However, Manni, rest assured, I am currently working at Mr. Li's company, earning 5,000 a month. I will definitely be able to support you and our future child, he added. Wu Manni was immediately taken aback, realizing that this left her with practically nothing. How could he expect to marry her and have children with such a meager sum? She felt a surge of anger for having been so overly excited only to end up with nothing. Enough, enough, let's not speak of this any further. Let us continue to drink, Wu Manni's father said, sensing that his family was appearing somewhat greedy. All right, Zhang Xiaofan replied, taking a seat and raising his glass towards Wu Manni's father, saying, Uncle, I toast to you, and I promise to be filial towards you and auntie in the future. Wu Manni's father beamed and happily drank with Zhang Xiaofan. Wu Manni's mother then pulled Wu Manni aside and said, Manni, Zhang Xiaofan is quite good. You must seize this opportunity. Besides, he still has several 100,000, which will be sufficient for your life together after marriage. Wu Manni shot her mother a glance, inwardly scoffing at the notion of a mere several 100,000 being significant. How could she abandon her current life as a socialite to become a mere housewife for such a trifling amount? With this thought, Wu Manni felt a wave of disinterest wash over her and told her mother, I feel a bit tired. I will return to my room for now. After saying this, she returned to her room with a cold expression. Wu Manni took out her phone, intending to share Zhang Xiaofan's foolishness with her friends, when she suddenly noticed a social media post from her friend just a few minutes earlier, outside the Bulgari Hotel, with a man whose handsomeness was beyond reason, heading towards a Rolls-Royce, accompanied by the caption, "My understated daily life." This display of arrogance could earn a score of 90. She was almost surpassing me, Wu Manni thought bitterly, feeling resentment towards her so-called friends, who had found a sugar daddy without inviting her. Just then, Wu Manni's phone rang, revealing it was her friend Xiaomei calling. Upon answering, she heard Xiaomei's excited voice, "Sister Manni, hurry to Tianshang Rinjian. The son of an international jewelry tycoon has just landed in Nanshan City, and our sisters have already captured him. This guy is extravagantly generous. After just a few minutes of acquaintance, he gifted us a gold bar worth 400,000 RMB. Then, another friend, Xiaoli, chimed in, "Manni, don't say we didn't inform you of good fortune. Missing out on such a big catch would be your greatest loss in this lifetime. With your looks, you might even secure a position. Just don't forget your sisters when you do." The call was abruptly disconnected, igniting a spark of ambition within Wu Manni. None of those girls could compare to her beauty. If she made a move, they would all have to step aside. Yet, she acknowledged that at least they had the decency to remember her during such good fortune, not forgetting the time she treated them to the Bulgari Hotel. With that thought, Wu Manni stood up and walked towards the bathroom to wash up, wanting to feel fragrant and change into a stylish outfit to outshine her friends. Even the son of a jewelry tycoon would have to bow before her charm. After quickly preparing herself, Wu Manni emerged with a light step and addressed her parents and Zhang Xiaofan, who were still drinking in the living room. "I have something to attend to outside for a moment. What could you possibly need to do out at this hour?" Wu Manni's father expressed some dissatisfaction, as Zhang Xiaofan had just gifted their family $1 million. It was only proper for her to accompany him. "Do not go asking your brother for money. We are family and should not draw such clear lines," Wu Manni's mother cautioned quietly, thinking Wu Manni might be distressed over the million. "Humph, a mere million. Wu Manni, do not concern myself with such trifles," Wu Manni scoffed, casting a glance at Zhang Xiaofan on the sofa, seemingly expressing her discontent. "I will see you off," Zhang Xiaofan offered, rising from his seat. "No need," Wu Manni replied coldly, adding, "And do not think that just because you brought $1 million to my family, you can win me over. I am quite valuable." With that, she turned and walked out without looking back. Zhang Xiaofan pretended to be embarrassed, while Wu Manni's mother approached to advise, "Xiaofan, do not take her words to heart. Manni has been spoiled since childhood, and this is simply her nature." Indeed, what Manni said is not entirely unfounded. $1 million is somewhat lacking, Wu Manni's father chimed in. Raising his glass again, Zhang Xiaofan felt a chill in his heart, but maintained a smile, saying, "Uncle and Auntie, rest assured, not only did Mr. Li give me $2 million, but he also granted me some shares in AO Shui real estate. I will ensure that Manni lives a good life." Upon hearing this, Wu Manni's parents were instantly intrigued. Shares in AO Shui real estate? This suggested there might be deeper possibilities. "You are not deceiving us, are you? You merely saved their son. Giving you $2 million was already generous enough. How could they possibly give you shares?" Wu Manni's mother questioned, somewhat incredulous. Zhang Xiaofan walked to the window, took out his car keys, and pressed a button, causing a car downstairs to respond with a beep. "Uncle and Aunt, did you see that car? It was purchased with my share of dividends, costing over $4 million. Zhang Xiaofan remarked with a serene expression, though internally, he contemplated how to amplify your desires only to let you taste the bitter fruit of futility. In Chapter 85, Tianshang Rinjian, over $4 million? Wu Manni's mother exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the worth of such a car and suspecting deception. Wu Manni's father approached the window, pointing at the vehicle below, equally astounded as he addressed Zhang Xiaofan. "Is that Bentley truly yours?" As Zhang Xiaofan pressed the lock button, the car responded, prompting Wu Manni's father to excitedly turn to his wife, exclaiming, "The moment I first laid eyes on Xiaofan, I knew he was a dragon among men. Our Manni has found a worthy suitor." Wu Manni's mother realized Zhang Xiaofan had indeed spoken the truth. The car was genuinely as valuable as it appeared, and she felt a surge of excitement, recognizing her earlier underestimation of him. She had thought that he merely received 200,000, unaware that he had acquired a golden goose. "Dear, when we married, you promised to take me to Bali for a vacation. Now our daughter is on the verge of marriage, yet your promise remains unfulfilled," Wu Manni's mother sighed, her words laden with implication. "Rest assured, once Manni and I are wed, we will plan a trip to Bali together," Zhang Xiaofan replied with a sense of understanding. Wu Manni's mother beamed at Zhang Xiaofan's thoughtfulness, turning to her husband to express her admiration. Wu Manni's father chimed in, "It isn't that I didn't want to take you. My old Jetta simply isn't suitable for long trips," casting a glance at Zhang Xiaofan. "After Manni and I are married, I shall gift you a Mercedes," Zhang Xiaofan declared confidently, thumping his chest in assurance. Wu Manni's father was overjoyed, firmly deciding that this son-in-law was irreplaceable. No one, Not even Jesus could take him from us. By the way, Xiaofan, once you and Manni are married, we shall be family. When Wu Di gets married, you must lend a hand, Wu Manni's mother said, hinting at her son Wu Di's future. Of course, aunt. From now on, we are family. Wu Di is like my own brother. His marriage is my concern, and his bride is my bride. I will assist him wholeheartedly, Zhang Xiaofan responded boldly. This boy possesses quite the sense of humor. Wu Digui and his wife laughed heartily, ushering Zhang Xiaofan back to his seat, offering cigarettes and drinks with great enthusiasm. Wu Manni's mother discreetly wiped away tears of joy. Her good fortune had finally arrived with Zhang Xiaofan as a son-in-law, and the future held promise. Wu Manni hailed a taxi. As her friends had already moved from the Bulgari Hotel to Tianshang Renjian Entertainment Club, she needed to hurry, or she would miss out entirely. Who is this drunken fool lying in the middle of the road at this hour? Doesn't he fear being run over? The taxi driver remarked. Noticing Wu Di sprawled out on the pavement, Wu Manni only saw a figure on the ground and did not recognize who it was, echoing the driver's sentiment. A person's drinking reflects their character. Anyone who drinks to such excess surely deserves their fate. The taxi driver caught a glimpse of Wu Manni in the rearview mirror and was taken aback. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman who had been stripped at Nanshan Hospital a while back. Not to mention, her figure is certainly striking. Miss, forget about Tianshang Renjian tonight. Come with me instead, and I'll give you 500. What do you say? The taxi driver, intrigued, made a proposition. What are you saying? Do you take me for someone of low character? Be careful, or I shall report you for harassment. Wu Manni erupted like a cat with its fur bristled, furious at the taxi driver. Don't pretend. You're just a cheap woman, the taxi driver retorted while driving. 500 is the going rate. If you think it's insufficient, I can offer a bit more. Add more. I'll call the police. Wu Manni was thoroughly incensed. Reflecting on how her ordeal at the hospital had spread throughout Nanshan City, and lamenting the incompetence of the police who had yet to catch the assailant. The taxi driver, unwilling to force the issue, dropped Wu Manni at the entrance of Tianshang Renjian, coldly stating, 500 bucks. Why don't you go rob a bank? It's such a short distance, and you dare charge me 500. Wu Manni felt her anger boiling over. Then call the police and let them sort it out. The taxi driver calmly suggested, aware of Wu Manni's urgency. Poor fool, destined to eat only 4 dishes for a lifetime. Wu Manni had no time to waste. She pulled out 500 from her bag and tossed it into the driver's lap. You won't earn my 500, but I shall earn yours, you wretched woman. The taxi driver muttered to himself, pressing the accelerator as the exhaust fumes made Wu Manni wrinkle her nose. At the Tianshang Renjian Entertainment Club, Huang Xiling's table was laden with an array of high-end beverages, including expensive champagne, top-shelf tequila, and exquisite cocktails. Among these bottles lay a considerable amount of cash, piled high like a small mountain, radiating an alluring glow. This table alone exuded opulence and temptation, embodying the essence of indulgence. Huang Xiling, with remarkable adaptability, embraced the persona of a carefree wealthy heir, enhanced by the power of money. Inside the private room, the music blasted loudly, with pulsating rhythms and dynamic beats igniting a fervor among the patrons. Dazzling lights and flickering images intertwined in the dance floor, creating an atmosphere of exhilaration. 4 faux socialites gyrated wildly to the music in front of Huang Xiling, seeking to please their affluent benefactor. Just then, the door swung open, and Wu Manni entered with an air of allure. 4 dancing friends hurriedly brought Wu Manni to sit in front of Huang Xiling, eagerly introducing their dear companion to him. Huang Xiling cast a fleeting glance at Wu Manni. Indeed, this was the woman whom the master wished to punish. He casually grabbed a stack of cash from the table and thrust it into the hands of the 4 ladies, saying, "Very well, this is your introduction fee." The 4 women instantly rejoiced, stuffing the bills into their bags while signaling to Wu Manni with their eyes, urging her to seize the opportunity. Chapter 86. Shattered Dreams. Wu Manni gracefully settled beside Huang Xiling, utterly captivated by the striking man before her. Handsome and wealthy, he was undoubtedly a gift from the heavens. "Young master, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wu Manni," she began, but was abruptly interrupted by Huang Xiling, who lifted a bottle of brandy from the table and declared, "Your name is of little consequence. What matters is your joy. Drink this, and all the money on the table is yours." Upon hearing Huang Xiling's words, Wu Manni's friends' eyes sparkled with excitement, and they rushed forward, exclaiming, "Young master, we would like to drink too. Don't shower all your affection on just one person. Let us all share in the delight." Gazing at the stacks of cash on the table and the bottle of brandy Huang Xiling offered, Wu Manni furrowed her brow. This man truly lacked romance. Yet the choice was difficult. With a resounding clap, Huang Xiling produced a gold bar and slammed it on the table, saying, "What is the matter? Do you refuse to honor this prince, or deem the money insufficient?" Seeing her 4 friends poised for action, Wu Manni wasted no time. She seized the bottle and began to drink heartily. "Today, She would risk it all for this gentleman. The gold bar, combined with the cash on the table, approached nearly $1 million. With just one bottle of liquor, she was bound to gain immensely. After downing the brandy, Manni felt dazed, her senses swirling. She leaned into the handsome man beside her. Huang Xiling pushed her away and handed her a bottle of rum, stating, "Drink this, and my prince will double your reward." At that moment, Manni could barely maintain her awareness. She hesitated upon hearing Huang Xiling's words, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of wealth, accepting the bottle and pouring it down her throat. Good, good, good. Huang Xiling laughed heartily as he watched Manni drink again and called out to the 5 ladies in the box, "Let us revel." As music played, the alcohol on the table dwindled, and Manni and her friends swayed wildly to the rhythm, seemingly eager to shake out their very souls. Huang Xiling exhaled a smoke ring, finding this world of the master far more intriguing than his own. Manni felt as though she were about to soar. Her body throbbed with excitement, uncontrollably moving to the music. Her consciousness began to fade, and it seemed her friends departed one by one. Yet, Manni remained unfazed. The ensuing events were merely a dance of passion, and with such a dashing man, she felt a hint of anticipation. Sure enough, she felt a strong arm wrap around her shoulder, guiding her toward the door. As she slightly opened her eyes, she saw the handsome man, and she instinctively leaned her head against his shoulder, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Take me away, take me to the ends of the earth. I am willing to give you everything," was the last thought lingering in Manni's mind. Manni drifted into a sweet dream, envisioning herself married to a jewelry tycoon's son, living a life of luxury where everything was catered to her. She traveled in a Rolls-Royce, attended glamorous gatherings with the charming Huang Gongzi, basking in love and admiration. Her parents beamed with pride, and her friends looked at her with envy. In a lavish villa, even mealtime was served by a maid, though she often found fault with the maid's clumsiness, who had inadvertently caused her discomfort on several occasions. "Could you be more careful? If you poke my throat again, I will dismiss you." Manni could no longer tolerate it and shouted at the maid. Her vocal cords had been damaged, and several teeth were lost, potentially leaving her unable to speak again. Suddenly, a deep male voice pierced her dream, jolting her awake. The opulent villa vanished, along with her handsome husband. She found herself lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by a crowd of people, doctors, police, parents, and Zhang Xiaofan. "Where am I?" Manni asked in confusion, but strange, unfamiliar sounds escaped her lips, as if from another world, leaving her unable to comprehend their meaning. Simultaneously, waves of pain surged through her body, overwhelming her like a tidal wave, leaving her in agony and trembling uncontrollably. The pain felt like countless tiny needles piercing her body, every nerve ending igniting in excruciating torment, as if she were being torn apart. Gritting her teeth, Manni attempted to endure the torment, but the stabbing pain intensified, making it nearly impossible to breathe. "Manni, you're awake? How do you feel?" Her mother, teary-eyed, inquired gently. Manni responded with incoherent sounds, unable to articulate her thoughts. "Let the patient rest. She is still in a precarious state and should not be disturbed," a doctor interrupted Manni's mother. He then turned and exited the room. "Are you sure you want to see what happened to Manni that night?" a police officer asked. "Of course. We must find out who did this to my daughter." Manni's father replied firmly. "Very well, but be prepared. This is part of the surveillance footage we retrieved. We will expedite the capture of the assailant based on the footage," the officer said, opening his phone to show Manni's parents and Zhang Xiaofan. In the video, Manni was seen being led out of the Tianshang Renjian entertainment venue by Huang Xiling, who subsequently discarded her on the roadside before driving away. This scene was witnessed by several lecherous men waiting to collect corpses, who eagerly dragged the intoxicated Manni to a dimly lit street corner, conveniently within the surveillance range. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but smirk at the sight. These contracted bandits masquerading as lascivious men exuded an unsettling incongruity, and compared to Huang Xiling, their acting skills left much to be desired. The ensuing spectacle was rather unsightly. The bandits from the game manifested in reality, still formidable. Otherwise they would not have so severely damaged Manni's vocal cords. Subsequently, the bandits brazenly extracted a sharp dagger from their pockets, carelessly slashing across Manni's face. As they proceeded to inflict further harm, Manni's mother, upon witnessing the horror, wept uncontrollably, lamenting that her son had been grievously injured. Not only had money been stolen, but his very essence had been marred, and now her daughter faced such misfortune. "What cruel hearts these thieves possess," she cried. Her husband turned to Zhang Xiaofan, seemingly clutching at a final lifeline, and implored, "What shall we do moving forward?" Chapter 87. Such cruel hearts. Observing the grief-stricken expression on Manni's father's face, Zhang Xiaofan thought it was deserved and quickly interjected, "Uncle, the immediate priority is to gather funds for Manni and Wu Di's treatment. We can address the rest later. But that requires a substantial amount of money. Our family does not possess such wealth. The betrothal gift you provided was also taken. What are we to do? Wu Manni's mother shot a piercing glance at Zhang Xiaofan, seemingly awaiting his benevolence. Aunt, I, too, am currently without funds. The betrothal gift was given to Wu Di, and the dividend money was spent on a vehicle. The remaining few hundred thousand has been entirely allocated to renovate the wedding house for Manni and me. Zhang Xiaofan feigned a troubled expression as he addressed Wu Manni's mother. Then you should sell the car. After all, saving lives is paramount, Wu Manni's father boldly stated. Uncle, the car was purchased on installment, and the ownership is under the company, not in my name. I have no authority to sell it, Zhang Xiaofan thought to himself. Feeling the audacity of such parents who, while their children were hospitalized, were unwilling to spend a single penny and expected him to bear the burden. What are we to do now? Wu Manni's mother asked through her tears. Uncle and aunt, please quickly withdraw your savings from these past years for their treatment, if necessary. Sell your house. Rest assured, when my next dividend arrives, this will not pose a problem, and I shall buy you a grand house, Zhang Xiaofan declared earnestly. Wu Manni's parents exchanged a glance, sighed helplessly, and acquiesced. If Manni did not recover, they would lose a fine son-in-law, which would be an even greater loss. With this thought, Wu Manni's mother gazed at her daughter lying on the hospital bed, her face marred with wounds and bloodied, and anxiously asked Zhang Xiaofan, you do not despise our Manni, do you? Zhang Xiaofan's expression darkened as he replied, Aunt, I will not allow you to insult me in such a manner. My bond with Manni is unbreakable. Her appearance matters not to me. Our love transcends all else, and nothing shall separate us. Upon hearing this, a look of relief spread across Wu Manni's mother's face as she praised Zhang Xiaofan as a good child. Son-in-law, meeting you is truly our family's greatest fortune. Wu Manni's father couldn't help but express, Uncle and Aunt, may I have a moment alone with Manni? I wish to speak with her. Zhang Xiaofan said solemnly to Wu Manni's parents. Of course, Wu Manni's father quickly responded. We shall return to sell the house and gather funds for their treatment. Wu Manni's mother said, and together they exited the hospital room. In the spacious room, Zhang Xiaofan was left alone with Wu Manni. At that moment, as she lay in her bed, listening to the conversations between her parents and Zhang Xiaofan, her heart warmed. Surely, in a past life, she must have saved the galaxy. How else could she have encountered such a warm-hearted man, unwavering in his support? Reflecting on her previous deceit against his parents and the shameless acts she had committed, a twinge of regret washed over her. Yet, she consoled herself, thinking that once she recovered, she would agree to Zhang Xiaofan's proposal to compensate for all he had done for her. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xiaofan, Wu Manni's inner turmoil remained concealed. Observing that only the two of them were left in the hospital room, his expression of sorrow vanished in an instant. Approaching her bedside, he leaned down and softly inquired, How was the gathering last night? Did you manage to acquire the gold? Wu Manni was instantly perplexed. How did Zhang Xiaofan know of this affair? She attempted to respond, but her damaged vocal cords betrayed her, allowing only incoherent sounds to escape her lips. When I was still in a vegetative state. Do you think I was unaware of your actions in this hospital? Zhang Xiaofan continued, his expression emotionless. You vile creature, I will not permit you to perish easily. I want you to witness the destruction of your family and the hatred your kin will harbor for you. Hearing the cold detachment in Zhang Xiaofan's voice sent shivers down Wu Manni's spine, and she broke into a cold sweat. The realization dawned upon her. Could it be that everything that transpired last night was orchestrated by him? What a cruel heart he possessed, capable of such ruthless actions, severing the very means of her livelihood. Yet, from his words, it seemed this affair was far from over. What were his true intentions? With tears of regret and fear welling in her eyes, Wu Manni found herself unable to speak. Her body immobilized from excessive blood loss and the torment of the previous night. She could only watch helplessly as Zhang Xiaofan strode out of the hospital room. Upon exiting Wu Manni's room, Zhang Xiaofan did not leave the hospital. Instead, he proceeded to Wu Di's ward. The siblings had been admitted one after the other, but were not placed in the same room. At this moment, Wu Di had awakened from his coma, quietly lying on his bed, his lower body wrapped in thick bandages. As Zhang Xiaofan entered, Wu Di's eyes remained devoid of color, as if he had lost all hope in life. Brother, you must gather your spirits. Do not dwell too much on this trivial matter, even without that thing. Life still offers many other pleasures waiting for your discovery, Zhang Xiaofan said, forcing a smile as he comforted Wu Di. It's easy for you to say that. If you lost that thing, I doubt you'd still speak so lightly, Wu Di retorted angrily. Are you here just to watch my misfortune? Clearly, the loss of his progeny had inflicted a severe blow on Wu Di, rendering him prone to furious outbursts. Sighing, Zhang Xiaofan continued. You and your sister truly have unfortunate fates. Why venture out at such a late hour? One lost money, the other lost dignity. What was the point of it all? Upon hearing this, a fleeting thought crossed Wu Di's mind, though it remained vague. He quickly asked, Are you saying my sister went out too? Indeed. I heard that you left with money at night, and your sister had a quarrel with me, claiming it was just like a meat bun hitting a dog. Before she hurriedly rushed out as well, Zhang Xiaofan explained as he sat down beside Wu Di's bed. We are almost family. Does it truly matter where the money is kept? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Wu Di's mind. He recalled the time he borrowed money from his sister outside the hospital, only for her to enlist the help of her doctor lover to seize his funds and beat him mercilessly. Could it be that she was behind this as well? With this thought, Wu Di sprang up from the bed, yelling, "That vile wretch! How could she treat her own brother so cruelly? I would rather not share the same sky with her." Chapter 88. Behind the scenes, Wu Di's abrupt movement caused his wound to tear, eliciting a grimace of pain as he lay back down, feeling a bit more comfortable, though the sharp pains in his groin only intensified his fury. "Brother, what are you saying? Your sister is also injured and lying in the next bed. She is, after all, your sister. How could she wish you harm?" Zhang Xiaofan feigned confusion. "She deserves it," Wu Di hissed through gritted teeth. "That filthy wretch. I am ashamed to be her brother." "Enough," Zhang Xiaofan pretended to be angry. Addressing Wu Di, "I will not allow you to speak of your sister in such a manner. If you hadn't insisted on going out to save money at night, none of this would have happened. And now you dare to blame her? Do you have no conscience as a brother?" Wu Di scoffed. "You are a fool yourself. That wretched Wu Manni deceived your parents out of 5 years of hard-earned money and cheated on you while you lay in the hospital. How could you still defend her? You truly are an imbecile." Zhang Xiaofan's expression turned impassive as he spoke. "Is that truly the case?" Wu Di, seemingly driven mad, exclaimed, "Whoever lies is a coward. That vile Wu Manni even dared to hire thugs to beat me, her own brother. What would she not do?" Zhang Xiaofan smirked coldly, rising to leave. Upon exiting the hospital, he retrieved his phone to review the recording of Wu Di's words, ensuring he had captured everything before departing with satisfaction. No sooner had he stepped out of the hospital than he received a call from Wu Manni's father. "Son-in-law, we have an offer of 300,000 for this house. But the market value is far greater. Do you know anyone who could help us sell it for a better price? This amount may not suffice for the medical expenses for the two of them." Zhang Xiaofan chuckled coldly and replied, "Please hold on, I will make a call." Utilizing the memories he absorbed from Hu Wei, the former boss of Hu Wei Company, he dialed another unorthodox loan company owner. "Wang Defa, right? Hu Gu referred me to you. I want to discuss a business opportunity," Zhang Xiaofan stated into the phone. "Who are you? Did Hu Gu not die? Are you a ghost he sent?" A rugged voice responded from the other end. "He provided me with your contact before he passed. You need to visit the residence of Unit 302, Building 6, Binhai Community on Kaiyuan Avenue. He wants to sell the house for 350,000. Just give me a 50,000 commission afterward." Zhang Xiaofan quickly outlined. "I know that community. A house there should fetch 700,000 to 800,000 on the market. Can they really sell it for 350,000? Wang Defa's voice was filled with disbelief. "Had it not been for Hu Ji's referral, would this opportunity have come to you?" Zhang Xiaofan continued. "Moreover, they may also be able to take out a loan. You can offer them a higher interest rate. The couple, one a worker and the other a teacher, will surely manage to repay." "Thanks, brother. If this goes through, I won't forget your commission," Wang Defa said, no longer hesitating as he gathered his team, trusting in Hu Ji's endorsement. "Don't mention it. Just remember to give them cash, no bank transfers." Zhang Xiaofan concluded before hanging up. Soon after, Wu Manni's father called again. "Son-in-law, is this Mr. Wang the one you referred?" He added. "He only increased the price by 50,000. I still feel it's a bit low. Uncle, given the circumstances, you should prioritize getting the money for your children's treatment. Don't quibble over a small sum. Once my dividends come through, everything will be resolved. By the way, Wang Defa can also provide loans. You might consider borrowing a bit more." Zhang Xiaofan urged over the phone. "The most pressing matter is to gather funds for Wu Di's transplant and Wu Manni's repairs. Otherwise, you may face an irreversible fate." Wu Manni's parents, upon hearing this, recognized the validity of his words. Trusting Zhang Xiaofan's connection to Wang Defa, they promptly agreed to sell the house for the exceedingly low price of 350,000 and borrowed an additional 150,000 from Wang Defa, totaling 500,000. Hurrying to the hospital with the funds. As Wu Manni's father drove his old Jetta, he and his wife had just arrived at the hospital entrance when a burly man in tattered clothing suddenly darted out from the roadside, nearly colliding with the car. Wu Manni's father slammed on the brakes, sticking his head out the window to yell at the man. "Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Are you blind or what?" A robust man, upon hearing the words, let out a cold laugh, approached the vehicle, seized Wu Manni's father's collar, and forcefully dragged him out through the window, slamming him onto the ground with a scornful curse. "Old rascal, speaking insolently and lacking respect for your elders. You deserve a beating." Witnessing this, Wu Manni's mother hastily exited from the passenger seat, clutching a black canvas bag. in which the crimson bills from their recent house sale and loan could be faintly discerned. She grasped the robust man's arm, collapsing onto the ground, and called out to the crowd by the roadside, "Help! Someone's being beaten. Please call the police." Wu Manni's father, seeing this, was instantly elated. He had been troubled by his lack of funds, and now this man had delivered himself right to their doorstep. If he did not manage to extort a substantial sum today, it would be a shame indeed. With this thought, he feigned a pained expression, lamenting to the robust man, "Oh, my elbow, my kneecap, my ankle, they have all been injured. If you do not compensate me with hundreds of thousands today, I will ensure you end up in prison." Unexpectedly, the robust man displayed no sign of fear. Instead, he yanked the black canvas bag from Wu Manni's mother and pushed her aside, swiftly making his way into the crowd. Wu Manni's parents were momentarily stunned, not anticipating that their attempt at extortion would result in robbery instead. However, they quickly scrambled to their feet and pursued the man, shouting to passersby, "He's robbing us. That man has stolen our money. Please help us stop him." The pedestrians, displaying a sense of justice, hurried after the robust man. He swiftly turned and dashed toward the hospital, weaving through the corridors and disappearing into the outpatient hall. Inside the restroom of the outpatient hall, the robust man entered and addressed Zhang Xiaofan, who had been waiting. "Master, I have fulfilled my duty." Zhang Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction, gesturing with his hand as a dark spatial rift materialized in the air. The robust man leaped into it, and the rift vanished in an instant. Unhurried, Zhang Xiaofan washed his hands and proceeded towards Wu Manni's hospital room. Chapter 89. What is it to me? Wu Manni's father, Wu Dui, and his wife rushed into the hospital, but the figure of the robber had already vanished. Furious, Wu Dui exclaimed to his wife, "Call the police. What are you standing there for? Who brings large amounts of cash to extort in a vehicle?" At this moment, Wu Dui's wife was also flustered and, disregarding her husband's complaints, hurriedly dialed the police. The Nanshan City Public Security Bureau was convening a meeting, as the city had recently experienced a spate of violent crimes. First, brother who had died mysteriously in the hospital, followed by one of his subordinates spilling blood on the streets, and now the Wu siblings had been severely injured. This series of events had left the investigators overwhelmed. Moreover, the fugitive Bayom was still at large in Nanshan City, prompting the provincial police department to dispatch special personnel to assist in the investigation, determined to bring these lawless thugs to justice. Despite the clarity of the case's trajectory, capturing the perpetrators was proving elusive. It was as though they had evaporated into thin air. "Director Sun, we just received another report. A couple has been robbed of 500,000 cash in the hospital." A female police officer entered the meeting room, reporting to Sun Yuelyong, who had been sent from the provincial office. Hearing this, Sun Yuelyong sighed, looking around the room filled with officers engaged in case analysis. "This highlights the extent of chaos in your city as public safety. I truly do not understand what you all have been doing." The officers in the meeting room fell silent, unable to refute him, each silently vowing to bring these thugs to justice and restore a stable social environment to Nanshan City, while also proving to the provincial office that they were not merely idle. "Director Sun, isn't it a coincidence that the robbed couple are the parents of the siblings involved in last night's incident?" the female officer remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. At this, a spark of realization flickered in Sun Yuelyong's mind, yet it remained vague. Wu Di had been robbed of over 1 million in the dead of night. His sister Wu Manni not only lost all her possessions, but also suffered violent assault. Now, their parents had fallen victim to robbery. "Colleagues, do you think there could be a connection among these events?" Sun Yuelyong pondered aloud. "Could it be that they have offended someone and are facing retaliation?" A male officer immediately responded, "We have investigated Wu Di and Wu Manni's social connections and found no enemies." Another male officer reported, "Have the robbers been caught?" Director Sun inquired casually. "Not yet. According to eyewitness accounts, the robber fled into the hospital. Our personnel are already stationed there, but we have yet to locate the suspect." The female officer replied, "Let us go to the scene," Director Sun commanded, leading the group straight to the hospital. As Zhang Xiaofan approached the entrance of Wu Manni's hospital room, he noticed Wu Di sneaking into the room with an awkward gait. His legs spread wide as if to avoid chafing against something, his face twisted in a grimace. Zhang Xiaofan smiled knowingly, turning away to find a secluded corner where he lit a cigarette and savored it quietly. "I should buy some fruit to reward this pair of siblings," he thought. However, just as Zhang Xiaofan returned outside the hospital room with the fruit, he saw several police officers and Wu Manni's parents preparing to enter. Suddenly, one officer shouted into the room, "Stop! What are you doing?" Zhang Xiaofan hurried inside, fruit in hand, to find Wu Di straddling Wu Manni on the hospital bed, mercilessly striking her lower body with repeated blows. The wound that had previously stopped bleeding was now gushing crimson, staining the sheets. Wu Manni's face turned pale from the pain. Yet she refused to be a passive victim. Instead, she fought back fiercely, scratching and pinching Wu Di. However, The disparity in strength was evident, and she was clearly at a disadvantage. Wu Degui and a police officer hurriedly approached, pulling Wu Di down. Wu Di appeared to have succumbed to madness, still recklessly lunging towards Wu Manni, shouting, "You filthy whore, I'll tear apart your 13. Let us see how you sell yourself afterward." With a resounding slap, Wu Degui struck Wu Di across the face, angrily rebuking, "Have you lost your mind? How dare you treat your sister this way?" The police in the room exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the sudden animosity between the siblings. As victims, they should have united in their suffering. "She doesn't deserve to be my sister," Wu Di roared. "She hired someone to steal my money and turn me into a eunuch." Wu Degui, incredulous, exclaimed, "Silence. Your sister is seriously injured. How could she possibly hire someone to steal from you? You must be out of your mind." However, the officers sensed something amiss. Realizing this might hold the key to solving the case, they promptly intervened, urging Wu Di, "Calm down, speak slowly. We will seek justice for you." Slightly calmer, Wu Di addressed his parents. "Dad, Mom, you have no idea. Wu Manni, that filthy whore, is nothing but a promiscuous woman. For money, she has entangled herself with numerous wealthy heirs, trading her body for cash. She has brought disgrace upon our Wu family." Wu Manni, lying in her hospital bed, tried to refute him, but her vocal cords were shredded, and she could not utter a coherent word. "Stop with the nonsense. What makes you think your sister hired someone to steal your money?" Officer Sun interjected, cutting off Wu Di's irrelevant tirade. "It must be her. When I was at Nanshan Hospital, she hired someone to rob me once. Now that she sees I've come into a fortune, she can't bear it and hires someone again to steal my money. As for her current state, it's surely due to a dispute over the spoils. She deserves it, it's karma." Wu Di grew increasingly agitated, lunging towards Wu Manni once more, only to be restrained by the nearby officers, who finally managed to soothe his emotions. Witnessing her children turn against one another, Lu Guilan, Wu Manni's mother, wept as she spoke to Zhang Xiaofan, son-in-law. "How can our family be so cursed? Our savings were stolen, meant for their medical expenses. What are we to do? Son-in-law, you must help us. We need you to cover the medical expenses." Wu Degui pleaded with Zhang Xiaofan. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaofan coldly smirked and replied to the elderly couple, "What concern is that of mine?" Wu Degui and Lu Guilan were momentarily taken aback, struggling to accept this harsh reality. "Son-in-law, what did you just say?" Wu Degui asked, confused. "Who is your son-in-law?" Zhang Xiaofan scoffed, adding, "Do you really believe your daughter is worthy of me? And you expect me to pay for her medical treatment? What a ridiculous dream." Lu Guilan was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why Zhang Xiaofan had so quickly changed his demeanor. Staring at him in disbelief, she asked, "Didn't you say you wouldn't mind my daughter's current state and that your feelings for her were unwavering? Was that all a lie?" Zhang Xiaofan pulled out his phone and played a recording of Wu Di's earlier rant, where Wu Di's brash voice echoed, "Wu Manni, that filthy whore, has swindled your parents of 5 years of hard-earned money. While you lay in the hospital, she has been unfaithful to you. I can't believe you still defend her. You truly are a fool. Whoever lies is a grandson. That filthy whore Wu Manni even dared to hire someone to beat me, her own brother, twice. This time, she made me a eunuch. What else wouldn't she do?" The recording left Wu Degui and Lu Guilan stunned, rendered speechless. "Uncle, aunt, I thought Wu Manni waited for me for 5 years. Had it not been for Wu Di revealing the truth today, I would have been oblivious to your good daughter's true nature." Zhang Xiaofan remarked calmly, "As for my engagement to Wu Manni, it is hereby terminated. I expect a refund of the betrothal gifts. Otherwise, we shall meet in court." Wu Degui and Lu Guilan were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom how matters had escalated to this point. Lu Guilan hastily implored Zhang Xiaofan, "Xiaofan, Wu Di is confused. You cannot believe his words. Our Manni is pure and innocent. She would never do such things." Before Zhang Xiaofan could respond, Wu Di jumped in to offer unexpected support, shouting, "Mom, I'm not lying. Wu Manni is not worthy of sympathy. I once caught her in a car with Li Xiao and Wang Xiao. I even recorded it. Don't believe me? Just watch." Wu Di produced his phone, playing a video that showed Wu Manni in a car, surrounded by 2 men, wearing a look of enjoyment. Wu Degui slapped Wu Di's phone out of his hand, his face turning ashen, while Lu Guilan stared at her son in disbelief, realizing everything was falling apart. "Son-in-law, we sold our house and borrowed high-interest loans. The money we gathered was just stolen from us outside the hospital. The betrothal money you gave us was also taken. How are we supposed to live? Can't you have a little pity for us?" Lu Guilan implored Zhang Xiaofan, her voice tinged with despair, as if he represented their last hope. "Pity you? Who will pity my parents, who were deceived of 5 years of hard-earned money? Who will pity me for wearing a green hat for 5 years while lying in a hospital bed? Don't you feel any guilt saying such things? At this point, you can only blame your so-called pure daughter." Zhang Xiaofan scoffed. Upon hearing this, Wu Degui understood the situation had become irretrievable. He glanced at the anxious Wu Manni in the hospital bed, walked up to her coldly and delivered a resounding slap that left her dazed. He intended to strike again, but was swiftly restrained by several police officers nearby. From this day forth, we no longer acknowledge you as our daughter, you disgraceful wretch. Wu Degui berated Wu Man and I furiously. Lu Guilin also approached, her voice laced with anger as she directed her ire at Wu Man and I. It is all your fault. My vacation in Bali has been ruined. Your father's Mercedes is gone. The house we painstakingly saved for over the years has been sold, and we have even taken high-interest loans. Not to mention the over 1 million yuan in betrothal gifts owed to Zhang Xiaofan. Why don't you just die? Beside them, Wu Di wore an expression of satisfaction, clapping his hands in approval, exclaiming that their father was right. Lying on the hospital bed, Wu Man and I gazed at her family, their faces twisted in rage, tears streaming down her cheeks. She caught sight of Zhang Xiaofan lurking behind the crowd, a cold smirk on his face, sending a shiver down her spine. It was he who orchestrated all of this. A wave of dread washed over Wu Man and I. Ever since Zhang Xiaofan emerged from a comatose state, he seemed transformed. Once a shy young man, he now exuded an inscrutable, icy demeanor, akin to a lone wolf hidden among the masses, manipulating everything from the shadows. How had he managed it? At that moment, a doctor entered, addressing the crowd. Where are Wu Manni's family? The hospitalization fees have yet to be settled. If this drags on, the patient's reproductive organs may face irreparable damage. Wu Degui, infuriated, retorted, we have no money. There is no need for repairs. Fixing that thing would only lead to further misfortune. Let it remain as it is. Seeing this, Wu Di quickly interjected, Dad, while it's right not to treat my sister, I also need treatment. My own issue is just as dire. Wu Degui, resembling a beast ready to pounce, with bloodshot eyes, barked, Zhang Xiaofan, that golden son-in-law, has been driven away by you. If he won't pay, we have no money for your treatment either. Let it all be ruined. Wu Di appeared dumbfounded, casting a pleading glance at Zhang Xiaofan, who smiled gently and said, Thank you for revealing your sister's true colors. Consider these fruits a token of gratitude for your loyalty. After handing over the freshly purchased fruits to Wu Di, Zhang Xiaofan turned and exited the ward. Lu Guilin seemed unwilling to give up on persuading Zhang Xiaofan and hurried after him, hoping to salvage the situation. But by the time she emerged from the ward, Zhang Xiaofan had vanished from sight. The police officers who had come to investigate witnessed the unfolding drama, each one captivated, exclaiming how much more riveting it was than any television plot. Only Sun Yuliang, dispatched from the provincial office, observed thoughtfully as Zhang Xiaofan departed, noting that the young man appeared unnaturally calm in such a tumultuous situation. Wu Degui and Lu Guilin described the appearance of the assailant who stole their money to the police, insisting they capture the culprit, and then nonchalantly turned away, not even glancing at their own children. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Zhang Xiaofan serendipitously spotted 2 traffic officers placing a ticket on Wu Degui's car and quickly approached, saying, Officers, please do not issue a ticket. The traffic officer, assuming Zhang Xiaofan was referring to his own vehicle, coldly replied, You think just because you say so, we won't? Your car is blocking the hospital entrance, preventing others from entering. Move it now. As he spoke, he slapped the ticket onto the windshield. Zhang Xiaofan, seeing this, scoffed, You are merely a lowly traffic officer. What else with the bravado? If you're so capable, go ahead and tow the car. I have connections in the traffic department. The officer, provoked, wasted no time and called for a tow truck, directing other vehicles to pull over to clear the way. In response to the traffic officer's call, a tow truck soon arrived on the scene, beginning to haul the Jetta parked in front of the hospital. The officer, looking down at Zhang Xiaofan with disdain, said, You claim to have connections in the traffic department? I will still tow your car. No one can intervene today. Just then, Wu Degui and Lu Guilin emerged from the hospital, noticing their car being towed, and rushed forward to plead, Officer, we had an emergency. Please don't tow the car, I'll move it right away. The officer looked bewildered at Wu Degui, asking, Is this your car? Wu Degui nodded vigorously, but Zhang Xiaofan stepped forward, addressing him. Uncle, I warned you not to let him ticket you. This officer not only issued a ticket, but is also towing your vehicle, and I could not stop it. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaofan shook his head and departed the scene. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaofan's words, Wu Degui felt his misfortune compounded. Not only had he been robbed, but now his car was being towed. Anger surged within him, and he shouted at the officer, You think you're tough just because you're wearing that uniform? Take it off, and I'll twist your head off. The officer, riled by the insult, retorted, If you dare to insult me again, I will arrest you. You are nothing but a common troublemaker. Sun Yuliang, the instructor from the provincial office, did not linger in the ward, sending a few officers to question Wu Di and Wu Man and I, while he himself exited the hospital, witnessing the commotion unfold before him. Observing the nonchalant departure of Zhang Xiaofan, Sun Yuliang was filled with suspicion, This young man seemed to harbor malice towards Wu de Gui's family. Despite their misfortune, he still appeared intent on undermining them. Why was that? Sun Yuliang felt he was on the verge of unraveling a mystery, pondering whether it was Zhang Xiaofan who orchestrated all of this. However, he had an alibi for when Wu Di and Wu Manni encountered their accident, providing no rationale for such behavior, unless he was already aware of Wu Manni's years of deception, swindling her parents for their hard-earned money while betraying him. Otherwise, a young man in his 20s would not remain so composed amidst such turmoil, deftly ensnaring Wu de Gui and having the traffic officer tow the latter's car away. Furrowing his brow, Sun Yuliang concluded that if all his suspicions were correct, this young man was exceedingly cunning, akin to a strategist deftly maneuvering Wu de Gui's family within the palm of his hand. Zhang Xiaofan remained oblivious to Sun Yuliang's burgeoning suspicions regarding his character. As he traversed the bustling streets, a sense of exhilaration swept through him. The pent-up resentment within his chest dissipated entirely. It was a moment of pure delight, for that wretched Wu Manni had finally faced the long-awaited retribution. He relished the thought of her enduring a spell of torment before seizing the opportunity to vanquish her and consume her very soul, thereby augmenting his spiritual prowess within the game. Upon returning home, Zhang Xiaofan promptly placed a call to his parents, sensing their rejuvenated spirits, which starkly contrasted with their previous demeanor. They were currently reveling in a lively square dance at the park. After ending the call, he donned his gaming headset and logged into the virtual realm. In a flash of white light, Zhang Xiaofan found himself within the game, standing before the Manzi, which had been allocated to him by the city lord, awaiting his acceptance. As he stepped into the shop, the previous owner, Gong Yangma, hurriedly knelt before him, addressing him as lord. Unlike the bandits who had contracted with Zhang Xiaofan, Gong Yangma did not refer to him as master. Although the terms master and lord differed only by a single character, their implications were profoundly distinct. It implied that while Gong Yangma was working under Zhang Xiaofan, he was not bound to serve him loyally and might readily switch allegiances. Zhang Xiaofan cast an identification spell upon Gong Yangma. Gong Yangma, divine level craftsman level, 15 attack, 50-55 defense, 20-30 health, 1200 loyalty. 55 Zhang Xiaofan was taken aback. Despite Gong Yangma's seemingly lackluster offensive and defensive capabilities, he was indeed a genuine divine level craftsman. It was no wonder he had been able to forge the divine artifact, the Resurrection Pearl. He had inadvertently acquired a divine-level craftsman as a servant alongside the shop. And although this servant's loyalty was low and he could betray him at any moment, Zhang Xiaofan felt he had struck a remarkable deal. With the loyalty being tenuous, he resolved to find ways to bolster Gong Yangma's allegiance, ensuring that this divine-level craftsman remained firmly under his control. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaofan quickly approached Gong Yangma and helped him to his feet, saying, "Esteemed sir, there is no need for such formalities. Follow me, and I shall guarantee you a life of luxury and abundance." Gong Yangma did not respond verbally, but a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. As a distinguished divine-level craftsman, why would he need to follow Zhang Xiaofan for a life of indulgence? Observing Gong Yangma's apparent indifference, Zhang Xiaofan found himself at a loss. Thus, he decided to inspect the inventory within the shop. The Manzi sold but one item, the Resurrection Pearl, with a stockpile of 1,000. This was a stipulation imposed by the city lord, Yi Lingyun, to prevent the crafting of overly common items for the Empress's birthday gift. Yi Lingyun, leveraging his formidable power, had coerced Gong Yangma into producing only this specific item, which could only be utilized by the extraordinary, as a means to express his dissatisfaction with the city lord's tyrannical demands. These divine artifacts were meant solely for Zhang Xiaofan's use. No one else would dare to consider purchasing them. He resolutely decided to raise the price of the Resurrection Pearls, declaring, "Gong Yangma, the Resurrection Pearls you craft are truly celestial in nature. Selling each for a mere 100,000 gold coins is a disservice to your artistry. Therefore, I have resolved to set the price at 1,000,000 gold coins per pearl." Zhang Xiaofan effortlessly adjusted the prices within the shop, as was his prerogative as its owner. Ding! Your actions have increased Gong Yangma's loyalty by 5 points. Zhang Xiaofan was pleasantly surprised to hear the system's notification, realizing that his acknowledgement of Gong Yangma's craftsmanship had indeed bolstered the craftsman's loyalty. Inspired by this development, he continued, "Esteemed sir, I believe that even 1,000,000 gold coins is still a modest price for such a priceless treasure. How about we set the price at 10,000,000 gold coins instead?" Zhang Xiaofan endeavored to curry favor with Gong Yangma. Since he intended to use the Resurrection Pearls solely for himself, the pricing could be arbitrary, as no one else could afford them. Gong Yangma sighed deeply and remarked, "My lord, I understand your intentions. You wish for me to follow you wholeheartedly. There is no need for such tricks, as they only serve to diminish my regard for you." Zhang Xiaofan awaited the system's notification of an increase in Gong Yangma's loyalty, only to be met with the craftsman's scorn, leaving him momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that this old fellow would possess such a strong personality. My lord. To be candid, I was preparing to leave Tianfu City to explore other realms. Noticing Zhang Xiaofan's silence, Gong Yangma continued, You must not, sir. The wilderness is fraught with dangers. Though you are a divine-level craftsman, your combat abilities are lacking, and this venture may bring you more peril than fortune. Zhang Xiaofan was alarmed. The newly acquired divine-level craftsman was already contemplating departure. What could be done? It is better than staying here to endure humiliation, Gong Yangma exclaimed. His eyes filled with fury. How could a craftsman of my caliber be oppressed by that wretched Yi Lingyun? My talents are squandered, forced to create these trivial trinkets. It is infuriating. Zhang Xiaofan was momentarily at a loss for words, astonished that Gong Yangma considered these valuable resurrection pearls to be mere trifles. Subsequently, under Zhang Xiaofan's inquiry, Gong Yangma recounted the events leading to this predicament. It turned out that Yi Lingyun had commissioned a batch of charm-enhancing accessories for the Empress's birthday. The very items that had been intercepted by the mountain bandit and ultimately fallen into Zhang Xiaofan's possession. To highlight the uniqueness of these items, Yi Lingyun had prohibited Gong Yangma from crafting similar accessories thereafter, threatening imprisonment should he defy this decree. Gong Yangma, despite being a master craftsman of divine caliber, found himself overshadowed by Yi Lingyun, who possessed overwhelming martial prowess. Furthermore, Yi Lingyun was the lord of Tianfu City, a figure even the current emperor regarded with trepidation. Reluctantly, Gong Yangma submitted to Yi Lingyun's oppressive authority. This incident left him in a state of perpetual melancholy, ultimately leading him to contemplate departing from Tianfu City. The tyranny of Yi Lingyun was indeed formidable. Rest assured, Mr. Gong Yang, there will come a day when I shall avenge you. Upon hearing Gong Yangma's tale, Zhang Xiaofan immediately began to weave grandiose plans, aiming to secure the allegiance of this divine craftsman. Otherwise, what value would his acquisition of this miscellaneous shop hold? Recognizing Zhang Xiaofan's words as mere consolation, Gong Yangma's eyes conveyed a flicker of gratitude as he responded, My lord, our fates have run their course. I shall depart from Tianfu City. Your strength cannot match that of Yi Lingyun, and you need not offend him on my behalf. Are you still a man? Zhang Xiaofan exclaimed in urgency, employing a tactic of provocation as he addressed Gong Yangma. Do you not desire to reclaim your dignity? A true man must confront challenges head-on. To retreat in the face of adversity is akin to being a cowardly turtle. At that moment, Gong Yangma's loyalty diminished by 10 points, leaving him on the brink of defection. As soon as Zhang Xiaofan's words fell, a notification sounded from the system, after painstakingly increasing his loyalty by 5 points. A single misstep had caused a 10-point drop, leaving Gong Yangma's loyalty at a precarious 50 points, making him susceptible to betrayal. Anyone can boast. If you can help me reclaim my honor, I, Gong Yangma, shall pledge my life and loyalty to you. Gong Yangma's anger flared at Zhang Xiaofan's words, questioning him with indignation. Is that truly the case? Zhang Xiaofan hurriedly inquired. I, Gong Yangma, am a man of my word, never one to speak falsely. If you can assist me in exacting revenge on Yi Lingyun, I shall undoubtedly uphold my promise. Gong Yangma was certain that Zhang Xiaofan was merely boasting. A look of disdain plastered across his face. Very well, it is settled. Zhang Xiaofan declared eagerly. Mr. Gong Yang, what precisely do you mean by seeking revenge? This question momentarily left Gong Yangma at a loss for words. After deliberating, he replied, It involves humiliating him thoroughly, reducing him to a state of disgrace. At this juncture, Gong Yangma sighed and, regaining his composure, said to Zhang Xiaofan, Why do I share this with you? Do you truly believe you can confront Yi Lingyun on the street? Surely, you lack the capability. Zhang Xiaofan smiled slightly and responded, Mr. Gong Yang, in my view, physically confronting Yi Lingyun is neither practical nor sufficient to alleviate your grievances. There exists a far more effective method to strip Yi Lingyun of his dignity. What method? Gong Yangma asked, perplexed. If you could place a green hat upon Yi Lingyun by seducing the city lord's wife, would that not constitute a severe humiliation? Could it not serve as your means of avenging yourself? Zhang Xiaofan said with a mischievous grin. Gong Yangma shot Zhang Xiaofan a disapproving glance and replied coolly, What a foolish dream. You cannot best Yi Lingyun. Do you truly believe you can contend with his wife? Remember, she is the emperor's sister, and her strength is not to be underestimated. Unfazed, Zhang Xiaofan pressed on. Just answer whether this would satisfy your desire for revenge and secure your unwavering loyalty. Gong Yangma, now irritated by Zhang Xiaofan's serious demeanor, retorted, If you can indeed seduce the city lord's wife and place that scoundrel Yi Lingyun in a position of disgrace, I shall not only pledge my life to you, but will also present you with one of my prized creations. Instantly, Zhang Xiaofan was exhilarated. recognizing that anything Ganyang Mo deemed a prized creation must be of at least divine quality. With this in mind, he urged Ganyang Mo to exit the Mo Yun miscellaneous shop, convinced that placing a green hat on Yiling Yun would be a trivial endeavor, as he had previously seduced his wife and could simply do so again. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, they encountered a warrior player who approached with urgency, exclaiming, "What a disaster! After much effort in gathering 100,000 gold coins, I find that the price of the revival spirit pearl in this shop has risen. How shall I explain this to my superior?" Zhang Xiaofan, intrigued by the warrior's words, was astonished to learn that, aside from himself, someone had managed to accumulate 100,000 gold coins. He pondered the warrior's background, relieved that he had recently adjusted the price of the revival spirit pearl to 1 million gold coins. However, Zhang Xiaofan did not approach the warrior. His foremost concern was to bolster Ganyang Mo's loyalty and ensure this esteemed craftsman did not slip from his grasp. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaofan grasped Ganyang Mo's arm and made his way toward the Sihai auction house. Chapter 93. Truly a divine being. Unexpectedly, the warrior player, upon seeing Zhang Xiaofan and Ganyang Mo emerge from the shop, approached them directly and inquired, "Pardon me, but who among you is the proprietor of this miscellaneous shop?" Ganyang Mo remained silent, disregarding the warrior's inquiry. "What is it?" Zhang Xiaofan asked, observing the warrior's anxious demeanor. "I was under the impression that the revival spirit pearl was originally priced at 100,000 gold coins. Why has it now been adjusted to 1 million? The warrior questioned urgently. "We are in dire need of this revival spirit pearl. Might you sell me one at the original price? You appear to be quite wealthy." Zhang Xiaofan remarked with a glance at the warrior, who went by the name of Baojiao Weigua. However, for a divine-grade revival spirit pearl, 100,000 gold coins is simply out of the question. If you wish to purchase it, you must gather more funds. The price may rise even further in the future. But someone purchased it for 100,000 gold coins. Why is it that the price has increased for me?" Baojiao Weigua protested indignantly. Zhang Xiaofan had no time for idle banter, stating, "This is my domain, and I set the rules. My regulations are absolute. Buy if you wish, or do not." With that, he left the disgruntled warrior behind and continued toward the Sihai auction house. On the road, Zhang Xiaofan felt a twinge of confusion. It appeared that among the few individuals purchasing the resurrection Lingzhu at the general store, only he and Lin Wanqing were present. How did that warrior player, who called himself defender of the homeland, come to know about it? Could it be that Lin Wanqing had introduced him? Casting aside the uncertainties swirling in his mind, Zhang Xiaofan decided to first secure Ganyang Mo. He certainly could not afford to lose such a formidable divine blacksmith so soon after bringing him under his command. Upon arriving at the Sihai auction house, the proprietor, Qian Duo, greeted him with a beaming smile and said, "Esteemed guest, welcome back. May I inquire if your visit today is for bidding or consigning?" Looking at Qian Duo's plump visage, Zhang Xiaofan felt an unexpected surge of irritation. Had it not been for this man leaking his information to the city lord's wife, he would not have endured a stint in prison. "I recall you mentioned that one could take a complimentary auction item from your establishment, correct?" Zhang Xiaofan spoke coldly. Indeed, my reputation holds true," Qian Duo replied. His expression pained, yet he reluctantly affirmed his commitment. "Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of you," Zhang Xiaofan continued icily. "If there is something I desire, I will bid for it myself, and you shall not bear the costs for my acquisition." "Is that so?" Qian Duo exclaimed with delight, quickly adding, "How can I express my gratitude to you, my most esteemed guest?" "Spare me the pleasantries and assist me with a small favor," Zhang Xiaofan instructed. "Find someone to notify the city lord's wife that I have a treasure to present and invite her here to appraise it. Additionally, secure a private room where we will not be disturbed." Qian Duo eagerly agreed, recognizing the opportunity to save a significant sum merely by delivering a message. "I wonder what treasure you possess that would pique the interest of the city lord's wife. Might you reveal it to me? Perhaps I can offer a higher price than she would," he added, as he sent someone to inform the city lord's wife while conversing with Zhang Xiaofan. Casting a glance at Qian Duo, Zhang Xiaofan assessed his own situation and thought to himself, "This treasure is hardly suitable for such a coarse fellow to appraise. That would be too distasteful." Noticing Zhang Xiaofan's indifference, Qian Duo awkwardly chuckled and promptly ushered him into a private room, presenting an array of exquisite snacks before discreetly excusing himself. "Master, what are your intentions?" Ganyang Mo, feeling somewhat anxious, interjected, fearing Zhang Xiaofan might act recklessly. "Do not worry, my good sir. I exude an air of charisma unmatched. Not only the city lord's wife, but even the current empress would be captivated by my presence. You may simply remain behind the screen and enjoy the show," Zhang Xiaofan declared boldly. Sighing inwardly, he resolved to go to great lengths to win over Ganyang Mo, even allowing the old man to enjoy a free spectacle. Before long, the city lord's wife, Huang Yueying, accompanied by her devoted maidservants, Xiaohuan and Xiaocui, entered the box. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaofan, Huang Yueying was filled with joy, reminiscing about their previous encounters at the city lord's manor, a rosy blush blooming on her cheeks. Huang Yueying instructed her maidservants to wait outside, closed the door to the private room, and, with a soft thud, knelt before Zhang Xiaofan, speaking earnestly, "Master, I have missed you dearly." Behind the screen, Ganyang Mo was left astonished. Was this truly the dignified city lord's wife or the graceful princess? Why, upon encountering his master, did she exhibit such unrefined behavior? "Master, I heard from Qian Duoduo that you possess a treasure you wish to show me. What may it be?" Huang Yueying inquired from her kneeling position. "There is no treasure. I simply wished for your company to share a drink and alleviate my boredom," Zhang Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. Ganyang Mo, hidden behind the screen, was taken aback. His heart sank at the thought that his master was so brazenly offending the city lord's wife. He feared for his own life should their connection be discovered. Just as he contemplated his fate, he suddenly heard Huang Yueying's bashful voice, leaving him momentarily dazed. As if his mind had momentarily frozen, Huang Yueying then poured wine into a cup for Zhang Xiaofan before filling one for herself, and with a clink, their cups met. Recalling the tyrannical terms imposed by city lord Yi Lingyun during their prior agreement, Ganyang Mo observed the current demeanor of the city lord's wife and felt a sense of clarity and satisfaction wash over him. "Yi Lingyun, you rely on your overwhelming strength to bully me, yet you would never imagine that my master has avenged me by feeding your wife the fruits of your own oppression." As this realization struck him, Ganyang Mo could not help but shed tears of relief. After an hour, Huang Yueying and Zhang Xiaofan concluded their appraisal of the treasure and reluctantly bid farewell, departing the auction house with her two maidservants. "Master, you are truly remarkable," Ganyang Mo exclaimed, emerging from behind the screen to bow deeply to Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan quickly helped him up, saying, "As long as I can help you vent your frustrations, I do not mind enduring a little hardship." Ganyang Mo was speechless. Such a sacrifice was one that most men would willingly bear. Ding. Your actions have thoroughly moved Ganyang Mo, raising his loyalty to a full 100 points. Ensuring unwavering allegiance until death. The system's voice resonated, bringing Zhang Xiaofan a profound sense of relief. He had successfully conquered this divine blacksmith. At that moment, Qian Duoduo re-entered, addressing Zhang Xiaofan. "Esteemed guest, I cannot help but wonder what treasure you exchanged with the city lord's wife. She appears positively radiant, her complexion markedly improved." It seemed Qian Duoduo was still pondering what Zhang Xiaofan's treasure might be, hoping to glean some benefit for himself. "My master's treasure certainly enhances a woman's beauty. However, you shall not be privy to it. Fetch your wife, for my master might take a liking to her and enhance her complexion as well." Ganyang Mo coldly replied to Qian Duoduo. Ganyang Mo has now completely submitted to Zhang Xiaofan. Initially, when Zhang Xiaofan claimed that even the empress could be utterly captivated by him, Ganyang Mo thought it was mere boasting. Little did he realize that the man's words were somewhat understated. "You jest, sir. In my life of navigating the treacherous seas of commerce, I have little time to consider marriage," Qian Duoduo awkwardly replied. "It appears that fate has decreed you shall not receive the grace of my master." Ganyang Mo remarked with an expression that suggested the loss was Qian Duoduo's. Fearing that Ganyang Mo might inadvertently divulge sensitive information, Zhang Xiaofan quickly interrupted their conversation and turned to Qian Duoduo, saying, "I happen to possess a skill book that I wish to sell through you. Please take a look." He handed over the warrior's skill book, Funli E.G., that he had obtained from slaying the iron-armored Rat King. Upon inspecting it, Qian Duoduo displayed little interest, and Zhang Xiaofan sensed a stark contrast in priorities between him and the players. While charms that enhanced allure were in high demand, this highly practical skill book garnered no enthusiasm. "Please provide a base price, and I shall assist you in auctioning it," Qian Duoduo said nonchalantly. 1,000 gold coins. Zhang Xiaofan replied casually, unconcerned about the likelihood of a sale. He then departed the auction house with Ganyang Mo. Upon returning to the sundry shop, Ganyang Mo eagerly rummaged through drawers and presented an ancient ring to Zhang Xiaofan with both hands. "My lord, this is the pinnacle of my creations over the years. You have avenged me, so this trinket is a gift for you." Zhang Xiaofan took the ring and was astounded. A divine artifact. It was not a one-time use item like the Resurrection Spirit Pearl, but a genuine artifact ring. Star Ring, artifact. It features infinite storage space, cannot be dropped, stolen, or traded once bound. It increases attack power by 1,000 points, defense power by 1,000 points, and health by 1,000 points. Attached skill, Astral Traversal, allows the setting of 2 anchor points, enabling instant return to the anchor point regardless of location. Zhang Xiaofan was left speechless. It was indeed a divine artifact that not only augmented substantial attack and defense, but also provided infinite storage space. Most notably, The skill astral traversal could save significant travel time. In this game, returning to town was not an option. One had to traverse each step, and without a mount. One could only rely on their own legs. As Zhang Xiaofan donned the star ring, he mused that had he possessed this artifact during his time in the city lord's prison, he might have made a swift escape. He subsequently stored all the resurrection spirit pearls from Mo Yun's sundry shop into the star ring, leaving only one as a fade. A shop that sold nothing was better off closing its doors. These resurrection spirit pearls are invaluable to me. I ask that you continue to produce more of them, Mr. Gangyang, Zhang Xiaofan instructed. I shall diligently obey your command, my lord. Gangyang Mo, now thoroughly impressed by Zhang Xiaofan, had no objections to his orders. After settling Gangyang Mo and establishing an astral traversal anchor point within the sundry shop, Zhang Xiaofan made his way to the military supply officer in Tianfu City. Previously, upon completing the Wild Horse Spirit Collection task, City Lord Yi Lingyun had informed Zhang Xiaofan that the military supply officer had a task to assign. Although he had contracted the City Lord's wife, whose rank would undoubtedly aid Zhang Xiaofan in defeating formidable foes for experience, he feared arousing suspicion in City Lord Yi Lingyun. Even with a divine artifact in hand, he felt no certainty in confronting Yi Lingyun. Thus, he resolved not to employ the City Lord's wife unless absolutely necessary. Upon arriving in the southern part of the city and making inquiries, he finally met the military supply officer. Warrior, our troops in Tianfu City are suffering significant weapon damage in battle against external demon creatures. We require a substantial amount of iron ore to forge new weapons. I hope you can assist us by collecting 100 pieces of iron ore from the goblin mine outside the city. I will grant you a generous reward, the officer stated. Ding. The military supply officer has issued you a recurring task. Collect iron Oregon task rewards. 3,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, and 10 military merit points. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan accepted the task, though he was curious about the military merit points, having never heard of them before. He inquired with the officer, who replied, military merit points can be exchanged for ranks within the military. Holding a rank brings various benefits. Please see this. The officer gestured, and a virtual list appeared in the air, detailing the military ranks and the corresponding benefits of each. Zhang Xiaofan noted that to exchange for a low-ranking soldier required 1,000 military merit points, which would increase a player's attack power by 1. Higher ranks included mid-ranking soldiers, high-ranking soldiers, squad leaders, centurions, and so forth, with the required military merit points increasing exponentially, while the benefits also grew increasingly formidable. I see, Zhang Xiaofan realized. Military merit points are indeed valuable. He wondered what the highest rank currently attained by players was. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. He ventured outside Tianfu City, summoned his contracted wild horse, mounted it, and galloped towards the Goblin Cave as directed. Chapter 95, The Goblin Cave. As the difficulty of main city tasks decreased, a multitude of players flooded into the main city. Observing Zhang Xiaofan riding at full speed, the players gazed at him with envious eyes. Many female players even flirted with him from the back of their mounts, calling out for him to take them along for leveling. Zhang Xiaofan paid them no mind, dismissing them as below his standards, even less appealing than Manni. How absurd. The speed of horseback riding far surpasses that of walking, swiftly leading to the entrance of the Daijing Dongxue. As I stepped into the cave, a damp and gloomy atmosphere enveloped me. The flickering oil lamps on the walls emitted a feeble glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. The uneven stone floor seemed to silently narrate the passage of time. Inside the cave, numerous players wielded iron picks, persistently striking the walls with a rhythmic clanging. All engaged in the task of collecting iron ore. When will I ever gather enough iron ore? 100 pieces. This is proving to be exceedingly difficult. A mage player complained to his companion. The companion, a warrior player, responded, be content. Although the drop rate of iron ore is somewhat low, this place is remarkably safe. There have been instances when players ventured into the second level of the Daijing Dongxue, where the ore is abundant, yet countless goblins guard it. As soon as one shows themselves, they are swiftly dispatched by the goblins. As the two conversed, a goblin suddenly materialized beside them. The goblin, short in stature and clad in tattered garments, brandished an axe, its eyes gleaming with a cunning greed reminiscent of a human gnome. The freshly spawned goblin dashed forward, snatched the iron pick from the mage player's grasp, and promptly fled. The mage was left dumbfounded, while his warrior companion rushed to attack. However, the goblin was agile, evading the warrior's iron sword with ease and disappearing deeper into the cave in an instant. Witnessing this, the warrior exclaimed in outrage, "These despicable goblin thieves, have they lost their minds to the point of stealing an iron pick? We are mining their territory's resources, of course. They will attempt to seize our belongings," the mage replied, his expression one of resignation. "Now I have to return to buy another pickaxe. The worst part is that this game doesn't allow us to teleport back to town. We must rely solely on our legs. This is such a waste of time. The warrior shared his sentiments, lamenting, this ridiculous game not only forbids teleportation, but the inventory space is woefully limited. Most infuriatingly, the ores cannot stack in our bags. We can only carry 10 at a time. To collect 100 pieces, I must make 10 trips to empty my bag. It's utterly exasperating. Go ahead and keep mining. I'll head back for a moment, the mage sighed. There's no other choice. For the sake of experience points and military merit, I must run. I'll accompany you back. My bag is full as well, the warrior said, placing a piece of iron ore into his inventory. Listening to their exchange, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly realized he had not prepared an iron pickaxe himself. It would be foolish to attempt mining with his bloodthirsty staff. As the two prepared to return, he quickly approached and asked, Brother, would you be willing to sell me that iron pickaxe? I am without the proper tools for mining. You didn't even buy an iron pickaxe, and yet you wish to mine? Are you out of your mind? The mage responded, incredulous. Just tell me if you will sell it. I'll offer you double the price, Zhang Xiaofan insisted. Intrigued, the mage replied, I bought this pickaxe for 20 silver coins. Are you truly offering double? Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan initiated a trade, placing 40 silver coins in the trade window while the mage placed his iron pickaxe within it. Excitedly concluding the transaction with Zhang Xiaofan. Equipped with the iron pickaxe, Zhang Xiaofan employed a disguise spell on a nearby goblin that had just respawned. Ding! Disguise successful. Your current identity is that of a goblin miner, the system announced, easing Zhang Xiaofan's worries. Though the goblins were diminutive, they were still humanoid monsters, allowing for the use of the disguise technique. The unfortunate goblin that had just respawned was quickly overwhelmed by a throng of players and was swiftly vanquished. The first level of the Devouring harbored few goblins, and thus, whenever one respawned, those unlucky enough to be spotted were promptly slaughtered by the players. Zhang Xiaofan did not linger in the first level, but stealthily advanced toward the second level of the Devouring. At the deepest recess of the first level, a dark opening appeared before him. This was the entrance to the second level. To prepare for any eventuality, Zhang Xiaofan released his contracted mountain bandit Devourance from the beast's space, allowing it to leap down, and he followed suit. With a sudden free fall, Zhang Xiaofan landed with a thud on the second level's ground, which was even darker than the first. The sight before him astonished him. Within the second level of the Devouring, countless goblin miners turned their attention toward the incoming Devourance and Zhang Xiaofan. The goblins then hurled their axes at Devourance, who, despite being level 16, was swiftly reduced to a bloody pulp by the multitude of axes. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaofan had utilized the disguise technique beforehand, thus avoiding the goblin's onslaught. He hastily cast an identification spell on one of the goblin miners. Goblin miner, level 20 wild monster. Attack, 500 to 750. Defense, 400 to 650. Health, 10,000. Skill, whirling axe, throws the axe to inflict damage on enemies and can recover the thrown axe. It turned out to be a level 20 wild monster, capable of both melee and ranged attacks with its axe. No wonder these goblins could swiftly eliminate the bandit Captain Devourance. Launching numerous axes simultaneously at their foes would be daunting even for the likes of Huang Xiling. Seeing the invader defeated, the goblins busily loaded iron ore into iron carts, transporting them to various storage rooms. Zhang Xiaofan remained unnoticed, blending in with the goblin ranks. One goblin miner pulled a cart, while Zhang Xiaofan pushed from behind. Together they delivered an entire cart of iron ore to the storage room deep within the second level. At this moment, only Zhang Xiaofan and the goblin miner remained in the room. Observing this, Zhang Xiaofan smirked coldly and released the remaining two contracted bandit captains from the beast space. The leader of the mountain bandits, Devourance, has met his demise. Within Zhang Xiaofan's beast control space, aside from Cui Hua, Huang Xilang, and a wild horse, only these two contracted mountain bandit leaders remain. It is time to seek a new batch of contractors. In reality, these contracted bandits have appeared too frequently, which may arouse the suspicion of observant individuals. The diminutive goblins before him, though smaller in stature, possess a combat prowess that surpasses that of the mountain bandits, making them excellent candidates for contracts. Chapter 96. Ascending to new heights as the two bandit leaders suddenly emerged, one wielding an axe, and the other a hammer. A flicker of human-like panic crossed the faces of the goblin miners in the room. They hastily hurled their axes towards the bandit with the hammer. With a slicing sound, the axe carved a gash in the bandit's chest, causing him to lose a significant portion of his health. After all, these wild monsters were 5 levels higher than the bandit leaders, and their attack power was formidable. The two bandit leaders, undeterred, charged towards the goblin miners with their weapons drawn. However, the low ceilings of the goblin caves hindered the robust bandit leaders, rendering them somewhat ineffective in their assault. Despite being outnumbered, the goblin miners managed to hold their ground. Before long, the bandit leader wielding the hammer was felled by a goblin miner's axe, and succumbed to his injuries. Only the bandit leader with the axe remained, struggling to maintain his stance. Zhang Xiaofan launched a spirit blast, which struck the goblin miner squarely in the chest, displaying a massive 5,300 damage notification above the goblin's head before it collapsed, instantly defeated. Zhang Xiaofan was not taken aback, despite the goblin's higher level. His spirit power of 200 points translated into a spell attack of 2,000 points, augmented by his weaponry, the enhancements from Tianfu City, and the additional 1,000 points from the Star Ring, allowing him to eliminate the weakened goblin effortlessly. Ding! You have achieved an overlevel kill on the goblin miner, earning 3,000 experience points and 50 copper coins. The system's voice echoed, indicating a generous experience reward, while the monetary gain was negligible. The room was filled with a considerable stash of iron ore, and Zhang Xiaofan collected it all into his Star Ring without hesitation. He then commanded the contracted mountain bandit to lure another goblin. The contracted bandit poked his head out of the room and slapped the passing goblin, subsequently retreating back inside. Enraged, the struck goblin abandoned its cart and pursued the bandit into the room, drawing its axe to deliver a powerful strike. The bandit, already wounded from the previous fight, was swiftly dispatched by the goblin's axe. Remaining unperturbed, Zhang Xiaofan launched another spirit blast at the goblin, which struck its waist, displaying a vivid 9,800 damage notification above its head, leaving it with just 200 health points, on the brink of defeat. This was a deliberate tactic on Zhang Xiaofan's part. Had the blast landed on the goblin's head or chest, it would likely have resulted in an instant kill. Observing the goblin's severely diminished health, Zhang Xiaofan promptly employed the contracting technique. Ding! Contract successful. The system's notification resounded. The goblin before him had transformed from a savage creature, its greed and cunning replaced with an expression of reverence. It knelt before Zhang Xiaofan, proclaiming his servitude with fervor. Zhang Xiaofan produced a healing potion for the goblin, restoring its health. Currently, Zhang Xiaofan possessed 200 points of spirit power. Contracting Huang Yuing and Huang Xilang consumed 80 points, while contracting Chui Hua and the wild horse used another 40 points, leaving him with 80 points available for further contracts. He had no intention of relinquishing Huang Xilang and Chui Hua, as both were unique monsters capable of self-upgrading. Particularly, Huang Xilang was the fourth prince. Should he ascend the throne, the entire realm would effectively belong to Zhang Xiaofan. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofan repeated the process, contracting 3 additional goblin miners to fill his quota of contracted beasts. As long as these contracted goblin miners refrained from initiating attacks, they would remain unharmed by their kin. A bold idea blossomed in Zhang Xiaofan's mind. The second level of the goblin caves housed numerous chambers filled with iron ore, and he found himself in one such storage room. He instructed the 4 goblin miners to block the entrance, then summoned Huang Xilang and Chui Hua from his beast control space. Attack! Zhang Xiaofan commanded Huang Xilang and Chui Hua, joining the fray himself. Huang Xilang unleashed his ranged attack skill, Autumn Wind Fan, while Zhang Xiaofan unleashed spirit blasts. Chui Hua, lacking a ranged attack, positioned herself behind the 4 goblin miners, using her substantial bulk as a steadfast barrier. At level 21, Huang Xilang remained sealed, and Zhang Xiaofan was uncertain how to unseal him, opting to proceed step by step. Zhang Xiaofan's attack power was formidable. Having allocated all his attribute points to agility, his attack speed had significantly increased. A single spirit blast was sufficient to annihilate a goblin miner, and those that survived were swiftly dispatched by Huang Xilang's fans. Chaos erupted in the goblin's second level, as countless goblins pushing mining carts surged towards Zhang Xiaofan's storage room. However, the entrance was firmly blocked by the 4 contracted goblin miners, with Chui Hua providing additional support. The narrow doorway confined the oncoming goblins, leaving them vulnerable to the assault. Ding! You have achieved an overlevel kill on the goblin miner, earning 3,000 experience points and 50 copper coins. Ding! You have achieved an overlevel kill on the goblin miner, earning 3,000 experience points and 50 copper coins. The system notifications rang incessantly in his ears, and Zhang Xiaofan's experience points surged rapidly. The goblins, thwarted at the entrance, cast their axes into the room in vain. Cui Hua, quick-witted and agile, positioned a mine cart in front of Zhang Xiaofan and Huang Xilang. In a cacophony of clanging metal, countless axes struck the cart. Yet both Zhang Xiaofan and Huang Xilang remained unscathed. Deprived of their axes, the goblins lacked any further ranged defensive capabilities, leaving Zhang Xiaofan and Huang Xilang free to reap their harvest. Under the relentless assault from the duo, the goblin miners on the second level of the goblin cave were nearly obliterated, their respawn rate unable to keep pace with the slaughter. When the last goblin miner fell to Zhang Xiaofan's hand, not a single enemy remained standing in the subterranean depths. A notification chimed, congratulating him on reaching level 15, and another indicated an upgrade to his contracted beast level. Elated, Zhang Xiaofan realized that this wave of foes had propelled him multiple levels in a single sweep. If he continued this way, reaching level 20 would undoubtedly be within reach. Both Huang Xilang and Cuihua also leveled up. With Cuihua attaining level 20 and Huang Xilang reaching level 22, their attributes enhanced to varying degrees. A tinge of imbalance stirred within Zhang Xiaofan. Realizing that while the game granted direct attribute points upon leveling, players themselves did not enjoy the same privilege and could only receive points upon reaching specific levels. Zhang Xiaofan established a Stargate anchor point on the second level of the Goblin Cave, and it was time to collect his spoils. Although the Goblin miners had not dropped any items, the cavern was filled with an abundance of iron ore, ripe for exchange for military merit. Zhang Xiaofan silently thanked Gonyang Mo for gifting him the divine artifact, the Star Ring, for without it, transporting such a vast quantity of iron ore would have been a tedious endeavor. Chapter 97. Exchange for military rank. Zhang Xiaofan thoroughly explored the storage area on the second level of the Goblin Cave, amassing over 40,000 pieces of iron ore, an overnight fortune. After retrieving all his contracted beasts into the beast space, he activated the Stargate skill of the Star Ring. Selecting the anchor point set within the Mo Yun General Store in Tianfu City. In a flash of white light, he emerged from the Goblin Cave and into the store, where Gonyang Mo was deeply engrossed in crafting a resurrection pearl, oblivious to Zhang Xiaofan's arrival. Not wishing to disturb him, Zhang Xiaofan exited the store and made his way toward the military supply officer in the southern part of the city. Outside the first level of the Goblin Cave, numerous players with the title Batian gathered. In the center, Batian Quanzhan confronted an assassin player, inquiring whether the player known as 9527 had entered the second level of the Goblin Cave. The assassin, named Batian Kao Shangfei, hastily affirmed, "Boss Quanzhan, I saw it with my own eyes. It is absolutely true." Batian Quanzhan nodded and called out to his brethren, "Let us lie in wait here for the summoner known as 9527 to emerge. Today, we shall rend him to pieces, avenging the blood-soaked grievance of our past." The group began to conceal themselves. Batian Quanzhan's eyes burned with the fire of vengeance. Zhang Xiaofan had slain his brother, Batian Jinka, and, outside the novice village, had exploited the village chief to eliminate many of his comrades, each one a vibrant life extinguished. Death in the game mirrored death in reality. If he did not avenge this blood feud, how could he face his followers? What esteem could he command? This time, there would be no village chief to support him. Moreover, his brothers had all reached level 10 and completed their class transitions in the main city, significantly boosting their combat power. Today, he would see how that wretched summoner could escape this fate, he mused. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xiaofan had already arrived in Tianfu City, engaging with the military supply officer to turn in his task. A notification chimed, congratulating him on completing the iron ore collection task. After deducting 100 pieces of iron ore, he earned 3,000 experience points, 5 gold coins, and 10 military merit points. Zhang Xiaofan calmly accepted this repeatable task and promptly chose to complete it again. The system chimed once more, announcing similar rewards. Continuing this pattern, Zhang Xiaofan exchanged and completed tasks until all the iron ore was expended, resulting in another level increase, bringing him to level 16, while his military merit points exceeded 4,000. He then used these points to exchange for military rank, 1,000 points for a low-ranking soldier, 2,000 points for a mid-ranking soldier, and 3,000 points for a high-ranking soldier, and so forth. A strict rule governed these exchanges. One could not leapfrog ranks. One must first acquire the status of a low-ranking soldier before advancing to mid-ranking status. Zhang Xiaofan first consumed 1,000 military merit points to obtain the title of low-ranking soldier. The system acknowledged his action, elevating him to a low-ranking soldier and increasing his attack power by 1. He then spent 2,000 military merit points to attain mid-ranking soldier status. The system again recognized him, promoting him to mid-ranking soldier and enhancing his attack power by 2. Gazing at the remaining 1,000 military merit points, Zhang Xiaofan lamented the expenditure involved in obtaining these military ranks, effectively consuming the iron ore he had painstakingly gathered in the Goblin Cave. He could only attain the status of a mid-ranking soldier. Looking at the military rank exchange panel, he drooled over the top position of Grand Marshal, which promised various extraordinary benefits. There was no doubt that he must continue to exchange military merit and gather iron ore. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Xiaofan activated the starry teleportation skill of the Xingxin Jijia, designating his destination as the second level of the Goblin Cave. In a flash of white light, he materialized in that very location. At this moment, numerous goblin miners had respawned in the second level. However, the iron ore in the storage room had not been significantly collected. Zhang Xiaofan employed his usual strategy, first utilizing the disguise secret technique to masquerade as a goblin miner. Subsequently, he summoned his contracted beasts, with 4 contracted goblins blocking the entrance, Cuihua serving as a sturdy pillar behind them. and Huang Xiling within the room, using the minecart for cover to engage in ranged harvesting. This time, Zhang Xiaofan refrained from participating in the battle. Instead, he maintained his disguise as a goblin miner, continuously traversing various storage rooms, transferring all the iron ore collected by the goblins into his Xingqian Jijia. In a brief moment, he amassed nearly 10,000 units of iron ore, leaving Huang Xiling and the others to continue the fight. Zhang Xiaofan steeled his resolve and stealthily approached the third level of the goblin cave, confident that his disguise would prevent the goblins from attacking him. At the deepest part of the second level of the goblin cave, a large, dark opening appeared, marking the entrance to the third level. With the protection of his Huang Emgu and 1,000 revitalizing pearls as his safety net, as well as the Xingqian Jijia as an escape tool, he felt no fear and leaped boldly into the abyss. With a thud, Zhang Xiaofan landed in the third level of the goblin cave. A notification indicating a loss of health appeared above him due to the fall. The third level of the goblin cave was surprisingly spacious and well lit. Unlike the oppressive confines of the first and second levels, countless torches illuminated the area, resembling an underground palace. Numerous goblin guards patrolled with weapons drawn, while many bare-chested goblin blacksmiths tirelessly hammered the iron ore transported to this level, forging it into various necessary materials. What are you doing? Why aren't you up top collecting ore? What brings you down here? Suddenly, a goblin guard approached and bellowed at Zhang Xiaofan, who was disguised as a goblin miner. Chapter 98. A desperate heist. Zhang Xiaofan swiftly cast an identification spell at the goblin guard, revealing its information. Goblin guard, level 25 wild monster, mechanical puppet, attack, 750 to 950 defense, 650 to 800 health, 12, 500 skill. Human bomb. The goblin guard is a puppet created by goblin engineers. Upon facing a death threat, the goblin guard can self-destruct, taking its enemy down with it. Without a second thought, Zhang Xiaofan immediately attempted to use the disguise secret technique on the goblin guard. Ding. Disguise failed. Mechanical beings cannot be disguised. The system's voice echoed, leaving Zhang Xiaofan momentarily stunned. It appeared that the disguise secret technique could only mimic living beings, as even mechanical puppets were beyond its reach. Zhang Xiaofan retrieved it from his backpack and swallowed it, instantly boosting his attack power by 100 points. Observing the advancing goblin guard, he unleashed a vitality orb. With a resounding boom, the vitality orb struck the goblin guard squarely in the chest, causing it to stagger, and a significant damage notification of 2,500 appeared above its head. Zhang Xiaofan's formidable mental prowess, coupled with his equipment and various bonuses, had elevated his attack power to 3,965 points, nearing 4,000. However, he could only inflict 2,500 points of damage due to the goblin's high defense, compounded by the level disparity. After all, the goblin guard was a level 25 wild monster, 9 levels above Zhang Xiaofan. Seizing the moment while the goblin guard was reeling from the attack, Zhang Xiaofan launched another vitality orb, delivering another blow of 2,500 health points. The goblin guard's health plummeted by nearly half, and it charged toward Zhang Xiaofan, during which it sustained another 2,500 points of damage. Zhang Xiaofan felt a surge of pride. Despite the goblin guard's higher level, he was confident he could defeat it. Just as he prepared to launch another vitality orb, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The goblin guard's eyes turned a furious red, and wisps of smoke began to emit from its ears. Moments later, with a tremendous explosion, the goblin guard detonated in place, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent Zhang Xiaofan hurtling backward, crashing against the wall before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Zhang Xiaofan felt as if he had been torn asunder by the explosion, the pain causing cold sweat to stream down his brow. Struggling to regain his footing, he discovered he had only 1 point of health remaining, a testament to the protective effect of his Huang Emgu. Had it not been for this, he would likely have been killed instantly in the blast. Ding. You have defeated the goblin guard despite the level disparity, earning 8,000 experience points and a reward of 10 silver coins. Ding. You have been blown out of disguise. Your transformation into a goblin miner has been nullified. The system's notifications provided Zhang Xiaofan with a glimmer of consolation, yet also a dangerous warning. He could hardly believe he had been exposed in such a manner. The explosion had aroused the attention of the monsters in the third level of the goblin cave, and hordes of goblin guards surged towards him. Among them were not only goblin guards but also goblin blacksmiths, engineers, and mages, all converging with the intent to eliminate this intruder. A barrage of attacks rained down upon Zhang Xiaofan, yet his death immunity skill could withstand for 30 minutes. Despite the overwhelming onslaught, he remained unscathed, his 1 point of health firmly locked. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan felt no panic, with over 20 minutes of immunity remaining. Why not seize the opportunity for a grand heist? He had just noticed the substantial accumulation of iron ore here, as well as higher-grade fine iron ore and copper ore. Thus, With the relentless attacks from the monsters of the third level of the Goblin Cave bearing down on him, Zhang Xiaofan swaggered over to a pile of iron ore. Sweeping his hand across to gather all the iron ore into his Xingqian Zhijia, Zhang Xiaofan's audacious behavior thoroughly incited the wrath of the wild creatures inhabiting the third layer of the Daijing Cave. A furious Daijing blacksmith bellowed, "You little thief! It has always been our Daijing clan that steals from others. Who would have imagined that today you would dare to pilfer from us? This is utterly intolerable." Another Daijing mage joined in the tirade, exclaiming, "Shameless thief! I shall strangle you." With that, he raised his staff and unleashed a colossal fireball towards Zhang Xiaofan. The explosion resonated as the fireball struck Zhang Xiaofan squarely in the back, sending him hurtling into a pile of copper ore. Zhang Xiaofan swiftly scrambled to his feet, casting a wide gesture that made the copper ore before him vanish instantly, reappearing within the Xingqian ring. Witnessing this, the wild creatures of the Daijing Cave grew even more enraged. A Daijing engineer shouted, "Blow this thief to smithereens." In response, countless Daijing guards surged forward, surrounding Zhang Xiaofan and triggering self-destructive explosions. The cacophony of detonations was deafening as Zhang Xiaofan was flung about, yet his speed in collecting the ore only intensified, leaving no trace in his wake. While gathering the ore, Zhang Xiaofan simultaneously launched energy projectiles at the self-destructing Daijing guards. Any experience gained from his attacks, regardless of the guards' subsequent explosions, would be his to claim. The system's notifications chimed continuously. "You have slain a Daijing guard," gaining 8,000 experience points and a reward of 10 silver coins. In mere moments, Zhang Xiaofan, who had just reached level 16, found his experience bar nearing the threshold of level 17. Observing the diminishing duration of his immunity, he wasted no time and dashed toward a mound of silver ore, swiftly collecting it into his Xingqian ring before activating the Starlight teleportation skill, targeting the second layer of the Daijing Cave. Alert! You are under attack. Teleportation failed. Zhang Xiaofan's heart raced in alarm, yet he refused to succumb to despair. If he could not teleport, he would flee. There was no other option. He forcefully shoved aside a Daijing mage who was assaulting him and sprinted toward the entrance leading to the second layer of the Daijing Cave. "Chase him! We must not let this thief escape with our resources," shouted a Daijing engineer. The myriad of wild creatures from the third layer of the Daijing Cave pursued him relentlessly, while Zhang Xiaofan collected a few more piles of refined iron ore along the way. This audacious act incited the entire third layer of the Daijing Cave to vow, at any cost, to rend Zhang Xiaofan into pieces. Fortunately, he had initially allocated all his attribute points to agility. Otherwise, escape would have been far more challenging. Navigating through a series of twists and turns, Zhang Xiaofan reached the exit from the third to the second layer, leaping with all his might to grasp the ground of the second layer of the Daijing Cave. "Grab his leg," commanded the Daijing engineer, directing the Daijing guards ahead of him. One Daijing guard stood on the shoulders of his comrade, reaching for Zhang Xiaofan, who dangled in midair. "Ah!" Zhang Xiaofan cried out in agony. "You dim-witted Daijing guards. Instead of grabbing my long legs, you choose to seize my shorter one. How can it withstand such weight?" With a swift kick, Zhang Xiaofan sent the guard plummeting to the ground before rolling into the second layer of the Daijing Cave. The wild creatures in the second layer had not yet fully respawned, as they had been largely cleared out by Huang Xilang and his companions. Zhang Xiaofan approached Huang Xilang and the others, opening the Beastmaster space, and with a thought, all his contracted beasts leaped inside, vanishing from sight. Without pausing, he activated the Starlight teleportation once more. A thud resounded as an axe was hurled at him, causing him to stumble. "You are under attack. Starlight teleportation has been interrupted." Hearing the system notification, Zhang Xiaofan turned to see a Daijing miner smugly retrieving the axe he had thrown. Enraged, he retaliated with an energy projectile, instantly slaying the freshly respawned Daijing miner. As he glimpsed the swarm of Daijing guards pouring forth from the third layer, Zhang Xiaofan took flight. Knowing his immunity skill had but 1 minute remaining, failure to escape would seal his fate. With 21 agility points, he dashed at an impressive speed, quickly reaching the first layer of the Daijing Cave. Observing the multitude of players mining with their pickaxes, he shouted, "Run for your lives. If you don't flee now, you will perish here. Are you mad? You think we'll run just because you say so? Who do you think you are?" The players remained unfazed, gazing at the panicked Zhang Xiaofan with incredulity, mocking him with derision. Realizing that it was futile to reason with the obstinate, Zhang Xiaofan said no more and surged like a tempest through the crowd. Just then, the ground trembled violently, and the mining players witnessed countless Daijing monsters surging forth from the depths of the cave like a tidal wave, the lowest among them being level 25 Daijing guards. "Slay these thieves who have robbed us of our ore. We must not let the culprit escape," commanded a Daijing engineer at the rear, wielding a large compass. With a thunderous crash, the foremost Daijing guard detonated, sending several players flying, their bodies crumpling to the ground. This sudden turn of events left the players dumbfounded. Had someone disturbed the Daijing nest? How could these unseen creatures emerge in such numbers? Run. Are we just going to wait for death? As reality dawned upon them, the players realized that they could not withstand the onslaught of the Daijing guards. One by one, they discarded their pickaxes and fled towards the cave's exit. Zhang Xiaofan was the first to dash outside the cave, his invulnerability skill now reduced to a mere 10 seconds of effectiveness. Without hesitation, he activated the Starry Sky teleportation skill. However, a system notification interrupted him. You have been attacked by player Batian Qiushangfei. Teleportation interrupted. Accompanying this announcement, the figure of an assassin player materialized behind Zhang Xiaofan. Batian Qiushangfei, taken aback, wondered why his lethal strike against 9527 was deemed ineffective after he had gone invisible. Zhang Xiaofan, infuriated to discover an ambush, suddenly found himself confronted by dozens of players bearing the Batian prefix, with Batian Quanzhan leading them. 9527. We have been waiting for you. Today, your head will certainly roll, as there is no village chief here to back you up. Batian Quanzhan bellowed with malevolence. Zhang Xiaofan had no time to waste in banter. He swiftly unleashed a chi blast that instantly eliminated the ambushing Batian Qiushangfei, and then he turned to flee. Batian Quanzhan, enraged, vowed vengeance for the death of his comrade, knowing he would incur a significant blood debt in reality. Get him! Batian Quanzhan commanded his subordinates. Immediately, archers and mages from Batian Quanzhan's team launched a barrage of ranged attacks at Zhang Xiaofan. Arrows rained down like a tempest, accompanied by fireballs and ice shards cascading towards him. With only a sliver of health remaining, Zhang Xiaofan's invulnerability skill had expired and was on cooldown, leaving him to succumb to a hail of arrows, falling lifelessly to the ground. A system notification chimed. You have died. The resurrection pearl will prevent your soul from dispersing. Would you like to resurrect immediately? Zhang Xiaofan noticed that a resurrection pearl had automatically been deducted from his inventory. This marked his first death in the game. Yet his consciousness remained intact. Although he was now a corpse, he could still observe all that transpired outside. Batian Quanzhan laughed maniacally, approaching Zhang Xiaofan's lifeless form and declaring, Little brother, I have finally avenged you. His underlings wore expressions of exhilaration. Despite the loss of one comrade, they were sure the rewards for slaying 9527 would be substantial. At that moment, a throng of players emerged from the nearby goblin cave, their faces painted with panic. As they rushed past Batian Quanzhan and his crew, they paid no heed to them, solely focused on their escape. Just as Batian Quanzhan and his group were left bewildered, a multitude of wild creatures poured forth from the goblin cave, led by a battalion of goblin guards wielding long spears, followed closely by goblin blacksmiths brandishing hammers. And further back, goblin mages clad in robes. One goblin guard charged directly into Batian Quanzhan's ranks and self-destructed. With a thunderous explosion, many of Batian Quanzhan's subordinates were flung aside, while the once emboldened Batian Quanzhan found himself unceremoniously seated on the ground. However, as a warrior, he was tough-skinned and, not being at the epicenter of the blast, he survived. Batian Quanzhan scrambled to his feet and fled, horrified at the thought of a full-on goblin guard detonation. Observing the carnage wrought by the goblins upon the players, Zhang Xiaofan chose not to resurrect immediately. He silently apologized and opted to log out, deciding it wise to wait until the chaos subsided before re-entering the game, as the day's gaming time was nearly over. The goblin engineer, noticing Zhang Xiaofan's corpse, approached with the intent to desecrate it, only to see the body gradually fade until it vanished. Upon returning to reality, Zhang Xiaofan removed his gaming helmet, feeling a lingering sense of dread. Had it not been for his resurrection pearl, he might not have escaped this ordeal. He called his parents, only to discover they were as active as ever. His mother continued to sell snacks at a market stall, while his father had returned to work at a small factory producing gas canisters. Despite Zhang Xiaofan's pleas, his parents were resolute in their refusal to retire early and enjoy life, insisting that idleness would lead to decline and that it was better to stay engaged, not for monetary gain, but for enjoyment. Their words filled Zhang Xiaofan with a sense of shame. Although he held a position at Li Aoshua's company, he had scarcely visited, which seemed inappropriate given his situation. Resolving this matter, he drove straight to Aoshua Real Estate Company. At that moment within the company, Li Aoshua's drivers were lamenting to Secretary Wang Kiki. Secretary Wang, this is just too unfair. Zhang Xiaofan, that rookie, is treated like royalty, complete with his own office, while we, the drivers, are left in the cold. Lu Dongqiang was the first to voice his grievances. Indeed, Li Zong even bought him a house and a car. Why the disparity in treatment? Another driver, Ma Tenghua, chimed in. Wang Kiki felt exasperated. Her schedule was already packed, and now these drivers had united to air their grievances, wasting precious time. Zhang Xiaofan's car and house were purchased by him, not by Li Zong. Wang Kiki interjected, eager to halt Ma Tenghua's complaints. How could that be? He is just a rookie like us. Where would he find such wealth? It must be from Li Zong. Ma Tinghua retorted, unconvinced. The topic was eventually dropped. As without evidence, they could not make baseless accusations. Zhang Xiaofan had saved Li Zong's child, so it was only natural for Li Zong to show some favoritism. Although Wang Kiki held a dislike for Zhang Xiaofan, she refrained from speaking out of turn. Even if he had saved Li Zong's child, the compensation of a car and house was already quite generous. However, he drew a salary as a driver, yet failed to show up for work, which was simply unacceptable. We, who have been here for so long, have not received such treatment, Lu Dongqiang lamented once more. Indeed, we demand a salary increase and the right to paid leave. Otherwise, we shall resort to a collective strike. Ma Tinghua candidly articulated the ultimate objective of these drivers. In a moment of clarity, Wang Kiki realized that while these individuals appeared to be lamenting about Zhang Xiaofan, they were, in fact, advocating for their own benefits. Her disdain for Zhang Xiaofan, whom she deemed a troublemaker, intensified. Were it not for him, there would be no such troubles. Good morning, Secretary Wang. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofan entered the Ao Shui real estate building and greeted Wang Kiki, who was surrounded by the drivers. You still remember to come to work? Wang Kiki seized the opportunity to vent her frustration, retorting, look at the mess you've caused. Zhang Xiaofan, bewildered, replied, I believe this is my first official day at work. What good deed have I done? Nevertheless, he maintained a playful demeanor as he continued, Secretary Wang. Let's not bring emotions into our work. I've taken the initiative to come to the office. I'm no longer just a freeloader. Does that not please you? Unpleased, you say? Your constant absence has led to discontent among other colleagues. If it weren't for General Manager Li, I would have simply had you dismissed. Wang Kiki exclaimed with indignation. Zhang Xiaofan, disinterested in the hostility emanating from this young woman, ambled towards the elevator while dismissively stating, is my position truly that vital? Can a mere freeloader incite such opinions among my colleagues? Just as the elevator doors were closing, he added, and even if there are objections, they are meaningless. If they don't wish to work, they can leave. Wang Kiki, infuriated, stamped her foot in frustration. Driver Lu Dongqiang remarked to Wang Kiki, Secretary Wang, do you hear this? Is this how a person speaks? As if this company belongs to him. Driver Ma Tinghua echoed Lu's sentiment, saying, this young man, relying on his favor with General Manager Li, behaves in such an arrogant manner. He is unworthy of greatness, and I am ashamed to associate with him. Another driver, Huang Xiaozheng, chimed in, gentlemen, let us leave. Unless the company grants us a salary increase and improved benefits, what is the point of remaining here? Upon hearing this, the other colleagues glanced at the silent Wang Kiki before turning to leave, embodying a tragic resolve that if they were not wanted here, there would be another place for them. Wang Kiki, witnessing their departure, hurriedly pursued them, stating, recently, General Manager Li is scheduled for a business trip. I will discuss the salary increase with him as soon as possible. You cannot simply abandon your posts. The group responded with derisive laughter, and Huang Xiaozheng, without looking back, replied, we shall return to work only after Secretary Wang provides us with a satisfactory response. Indeed, since there is another driver, let him take over. Ma Tinghua added with dissatisfaction. Lu Dongqiang muttered softly, we are aware of the trip, which is why we staged this unexpected protest. Only by recognizing our importance will they value us, the drivers. I can offer each of you a salary increase of 1,000 yuan. How does that sound? Wang Kiki, becoming anxious, quickly proposed. Is that meant to appease beggars? Huang Xiaozheng scoffed. To buy Zhang Xiaofan a house and a car. Yet only offer us a mere 1,000 yuan increase. That shows a lack of sincerity, Lu Dongqiang sighed. Let us go, there is nothing more to discuss. Ma Tinghua urged his colleagues, and they swiftly exited the Ao Shui real estate building. Wang Kiki stamped her foot in frustration and stormed back upstairs. Upon reaching Zhang Xiaofan's office door, she pushed it open only to find it vacant, prompting her to turn towards Li Ao Shui's office. Inside Li Ao Shui's office, Zhang Xiaofan sat across from her, cradling a cup of coffee. Xiaofan, are you aware that your ex-girlfriend committed suicide by jumping from the hospital yesterday? Li Ao Shui spoke in a calm tone. Zhang Xiaofan furrowed his brow, genuinely unaware of this event, and casually responded, she got what she deserved. Wu Manni's family encountered a tragic event. Were you involved in any way? Li Ao Shui inquired nonchalantly. Zhang Xiaofan cast a sidelong glance at Li Ao Shui, who was absorbed in her documents, and said, what matters are you referring to, General Manager Li? I seem to be at a loss. Li Ao Shui set down her papers and lifted her gaze. Yesterday, police officers approached me, inquiring about you and recounting the misfortunes of Wu Manni's family. They have begun to suspect you and advised me to remain vigilant, suggesting you might be an extremely dangerous individual, though they currently lack evidence. Observing Zhang Xiaofan's unperturbed demeanor, Li Ao Shui continued, do you have nothing to say? Zhang Xiaofan chuckled and replied, aren't you afraid, General Manager, to be associated with such an extremely dangerous individual? Chapter 101. I believe in you. Liao Shui shot Zhang Xiaofan a disapproving glance and remarked, the officers detailed the events surrounding Wu Manni's family. And I believe their suspicions are not unfounded. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaofan asked, his tone indifferent. At that moment, Wang Kiki stormed into the room. Addressing Liao Shui, general manager, due to Zhang Xiaofan's persistent absence from work, our company's drivers have developed a sense of imbalance and have now collectively gone on strike. Liao Shui glanced at Wang Kiki and replied coolly, understood. I do not need to be informed of such trivial matters in the future. Do you comprehend? Please leave. I need to discuss some matters with Xiaofan. Wang Kiki was taken aback by Liao Shui's reaction. With a business trip to Jingshi looming, did she expect Liao Shui to drive herself? Upon hearing Liao Shui's words, Wang Kiki realized she had allowed her anger to cloud her judgment. How could she fail to manage such a minor issue and then report it to the company's president? Was this not indicative of her incompetence as a secretary? With this realization, Wang Kiki composed herself and exited the office, gently closing the door behind her. Liao Shui then addressed Zhang Xiaofan. As you are an employee of our company, the police approached me to gather information and share the ordeal faced by Wu Manni's family. I too find the coincidences surrounding their plight troubling. Although I am not an investigator, I understand that unusual occurrences often hint at underlying issues. First, Wu Manni was violated. Then Wu Di was robbed, followed by another robbery targeting Wu Degui and his wife, involving money borrowed for purchasing a home. Do you truly believe their family is simply unfortunate, or is there someone deliberately seeking retribution? Liao Shui, after finishing her words, quietly gazed at Zhang Xiaofan. Who could have known that this might be retribution for evil deeds? Zhang Xiaofan nonchalantly replied. Liao Shui smiled faintly and said, the police have also questioned Wu Manni's family to gather information, and they learned that you were indeed at Wu Manni's home that night, accompanying her parents for drinks, providing an alibi. However, as far as I know, you were already aware that Wu Manni had deceived your parents for 5 years. Can you explain why you sought out her parents and gifted them 1 million in betrothal gifts, claiming your intention to marry their daughter? Zhang Xiaofan felt a slight unease in his heart, yet remained unconcerned. After all, he was not present when the Wu siblings encountered their misfortune and had been at home with their parents, devoid of any evidence against him. This is what I call forgiving past grievances and repaying kindness with kindness, Zhang Xiaofan said with a grin. Who are you trying to fool? Liao Shui chuckled softly. Who was it that just said Wu Manni committed suicide by jumping off a building, thus making it too easy for her? Is this how you repay kindness? Zhang Xiaofan's expression turned slightly awkward. He chuckled sheepishly, remaining silent. Moreover, several recent murders in Nanshan City are surprisingly linked to you. How do you explain such coincidences? Liao Shui fixed her gaze on Zhang Xiaofan's eyes and continued. The loan shark, brother Hu, was brutally murdered in your hospital room while you were in a coma. Then, one of brother Hu's underlings came to collect debts from your father and was viciously killed by a passerby. Now, it's Wu Manni's family. Why are all these victims connected to you? How would I know? I didn't do it, Zhang Xiaofan replied with an innocent look. Liao Shui smiled slightly and said, everything I'm telling you comes from Sun Yueyang, who was transferred from the provincial department to solve this case. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Xiaofan shook his head, still feigning innocence, and remarked, I don't quite grasp the significance of your words. The reason Sun Yueyang has not approached you yet is twofold. First, there is no evidence proving your involvement. Second, they fear alarming the snake in the grass. However, they have already begun to suspect you. Liao Shui laid her cards on the table. If they were to discover that you not only gifted Wu Manni's family 1 million in betrothal gifts, but also purchased a car worth over 4 million and a house exceeding 40 million, what do you think their reaction would be? Observing Zhang Xiaofan lost in thought, Liao Shui continued. You, a person who has just risen from a hospital bed, suddenly possessing such a large sum of money, regardless of its origins, wouldn't it be rather simple to hire someone to commit murder? Even if they found out, there is no evidence linking me to it. It's all mere speculation, Zhang Xiaofan asserted. You are too naive. Sometimes, they conduct investigations without needing evidence and will coax the suspect into revealing the truth, Liao Shui replied calmly. That sounds troublesome, Zhang Xiaofan muttered. Liao Shui smiled slightly and asked Zhang Xiaofan, have you been in contact with Lin Wanqing recently? Zhang Xiaofan looked up at Liao Shui in confusion, uncertain of her sudden inquiry about Lin Wanqing. From my observations, Lin Wanqing's family background is undoubtedly impressive. If she could assist you, perhaps this matter could be easily resolved. Liao Shui, with her keen intellect, had deduced much from their previous conversation and advised Zhang Xiaofan. You must understand that while money can resolve many troubles, power can address those that money cannot. Zhang Xiaofan felt warmth in his heart. It seemed that Liao Shui was indeed on his side, not only offering him strategic advice, but perhaps even concealing certain matters from the police during their inquiries. Otherwise, they would likely have already questioned him. Li Zong, if I were to say that I had hired someone to do those things, would you consider me a villain? Zhang Xiaofan asked with a faint smile. I believe in you, Liao Xue replied coolly. I trust my judgment more, and besides, those individuals brought their misfortune upon themselves. There is no need for sympathy. Then why did you marry someone like that? I've heard he has been unfaithful behind your back, Zhang Xiaofan teased with a grin. You rascal, how dare you? Liao Xue playfully scolded. Here I am, devising strategies for you, and you have the audacity to joke with me. Where is your conscience? Gazing at the dignified and elegant Liao Xue, who now resembled a young girl playfully pouting, Zhang Xiaofan felt momentarily entranced by such a contrast. Li Zong, thank you for considering so much for me, Zhang Xiaofan said, regaining his composure and speaking earnestly. That is more like it, Liao Xue rolled her eyes. This Liao Xue bore a striking resemblance to Huang Yueying, the lady of the city lord in the game, both in temperament and appearance. Zhang Xiaofan recalled the absurdities he experienced with Huang Yueying in the game, and upon seeing Liao Xue in her current state, he nearly lost control. He hastily shook off the distracting thoughts. Liao Xue was right. He needed to retain some contingency plans. Just then, Zhang Xiaofan's phone rang. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Wu Di. Fan Ge, my sister committed suicide by jumping off a building. Wu Di's voice on the phone carried a hint of excitement. What does that have to do with me? Zhang Xiaofan replied with distaste. Fan Ge, I have been visiting my sister's hospital room to scold her these days. My parents have been pressuring her due to deaths from loan sharks. They might have taken out their frustrations on her, causing her to succumb to the pressure and take such drastic action, Wu Di continued. Why are you telling me this? Zhang Xiaofan responded coolly. You see, my sister deceived your parents for 5 years and caused you countless grievances. Now, I've indirectly avenged you. So you ought to show some appreciation, Wu Di said flatteringly. And how do you expect me to show my appreciation? Zhang Xiaofan sneered into the phone. I don't ask for much. Just help me pay the hospital fees so I can get treatment for my urinary issues. How about that? Wu Di quickly replied. I have no money. After Zhang Xiaofan concluded the call, he immediately hung up. Just as he severed the connection with Wu Di, his phone rang again, revealing it was a call from Wang Defa of the loan company. My friend, thank you for the business introduction. When shall I deliver the promised bonus of 50,000? Wang Defa cheerfully inquired upon answering. You may keep it. I have no need for it, Zhang Xiaofan replied, suddenly recalling that Wang Defa could very likely be a breakthrough point for the police. If Wu Manni's parents informed the authorities that it was Zhang Xiaofan who had contacted Wang Defa and introduced the business, claiming it was recommended by the deceased Tiger Ge, he would find himself in an extremely passive situation. If the police followed the leads and contacted Wang Defa for information, Zhang Xiaofan would be left with no plausible explanation. How can that be? I, Wang Defa, do have a reputation to uphold, Wang Defa responded boldly over the phone. I hope you will continue to introduce similar businesses in the future. In that case, let us meet. I look forward to our future collaborations, Zhang Xiaofan said before hanging up the phone. Just after ending the call with Wang Defa, Zhang Xiaofan's phone rang once more, this time with a call from Lin Wanqing. You are quite busy, Liao Xue teased. Zhang Xiaofan smiled awkwardly and answered the call. Xiaofan, what is going on with the Mo Yun General Store? My father sent someone to purchase a resurrection pearl, but the store suddenly raised the price. The pearl, which was originally 100,000 gold coins, is now being sold for 1 million. Moreover, my father's subordinate mentioned that the store owner is called 9527. Isn't that you? Lin Wanqing's clear voice resonated through the phone. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiaofan replied, Do you remember when I was summoned by the city lord's wife at the auction house? I do. I waited outside the general store for you, but I couldn't reach you. The system indicated that you were in a special map and uncontactable. Lin Wanqing responded with curiosity. I gave all the jewelry we seized at Huang Feng Gang to the city lord's wife, and in return, she granted me ownership of that general store. Thus, I am now the proprietor of it. Zhang Xiaofan fabricated a story, omitting the part about the contract with the city lord's wife. Is that so? Lin Wanqing exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Then you must have struck it rich. Zhang Xiaofan smiled slightly and offered a preemptive caution, saying, Rich? The price of the resurrection pearl is exorbitant. Very few can afford it, and I have no intention of selling it at a loss, so I won't be making a fortune. Lin Wanqing seemed to miss the underlying meaning in Zhang Xiaofan's words and replied, The resurrection pearl is invaluable and certainly cannot be sold cheaply. My father also wishes to purchase one. I will have him contact you. You need not consider my presence. Feel free to charge him handsomely. After saying that, Lin Wanqing hung up. Zhang Xiaofan put away his phone, feeling somewhat apologetic as he looked at Liao Xue, realizing that his continuous phone calls were rather impolite. Is that all? Liao Xue observed the situation and smiled at Zhang Xiaofan. I need to make a trip to Jingshi tomorrow, and since the drivers are on strike, could I trouble you, Master Zhang, to drive me? Of course, it would be my pleasure, Zhang Xiaofan readily agreed. Since Lin Wanqing will also be in Jingshi, you might as well seek connections there and see if you can resolve your troubles, Liao Xue advised seriously. Li, your connections are the ones I should be cultivating. Zhang Xiaofan flattered, saying, a word from you is worth more than 10 years of study. Hearing this double entendre, Li Aoshue felt a bit bashful. Zhang Xiaofan, recognizing the moment, took his leave and exited the office. Outside, he noticed Wang Kiki was on the phone trying to contact the striking drivers. He approached her and said, Secretary Wang, no need to search for them anymore. I will drive tomorrow. It's no trouble at all. With your driving skills, I wouldn't dare to get in. Wang Kiki scoffed. Zhang Xiaofan chose not to argue further and arranged a meeting place with Wang Defa before heading downstairs. Arriving outside the Blue Diamond CAF, Zhang Xiaofan opened the beast space and summoned a contracted goblin miner. The goblin miner, appearing in reality, stood under 5 feet tall, resembling a human but distinctly more grotesque. With a wrinkled face akin to that of an elderly man, its large eyes, disproportionate to its stature, made it look especially odd and amusing. Zhang Xiaofan handed the goblin miner some pre-prepared clothes to change into and issued commands through thought. The goblin miner boldly entered the Blue Diamond CAF and immediately spotted Wang Defa, who had been waiting in a booth. The appearance of the goblin miner drew the attention of the CAF patrons, who whispered amongst themselves, questioning how such an unattractive and short individual could exist. Are you Wang Defa? The goblin miner asked, jumping onto the booth seat in a comically awkward manner. Wang Defa looked at the diminutive figure with surprise and asked, could you possibly be the friend who introduced me to the business? Indeed, where is the money? The goblin miner completed the dialogue precisely as Zhang Xiaofan instructed. Never would I have imagined that the illustrious Tiger Go had such a friend, Wang Defa remarked with a hint of mockery. I hope you do not take offense. But you bear a striking resemblance to the ancient Wu Dalong, both short and unattractive. I mean no disrespect. At that moment, Wang Defa could no longer suppress his laughter. Please do not judge by appearances, the goblin miner stated earnestly. My apologies, that was not my intention. Wang Defa quickly attempted to stifle his amusement. However, the goblin miner's earnest expression only served to provoke more laughter from Wang Defa. Chapter 103, The Ruthless Goblin. Wang Defa, realizing his behavior might have been somewhat inappropriate, hastily regained his composure and produced 50,000 in cash from his pocket, saying, here is your reward. Please accept it. The goblin miner cast a cold glance at Wang Defa, remaining unmoved. What's wrong, little brother? Why do you not collect this money? Wang Defa, noticing the situation, hastily spoke, addressing him as little brother instead of buddy. I detest those who judge others by their appearance. Your previous actions have greatly displeased me. The goblin miner replied with an expression of indifference. Therefore go die? Wang Defa scoffed, dismissing him, noting that although the goblin was small in stature, his audacity was considerable. At that moment, the goblin miner leaped onto the table, seized Wang Defa's hair, and forcefully slammed his head onto the table, exhibiting extreme ferocity. A resounding thud echoed. Wang Defa's head burst like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere. The goblin miner gathered the money from the table and scattered it about, with 50,000 coins fluttering like petals in the CAF. He then leapt down from the table and swaggered out of the CAF, disappearing into the streets outside. This sudden turn of events transpired in the blink of an eye, and it was only when the goblin miner vanished that the onlookers in the CAF reacted, panicking and shouting about a murder, scattering in all directions, while some bold individuals began to collect the money. Zhang Xiaofan let out a cold laugh, opened the beast control space, and the goblin miner vanished within as he drove slowly away from the curb. At the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Sun Yueyang furrowed his brow. Several sheets of paper filled with deductions spread before him. Without exception, all deductions pointed to Zhang Xiaofan, as only he possessed the motive to commit such an act. However, these were merely conjectures, lacking any substantial evidence. Sun Yueyang set down his pen and addressed a young officer beside him. Yuan Fong, what is your take on this? Director Sun, there must be something amiss. Officer Yuan Fong replied solemnly. Sun Yueyang shot him a glare, urging him to continue. Following your instructions, I inquired further with the Wu Digui couple. Guess what? Yuan Fong exclaimed excitedly. I suspect you wish to be reprimanded. Sun Yueyang retorted irritably. Just speak plainly, no riddles. Yuan Fong quickly complied. According to the Wu Digui couple, their seller, Wang Defa, was actually sought out by Zhang Xiaofan, who sold the house for a price significantly below market value and also borrowed a high-interest loan from him. Upon hearing this, Sun Yueyang sprang to his feet and declared, let us find Wang Defa. He may be the key to solving this case. At that moment, another officer entered the office and addressed Sun Yueyang, Director Sun. Another violent murder has occurred at the Blue Diamond CAF. Our personnel have secured the scene. Sun Yueyang felt overwhelmed, deciding to set aside the Wu Digui family's case and lead the team to the Blue Diamond CAF. Outside the CAF, several officers were questioning the CAF owner while others were retrieving surveillance footage. As Sun Yueyang approached, one officer hurriedly greeted him, Director Sun. The scene has been compromised by the chaotic crowd, but we have reviewed the surveillance footage and can discern the physical characteristics of the assailant. Moreover, the identity of the victim has been confirmed as Wang Defa, the owner of a loan company. Sun Yueliang's mind raced, sensing an unseen hand manipulating events in Nanshan City, playing him like a puppet. What a coincidence. He said to Yuan Fong, "We were just about to investigate Wang Defa, and now he has been murdered here. What do you make of it?" Yuan Fong nodded slightly. "There must be something suspicious about this. Speak plainly." Sun Yueliang replied with a furrowed brow. "This victim is also connected to Zhang Xiaofan. He is a significant suspect." Yuan Fong quickly responded, "Where's the evidence?" Sun Yueliang sought to shift Yuan Fong's perspective. Yuan Fong awkwardly smiled. "There is none, just my speculation." Noticing Sun Yueliang's deepening frown, Yuan Fong stepped forward. "Director Sun, it need not be so complicated. Let us apprehend Zhang Xiaofan immediately and interrogate him. He is just a young lad, and with a little intimidation, he will confess everything." Sun Yueliang sighed. "If these victims were all hired by Zhang Xiaofan, can he still be considered an ordinary youth? I fear that even torture may not yield results, let alone intimidation. What then shall we do?" Yuan Fong asked anxiously. "Are we to simply wait idly? We cannot alert the snake in the grass. And we lack direct evidence to prove Zhang Xiaofan's involvement," Sun Yueliang remarked, glancing at Wang Defa's lifeless body still slumped on the table. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Call an ambulance." Yuan Fong looked puzzled. "Director Sun, the man is dead. Why call an ambulance? Aside from us officers, who knows he is dead?" Sun Yueliang replied nonchalantly. Yuan Fong, quick-witted as he was, immediately grasped the implication and exclaimed, "Director Sun, are you suggesting we use Wang Defa's corpse to lure the snake out of its hole?" "Precisely. We will inform the public that Wang Defa is not dead but gravely injured and receiving emergency treatment in the hospital. If Zhang Xiaofan is behind this, he will surely return to verify the situation, possibly even send someone to attempt another assassination on Wang Defa. All we need to do is lay in wait and wait for the fish to take the bait." "Brilliant. Director Sun is truly brilliant," Yuan Fong exclaimed joyfully. "I will call for the ambulance and make arrangements for our team." Before long, an ambulance arrived with sirens blaring, and medical personnel carried Wang Defa's body onto the stretcher and loaded it into the ambulance. Zhang Xiaofan withdrew some money from the bank to give to his parents, then returned home, turning on the television to watch the news regarding the Shinkong game, only to find a report on the violent incident at the CAF. This morning, a heinous act of violence occurred at the Lanzuan CAF in our city. The victim, Wang Defa, was severely injured by a diminutive assailant and is currently receiving emergency treatment at the Second People's Hospital. The perpetrator remains at large, and we earnestly urge the citizens to provide any information that may assist the police in apprehending the culprit. On television, a male host spoke with righteous indignation. Zhang Xiaofan paused for a moment, astonished that Wang Defa was still alive. Chapter 104. Journey to the capital. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Xiaofan quickly grasped the situation. It was merely a cunning ploy meant to bait him, a futile endeavor. One must realize that the combat prowess of the goblin miners far surpassed that of the former bandit leader. Through the goblin miner's perspective, Zhang Xiaofan had already witnessed Wang Defa's brain matter splattered, undeniably deceased, with no possibility of survival. How could he have been sent to the hospital for rescue? The mention of the specific hospital was clearly a misguided attempt at misdirection, rather than a genuine protective measure by the police. Disregarding the news, Zhang Xiaofan intended to peruse other reports when he was unexpectedly interrupted by the ringing of the phone he had seized from Long Jiayin's secret base. Puzzled, he retrieved the device, and the caller ID displayed Huang Shanshan's name, the leader of the Daheng Performing Arts Troupe. Uncertain of her intentions, Zhang Xiaofan recalled from Long Jiayin's memories that this phone was a direct line to the troupe members, with strict regulations preventing them from initiating calls. Had the rules been forgotten? Upon answering the call, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a golden oriole, greeted him. "Third brother. We have no choice but to reach out to you." Zhang Xiaofan adeptly activated the voice modifier and replied, "What is the matter?" Huang Shanshan hurriedly explained. "Ever since Boss Long's demise, the authorities have been investigating Daheng Group, leaving our troop in a state of near dissolution. Only a handful of loyal sisters remain, and our circumstances grow increasingly dire." After a moment, she continued, "Yet we know of your capabilities. Despite our hardships, we would never dare to seek our own path. You once forbade us from associating with Boss Long's son, but he has been persistently harassing us, even attempting to use force. We truly have no other recourse but to ask for your assistance." Huang Shanshan's voice trembled, revealing her fear of this so-called third brother. Zhang Xiaofan found amusement in their ignorance. They were unaware that this third brother was merely a fabrication of Long Jiayin, and in reality, it was he himself. He certainly would not permit any interactions between his concubines and his son, Long Xiao. "You are still in the capital, correct? I shall send someone to assist you tomorrow. You will be contacted. Zhang Xiaofan perfectly mimicked the voice of third brother through the phone's voice modifier. His motivation to aid the troop members stemmed not from benevolence, but rather from the desire to teach Long Xiao a lesson for the humiliation he had inflicted upon him during his hospital stay. By the way, third brother, we have not received our wages for several months. Is it possible for you to assist us? Huang Shanshan, taken aback by the ease of his agreement to help, seized the opportunity to voice her needs. Zhang Xiaofan momentarily hesitated, realizing that Long Jiayin had once used this phone to impersonate third brother, transferring funds to these troop members. Huang Shanshan, perceiving his silence, quickly clarified, "Third brother, we understand that times have changed. With Dahing's downfall, we do not expect to receive our former salaries. A living allowance would suffice. How many of you are there?" Zhang Xiaofan inquired casually. "There are still Lin Dandan, Qian Xiangxiang, Chen Tingting, Jiang Lulu, Qi Yuan, Ma Shasha, Wang Cici, Gu Qiqi, Wu Nana, and myself. 10 in total," Huang Shanshan promptly responded. "I will transfer 100,000, 10,000 for each of you. Use it wisely." Zhang Xiaofan stated nonchalantly. "Thank you, third brother. We are at your service, as always," Huang Shanshan replied eagerly. With that, Zhang Xiaofan abruptly ended the call and transferred the funds. These 10 women were the elite of the troop and the favorites of Long Jiayin. Through the fabricated persona of third brother, he exerted unparalleled control over them, and they dared not entertain any thoughts of rebellion. However, Zhang Xiaofan felt no sympathy for them. After all, they had chosen this path, and the rewards far outweighed their sacrifices, with annual incomes well into the hundreds of thousands. Young individuals earn quickly and spend just as swiftly. With Long Jiayin's demise and Dahing's impending collapse, these women faced a decline in their extravagant lifestyles, but still feared to leave in search of an alternative path, unlike other troop members. It was said that Huang Shanshan's self-created dance, Ma Ta Fei Yin, was exceptionally captivating, and their performance of Qian Shouguanin perfectly blended solemnity with allure. Zhang Xiaofan secretly hoped for an opportunity to witness their artistry. Early the next day, Zhang Xiaofan arrived at Li Aoshua's doorstep, knocking on the door. Li Aoshua, dressed in her pajamas and stifling yawns, welcomed him in for breakfast before they set off for the company. As he admired her graceful silhouette, Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but swallow hard. The general manager was exceptionally well maintained. Today marked Li Aoshua's trip to the capital for business, and due to a driver's strike, Zhang Xiaofan was tasked with driving, as he was also employed as a driver for Aoshua Real Estate. After breakfast, the nanny took Xiaotong to school, and as he left, he excitedly reminded Zhang Xiaofan not to forget their promised trip to the amusement park. Driving a Bentley, Zhang Xiaofan transported Li Aoshua to the company, then switched to a Mercedes-Benz van. Wang Kiki had prepared the necessary documents, and along with a male vice president, West, they boarded the van. With Zhang Xiaofan at the wheel, the four of them set off towards the capital. Nanshan City Public Security Bureau. Sun Yueliang furrowed his brow and inquired of his companion Yuan Fong. "Our brothers concealed in the hospital have not revealed themselves, have they?" "Certainly not," Yuan Fong replied hastily. "The brothers are disguised as hospital staff, such as nurses and janitors, and they will undoubtedly not betray their presence." "Then why, until now, has no one approached the room housing Wang Defa's corpse?" Sun Yueliang murmured to himself. Yuan Fong was also at a loss for the reason, but he proceeded to share another piece of information. "Director Sun, the brothers we sent to tail Zhang Xiaofan reported that the fellow not only drives a luxury Continental worth over 4 million, but also resides in a high-end residential complex with an average price of 100,000 per unit. Where could he have amassed such wealth?" Yuan Fong's words caused Sun Yueliang's already furrowed brow to deepen further. How could a man who had been a vegetative state for 5 years possibly acquire such riches? Even if Li Aoshua had bestowed upon him a token of gratitude, it could not amount to such a sum. The uncertainty regarding whether Zhang Xiaofan was indeed hiring individuals for these crimes stemmed from his financial circumstances, which did not seem sufficient to support such actions. If he were indeed affluent, everything would fall into place more logically. "Investigate his assets," Sun Yueliang declared, slapping the table as he rose. With the coordination of Sun Yueliang, the special case officer dispatched by the provincial department, the investigation progressed remarkably smoothly. Before long, Zhang Xiaofan's assets were thoroughly scrutinized and laid bare.